Okay, quiet. Don't worry about that for now.
Good morning, race fans, and welcome to RC Racing TV's exclusive live coverage of the Reedy 1/12th Race of Champions here in Centre MK. It's a bit of a nip in the air this morning. The sun's out and ready to blast down through the windows of this great shopping centre onto this racetrack, which will decide the champion of champions in the 1/12th electric RC racing discipline. We're under a little bit of a delay right now. We are supposed to be going on at 9 o'clock race. We're supposed to start at that time, hence the start of the show then. But right now, we are under a little bit of a delay from the start before we get the first rounds of heats underway. It's a little bit of a power issue in the pits. Some repairs needed to the track after yesterday's intense qualifying sessions. Some magnificent driving yesterday. Some real edge-of-your-seat stuff just to qualify for the first round of heats. And from today onwards, today's going to be a stacked deck of a show. We're going straight through from right now, 9 a.m, all the way through to likely 8 p.m, potentially beyond, depending on how the heats go. We're going to have 6 rounds of action in one day, almost 120 races in total. And then tomorrow we'll be concluding the action with the final 4 rounds of heats. The format for this Reedy Race of Champions, if you're new to it, this is the inaugural running of it for the 1/12th discipline, but this is a famous event for RC racing now, and it's been established now, particularly in this very unique venue in the confines of the Centre MK shopping centre, right in front of the general public. You can see there at the top of the screen, people just walking past, doing their shopping, having a look over and wondering, wow, I didn't realise RC racing had got this serious since the last time I dragged mine out of the shed in the back garden. So in this very unique venue, it has a very unique format to decide such a champion, with an invitational class and an open division with qualifying. The 10 heats will all have points awarded per position. 1 for first place, 2 for second, 3 for third, etc. Across the 10, the 7 best go forward, so you drop your worst 3. And it is all about consistency, and it's all about the best overall score across the heats that will win you the event. There is also going to be some reverse and switching up of the grids between the heats. Qualifying has established the seeding for the first round, which will be coming up hopefully very shortly. And then after that, each one will be rotated. The pole man for the first heat will go to the back for the second, and then the second place car will go to the back for the third, and vice versa. It'll continue on and rotate through that way. So everyone will have a chance to start off the pole. Everyone will get shuffled to the back. It is aiming to be as fair as possible overall, to give everyone the best possible chance of glory and a clear track and the best chance to get their best laps in. We spoke briefly to Mark Stiles, one of the competitors in the top invitational class yesterday, in the Reedy class, and he spoke to us and he said how even though you have those sort of 3 lives, if you will, those 3 scores you can drop, some racers don't even like to do that. They don't even want to rely on that. They want to go be the best and not make a single mistake. Perfection is impossible to attain, but for race drivers, it's something they always strive for. And if they can get anywhere close to that today, then they'll be doing, very well indeed. So you see in front of you right now, some track repairs, some track work going on, taking advantage of this slight delay in the scheduling. As I say, we will be going, hopefully getting the first round of heat started at 9:30. We'll have 3 classes for you in the main competition. The Invitational Reedy class, which is for your hand-picked best of the best race drivers in the world. There are European champions, there are world champions in that field. A huge stacked deck of talent ready to go out there to compete to become Reedy champion. We've also got the open classes, which were split based on yesterday's qualifying into LMP2 and LMP3. The top 30 are into your LMP2 class, bottom 40 into LMP3. They will have their heats. We'll also have, maybe see them on the track at a certain degree, 2 invitational classes here to provide some exhibition flair, particularly for the punters out here and the spectators around the track in the shopping centre. Like the Formula 1 class and the GT12 class. Formula 1 is basically as it says on the tin, and GT12, there's kind of Porsche Carrera type bodies on those cars, and there'll be an invitational class for those to compete out here. As I say, more for exhibition purposes. If you were an enthusiast or watching and looking on the website and wondering, I didn't see those on the entry list, don't worry, we have the same feeling as well. They are here for exhibition purposes, for a nice demonstration of the variety of different RC racing cars that are out here today for this competition. Our coverage will be live all day today. You won't miss a single second of the action. Our coverage is powered by Reedy, by Protoform Race Bodies, by Zen Racing, the aggregation of marginal gains, which I think is probably the most appropriate and Zen-like marketing tagline there is, and the British Radio Car Association, who are putting on this event, organising and helping us provide you with top quality live coverage. Myself, Adam Johnson, and the RC Racing TV team are already locked in, ready to go. We'll give you updates as and when we hear them. As I say, the schedule as it stands is that we'll be going racing at 9:30 UK time, which will be, I've got my maths right, 10:30 Central European time, or which way around? I'm trying to remember my time zones now. But it is 9:30 UK time. We will be having the first of today's races, the first heats, and they will run the LMP2 class first, then Formula 1, then P3, then GT12, and then the Reedy class, the Invitationals, will be out, and then they'll cycle back through 6 rounds of competition up here today, spanning almost 11 hours of racing. Sit tight, ladies and gentlemen. Get yourself comfortable. You're not going to want to go anywhere, because despite that length of time, there's going to be action aplenty, and it's not going to be stopping anytime soon. As soon as it starts, you just can't stop. And we'll be on air all day today, providing you with maximum coverage of this great invitational Reedy race event.
Good morning, good morning, good morning. I will allow... Oh no, that was going to come out wrong. I don't need to allow you to drink coffee. I'm not some kind of...
Please, sir, may I have some hot chocolate?
Yeah, I'm not the coffee police. Sorry, that came out completely wrong. I will allow... No, I've got to stop using the word allow. Whatever, I'm just going to let Adam have a drink, relax his voice.
You're not the boss of me now.
You're not the boss of me. It's a long day today, everybody. We're here for 11 hours. Hopefully, they will get this schedule back on track. I think within how many races did they say we should be back on track now?
Within about 60 races, I believe. But with 120 races on the schedule today, there's a huge amount, so it's hard to keep track. I think they were saying by around 6 o'clock they should return to normal scheduling. But of course, that relies on everything running to plan as well, and things actually being speeded up. But sometimes, as we saw yesterday, there was actually, you'll see it on the stream, you see that grey bluish line just in the sort of bottom left of your picture there. That's one of the carpet transitions. Very smooth, no pile carpet they're using for the track surface, and that actually came up yesterday during the final rounds of qualifying and caused some cars to go spiralling out of control over into the fencing rather spectacularly. But of course it caused some major disruption, and in the end good old-fashioned duct tape did the job there. But hopefully we shouldn't have any more stoppages like that, and if everything goes to plan, we should be back on time by around 6 o'clock local British time. Now James, help me out here. Is it an hour behind or ahead with European time? So if it's 9:30 we're getting underway here.
Ahead.
So it'll be 8:30 or 10?
It'll be 10:30 European time.
That's it, thank you. I thought I had that one right.
Yes, no, I only know this so well because I actually work for our parent company is German, and I have calls with my German colleagues, and the amount of confusion I have to always state. So is that your time or my No, they are an hour in front, I can confirm. If you've not already done so, why would you have not? I don't know. Head over to our new RC Racing TV Facebook page. We are keeping the RC TV group alive for you to kind of share your stories and pictures with each other, but we've kind of found that the best way to communicate with you is through a Facebook page, so we've created one. We've already got lots of people that have performed it's not a migration because you don't need to leave the RC Racing TV group. It's just you can be a member of both, it's fine. So I don't think migration is the right word, but I'll go with that word anyway. The people have not migrated over yet, but a number of you have. So head over there. It's Facebook, www.facebook.com/RC Racing TV will take you to our page. Don't forget, if you're watching on YouTube, you can only watch on YouTube. You can head over to our chat section, which is down the right hand side. When you can join in the chat, there's a few people in there that mean it. Kai, Vino and Ben. Hello to you all, chatting away in our group. Good morning to you all, thank you for joining us. We're of course RC Racing TV. We are here live from the Centre MK Shopping Centre in Milton Keynes, in that there United Kingdom. We are on day 2 of the Reedy Day 2 of the Reedy 1/12 Race of Champions. and we're here today until approximately 8 p.m. and then we're back tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. I believe until about 5:30, and by which point we will know who will be crowned champion of the Reedy 112th Race of Champions, and not a moment before. As Adam was saying, they've bit of a delay this morning. Good opportunity for the organisers to do some track repairs. I believe actually it's the delay was because of an electrical problem.
Power issue in the pits, so I've heard.
Yeah, half of the pits were powerless. So I've seen people frantically running around with screwdrivers and bits of wire. So I guess that it's fixed now. I can't.
Nothing's gone boom, and no one's gone flying through the air with their hair all streaked back. So
no, and everybody in the pit seems to be doing something now to their cars. So I think that's a good sign. The sun is beaming through the windows here at the Centre MK and blinding me, also blinding our cameras. So throughout different times of the day, we'll hopefully be able to use different cameras as they become decent enough, and we can show you some more sections of the track. We of course are here. Thank you to Reedy Race of Champions for inviting RC Racing TV along to cover their event. Really pleased that you invited us along. It's an excellent event and gets my vote because it's electric, so it's not noisy, and it's indoors, so it's not cold and wet. So from my point of view, it's a great race to cover. We of course cover lots of other races throughout the year. We will be starting our EFRA season in April in Slovakia. So more details of that on our Facebook page as and when they become available. I'll post all the dates and create the events, etc. So you know when they're happening and you won't miss out on them. But you will miss out on them if you don't go and like our Facebook page.
So do it.
It's Scooby? No, it's 1-0, so it can't be Scooby. Scobby. It's Scobby. Yo-yo back. Hello. Xeno44. What time did the heat start? Well, we're half an hour behind, so this should be starting in about 20 minutes. Ben Ray, where do you get your RC cars from? All over the place. What's the best answer we can give to that one?
There's a lot of different stores.
A good place to probably start would be the BRCA.
Yes, the organisers of today's tournament.
Yep, the governing bodies, the governors of the race. Head over to the BRCA website, and I'm sure there'll be more details there. If you're in the Milton Keynes area, do pop down. We are a public event. We're in the shopping centre, so come and grab a Costa, come and have a look at the race, come and watch and see for yourselves. There are actually some model shops down here this weekend. There's plenty. In fact, let me just do a quick rec. I have a long cable, but it didn't come with me.
I'm the one with the wireless mic.
Yes, no, I don't have a wireless mic. Must remember, hang on.
I'm rocking the Justin Timberlake mic this weekend.
I'm going to pull my slack out. That sounds a bit weird. And then, here we go. I've been told about pulling my slack out before. So, a quick recce. I think we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I'm going to go for a round figure of approximately 10 RC gazebos. That are a combination of shops, organisations and things. Yes, is Paul trying to... I thought you were going to be kind. In fact, Paul, whilst you're not filming, could you just stand there with a big piece of cardboard like the servants do with an umbrella to block the sun for me? That's perfect. If you could just stay like that.
Or a big leaf palm.
I could just turn around. I don't need to look that way. There's also that as well. I'll just stand this way and look this way, and people are going to be really weird as to why I've got my back to the rest of the team.
The funny thing is, it now looks like you've just turned your back on me as well.
Yeah, I'm a bit of a diva, bit of a technical diva. Alan, active scale model in Southend. Good call. Joe Howson, what do you think about the Schumacher K2? I'm not the person to ask for that. I twiddle knobs and press buttons and make things happen and make things be connected and things. We will be having guest speakers on our stream today, no doubt. At some point we'll get Mark Stiles on. We'll probably kick off with him at some point, and we'll be grabbing up other people as and when. I'll see if at some point Ollie Jeffries will come and have a word with us as well. Obviously one of the top racers here, X-Ray sponsored. I'm not going to try and reel out all of the things that he's won. He's a very successful RC driver. One of the pros, one of the paid drivers.
One of the invitationals?
Yes, one of the invitationals. What else is going on here? It's not so cold as it was last night.
There's an arrive and drive section.
Arrive and drive.
There is an arrive and drive
Tell us
track.
about that.
It's at the far end of the... if you're watching on the stream, just off to the right, at the far end of the circuit where you're looking at it on the online stream, there is actually a smaller track set up for arrive and drive. I saw yesterday some groups of school kids on a sort of school trip out having a go with some of the RC cars. I think it was supposed to be a science lesson. I don't think they treated it
Were
as
they
such.
old enough to drive?
They looked about 14 or so. So probably old enough to drive on Forza. So
Yeah.
or Gran Turismo, or Project Cars, or whatever. But they seem to be having fun. There was one person who kept seeming to hit reverse and just back into people behind him, which is something I used to do when playing Micro Machines, but I think that's generally frowned upon in RC racing.
Yes. What's your Instagram handle?
What's my Instagram handle?
Yeah.
Adam_Bombersports.
Okay, for those of you that want to get a feeling of how sunny and how bright it is and why I've been whinging about sun in my eyes, head over to Instagram. In fact, no, I'll tell you what I'll do. Can I share that as RCTV?
You might be able to. I think I put it out on Twitter as well, because I'm just, all about them social medias.
I am as myself at the minute. How do I turn into RCTV? Use Facebook as
must evolve.
RCTV.
Wait, James is evolving.
I'm evolving. I am now RCTV. So now if I
Metaparry.
say
Parizard.
Adam. No, I'll do this offline because I can't do two things at once.
Well, Paul's just made a good observation, our cameraman. He could just show it on the cameras himself.
But you took such a beautiful photo.
Oh, thank you. I spent such a long time choosing the filter and everything. Hashtag no filter. Hashtag, in fact, lots of filters. Yeah, look at that. Look at that, ladies and gentlemen. That is the situation we are confronted with. Dazzling light streaking across the verdant meadows of carpet across the racetrack here. Basically means if they're up at the far end of the racetrack, I can't see them until they come basically into the section we're watching now. And woe for me, I did not pack my official RC Racing TV cap, so I do not have a sun glare protector there, but we should be able to deal with it okay, because it is the middle of winter. It's obviously in January, and the cold has finally appeared after being like drizzly and mild for most of the winter. The cold has finally appeared, which is why we're all in hoodies. And with the sun being so low, it never really gets too high, so it comes up pretty low, and then we have a nice period in the middle of the afternoon where it's okay. Then it gets low again, and then it goes dark very quickly. So for our cameraman here, it's a little bit of a nightmare, but we are doing the best job we possibly can. And as you can see, the sun is spectacular across here. It'll also be affecting the drivers as well, because where we are on the cameras, you can just see there on the stream, just to the right is basically where I'm standing. I'm stood right next to our main camera here.
Are we going to show that? No.
What are we going to show? Or not?
I don't know. Hang on.
Oh.
Paul's fiddling.
Oh.
Well, he
I'm
wants
not
me
sure
oh,
we
there
should
we
show
go.
Paul fiddling.
There we go.
Oh, there we go. Look at that.
That's how sunny it is at the moment.
It's always sunny in Milton Keynes.
Yeah, we're not in Philadelphia, unfortunately.
Look at that. There's like a sort of glare and everything off the track. It's quite remarkable. It's like those sort of atmospheric shots you get at the start of Formula One broadcasts. But as I say, atmospheric it may be. Practical, not really.
Useful? No.
No,
Practical?
not at all. Not at all.
Annoying? Yes.
Annoying?
Blinding?
Rather.
Yes. Warming? Yes. I started my spiel about thank you to Reedy for inviting us. I didn't actually thank the sponsors. Slap on self-wrist. Reedy, thank you to Reedy, one of the sponsors here. Also thank you to Protoform, Race Bodies, and of course Zen Racing, the sponsors for this event. Thank you for sponsoring it. Just trying to see if the race clock indicate. No, it's 20 minutes on. It's 20 past. No. A few people on the rostrum. I think they're just those are the Formula One exhibition class, so they are allowed to kind of drive in between races. They're not so strict. Obviously, the competitors for the main race here are not allowed on the track unless it's their time. Otherwise, they would be getting an unfair advantage. It's really interesting to watch some of these 1/12 races and some of the techniques that they use to actually set up their cars. I don't. We need to speak to the drivers because it is so
really
interesting. They do things with
like a dark
coins.
art.
They do things with rulers, and they do things with making sure that the diff. No, hang on. I said that once to Nick Damon about the diff, and he said, "No, there's not a diff. It's to do with the balance or something." As you can tell, I'm not an expert. We will get an expert up here at some point. Where's Adam gone to? Timing. You can talk, Adam. We can hear you on a wireless system.
No, can't. Turn himself off.
He's turned himself off. Fair enough. How rude.
Just you now.
It's just me. All by myself. Marco Fumero. Good morning. Can you put mice in the cars? Peace of Mind 666. If you want to. It'd give you a bit more weight to take around the track and would give you a bit of a disadvantage, I think. But certainly, if obviously we can't condone any form of mice racing here at RC Racing TV. But if you wish to give that a go, then let us know how you got on with that. Alan, speak to Andy at Active Scale. Active Scale here then? We'll see what we can do. We will try and find this Andy from Active Scale. Unless I see you're talking to one of the other people in the room. Active Scale aren't here. He's saying, just generally speak to Andy at Active Scale for all your RC needs. Fair enough. Accidental plug. We are about 10 minutes away. Oh, here we go. I really should look up at the screen more. Our cameraman, our on-point cameraman, has do some zooming in the pits. Let's see what we can see down there. Just zoom with zoom with that. Just flip the screen around so you can see it. Good elbow shot there of Paul Bateman. Jan Scale Modelling. Hello, RCTV. Hello, Jan. Good morning. Thank you for joining us. Luke Bowen, when does it start? About 10 minutes, 9 minutes now. We just had a bit of a power outage this morning, power problem. So, who can we see there? See, I'm not. There's Adam walking in front of the screen, giving us a salute. Can we not zoom in further with that big fancy camera of yours? There we go. What's that? Look at that car. Go. Zoom in. Oh, there we go. Keep going. Focus. There we go. Those are the 1/12 cars that are being raced. We'll get one of those up onto Adam's crow nest later for a bit of a run through with Mark. I'll see when he's available to go through that. But those are the kind of vehicles. Those are the main vehicles for the race today. What else can we see? Can you get to just behind him on the other table? There we go. Keep going. There's a man holding a car on a plank of... No, keep going. To your left. Oh, he's put it down now. There we go. It was Mark Stiles. Mark Stiles, he was doing something where he was lifting up the car on like a plate of perspex and then just looking at it. There he goes. Look, he's using his gauge to see what his ride height is. I know that. I don't have to be technical to work out what he's doing there. He's now checking his front ride height. Front right ride height. That was a mouthful. Tap, tap. See, that's the precision. A couple of taps can make the difference between 1/10 or 2/10 of a second. A couple more taps. There we go. He's just found another 1/10 of a second there.
He was the one saying yesterday the difference between winning and losing can be in micrometers rather.
Micrometers.
Micrometers. We'll go with the deciding vote of our cameraman who says micrometers.
I would go with Paul. I wouldn't go with me.
I wouldn't go with me either.
I measure things in milliseconds and things like that. I measure time, not distance. Distance doesn't matter to me.
No, that's very true. I have received word, by the way. I was just checking down here because up in the crow's nest we weren't receiving much in the way of timing data yesterday. I've been assured that once the heats get underway, we should be good to go.
And then once that happens, I will go and do magical things.
You will make magic happen.
I will make the magic happen.
See, James is one of those people, you may have noticed it, he's like that sort of IT guy who sort of comes in and he'll start tapping on the keyboard and bringing up messages and you'll be like, no, I'm lost. I'm gone. Me and Paul will just watch him setting up some of the stuff here, especially with the servers, and it'll be try and understand what he's doing for as long as possible. I think my record's about 12 seconds.
Don't try. I told you yesterday, I don't understand either.
No, you don't even know.
Just hit lots of buttons and look like you know what you're doing. And
works.
It works. You can convince anyone. Say hello to Dazza from the BRCA, from the HRCC.
Hi, Dazza.
Daz will be here somewhere. I don't know who Dazza is.
Yeah, he must be.
We will try and find Dazza. We need to write down a challenge list for you today.
Yeah. We've also been told to say that Mark Payne is amazing. He is our sound guy, or one of our sound guys for this weekend for the tournament. He'll be bringing me out over the PA, so the lovely shoppers in the shopping centre can also hear what you guys will be hearing on the stream.
There's a lot of sound guys here, but he's actually a real sound guy, as in sound and audio. Not he's a sound guy. Yeah, I get on really well with him. That's a different kind of sound guy. Yeah, he sorted me out once. He gave me a tenner once when I was a bit short on cash. He's really sound. No, not that kind of sound guy. An actual PA sound guy.
We have just had the 5-minute warning from the pits for the first heat, first round of action. So hopefully very soon we should be getting some action here. We should get some info on our timing screen here. And we should get action underway for the 1/12 Reedy Race of Champions, James.
Excellent. If you catch me off guard, I'm just going to bounce it back with a one-word answer.
One-word answer. Here's the James straight back parry. There he is.
There we go.
But, well, the first few heats are going to be interesting because of the aforementioned sun issue we were talking about. You can just see on the cameras the glare, if anything, has got worse. So as the drivers look to the right, our cameraman officially cannot see anything. So, and I can't see much more, to be honest with you. So effectively, we're basically going to be guessing where the cars are through the first few turns, through the first half of the circuit. You can see just up there is the first half of the circuit, several back-to-back complexes. And then you come through, and here, that section that's on screen right now is the stabling area. That's where the cars will be deployed. And for the open classes yesterday, they started qualifying from the control line that you'll see right there. But the Reedy Invitational class runners started from the grid slots over on the front straight, which I believe all classes will do so today. They will do that today. So, first group of runners are lining up. This should be the LMP2 class that we should be seeing first up to get the action underway for the Reedy 1/12 Race of Champions. Everything that's gone before has just been preparing. Everything before that has come before is merely preparing, it's merely warming up, merely tinkering and fettling to make sure that you are ready for this exact moment right now where the action gets underway. There's no more second chances now. Technically there's 3, but in drivers' terms there's no more second chances. They've got to hit the ground running, they've got to be ready to go. They will have had, by this point, a good 1, maybe 2 days to refine their setup. They'll have had a day of practice yesterday, 4 rounds of practice, the final 2 of those being timed qualifying as well. And if they're not ready right now, they'll probably feel like they never are. Let's get ready. 3 minutes now. 3-minute warning.
Paul, get that bird. Over on point 10 on the grid.
Oh, there it is, on the fence. Well, we wanted to attract new fans to the sport.
Between 9 and 10. There we go.
We wanted to attract new fans to the sport. Quickly, give it a GoPro.
I think it's really weird when you find birds in shopping centres.
Yeah, that is a little bit strange.
It's like, do they ever leave the shopping centre again, or do they just live in the ecosystem of a shopping centre with the crumbs from unwanted Gregs? Sorry, viewers, I just realised how I was very loud then. The crumbs of unwanted Gregs and water from the water fountain. And have you still got my camera? Anyway, bit of something different there.
Oh yeah.
To the line, please.
2 minutes to go then on the countdown. Sorry,
2
James.
minutes. Oh, the race clock says 2 minutes.
2-minute countdown. Giving their time stable, time to line up. We're hoping to start receiving some data fairly soon, so I can tell you who's lining up on the grid. It should be the first from the first half. Our race director fairly strict on the concept of not taking advantage of having a bonus warm-up lap. You have to go straight to your grid slot. Well behaved. I love it when the drivers, they sort of drive their car around a little bit just to get it in the grid slot. It just looks like the RC car has been misbehaved and has been reprimanded for it. It's like, oi, I'm trying to get out of your grid slot. Sorry. We're getting ready. Down to a minute to go. Must be now. Here we go, we're into the 30-second countdown. Let's get ready to do it, shall we? Let's get ready to race.
Start in 30 seconds.
First round of the Reedy 112 Race of Champions. This will be the LMP2 class. Everyone in their grid slots. Everyone ready?
Attention drivers.
Clock is ticking down at the far end. The 10-second warning. Here we go. And we're underway. Largely a good start, largely a clean start. Very difficult to do such a thing where the entire field are compressing through the first few corners. Just about shuttled through, and with visibility at such a low ebb, it's a very difficult thing to do. But they make it through the first lap surprisingly clean, and a good smooth start to the race so far. Coming through, but a lot of contact on such a narrow circuit. It's inevitable in a way. It's always going to be the case. Looks like the driver's largely sticking to the apexes, sticking to where they're supposed to be for now. Keeping it smooth, keeping it clean. That's what they want to do. Just log your first run in the books. Make it good. Make it a good base to start from. You can throw it out if you have to later. And what you don't want to do is put yourself behind the 8 ball very early on and immediately put yourself in trouble. As you see the leaders on the main camera there, give you an idea of this twisty little Reedy racetrack. Plenty of back-to-back hairpin sections and corners. And it's one long pattern and one long flow to be able to get the best lap time out here. That was why qualifying was so interesting. You had traffic to deal with, which would disrupt the flow of the races. And here, especially if you're the lead car, and just as I say that, the lead car does indeed make a mistake and give up the lead position. But for the leaders, it's all about settling down into something of a rhythm, something of a flow, and being able to get the laps to start clicking off. So we're just about 2 minutes in to this first heat. Remember, every race out here in each heat will be 6 minutes in length. The exhibition races later will be, well, the exhibition F1 and GT12 races are scheduled to be 9 minutes in length, so a little bit longer. Give the drivers in the main classes a little bit of a break, a little bit of a rest in between heats. But for these guys, it's 6 minutes, and that's what they had in qualifying. So it's very regimented. They'll get used to this style. They'll get used to driving for 6 minute bursts at a time. Get ready to bring their best and maximum performance to the table every time. So this track, obviously, on a carpet, very low, well, no pile at all, pretty much. Tyres treated with additive to give extra grip even then. This will be very different to the sort of setups you'll see on outdoor tracks, mostly on tarmac, or even if you see the large-scale off-roaders off on dirt, packed dirt. Those are very interesting, and it's the variety of RC racing in one display. And I mean, the range on display, or the class to demonstrate in front of the fans out here today, is great to see from the start.
I've got a technical analyst for you. This is Ollie.
So that's 3 minutes.
I'll get him
So we should be looking for Reedy race 2, moving through scrutineering.
A little bit of a mistake there. That was a very common place to have mistakes, or to make mistakes rather, late on in the race or in the qualifying sessions yesterday. And we'll probably see that a lot more again today. It's a very common one. You just see where those corners come through, you're just forced to push on, and you just ends up going wide, hitting into that pit wall. In fact, that is not a pit section there. What that is actually the penalty box, as you show it come through there, just to your left, as they came through there. That was a penalty box. That is what no driver will want to be in. It'll be a drive-through, mostly a stop and go. It'll be a brief few second hold. I think it's a 3 or 5 second hold penalty there. We'll see if it comes up on the camera there. Just to the left there it is. Catch it for the briefest of moments. These cars, the top guys have been lapping this track in sub 13 seconds. That is incredible. Incredible speed, incredible performance from these cars out here.
Adam. Sorry to talk tech on air. Mark has the second mic. When he brings people to you,
Yes.
you'll have to let me know as you're about to bring them on, and I will turn them on from this side.
We'll do.
Don't let them speak without speaking to me first, otherwise they'll be speaking to nobody.
So you're refusing to allow me to have hot chocolate, but you're allowing them to speak.
Yes. Yeah.
Well, we all know who's running the show this weekend then.
This is it.
We are also still figuring out a timing up here in the Crow's Nest, so we'll get that to you as quickly as we can. As the races continue on, we'll keep you posted on the results in the early heats as we go. I have Mark Stiles up around here. I believe he's bringing to me my own technical analyst as well, which is fabulous for the air. But he's actually lost him, which is great. He's so technical, he's actually been lost in the myriad of the pits. Not hard, I must say, because the pits are a teeming hive of activity, so it's not exactly hard to lose people out there. If he's a driver himself, which I'm sure he is, he's probably gone to have some last-minute fettles on his car, which is highly likely. So Mark himself had to do. Again, these invitational competitors are the most prepared and most vigorous and thorough of competitors and contestants you'll see out here. Have a great battle here on screen. Now this will be a great demonstration of potential passing zones on this track, of which there are not that many, but there are ones, if you can, that is a potential one at the end of the front straight. You can get later on the brakes. You just see a little bit of momentum loss there, but with a lot of these sections with multiple corners back to back, the difficulty there comes in setting up a pass to make sure you don't disadvantage yourself coming through the second one. And that's the first heat over. That's the first heat over for the day. And a relatively clean one, I have to say. And I think I speak for the organisers in saying that the carpet held up this time. Good start. So fairly smooth. We'll bring you the results as soon as we can. See, our timing's still not showing up here in the Crow's Nest. And I'll bring you the results as soon as I can. But now I believe Mark is still hunting for the technical analyst he promised. The pits are never quiet on these events. Even on the final day, where in traditional knockout tournaments, where sometimes you'll have had guys knocked out the night before, a lot of them will have stayed to support their teammates. A lot of them, especially if they're factory drivers, will stick on to support their teammates and fellow drivers.
Okay, drivers going off. Get out as quick as you can to Marshall, please. Quick as you can. So we're trying to shorten the gap between each race. It's already 30 seconds has been shaved off. Marshall's on the track, drive slowly to the grid. That is not to take the back. It's slowly to the grid. 971.1.
Very strict instruction from the race director there to be acknowledged by all drivers. He followed to the best of their ability. The main issue, of course, is making sure that no guys actually end up going round for a sneaky practice lap, which is something that happened a few times yesterday in qualifying and practice. We don't want that accidentally hands an advantage to certain people. Sometimes they don't do it out of any malice. Let's get ready.
Race 2, Open A, round 1.
Countdown, 30-second countdown. The clock at the far end of pit lane. Towards the CUT Racing stand, the BRCA stand, the gazebo. You see the countdown there. That'll count down towards the start of the race. If you're watching on the stream, you will see the cars themselves and you'll hear sounds in the background.
If you keep this up here, and I'll find him and send him up here.
Mark's still trying to find my technical analyst. That's great. So here we go. Countdown is on. And away they go. It's a fairly jam-packed start through those first few corners. Trying to ask 10 RC cars to pile in there is difficult at the best of times, especially when the adrenaline is pumping for the start of the first race of the day. This will be their first race of the day for many of the drivers. This will be their first one out there. And their goal will be to quickly try and filter into single file, but at the same time not lose positions or time. Easier said than done at the best of times, but they will quickly slot into a single file formation and look to pick each other off, look to get into that flow and rhythm, which is so important around this track. There's so many corners in consecutive time. You've got 17 turns on this track, and an average lap time between 12 and 14 seconds, so that's over a turn per second out here. That's more like upwards of 1.5 turns per second that you'll be doing around here. 1.5 corners per second. And all of them slightly different in character and slightly different in terms of entry into them. And passing is limited, but it's the reward of the brave. Your bravery will be rewarded. Who dares wins. And the two other voices you'll hear on the PA, if you're listening in the centre, will be, or if you're down here trackside, two other voices you'll hear on the PA will be the race director and Steve, the referee, who's just off to my right here. His voice, if you're a driver, is probably not one you'll want to hear, because it probably means they'll be giving you a penalty of some kind. I have to say, the organisers run a very, very smooth racing discipline here. There's no time for any shenanigans or funny business. They want the best possible racing. They want racing in the best possible spirit of motorsport. And generally, that's what we've had so far. Great quality of racing and great quality of competition and great competitive spirit down in the pits as well. I can see off to my right, over in the pit bunkers, plenty of assistance, plenty of teams helping each other out. With this being an all-star event, sort of Harlem Globetrotters of RC racing, if you will, it's not... The competitive spirit is absolutely the same as it normally is in European and world tournaments, but there is a little bit of a camaraderie there. There always is. There's a shared passion for RC racing. You're all competitors in the same sport and the same field, so it's all shared. And it's a great spirit to witness out on the track. Oh, goodness me. Big shunt that just occurred just underneath our camera stand here. Well done to our cameraman here on the stream, being able to keep focus on the car he was watching when all hell was breaking loose right beneath us. Cars were literally flying almost into the camera stand here, into our crow's nest. We had one guy in one of the qualifying sessions yesterday actually fixing his car on our commentary rostrum here, which was rather interesting. To say we got a close-up in the action is rather understating the issue. So racing the heats continue on. Remember, this is the first, the LMP2 runners, the second heat of theirs. There'll be 10 rounds of heats, so this will be the first round of them. Over 120 races out here today, so you're going to have plenty of action across the day and plenty going on. There's never going to be a lack of stuff going on. And alongside these guys, remember these cars, if you're new to RC racing, of course, these are your prototype sports car Can-Am style bodies. All very much similar, creating a hell of a lot of downforce on the back end. You see those raised wings, the raised rear wings. Also have gurney flaps on them that can be adjusted on certain scales. These are 1/12 scale, one of the smaller scales for competition. Going through 1/10, 1/8, 1/6, the large scales. And you can get smaller, but generally these are one of the smaller classes for competition. Any smaller, and I can barely keep up with them as a commentator, and they can barely be contested on such a track like this. But this is a perfect size for indoor racing, of which there are clubs all across the UK doing just that and competing in high-intensity RC racing tournaments like this one. And a lot of the guys in this class will have come from such tournaments. Once again, it's all going off beneath us here. This seems to be Action Corner right beneath us. So, generally things running smoothly for the leaders while I say that. A bit more of an action, some wall riding. And a stop-go penalty down beneath us for the car number 5. You'll just see him coming out the pits. There he is. See him coming out of the penalty box just there for a moment. That was for avoidable contact, which a lot of times it's not intentional. It's just a converging and a slightly slower reaction. Two cars coming together, maybe misreading what the other was trying to do. Of course, you have to take responsibility and the penalties have to come swift. And that's what keeps discipline here. And generally, the standard of the racing we've seen so far and the camaraderie has been absolutely top class. It's been wonderful to watch, really. And the sun, I can tell you, for our stream viewers, for our online viewers, I can tell you, the sunlight is not making things very easy here at all. Our cameraman is blind. I'm mostly blind as well, especially if I'm looking up at the far end of the track off to our right on the camera screen. You can see there, that first half of the circuit is just bathed in sunlight right now, but the sun is so low, there are even people in the shopping centre here watching who are struggling to see most of the action. And it will make these early heats difficult for the drivers if they're looking right. They're on the same rostrum angle as we are, at the back edge of the circuit. If you're watching on the stream, our camera position is to their left. So if you look to the right of where we are, that's where the drivers are. And as soon as they have to look right, to try and control their cars up at the far end of the circuit. I really don't know how they're doing it, to be honest with you. I have no idea. I think just pure feel and pure instinct. We were talking to Mark Stiles yesterday, one of the top competitors out here today in the invitational class, as the klaxon sounds for the end of this heat. We were talking to Mark Stiles yesterday, and he told me how you can get the instinctive grip and grasp on the car and how it's handling, even while standing up to 20, 30 feet away whilst driving it. You can feel if it's understeering or oversteering, which to me is an absolutely insane concept. How can you do that if you're not driving it directly? It's absolute madness. So that's the conclusion of the second heat of the day then. This is for our LMP2 runners. And we'll try and start getting some results to you as quickly as possible. We're still not getting much in the way of timing up in our crow's nest, but we will try and get some results to you as quickly as possible. So this is our coverage of the Reedy 1/12th Race of Champions, going out here over the system in Centre MK, and presented to you live online by RC Racing TV. Coverage presented by Reedy Power, Protoform Race Bodies, Zen Racing, the Aggregation of Marginal Gains, and the British Radio Car Association.
Just going to grab some videos. Alan Leighton, PRO, officer.
We're just going to have a little rest in between the heats here. Next field lining up. Next grid lining up, I should say. Next grid moving out now. Round to their starting blocks. They've got to be smooth. They've got to be clean.
Race 38 with Open A, round 1, will start in 30 seconds.
30-second board up. 30-second timing board. Very useful aid for the competitors down there. That's why they have an audio cue for it.
I'll do a bit.
All right.
I don't know where he's gone.
And joining me now up on commentary, I was just mentioning him, his ears must have been burning because I think he decided to have fun and come and join us up here. He's one of the competitors in the invitational class, Mr. Mark Stiles. Mark, how are you feeling?
Hello, I'm good, thank you.
Doing well. I saw some preparations going on. It really doesn't stop for you guys out here, does it?
No, the cars do take quite a lot of preparation. We typically at an event like this will get something like an hour and a half between each run. And we're spending most of that time preparing the car. Obviously, when we come off from a race, typically we'll check everything over. We need to take the battery out, recharge it, prepare another set of tyres to use, make any setup adjustments that we think we need to make based on what we felt the car was doing during the run. So yeah, you are very busy. Although we're only on track for 6 minutes an hour, so 10% of your day, actually we're busy all the time.
That's the funny thing about motorsport in all disciplines, especially RC racing. A lot of the prep and 90% of the work goes in before you even hit the track and turn a wheel out on the track. And yesterday in qualifying, your car looked pretty good. You won the first of your 2 sessions. How did you feel qualifying went in the end? Yeah,
I thought it went really well. I was a little bit nervous and apprehensive first thing in the morning because a lot of the Brits aren't familiar with this particular type of carpet. So I was a little bit concerned about how my car would handle and how the handling balance would feel. But after the first couple of runs, I'd learnt the track and got settled in a bit, and the second and third run I had were pretty good. And as you say, I won my one of my qualifying races, so that was quite positive, and I'm happy with the car, or at least I was yesterday, so hopefully it will continue today.
Well, hopefully it shouldn't have mystically changed overnight, although sometimes these things can happen. Although this being an indoor arena as opposed to an outdoor one, atmospheric conditions on the track, I'm assuming, don't change as much as, for example, if you're out in an outdoor venue, sometimes sunlight will hit the track, the track temperatures will change. Here, it's a fairly controlled environment.
Absolutely, yeah, although the ambient temperature and the humidity does make quite a big difference. Typically, we do find that the track is faster first thing in the morning when it's nice and cool before it heats up. Obviously, the electronics and the motors are possibly more suited to the cooler conditions. As things heat up and the track goes a little bit oily and dirty in a way when the rubber from the tyres is laid down. So Yeah, the track is typically fast in the morning and then slows up a little bit, but levels off.
See, that's interesting because that's very similar in a way to outdoor surfaces as well. And just like in outdoor series, these cars are constantly laying down tyre material, they're constantly laying down oil and that. So you will start to see a race line develop. Does that start to help you in terms of your flow around the track? And how do you keep up with your adjustments to the car across the course of a day or 2-day event like this?
Yeah, so obviously when we first lay the track, it's what you would call a green track.
Yep.
There's no rubber in it or tyre material. So typically the grip is quite low. As more and more cars circulate, the grip builds and builds. And on some carpets we use, it's a lighter grey colour, so you get a very black line, distinct line going around the track. On this particular carpet, because it's dark to start with, you won't see that so much. But there is definitely a racing line. You can see bits of it under the sunlight, where the tyre material and the additive that's soaked into the carpet reflects slightly off of the sunlight. And if you stray off of that racing line, then you do notice a significant loss in grip. So you can see in the corners of the track, it will be quite dusty. You don't really want to go out there because your tyres will lose a significant amount of performance.
Yeah, because that's where all the waste material gets kicked out to.
Exactly, yeah.
Over the course of a race. And you can see it on our cameras right now. If you're watching live on the stream, you'll see that's the racing line that those guys are trying to stick to as intensely as possible. But as you can see out there, the flow is often difficult. And to me, it often feels like it's a track like this is all about flow and all about rhythm and knowing when to turn in and that. But how difficult does it get when you've got traffic around you, be it lap traffic or someone you're trying to pass? I mean, especially in qualifying yesterday, that must have been very difficult.
Yeah, lap traffic is something that is very difficult to deal with. Generally speaking, we expect drivers to be courteous to one another, treat others as you expect to be treated yourself. So if you're a car that's being lapped by some faster guys, give them the room, let them through, don't impede them. Because the shoe may well be on the other foot later in the day, and you'd want them to return the favour. So it's kind of self-policing in that respect, but we do have a referee on the driver's stand. You can see Steve at the end here with the baseball cap on. He's watching the race and trying to help the drivers to tell them whether the car coming up behind them is racing them for a position or whether they're a lap down, and he'll watch out for dirty or suspect manoeuvres and passing moves and dish out penalties as and when appropriate. So.
Yeah, the referee, it's important to point out, is not just here to give penalties, he's almost like a marshal as well. He's the proverbial blue flags. I remember yesterday in qualifying quite a few times the message that came through was let the guy behind through, and he was very complimentary of people's racecraft when they were very quick to let people through. So it is, as you say, even though this is the very highest level of RC racing, an Invitational All-Star tournament, the camaraderie here and the racecraft is second to none, really.
Exactly, yes.
And the spirit of competition is just fantastic.
Yeah, I think for me it's obviously a competitive environment, but some of my best friends do this as well. So when we're off the track, we're quite friendly with each other. Yeah, I'm godfather to my arch nemesis's newborn son, but then once we're on the track, there's nobody I want to beat more than him. So it's a great social activity as well as a competitive one.
Yeah, and I guess you sort of come together as teams in that respect, and then you take on the world, and then take on each other as well. Hey, for bragging rights, they're always very important.
That's right. Speaking of which, I think one of my teammates is in this race.
Ah?
Yes, if you look at the black, green and white car just coming onto the main straight now, I do believe that's Matt Rice. He's the current race leader in this particular race.
Yep. And we've got him on the camera.
He just crosses the line to take a win in his first run this morning, so that's good for us.
Good start. Good start for your teammate. He was just there on the stream for you watching online on RC Racing TV. He was right there in the middle of the shot. You saw his very distinctive car. Fine looking machines out there. These sports car kind of Can-Am bodies. They're identical pretty much in terms of dimension, but they have different designs on them based on real-world Le Mans prototypes. And they look really great. I remember I was present at the 1/8 IC Track European Championships last year in Echlingen in Germany.
Yep.
And they were the 1/8 scale versions of these cars, and they look so distinctive, especially going at speed down the front straight where the front end's so low, but the rear is so high to generate so much downforce.
Exactly, yeah. It's surprising how much difference the shape of the body makes to the performance of the car, really. As you say, these 12 scale cars, they're very similar to 8th track cars in terms of their general appearance. The front portion of the body shell is styled on a Le Mans prototype, but then it's scooped up at the rear to give the car extra grip and downforce at the back end. And actually, yeah, there's 3 or 4 different shapes and styles that you can choose from. They're obviously all painted in individual colours. But yeah, they all make a difference to the handling of the car. So you tune your car, or you choose a body shell to tune the handling on your car.
Excellent. Well, this is very interesting. We're having the first today of our Formula One exhibition races.
I need to do my tyres.
And Mark is just telling me that he has to pop and do his tyres. There's always something to sort out on these race cars, and we'll let him go. Thank you very much for joining us up here, Mark, and giving us a little bit of valuable insight. We'll be definitely hearing from other drivers throughout the day. And for now, we're having one of our F1 Formula One demonstration races, or exhibition races. I spy a pretty recent grid out there. Some Red Bulls, Force Indias, Toro Rossos. In fact, the Toro Rosso starting last. He's going to have to pull some Max Verstappen moves out there, which will be great fun to see, I think. So these Formula One cars are ones, if you're watching online, we don't see as often, but
We've even got one starting from the pits in a true Formula One style as well.
But it's not a McLaren Honda, not realistic.
I couldn't
Actually,
remember
if it was a McLaren Honda, it'd be starting back in London, wouldn't it? F1 satire.
I've just found one of our other RCTV team members lurking in the background. Mr. Ollie Meggett is here. He's here only for about an hour and a half before he has to go and set up his own race down in Essex tomorrow. So he is also a commentator and very knowledgeable in these races. And I've commandeered him. I've insisted that he come up and give you a bit of a break, and we can nick him for maybe 20 minutes, I don't know, 30 minutes. So be on the lookout for him.
Okay. We are still furiously trying to fix the timing screen issues up here in the commentary box. There's now laptops, there's cables all over the place. This is getting serious up here. In fact, I've just looked at the screen with the laptop trying to diagnose what on earth is going on. It's all that MS-DOS text and everything. James might have a vague understanding of what it is. I have no chance. So, go on.
I'm not going to interfere. I know it's a network issue.
Yes, it is. Yeah, I mean the timing is working. It's just not appearing where we're based up here in the commentary box, in the crow's nest at the far end. So, if you're watching on the live stream, you'll see the F1 cars heading around right now. I'm watching out in the arena, see them heading around. These are very distinctive bodies. They look great as smaller representations of the cars. There's a very outer period Lotus 90. I think that's a Type 98T. I think out there on the track, heading down the start-finish straight now. Trying to emulate the likes of Ronnie Peterson, Elio De Angelis. Funny story, one of my other, if you're watching online, one of the other commentaries I did last year was in a full-scale racing tournament, if you will, was the Masters Historic Festival at Brands Hatch, where they had the historic Formula One Championship there. The man by the name of Gregory Thornton drove a classic Lotus 91 there. 2 victories, and you've never heard sound like it. You're one of those people who likes to think that the modern Formula One doesn't sound anywhere as bad as people make out, but as soon as you hear those classic beasts from the 70s and 80s, you suddenly realise why people say that. I was actually commentating in the booth itself, behind some glazed glass, and I still couldn't hear what my co-commentator sat next to me was saying. I was deaf by the end of it. I shouted myself hoarse. It was, quite frankly, unbelievable. So even seeing that little Lotus out here today is bringing back happy memories of that. Trying to identify the various cars out there in terms of liveries. There's a early 2010s Renault, which is rather apt considering they've just returned to Formula One. There's a mid-2000s Williams, the Ralf Schumacher and Juan Pablo Montoya era. There's a bright orange car, probably arrows. That's what I think of when I think of an orange Formula One car. It's a good selection out here. As I say, this Formula One event is a demonstration exhibition race for fans out here in the arena. The punters watching. If you're watching us online, you can see them on the back fence there. A lot of these guys shoppers checking out what's going on and enjoying the spectacle, enjoying what they're seeing so far. And if you are out here in the arena and you're enjoying what you are seeing, and if you've got to head home very soon, lock in on RC Racing TV, find the YouTube channel. We are live streaming this event all day. So if you stood on the back fence right now wondering, oh, this looks pretty good, but I've got to go home in a minute, stick us on when you get home, stick us on the computer when you get back. We have exclusive live coverage of the entire day's event for you, presented by Reedy, Protoform Race Bodies, Zen Racing, and the British Radio Car Association, of which are putting on this fine event. And a great one to enjoy. I think there's a HRT down there as well. That's a niche one. I like that one. And some Toro Rosso, Red Bull, all of the big hitters really. It's a Toyota as well. And a Force India as well, which is good for me personally as a Nico Hülkenberg fan. I may be a little bit biased. I think I've been subliminally cheering that one on during this race. There's also some current Williams in there. There was a Mercedes out on track yesterday, and predictably it was running away out front, so that was realistic at least. As the field continues on in this F1 race, it gives the others a chance to have a brief break for their races. Remember, we'll have 3 races per heat for the LMP2 runners, because there's 30 in that, so 10 cars per, and then 4 races for the LMP3 category, 10 cars each there, because there's 40 in that category. And then for the Reedy, they'll be split into 3, once again, around 7 or 8 cars per heat for them. And again, points will be all important as we go through the day. You can just see here, if you're watching on the stream, you can see the reflections and glare on the track. It's quite something to behold. It looks spectacular. Not exactly practical. And it doesn't appear to be affecting the drivers too much so far. So you get a more overall shot of the track now. Looks very, very nice, I have to say. It looks spectacular. I've just had a friend of mine comment on the post I put up on Instagram earlier for the event from the photo earlier. He said, it looks like you're in Miami. Do you know what? I wish we were. But then again, that's not to say there's nothing wrong with being in Milton Keynes, because it's been a very pleasant venue so far. Very pleasant hospitality, very well organised. And the weather has actually been very nice, which is ironic considering we're indoors. It doesn't matter what the weather's doing. It's been very cold, but it's also been very pleasant as well. You can see over the back, sunshine streaming in. It's not quite as in your face. It's risen up a bit more now. Sunshine, blue skies, very pleasant weekend, and a great weekend of racing up ahead as the Formula 1 cars continue to truck around. Great exhibition look to these cars. Obviously, it's F1 cars in RC racing. They're a little bit different to the LMP cars you'll see out there, because they've got to contain all the internals and mechanics very differently to your regular RC car, which has a flat bottom chassis. These cars, they obviously have to fit them within the confines of the Formula 1 car bodywork. So generally in RC racing, you don't see Formula 1 cars as commonly, because the full body cars like your touring cars and your prototypes, as you'll see racing in the main classes, you can fit more mechanically in there, and they're more stable and have a wider wheelbase to ensure better handling and turning in the corners. So F1 cars aren't quite as popular in there as they are in full-scale racing. There's a bit of a pile-up just to the left of screen there. You can see there's a bit of a stack-up as they come through your shot down here in the bottom left. And that is, as the F1 race concludes, the F1 exhibition concludes. We'll also have an exhibition race after the LMP3 class for the Porsche GT12. Well, the GT12 class will be running out there. Those are Porsche-style bodied cars, Porsche 911 Carrera type cars. They're good fun to watch as well. Very entertaining. But for now, it's back on with the competition, and we're into the LMP3 class at the Reedy 112th Race of Champions. I'm actually just going to have a look and see, once we have this brief changeover, in view of our timing screen issues up in the crow's nest, I'm going to see if the results have been posted for the first few rounds downstairs. They have. And this is very interesting. So I can tell you that in the first round of LMP2 running, the first round of heats, in race 1, we had Ollie Payne taking the victory ahead of Naoya Kitagawa and Tim Wood, with the average lap times in the 14-second bracket for those guys early on. Of course, they're not quite in qualifying trim as they were yesterday, but still going incredibly quickly. Peter Craig, and Ashley Whiffen rounding out the top 5 there. In race 2 that you saw just now, Matthew Lax takes the victory ahead of James Stewart and Patrick Bandera. Aidan Ripley and Aaron Morley top 5 there. And then in race 3, as Mark Stiles was saying, a good run from Matt Rice sees him take the victory ahead of Kieran Manders and Torsten Muller. Chris Ashton and Elliot Cummings ran out the top 5 in that one. I've yet to confirm if that's the same Saracens and England Rugby Union winger. I don't think it is, but even so, good solid start to the day for those guys. And that's the first round of LMP2 running in the books for you. As I say, we'll try and get more detailed and live timing up on the screens for you very soon. People are furiously trying to hit things with spanners up here and tap at keyboards and try and get things running. It's a similar issue throughout the pits. Obviously, timing is working, but it isn't reaching our crow's nest up here. So, having to go very much on guesswork at the moment. As the first of the LMP3 runners are lining up and ready to go, ready to crack on.
Car 3, you would start on the wheel. You make to go back there and fix it quickly.
And grid slot 3 remains vacant for the moment.
Car 3, you've got mechanic to fix wheel.
And in fact, car 3 itself is off the track there. You can see it if you're watching online on the stream. You can see there it's being retrieved. There is something not right with that car. I must have felt something was wrong. I think the issue was with the wheel as the start countdown begins. And away they go. Charging into the first corner once again. And once again, it's a bit of a mess. Very much so. The car's up on the barrier. 10 into basically 1 really doesn't go, but that's exactly how the track is designed that way. The biggest challenge it is down into the first corner. Very much like Formula 1 in that respect. The charge down into the first corner, looking for the advantage as best you can, could define your race pretty much. A mistake there could put you behind the 8 ball, never to recover, but a strong start can put you in the catbird seat, ready to run away with the victory. Mistakes throughout. Very common sound you'll hear if you're in the arena, if you're watching. Very common sound you'll hear is the clack as they hit the walls on the outside. Using as much of the track as you can. They are the track limits, if you will. So there's no way of going over them. Although some people have done. I have seen some cars vaulting over the walls at certain points in qualifying yesterday. Even in practice, that was happening. And I can tell you that the number 3 car has now started the race, but he's obviously now 3 or 4 laps down, so will only be really in this race to accumulate mileage. This will have to be one of his drop scores, you think. There is no way they'll be able to get much of a good result out of this one, but anything's possible. But I'm going to say a win for them, probably not. I don't want to sound pessimistic in that, but you know, got to be realistic here. But they'll be out there to get some good running, make sure that fix is effective. They'll drop this score and return for the second round, or their second round of competition coming up later on. This is the first heat of round 1 of LMP3 running. These are your bottom 40 from qualifying yesterday. And these are your first competitors out from there. These are your guys. Some of these guys will have missed out on qualifying for the LMP2 bracket by the slimmest of margins. They were disappointed, but they'll still be wanting to make the best of their situation and make the best of the opportunity they've been afforded, which is a demonstration in front of some of the finest RC racing driving talent in the world. So as the races continue on, continue to fire on, as I say, I'll be bringing you results where possible, marking the crow's nest as best I can. And now the field continues to truck on. Continues to fly on. Tracking the leader online on the stream. Fly around this incredibly technical circuit. Very standard kind of technical circuit, squeezing as much as you can in. There's not much space here. They've got as much space as they can, much floor space here in the centre MK. And even for 1/12 cars, this is a technical circuit, bar none. Now watch very closely, especially if you're watching online on the stream, or if you're in the arena. If you're up on the fences there, watch very closely for that racing line to start slowly developing where all the cars are running on it. And it'll start to groove in. You'll see materials drop from the tyres. As I just see a car just below to our left here in the crow's nest. Just where the cars have come through there on the stream. Car goes for a Burton across the pit wall, the penalty box wall, I should say. That's a slightly confusing aspect of this track. There are technically 2 pit lanes. There's one you'll see right there to your right on the stream, and there left is the penalty box. The penalty box, if you're in the arena, is in the sort of far right if you're looking at it head on. And the pit lane is on the back section, right beneath the driver's rostrum. So the pit lane is very much a stabling point to unleash the cars out on the track, and the penalty box is very much somewhere that no driver wants to be at any point in the race ever, if they can help it. You'll also see marshals sprinting out. The marshals, remember, if you're new to RC racing, the marshals are often other drivers and other competitors and crewmen, as that's getting a bit messy over in the central section of the track. It's very much a chain reaction a lot of times, as you can see, and that flow very quickly disrupted, and it can quickly get worse and worse from there as you're trying to get back in, especially with other cars trying to recover. their own bearings, so it can quickly escalate. With the flow and the rhythm all important. When it's broken, it's hard to get back. It's hard to get anyway in RC racing. If you think about it, with these drivers so far away from their cars, you have to visualize the circuit and feel the car as it comes back through the RC wheel, even though there is no direct connection at all. It's not even in the way of like a fly-by-wire braking system that Formula 1 cars use. There is no direct connection, bar the signals being transmitted from the controller and the transmitter to the cars, but they still can feel and have a very intricate grasp of the handling of the car and how it feels beneath them. The oversteer, the rear end sliding too much, understeer, the front end sliding too much. With these cars, you'd imagine understeer is probably a bigger issue in terms of these cars generate so much rear downforce with that huge rear wing on them. It looks enormous. That is not just here for show. That's not some max power add-on. That is definitely here for show and go. Makes them look spectacular, and it generates a lot of rear end grip. The new in, obviously we'll sometimes have new viewers coming in at the start of every season. Rear downforce generated, pushing the car down onto the track. And remember that airflow can also be disrupted by cars in front of them. Not as much, because obviously we're indoors, there's less of an airflow, and these cars are smaller, so they obviously won't have as much of an effect. They're lower down to the ground. You won't have as much of an effect on the cars, as I believe, praise various entities. I think we have some timing up in the crow's nest. It's about time. It's good to see. See what I did there? Yeah, no. I just pointed to my cameraman there, and yeah, he didn't get the joke because it was terrible. So, for that last race, it was Daniel Bancroft who led them home with a great run, ahead of Gary Dyson, Liam Hammond, Richard Norris, and Damien Giddings, so your top 5 out of the 10. So this will be your first round of LMP3 runners and LMP3 heat competition. There'll be 4 of these races per heat, per round of competition for the 40 runners in LMP3. And it's good now that we have full timing up in the commentary box. I'll be able to show you and tell you a lot more about what's actually happening here, which is obviously good, what we want. So then, I'll be refreshed there. I'm right, Daniel Bancroft winning that one with an average lap in the 14-second bracket, which is about where to be expected. The top guys will be aiming for the low, very lowest of the low 12 seconds, and that'll be an average, not just one fast lap in the 12-second bracket, an average of that speed. Nothing else will do. And the whole theme of this event really is consistency, is consistent excellence, consistent speed. Not being able to just do one perfect hot lap in a myriad of mistakes. It is being able to reel off that kind of supreme speed time after time after time. And it really does show who is the cut above the rest, really, as we get down to it. As the next field getting ready to head out on track. As soon as they come through, we'll get some names for you as they roll out. They're all positioned down in the bottom right of the track. If you're watching on the stream, they're just over to the right of shot, just off screen for a moment. So just from our cameraman, he was just having a sit down as well. But that's very, you see him over in the right of shot there. They're all stabling there for the moment, and they will head round the track in a minute and take up positions on the starting grid. So I'm just going to have a look downstairs and see if we can find the results of that Formula 1 race. I want to know where Nico Holcomb, that Formula 1, that Force India racer did. The results aren't there at the moment. The LMP2 runners are there. You heard those results a moment ago. Their first round of LMP2 qualifying, LMP2 racing, I should say. And the second group of LMP3 runners heading round out onto the grid now. I'll come round there. List will come up any minute now. And car 9 is just being reminded of sticker placement. That, you may think that's a very marginal thing, folks, especially those out in the arena. You may think that's a pretty marginal thing. It's very important for the referees and race directors to be able to see and identify which numbers, and of course us, to be able to identify which cars we're actually commentating on. That was an issue a few times yesterday with how fast these cars are going. It's hard to spot the numbers at the best of times. So you've got to give as many visual aids as you can. You can't be too mysterious about it. So as we get ready to roll out. So then, let's get ready to rumble. Countdown is on. The 10-second warning. And away they go. And again, the run into the first corner is anything but smooth. Oh, goodness me, definitely not. And it takes more than a few corners for them to shake out. But it's Ross Giles who jumps into an early lead, pursued by John Zottel. And look at this, head-to-head at the front of the field. Two nose to tail, battling away. Giles not looking to give Zottel any room at all. Anything at all out of there. Oliver Hellman has slotted into third in the bright yellow machine. And in fact, we have a lead change. An issue for Giles, and Zottel is through. Zottel is through into the lead now in the blue and white car. Right in the centre of his shot, watching on the stream. Right in the centre of his shot there. And he's got a nice little gap over Hellman right now. David Sedgwick has moved into third. Giles down to fourth. That must have been a big blow for him. But he's immediately on the comeback trail. In fact, let's see if we can watch Giles back here, because I have a feeling that's going to be where a lot of the action is. If he's got that car running well again, then that's going to be a very interesting one to watch. He's surging up back through. He is still running fourth right now. He's back up to third, actually. David Sedgwick now into second. The order will constantly be evolving. And a big shunt down here in front of the penalty box in the final few hairpin corners. Some clashes there. That might have actually involved our leader. Let's just check as they come through on the timing screens. I don't think it did. I think that was the all-blue car. So it was John Zottel still leading the race. So Zottel continues to lead ahead of David Sedgwick. And if you're watching on the RC Racing TV stream, we are looking at Ross Giles, who started on pole, led early on, and then had an incident at the very final corner, which is putting him back down the order, but he's now back up to third. And the chase is on for any better spots here. It is all about getting whatever you can get. Oh, but again, issue with that final hairpin. It's just a too early turn-in. A pattern issue. An issue with just too much on the turn-in. It's very easy to do, especially with a barrier that has sprung out as it has. It's not actually affected them too much in terms of actual speed, but it just affects their turning and their timing. And it does mean he's down to fourth, about halfway in this first session. Oliver Hellman has also been lost from the timing screen, which is a shame. He was running top three early on. But John Zottel, I tell you what, he's running a charmed life right now. He's running very well. John Zottel, he's actually just 2 cars back from the car we're following right now on the stream. The second of those blue cars in shot. There he is. There's our leader. If you're watching in the arena, he's coming through the final hairpin sequence now and onto the front straight now. That is our leader, John Zottel. He's having a great race out there. He's leading by 3.2 seconds over David Sedgwick. And Paul Wailau is in third right now. He's in the number 8 car behind David Sedgwick. And the top 3 have spread just a little bit. Anything can change very quickly, as we saw with Ross Giles, who's now down in 5th behind Chris House. But things can change very quickly in the top order. Crash down in front of us for number 4 of Giles Hodgkinson. The action and the racing can go so quick, but for me, John Zottel, I'll tell you what, he's been running very, very smoothly out there. Very, very smooth, impervious. There's not really much opposition after Ross Giles' early issues. Zottel has led a charmed life, really. He's been running well, but he's also given the field no excuse, no gap, no chance, no opportunity to catch up again. This is a masterclass in how to close out a race. He looked like he may have been able to make the pass for the lead anyway. In the end, it was presented to him on a plate, and he has taken it in style. He has 2 minutes to go to take a first heat victory, which would be a good first step forward. ideally, if you want to win your class, if you want to win the Reedy Race of Champions, you want at least 7 heat victories, because that means even if you have 3 absolute duffs, you drop them and you have an absolutely perfect record. So there is no other way of getting through there, and it's going to be something that's going to be very difficult to achieve, but we'll see if anyone can do that. And John Zottel will be taking a huge step forward in that as he marches on, and he continues to march on. Right now he's moving through plenty of lap traffic. He's putting a hurting on this field, I have to say. This has been a great performance from Zottel. Has not made a single mistake. I think it's getting to the point now where even if I put the commentary jinx on him, it's not going to matter. He has put in such a great performance here. Oof, goodness me, as we have cars flying off over near the penalty box again. That's a very common area where you'll see them clip the inside wall, then hurdle the outside wall. If you're watching online on RC Racing TV, you are watching an impervious performance by John Zottel here in the second race in the Open B class, the LMP3 class. And this is a great drive. As we've said, if you didn't get into the LMP2 class running and qualifying yesterday, still a great chance to showcase your wares and prove that you're good enough to maybe make it up into those ranks later on, or in this event next year. As Zottel, look at that, he even has time to deal with lap traffic. So, coming into the final 20 seconds now. And this has been a brilliant drive from John Zottel. As I think Russ Giles' car is actually stuck in the middle there. It's retrieved by the marshals. And that is a sad end for a race that looked to be going so well early on. But really, it has been all about John Zottel, who will come around here to complete a marvellous job. There we go, through the final control lines. That is it, all done. And so the results from that race then, John Zottel taking a fine victory ahead of David Sedgwick, 4.1 seconds back in second place. Third place for Chris House in the end. Robin Streeter in fourth, and Paul Wailau in fifth spot. There's your top 5 ahead of Uwe Sieber. Russ Giles 7th in the end. Giles Hodgkinson, Oliver Hellman and Paul Campion. I don't think he even got off the grid in the end. There's here race 2 of 4 in the first round of Open B. Race 3 coming up very shortly. So we hopefully might have a friend of the channel, friend of RC Racing TV, joining us up in the Crow's Nest very soon. And in fact we do. Mr. Ollie Meggett is here, who I've heard legendary stories about from the rest of the RC Racing TV crew. He's grinning in a sort of what have they told you kind of way. Don't worry, mostly PG stuff. But it's good to hear. Good to have fellow RC Racing TV alumni up here as we get ready for race 3 in the Open B class. Ollie, good to have you join us up here.
Good to be here. It's a fantastic event by the look of it. Just got here and been checking out the pits and the track. Looks a really exciting race we've got going on here. Fantastic track here at the Centre MK for the Reedy race.
Yeah, it's great stuff so far, and we do have full timing now in the Crow's Nest, so we have the full details of what's coming up for you in this next race. Zottel with a victory in the last one as they wind out onto the grid. This is race 3 of the Open B class, 4 of them coming up, and we saw in that last race just how important having a clean race is and how difficult it is to achieve.
Yeah, I mean, the thing with 12-scale racing has always been keeping it clean for the entire race distance, whether it's 6 minutes, 8 minutes, however long the race is. That's one of the key things in RC racing, in any class, in fact. Particularly in 12-scale, where you can see these solid barriers around the track. Not making a mistake is key. You crash, you lose a few seconds, that loses you a few places. You can't get back from that.
Yeah, and we saw in that race, Russ Giles, really, after he had that incident at the hairpin, couldn't get it back after that. So, final countdown is ready. Under starters' orders. Hold your breath. We're down and away. A run for the first corner. Once again, a few people caught up in the wash. Goodness me, that was very messy. The skirmishing is furious as they come through the first few corners. I think Graham Baker is the early leader, but it's hard to tell. It's changing. It's almost like musical chairs at this point in time as they come around for the first lap. I think it is Graham Baker with the early lead over the rest of the field. It's actually Lee Palmer with the early lead. And I'll tell you what, Ollie, as they go into that first corner there, it's almost like a Formula 1 first corner. It's incredibly tight and technical. When that many cars streaming into it, it's almost inevitable that a few people are going to get caught up in the mess.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's not, yeah, as I say, it's not just the length of the race that you've got to keep clean for. That first corner is so important. You know, the old analogy that you can't win a race in the first corner, but you can certainly lose it. And we can see the lead we've got on the track at the moment after just a few laps of racing demonstrates how important that first corner is, making a clean start. Yes, you want to try and make up the positions. Yes, you want to try and get up in front of a few more cars, but the worst thing you want to do is make up those positions and then lose them all by being tagged on a barrier and sitting on your roof for half a lap.
Absolutely, we saw that was so pivotal in qualifying yesterday, and Lee Palmer is the man who has profited massively from those early lap skirmishes. He's the current leader, the number 6 car, ahead of the number 8 of Andrew Hicklin, and Vincent Formosa in the number 2 is now 3rd. And it says a lot that our pole sitter Graham Baker in the number 1 is now down in 8th spot. That was how that initial reshuffle worked out, and it just seemed to be like it took a good half a lap for the order to settle out. At the very least, normally it settles out by about 3 corners in, but here, where you have corners coming up so quickly in rapid fire, then it's incredibly difficult for the field to settle into any sort of rhythm, especially when positions are easy to gain early.
It is indeed, and you say the cars don't get any warm-up laps, they're straight on the grid and off racing, so you've got to use that first lap, you've got to be on the line from the word go, and that is so difficult on a track that's as technical and twisty as this. You've got 10 cars battling for position right from the sound of that horn at the start of the race. It's so important to get a good start, but also to make sure you don't lose the positions as well. Get yourself into rhythm, decide where you are on the track. You might even see some drivers deliberately giving up a place early on just so they can settle into their rhythm and then get underway as we get going.
Yes, and we've just seen an incident there at the final hairpin for second place Andrew Hicklin, the pink car, and it's not refiring. It looks like they've lost the fire. How easy is it to stall out a car like that when you've had an incident like that? Or has the car just...
I guess it's normally one of two things. You've got, say, the solid barriers here. One tap with those can maybe pull the battery wire out of the car. It can move the motor away from the spur so the gears aren't meshing together anymore, and that loses all the drive from the car, obviously.
Yep.
That's where you start then to lose the drive. The car looks like it's stalled on the track. Needs service of a marshal, but at that point you see 1 or 2 laps gone already.
Yep, and it was that key. It's now put Simon Cleaver up into second place, ahead of Vincent Formosa in 3rd. But Lee Palmer in the number 6 car is your leader currently. And our cameraman is desperately peering down on the track to see which one is the number 6 car. It's the white car that's coming through the final hairpins now. Up onto the front straight now, the all-white car dicing with the all-green car. I don't think that was a battle for position, that was a battle to get through traffic. And sometimes that can make things difficult in itself. You may think out in the lead you've got your own run, but it doesn't take long for you to start dealing with lap traffic around here either.
No, absolutely not, and that's one of the key things with racing. You're going to be coming up on lap cars, you're going to have to lap cars as you go through the race. Yes, the cars that are being lapped will normally move out of the way, but you need to give them a couple of corners to do that. Is it best to hang back? Do you need to give them a bit of space, give them a bit of time, allow them to give the space for you to get through? Or are you under pressure? Have you got to get through that car quickly? If that's the case, then that's where we see a lot of mistakes coming. And it's down to the racecraft of these drivers. Very different racing format here in the Reedy race. It's all heads-up racing. Normally for these guys at a 12-scale national event, they'll spend half the day qualifying just by themselves against the clock, and then have a couple of races at the end of the day. Whereas this, it's racing all day long. So it's a very different style of event from what they're used to, and that is going to be crucial as we go through these 2 days of action here.
Yep, and I just noticed it was a little bit more scrapping with lap traffic, but it's still a comfortable lead for Lee Palmer, because Simon Cleaver in second place is a good 6.4 seconds down the road, and in a lap that averages around 14 seconds, that is an absolute eternity. And it's kind of funny, Ollie. In such short races, you may imagine that the field doesn't get so much of a spread, but after those first lap action, then it's very easy suddenly for the field to spread. And as you've seen with Palmer, he's jumped out into an almost unassailable lead.
Yep, that's what it's all about. Getting those lucky breaks in the race. You know, we're going to see the Race of Champions class a little bit later on. You'll see those top guys there. They'll know whether they need to be trying to make the most of their race. If they've got perhaps an easier draw than some of the other ones, the guys who are looking to win this event overall. Do they get a good start? Can they work their way out through the field very quickly? Have they got the opportunity to open up half a lap lead? Half a lap lead is a fantastic gap to have in a 6-minute long race here in RC racing. You know, we see races decided by tenths or even hundredths of a second sometimes. So to have half a lap gap is a massive lead.
Yep. And it must buy the driver a lot of confidence as well. And you can tell that by the way that Palmer is just dealing with anything that comes up in the style of a man who knows he has that sort of advantage over the field. You can really, that sort of confidence and that sort of minute edge it's like manna from heaven for them, surely.
It is, and it's the strange thing you actually might find later on with certainly a lot of the top drivers who race at international level regularly. They will actually not be able to slow down much when they get a lead like that, because they are so used to driving at 100% all the time. I know from some of the drivers that I work with a lot, when driver coaching with them, they get to a point where they realise if they start slowing down, the corners are coming up slower than they're used to. They're on different lines, and that starts making mistakes. So actually, some of the guys will find it's still easier to go out 100%, even if you've got half a lap lead.
Yep. And it's funny you mentioned that, because I've remembered, particularly out in Germany last summer, when Oliver Mack won the 1/8 IC Track European Championships, he had a good lap or two lead for about half of the final of that race. Did he slow down? Did he? Heck, no way. He was in that rhythm and he was clicking off lap after lap, mainly because he knew, as you said, you didn't want to break that rhythm, but also you don't want to give any advantage to anyone. You want to put your foot on the throat, keep it there, and keep that race won all the way through.
Absolutely, yeah. You just got to, if you're in the rhythm, it's easier just to keep driving at that same pace, lap after lap after lap. Even if you still keep extending the gap, you might need that later on. You've seen how important it is when you get caught up by maybe a back marker. If you've built up half a lap lead, you can lose that just by one small incident.
Absolutely. So let's take a look at the results of that third race of the Open B class, third race of 4. Lee Palmer comes home with a good victory in the end. Although, I have to say, Simon Cleaver, while we were talking there, had closed that gap. It was down to just 0.4 seconds by the end of that one. But Lee Palmer's advantage was just enough. He was able to stay out in front to take the victory in the end. Kenneth Rogers came through for a strong third place. That was a good result for him. Andrew Hicklin comes home 4th, and Gary Deering rounds out the top 5, and Graham Baker was stuck down in 8th for a long time. Vincent Formosa had to drop out there, which was a real shame. He looked to be doing pretty well up there. And we'll have one more group of cars coming out for the LMP3 class. We also have our tech guy James Parry running around hitting things as well. That's what he normally does. That's a lot of the behind the scenes stuff you see on RC Racing TV. He hits buttons, taps things, does coding stuff, and magic happens and things work.
I just normally put him in a tent somewhere, and then half an hour later he comes back and it all works.
Yes, it does. There you go. Just feed him some coffee. That was his only request when he got in this morning. He said, I can get everything working, just go and get me a medium cappuccino with an extra shot of coffee and some sugar. And we did, and now look, magic is happening. So, we have the final group of LMP3 runners, the Open B class runners coming out. These include the likes of Sasha Freytag, Matt Baker, Gavin Rice, Hayley Baker, Mark Passingham. And this will be your final round. So after this lot will come out, we'll have the Exhibition GT12 race, and then we'll be on to those Reedy Invitational class runners. Now for these guys, this is still a very prestigious event. Although they weren't actively invited here as one of the cream of the crop, this is a great platform when you've got so much talent in the pits alongside you. What a great platform to be noticed by some of the biggest factory teams and drivers in the world.
Absolutely, I think that's one of the key things with, in fact, with any RC racing event. I mean, I go to an awful lot of events all around the world, and the fantastic thing is you get to go to a race and you're in the same pits as the top drivers that you've seen on RC Racing TV, you read about in the magazines, you see on the forums and things online. And to actually be able to race against some of them in a head-to-head race is fantastic. And at an event like this where you've got, you know, the guys in the top Reedy class and you've got the guys in the open class as well, racing on the same track, it's a fantastic experience to see how you match up compared to them.
Yep, and it's almost like being in the sort of GP3 class alongside Formula 1. So we've got the countdown for this race about to begin. Starters orders, here we go. Pause. And away they go.
And let's see if they make a different start, a much cleaner start that time than we saw in the previous race. I say that, the back of the field gets very caught up.
Literally, as soon as you said that, everything went off. That is the fastest I've ever seen the commentary curse happen, ever. That is a new record. Well done. But I think I've only seen one race occur cleanly through there. As they get through the first lap, we're just waiting for timing to update. Timing's taking a while to process it as well. It's Mark Barford that's taking the early lead ahead of Jamie Patton and Matthias Heinrich as they take the early lead. And early mistakes are very common in these races, but as you said, there's no warm-up for these things. That means it must be so difficult to get the intensity and pattern there going very early, especially when you've got everyone else to think about who's trying to take the position off you.
Absolutely right, yeah. And we've seen Mark's very experienced driver. He's been around for a long, long time racing this class. Out in front of this one, he's got a comfortable lead now, and that's the experience it comes down to. They've had the qualifying runs yesterday, which I guess many of them will have used as practice as well, just to learn the track. And now it's just straight into race mode. It's so difficult to get up to speed on that very first lap. But you can see we've got a car stuck at the end of the main straight, to showing even halfway through this race, still trying to learn the lines as we go through the day. The grip on the track is going to change each and every race. The grip will slowly keep coming up as we go through this event. More and more cars go around the track, the rubber gets laid down, the cars are going to feel different every time you put them on the track.
Absolutely.
Drivers are going to try and compensate for that. They're going to work on the cars in the pits, try and make some changes. They're going to anticipate what that grip level is going to be like. something we also need to think about as well is the temperature. We get into the evenings later on today.
Yep.
The temperature's going to drop again. That makes the track cooler. Is that going to change the grip level? The top guys will have an idea of how it's going to affect them. We're able to adjust their cars. But for some of the guys in these open classes, they may not have that experience. And this is going to mean that those first couple of racing laps are so important for them.
Absolutely, and we were speaking to Mark Stiles earlier about the art of adjusting and keeping up with the racetrack. It is one that's incredibly difficult to do. And we still have Mark Barford leading. Or do we? No, we do not. He has lost the lead to Matthias Handrick in the number 2 car. And our cameraman is desperately trying to locate the number 2 car. There was an incident there with the number 4, though, which has dropped him back into second spot. We're now looking for the number 2 car and getting an ID on these cars. Ollie, help me out here. Number 2 car, there you go, lime green. There he is, coming through the final hairpin now. Helpfully with the bright green bodywork, but I have no idea how the referees do it. Us commentators can barely identify the cars they're going round. These are unbelievably quick little machines, aren't they?
They are indeed, and I think luminous colours like that on the car is fantastic to see as well, because it makes it so much easier to spot the cars on the track. You see a lot of white colours out there. That's just because it's so much easier to pick those colours out at these high racing speeds on the black carpet. You won't see any of the dark colours we see in some of the Formula 1 teams or the IndyCar teams when they're running in black paint schemes, because you just can't see them at these racing speeds.
Yeah, that graphite livery on the McLaren Honda looks cool and all, not so great at long distance, but I'll tell you what, one of the most difficult events I commentated on or was at for RC Racing TV was the large-scale off-roads last year, because within a few laps of every race, every car was brown.
Yes.
If they're running off-road, especially on the wet days, covered in mud, you had no idea which car was what, numbers were gone, it was a car is leading another car and there's a lot of mud everywhere.
But we haven't got any mud on the track today, luckily. It's nice and clean
if we
at
did.
the track. I would as well, yes.
But Heinrich continues to lead. This has been a solid run. He's over halfway in this final race in round 1 of the Open B class. It's Boyd Twataki, I hope I got that name right, running second now. So 2 Germans, 1 and 2. This is a very good run so far for the Germans. Mark Passingham representing Britain in 3rd. So the other German in this heat is Sascha Freitag down in 8th place. But there is your top 3 right now, Heinrich, Twataki and Passingham. As they run around, Heinrich's car now having to deal with a little bit of traffic. This is where the pressure really comes on, because you're aware that any one mistake could signal the end of the race. But you also have to bear in mind that the referee is on your side in that way. If you're the leader, he's the one almost responsible to call the blue flag and help those lap cars get out of the way for you. And generally, they are behaving themselves.
Yep, absolutely, and that's what the referee should be there for. Hopefully, we don't need the referee in an ideal situation, but they're always there to help those leaders get through the traffic. And if anyone does make any mistakes, pick up on them.
Yeah, and sometimes it's very difficult for cars. If you focus so much on your own race, it's often difficult to see where cars are coming through and to realise that there are fast cars coming around. You see one just there on the stream, cars getting out of the way. Nice job. Very smoothly done. In fact, there is a car trapped under the wall in the second part of the circuit. That was the number 1 car of Haley Baker. And that's a very common thing to do on these indoor venues. It's surprisingly easy to get the cars wedged underneath. That's where the low nose on these cars is actually a disadvantage.
Yep. I mean, this track they built here in the shopping centre in Milton Keynes is very typical of a track you'd see at a national event or a club racing you'd see as well. I mean, they spent a lot more time on it. They've managed to make it look even better than you would do. But it's carpet that's rolled out for the race. We have track markers which are velcroed onto the track, and then the corners are stuck in place with tape, and it's a bit of plastic on the corners to mark out where the edges are. Velcro's only as strong as it sticks to the carpet, so it can lift up there. But I think it's held up fantastically well over these first few days, and you're always going to get those instances at the corner where a car does manage to get itself wedged under with these LMP body shells, the low front noses just digging underneath that track markers.
Yeah, I've actually done some commentary for some RASCAR racing, which is basically RC NASCAR racing, and even though that's a much smaller track than this, it's an oval circuit, very similar construction, and the barriers there, you think about it, the nature of NASCAR racing, they do have to take a bit of a beating. There was actually one event where one of the trackside cameras got wiped out by a flying car, which is made for a spectacular view on the highlight reel, but it did mean that the equipment that they had to use had to stand up to an awful lot of punishment, and the barriers here have had to do just that. We did have issues with the carpet coming up in this corner down here at the close of play yesterday, but so far that appears to have held. Gaffer tape basically can fix anything.
It can indeed, and I know the BRCA guys here have had a huge amount of experience, not only running races at this international level, but also building tracks of this quality all around the UK through, World Championship level events. Even they're often called up to help out with things. I was up at the European Championships for off-road buggies in where were we? It's in Yorkshire last summer. They were all involved there, helping out with the guys there. So the BRCA crew are very, very experienced, one of the best in the world, in fact, at putting on these events. They know how to build a track, and I'm sure they're going to be able to adapt to anything that is thrown their way as we go through these day and a half or 2 days left of racing.
Absolutely, and no wonder so many drivers are trusting to come here from all over the world. They trust that the BRCA are going to put on a magnificent event for us here. And in fact, while we were talking there, it was actually Mark Passingham who stole the victory from Matthias Heintrich as they came through there, and James Patton took third in the end, so a German sandwich with United Kingdom bread in the end there. So a great run from Passingham, who was strong yesterday in qualifying. Did not quite get the results he wanted. We are going to have a brief pause here for just a moment, because I can see the track workers going out there, and we're also going to line up for I believe the GT12 exhibition race will be coming up very soon. So some GT12 exhibition action will be coming up. We've already had the F1 exhibition race, which was good fun, especially with the Force India liveried car. Me as a Nico Hulkenberg fan, it looked quite good. I was secretly cheering on. I don't think he did win.
Much like in real life then.
Yeah, exactly. In fact, there was a Mercedes F1 car out there, and it was leading just like in real life, so it was fairly realistic in that respect. But I think we're going to have the GT12 race coming up now. Ollie, just explain briefly about these GT12 cars. These are ones we don't often see in full RC competition, much like the F1 cars. How do they differ? Are they more hobby grade, or are they legit competition cars in their own right as well?
I'll be honest, it's both of them really. These are probably at the moment the easiest way to get into RC racing. You can get a standard kit out of the box and run it, and that's what many of these guys are going to be doing here this weekend as well in this exhibition class. You can get the kit out of the box and run it. It's a much simpler kit than 12 scale. Overall, it looks very similar, but it's got much more simple materials, much less tunability, which means they're easier to drive on the track. You can see the motors they're going to have in them are going to be slightly slower. The body shells will have a bit more grip and make the cars a bit more easy to drive, and the tyres will also have a bit more grip as well. So they're not going to be ultimately as fast as the LMP12 cars we've seen going around as well, but these cars out here are really easy to drive, and if you're looking for a way to get started in RC racing, this is probably one of the best classes to look at. There are clubs that race these classes up and down the country, all over the place, getting involved in it, so this is a fantastic entry into the RC world.
It's a great entry level there. It almost seems to me like a sort of a Renault Clio Cup type thing, a sort of one-make championship. Cars that are very forgiving, cars that are very good to drive and are good to give drivers confidence to get into full competition racing level. I imagine the F1 cars are fairly similar in that respect, but obviously the difference is in the build with the F1 cars. The nature of the body shell means that the mechanics are rearranged slightly differently in there. It's almost like a laptop versus a traditional computer.
Yes, yeah, that's exactly what it is. I mean, F1 cars are a bit more technically advanced. This is a bit more harder to drive. The GT12s, that's not saying taking them away from GT12s. We still run national championships, clubman championships for these cars, so people can start at club level, start racing, get involved in it, work their way up, become winners at their club, and then go and look at seeing some of the bigger races around the UK as well. We have a full national championship for this class during the winter, which just kicked off, I think, as well. So plenty of racing, even for, I guess, what many people see as entry-level cars. The racing isn't always at entry level.
As we're about to see here, with the GT12 grid is lining up. They're under starters' orders. Pause. And away. There we go. Let's see if they can make a better fist at the first corner. No.
A nice packed track there, and that's going to cause carnage as we see at the first few corners as they try and jostle for some positions, make up some spaces.
Well, the marshals down there were alerted and were standing ready to go like Usain Bolt on the starting blocks of the 100 metres, and I don't blame them at all. That's about as fast as you've got to sprint to get back across the track to avoid being run over by one of these little things.
Indeed, yeah, so difficult, but well done for marshals for getting that sorted out. We've got racing underway at the front there, a breakaway for about 5 cars, I think, at the front of the field.
Led by Malcolm Massey at the moment. Ian Devonshire up in second, and Matt Gammons running third so far. And this being an exhibition race, I don't think we're getting as much details on the timing screen at the moment, but as you're absolutely right, Ollie, that breakaway up front going strong. If you're watching on the stream, you'll see them all filtering around the track. And if you're watching in the arena, they're sort of in that central section right now. I believe it's the turquoise blue car that was leading so far, although the lead changes literally every time I look away.
Yes.
I'm convinced that's what happens. They're here to troll us commentators sometimes.
But so close racing, that's kind of a product of this GT12 class, because the cars are basically identical. It's kind of like a GP2 or say a Clio Cup,
a one-make championship.
Event. Yeah, there's about 3 different makes of chassis that drivers will tend to run. All of which are perfectly competitive. They're running essentially the same motor. The motors are built to the same specifications, and then you just go out and run the cars. Simple as that. So really, really close competition here, and that's what you're going to see as you got to GT12. The LMP classes, you've got a bit more tunability in the cars, as I say. You've got a bit more exotic materials going on. There was some carbon fibre, your titanium and aluminium. These cars are a bit simpler, so it just makes it so competitive on the track. And the cars are holding up a lot better to the beatings that they're getting than we saw some of the LMP cars earlier on.
It's probably a good thing too. If you want to learn the ropes, you've got to learn it in the school of hard knocks, and that's the best way to learn it a lot of the time. You're actually making me want to get one of these things, actually. I'll have to check what my bank account says when I get home. But
it is an incredibly relatively speaking, it's the cheapest way to start racing, as I say. You can pick up the chassis kit. It comes with, you can get the speed controller for it and the motor, all in a package. Plenty of the manufacturers around will supply that for you. I know we've got lots of shops and things here at the track, so go and have a chat with them. Find a local club. I know there's a club in Milton Keynes that races this class, so go and get involved in them, check them out, and you know, ideal way to get started in RC racing if that's the sort of thing you want to do. Then you lose every other weekend like we do now.
Perfect. There you go. You heard it here first. If you're here in the arena, if you're watching and you want to get involved, this is the car you probably should pick to get going in RC racing competitively. It's hobby grade pricing, but it's competitive grade racing. As you're seeing out here, the racing quality has been marvellous in this it's a demonstration race alone, let alone in full-on competition. It's Mark Christopher leading, by the way, in the number 9, ahead of Malcolm Massey in the number 1 and Ian Devonshire in the number 2. Let's see where they are out on the track. Let's play spot the numbers game. They're actually a little bit easier to spot on these cars. They're nice and big on these cars, and they have rather flatter livery. So we're looking for the number 9 car. It comes round. I think was it that graphite car that's now on the front straight now? I think it might be. Ollie, I don't know if your eyes are any better than mine. I'm not sure.
I was going to say they're slower, but it's still difficult to pick the numbers out on them.
Yeah, it is. You're like, oh, they're slow. It'll be easier. No, it's not. It really isn't. You're going to see the number 1. Yeah, it is the number 9 car. Heading onto the front straight now. That graphite, almost McLaren Honda livery car. The graphite grey car heading down the front straight. That is Mark Christopher leading.
Monumental moment of the weekend.
Yes.
Watch your screens.
Oh, here we go. We have timing. We have timing on your screens. Here it is. If you're watching on the online stream, we have timing at last. There it is. We have had timing up in the crow's nest for about the last half an hour, and it is here, brought to you right here on the screen. So you'll be able to see exactly what we are seeing, and you can see that Malcolm Massey has now retaken the lead ahead of the number 9 car. So which car is Mr. Mark Christopher's car? It's the number 1. Sorry, Malcolm Massey's car is the number 1. And now which one's that one? We're peering over the edge here in the crow's nest. You see the number 9, which one that is. There's the little 1 car. In fact, I think Christopher has retaken the lead. Past the number 1 car. Definitely saw them come through that way. We'll see how the timing screen updates. It's showing Massey and then Mark Christopher together. Couldn't be any closer. I think they are very close together. This is very tight, actually, up at the lead battle. Massey and Mark Christopher almost locked together by about a second or so. They come through the centre of the track, and I think we are just have a lead change now. I think we have just had a lead change. Yes, we have. Number 9 back into the lead after a mistake from Massey. Christopher back through into the lead. You weren't wrong about it, Solly. This looks really good fun.
It is, and that's what RC racing is all about. You get this close race like this. The drivers up there, they may know each other, they may not know each other at all, but you go out there, you have a good race on the track, shake hands at the end of the race, then go back to the pits, chat about it, work on the car and go out and race again.
There you go, perfect. The spirit of competition personified so well here in RC racing, and it's a good entry-level thing. I've enjoyed the camaraderie out in the pits so far this weekend. We've heard from Mark Stiles regularly, we hear from the other drivers throughout the day. He's had a bit of a prang down in the back chicane section. Look at the marshal dancing around there. Wait a minute. Go. There you go. Make it safely through. It's amazing how they'll suddenly turn into Usain Bolt and Greg Rutherford when they're having to jump around and avoid those cars coming back through.
Yes. First thing you always learn at a club is how to marshal a car.
There you go. It's the most important skill.
Find out the hard way.
Have a few bruised ankles.
Yes.
And you come back round. The School of Hard Knocks, it works in all levels of RC racing. Well, Malcolm Massey is still your leader as we come into the final 30 seconds of this race. He's just ahead of Mark Christopher in the number 9 car. And Massey's just coming down through the final few sections now, and Christopher's right there. This battle is so close and so intense, actually. They've been barely apart by more than 2 seconds throughout the race. It has been so close, but I think Massey is going to just about hold the advantage. It must have been a hugely competitive race. I tell you what, I think these boys are showing off a little bit. They've got some punters in front of them. They think, hey, look at this. This is what RC racing is really all about.
Absolutely. It's great for them to be able to show off their skills in front of a crowd. Not often do they get to do this, so it's a great opportunity for them to be here in front of the public.
Yep.
In a busy shopping centre like this, and show off a bit, as you say.
Show the world what we're about.
Yes.
All good. And seeing on the screens that Mark Christopher did win that race in the end, the GT12 Exhibition race, their first round. Malcolm Massey took second in the end, and Miklos Zabados took third. 3 Brits there, ahead of Lee Stokes and Ian Devonshire are your top 5 in that Porsche GT12 race. And now, Ollie, the big guns are coming out to play. This is the Reedy Invitational class, and the prototype races we've seen so far have applied and been accepted to be here. These guys have been personally invited. What you're about to see is the Harlem Globetrotters of World RC racing.
Absolutely, yeah. These are drivers who have made maybe a European Championship A final, National Championship A final here in the UK or around the world, even a World Championship A final. We've got a number of current and former World Championship finalists out here as well in this class, and European champions as well. See Ollie Jeffries down there in the fluorescent yellow and white body shell, multi-time British national champion.
Some amazing talent out there. I mean, I joked yesterday in commentary that I was making notes on David Spashit's record in world and European competition. I had one page dedicated to him and I ran out of room. This was an A4 page.
Oh yeah, David, one of the all-time greats for our sport. Also just seen we've got Alexander Hagberg in this one in the white and green coloured car.
Yes.
Parking it in the front chicane, current European champion in this class of racing.
Yep.
Was from Sweden, but has now moved to much closer. Now lives in Luton.
Ah, there we go. So he's Sweden, Anglo-Swedish now.
And I say Alex is rushing down to the track to make an adjustment to his car there.
Well, a member of his crew.
But it's Alex himself changing his car.
That's Alex himself tweaking with the car. Best to do it best as possible.
Oh, James is asking why Alex has moved to Luton. Well, why wouldn't he move to Luton?
Yeah, what's wrong with it?
Luton is the centre of RC racing in the world.
Luton, the RC racing capital of the world. You heard it here first. I think Nick Damon would prefer to call it Milton Keynes, but still, here we go. The big guns are ready. First of three in the top Reedy class.
So it's going to be Alex starting on the pole position in this one.
Starters orders. Hold your breath. Pause. And away.
And our European champion leads them off. Much cleaner start than we've seen in some of the open classes here.
I'll tell you what, that is very well behaved.
Alex will definitely have this one on his list as something that he tries to get a win in the book straight away. Behind him, Kevin Hebert, here from Canada. Running second off, multiple-time US and Canadian national champion. Going to be one of the ones looking to challenge Alex as we go through these 2 days of racing in this Reedy Invitational class. But Alex already starting to pull almost half a straightaway's lead in the first, 30 seconds of this race.
Well, I tell you what, I was looking at Hagberg's record, and with the amount of championships he's won in recent years, that was the thing that really marked him down as a favourite for this event for me. He's the one in current form. He is the current champion in two European disciplines, and he has won championships in the last few years. We talk about Spashit, but his last European championship was 06. Hagberg is the man in form right now, and he's proving it already. There is only one man who's able to stay in the same postcode of him right now. That's Kevin Hebert, the Canadian, as you were talking about there. But right now, this is Hagberg laying the beat down and basically saying to Hebert and everyone else, try and keep up with me if you can.
Absolutely. I think the thing that we're watching on the track at the moment is the battle for third place as they go around the triangle at the far side of the track and up through the diagonal straight in the middle.
Here we go, right on the middle of our screens.
That's going to be Mick Farrell, Adam Catchpole and Ollie Jeffries trying to work his way up through the field. Ollie, one of the quickest drivers here, but they're going to shuffle the grid around every race, so everyone's going to have to start from a different grid spot. Ollie's desperately trying to make up those places, working his way, trying to get past Adam there, and then trying to close in on Mick Farrell in that white and pink coloured car. They're already, a good 2/3 of the straightaway, no, more than that, down. And Ollie
in the middle of that battle, the battle for fourth has gone sour.
It's Ollie getting caught out with Adam Catchpole.
And it's amazing how an incident can suddenly change the complexation of this race. See if we can find our leaders back again.
So Alex is going to be going out onto the back straight now in the white and green machine, off the end of the straight. And he's pulled past race control now.
He's pulled a 1.15 second lead on Kevin Hebert. And I tell you what, Hebert is sticking with him, you know.
He is. He's trying to go with him. He's sitting about half a straightaway behind him at the moment. So how long we got left? About 4 minutes of racing to go in this one. I don't know if he's just trying to keep the powder dry into those last few minutes and hope that Hagberg makes a mistake, or as we start coming up on back marker traffic now.
Yep. I think with these races being so short and such a sprint format,
there we go.
Oh my goodness, that was the lap traffic you were talking about, but in the end I think it was inconclusive. They both got caught out by the lap traffic there, so we reset and go again.
We do indeed, and Hagberg almost breathing a sigh of relief there as he sees Hebert getting caught out at the same point on the track. The gap remains consistent.
It's still just about 1.5 seconds now. I think Hagberg actually won out slightly in that lapped car exchange, but Hebert's still there. Their lap times are almost identical, I have to say. They are within the hundredths of the second right now in terms of lap time. So Hebert right now, I think both of them are pushing about as fast as they can, but Hebert is hoping that Hagberg has another incident like that, but this time he doesn't get caught up in it.
I think so, but it looks like Hagberg pulling out a gap over his Canadian rival now. The gap, length of the main straight now, this is between first and second places, so Alex comfortably in the lead now. Kevin just trying to hang on, I think, and going to keep his fingers crossed and hope for a mistake up front, or might be very happy to take home a solid 2 points from this first race of the day.
Yep, it's a very good start to the day. Obviously, you're going to have 10 rounds of competition to decide our Reedy race winner. The battle for third is back on as well, coming into the first few corners now. They've just started. It's
Mick Farrell making a mistake there on the corner, getting tapped out there. Ollie Jeffries moving up to third, but he must be half a lap behind the leaders now.
Yeah, Jeffries now moving up into third spot as they come around for the first few corners of the field cycling round. We are still watching Hagberg on the main stream as he continues his lead. You'll just see in the back of the shot there at times Kevin Hebert's car. Those two still exchanging some incredible lap times there, within 2/10 in terms of average lap times. There's barely anything between them. It is an incredible performance from the two of them. This will be a great start to the weekend for Hagberg if he can. He had a disappointing start to qualifying, didn't make it out for the first round of qualifying, came out in the second and immediately laid down a marker for the rest of the day, a warning shot if you will. Hebert has been trying to prove that he can stay. Having said that, Hagberg just a brief excursion there with a lap car, but you know what, Lady Luck's smiling on him, but I don't think he lost that much time.
He didn't, but Hebert's certainly a little bit closer now. It looks like we're going to have to wait for the timing to update as they go across the line. Last time it was 2.4, this time down to 1.6 the gap.
0.8 of a second taken off, so Hebert's still there. Hebert is doing everything he can. He's keeping the pressure on as much as possible. Minute and a half now. Hebert is at the very least hopefully going to get a solid second place if he keeps up this performance, and at most he's waiting for a chance to profit on Hagberg. And do you know what? That gap is fluctuating basically in different parts of the track. It isn't going up or down at all. It is going to have to take an outside influence. Hopefully, we don't want to see a race decided by that, but it's going to have to come down to a small mistake or somewhere around the track to decide this race.
Absolutely. Alexander Hagberg, one of the hardest working racers in all of RC, really. He's off travelling the world pretty much every single weekend. So for him to get to a track, often, it takes a couple of runs for him to get up to speed on the track because he's been racing a different car, even a completely different class of racing. He might be doing maybe a gas-powered touring car one week, and then he's here at electric 12 scale, completely different style of racing the next week. But that's what he does as a job, basically full time. And now well up to speed here in this very first race of the day. So not needing the time to adjust here to the Reedy race on Saturday.
Absolutely, and that's the interesting thing. If you're one of the factory drivers here, you are paid to race and you are paid to win. Nothing else will do, and you don't have to worry about anything else really. And again, lap traffic, not even lap traffic now affecting Hagberg. He has not much of a gap, but just enough to be able to pick his spot, to be able to make the best passes for position. But
just 10 seconds left in this one now, so they're going on to their final lap, I think. So unless Alex makes a mistake in these last couple of corners, he's going to be the winner out in the first Reedy race of the day.
But I tell you what, it's going to be oh so close. Hebert will feel like he could have maybe won that one had he got a better start. But those two were definitely the class of the field in that one. Very, very impressive first race for the Reedy Invitational class.
It was indeed. I think special mention there to Ollie Jeffries from 5th on the grid, working his way up to 3rd at the finish, and Chris Kurzweil from 7th up to 4th. Both of those well-known competitors here in the UK. As like Ollie Jeffries, a multi-time UK national champion, and Chris Kurzweil actually won a European title in one of the stock divisions a few years ago when we held a Euros in Hinckley in Birmingham.
Absolutely, very true. And I'll tell you what, I am quite impressed by the way that Ollie Jeffries not only made his way up to 3rd from that low starting spot, he also finished within 6.3 seconds of them, still about half a lap, but still, that's very impressive. He'll feel like if he gets a better start next time, those three, that could be an absolute war the next time this heat comes round.
It could indeed, and don't forget the grid position is going to get jumbled up every time.
Yes, they
so
will.
they're going to be looking at the grid slots, and Ollie's going to be taking a 5th place grid slot and going, he wants to get a 3rd out. A 3rd from a 5th on the grid, that's a good result still. Everyone's going to have to start from the back end of the grid, so it's making the most of those lower grid positions. Alex doing the best job he can there from the pole position, gets the win in the bag. Kevin gets a 2nd place from 2nd on the grid. They're going to be really happy with that. Ollie, I think, going to be not too upset with a 3rd place. Bear in mind he started 5th. We'll take that 3 points into the later races we go through the weekend. That could be crucial.
Absolutely, and as we know, the format for this Reedy event is that if you need to, you can drop 3 scores. They'll go through 10 rounds of racing, but it's your best 7. So if some of those guys did not get the best run, Adam Catchpole, for example, not be happy with that first round, he'll be hoping that he gets 7 stronger runs, and will be able to drop one of those as one of his scores as the second of the 3 Reedy heats rolling out onto the grid now. And I tell you what, there's some seriously big names coming up in this one. We've got Andy Murray, we've got Toto Ebukuro, I think we've got coming up in this one as well. We've got some serious talent rolling out onto the grid.
We're going to have the one and only David Spashett starting on pole position with that all silver coloured car.
Bullet. The silver bullet, David Spashett, the man who ruined my note-taking. It basically felt like I was basically writing an essay in the end, effectively, on how many titles this guy has won. It's the kind of resume that puts Michael Schumacher to shame in terms of RC racing. But he's going to have 7 other challengers here on this grid, looking to send out a real statement of intent.
There will be. So David, lucky with the pole position. See how he gets off on the start.
And away they go. Filter into turn 1. Whoa. Ooh. There you go. I was just thinking about saying they got through clear. They didn't quite. One car actually stuck up on its rear wing as they come through.
Looks like Matt White getting stuck upside down the first corner, so he's got 6 minutes now to try and gain that gap back down, try and get back on touch and pick up some points if he can do. But out in front, the silver car, number 1, David Spashett, leading them off, and comfortable lead in his early stages. Already a straightaway in the lead. Marcus Mobers up to 2nd, I think, from 6th on the grid.
Yes, great start for Marcus Mobers, another recent European champion as well. A man with real pedigree coming into this event on the European and world stage. But Spashett, I tell you what, his car's silver, and he's definitely been performing a lot like Lewis Hamilton this weekend anyway. The last time you see him is the first corner. Goodbye. He's checking out of here.
Absolutely, and David's going to be trying to keep that pace up. He took a few years out of racing after winning his last world title back in 2006, I believe it was.
Yep.
Took a few years out, but has come back in recent years and proved very, very strong in 12 scale, his favourite class, and in other on-road class as well. But as we say, that looks like Marcus is definitely closing in now in that yellow and orange car as they go down the back straight and into that first section of the track.
Yeah, it's very interesting how in both heats so far we seem to have had 2 cars break away and be the class of the field. Obviously, Hebert and Hagberg in the last heat, and now in this one we have Spashett and Mobers. Mobers with the form coming into this one. More recent tournaments. So Spashett's got caught under the barriers. Does that result in a lead change? I wonder.
I think it has. Mobers now through to the lead in the yellow and orange coloured car. It looks like it is on the track anyway. Wait for the see if the timing screen updates.
It's displaying that Tim Altman is 2nd right now. We're not sure on that. Maybe Mobers was caught early on, but it's Tim Altman showing up in the top 3 anyway, in the 3. But that'll be a worrying moment for Spashett anyway. A rare mistake. One he didn't want to make this early in the running. Makes another one though. Is that rhythm being compromised? Is that rhythm being affected somewhat? That's Matthew White around him, who was the car that got caught on its rear wing early in the race. So that's lap traffic for him at the moment. There's no need to worry too much about that. We are watching right now on the screen, on the stream, Marcus Mobers in the number 6, who's showing right down the field. We are convinced he's actually one of the leaders up here, depending on how they got away from the start. So Spashett is still showing as your leader, ahead of Tim Altman and Kai Altman, the Altman gang. And the number 3 car of Tim Altman is actually heading down into the first few corners now. There's Spashett on your cameras right now. As I say, that car just behind him is Matthew White, trying to recover from early on, but I guess he's going to have to take this one as one of his mulligans.
I think so, yeah. We can lose a race at the first corner quite easily, and Matt showing us how you do that one, getting stuck on his roof there for a few seconds, drops himself half a lap down, and halfway through the race now hasn't really made any impression on that chasing pack, unfortunately.
Yeah, that is a real shame as David Spashett continues to lead on. The silver bullet has been largely impervious in qualifying yesterday. Even without timing and scoring up here, you could tell he was the class of this field. You could just tell it from the eyes up here. Very rare you see him make any mistakes, but at this point in time, on the timing screen showing a good 7-odd second lead over Tim Altman. 6.4 seconds right now. That doesn't sound like a huge amount in full-scale racing, but in a lap that averages 12 seconds, that's almost 3/4 of a lap.
Absolutely, yeah. It's the margins of error here are absolutely tiny. These guys are going to be chasing tenths, hundredths, even thousandths of a second. So to have a lead in seconds and multiple seconds is massive in RC racing. Yeah,
it's absolutely huge. As Spashett continues in impervious form and his momentum, and it's an interesting career, as he said. This is a guy who was winning titles from 1994 all the way through to 2006. But as he said, he took somewhat of a sabbatical. He's come back in, and this has been a real resurgence, and it's great to see that none of that old form has gone away.
Absolutely. I think it took him maybe a year or so to get back up to speed again, which you'd kind of expect for a driver of his level. Come back out after a couple of years off. But he's challenging for UK national wins. He's challenging at the front here in this Reedy race. I mean, his first kind of big international race that he's competed in. He's done a few touring car races, but 12 scale, that's his favourite class. That's where he's won the majority of his success. And it's great to see him back and being competitive here. Just wish he'd have chosen a slightly nicer colour body shell.
Oh, I don't know. The silver looks cool. Means I can nickname him the Silver Bullet.
It does
like
indeed.
That. as I say, if he's channeling the AMG Mercedes F1 colours, then it's certainly working.
The only unfortunate thing was I based my paint scheme on his old one. So
okay.
now he's changed. I've just got my own paint scheme, which isn't anything like as good.
Well, at least people won't accuse you of ripping his one off now.
No.
So there's that advantage anyway, but he's now coming up on a little bit of traffic, but I'll tell you what, he's got that much of an advantage over Tim Altman that he can sort of pick and choose his moment here. But as you said though, it's strange. For some people you may think, well, why on earth did he go for that move on a lap car? Why is he running so hard? Going in so brave on those moves for lap cars, but as you said, it's all about the flow, and sometimes slowing down throws that off completely.
Absolutely, and these cars, they drivers set these cars up so they can drive them at the 100% they need to drive them at.
Yep.
That's what they expect you racing at. So if you get out in front and have a decent lead and try and back it off, you're driving that where the car isn't possibly set up to be driven. You know, you're trying to slow the car down in place you wouldn't be slowing down.
Yep.
You're taking corners at different speeds. That's going to affect the amount of steering you've got in the car, the amount of throttle feel you've got. So sometimes it's easier to stay at 100% throttle and just go for it.
And just go all the way through, and that will be music to the ears of anyone who thinks modern Formula 1 is not as great as before because there's too much conservation or they're not able to run at 100% enough. RC Racing, that's the name of the game. Even when they don't have to, these guys run at 110% because that's exactly what they're set up to do. They know no other way of driving.
Yep.
And Spashit is laying a beat down of somewhat on this field at the moment. And Tim Altman has done well in second. I tell you what, Matthew White, from being on his rear wing at the start of this race, doing a wheel stand in the first corners of this race, has now moved his way back up to third. That is a remarkable comeback.
Is as we hit to the end of the 6-minute run, a great recovery there from Matt White to move up to third on our timing screens at the end, but the car's now finishing off their lap. David Spashit taking a nice win there. As we said, he's had the pole position slot that time, so making the most of the #1 grid spot.
Yep, and that's one thing you have to bear in mind, viewers, both in the venue and watching on RC Racing TV. The grid order will be shuffled with each run, so the pole sitters you've seen start on the pole for these sessions will be shuffled back to last for the second round, and then 9th, 8th, 7th, vice versa. So they'll go through, everyone will start on a different pole, or different driver will start on pole in each round. So just because you've seen two guys in each one run off and hide, they're going to have to do it the hard way in the next one because they're going to have cars to pass.
Absolutely right, yeah. So that's going to be key as we go through this weekend.
Yep.
Seeing the different grid spots, seeing how they can make the most of the chance where they're starting up front and maybe conserve the energy when they're starting in the back of the grid.
Yes, and now we come up to the third and final group of the Reedy race runners. Now in this one we've got some real talent. We've got Mark Stiles, the man we've heard quite a few times on commentary already. He's been giving us the inside line, and he was qualifying alongside Hagberg yesterday and held his own more than admirably. We've got Alex Laurent in there, Andy Murray, Toto Ebukuro, who was absolutely impervious in qualifying yesterday. And speaking of European champions, we've got Juho Leivinen in there, a man with a rapidly growing trophy cabinet in the last few years, who comes in probably with the most impressive pedigree out of these competitors, but all of them are here on merit and all of them have the talent to win this thing.
Absolutely, Juho's very well known across Europe and around the world, travelling all the way from Finland for this race, so it's great to see him back at a big level competition, and certainly one you can't rule out as a contender for the title.
I've just realised we've got these Scandinavian drivers, we're not allowed to moan about the temperatures here, are we? Oh, it's a bit cold, it's -2. Juho must be sitting there like, it's a nice summer's day, I don't know what you're talking about. He's wandering around the pits in a t-shirt. Anyway, enough niceties, it's time to get this thing underway. On starters orders, watch for Ebukuro in the pink and yellow car from 4th spot. He was incredibly quick in qualifying. Can he translate that into race pace? Here we go. And down and away, charging into the first few corners. Looks pretty patient. I'll tell you what, there was there was a lot of give and take, and then there wasn't. We've actually got a car back on the start-finish straight. Now, how's he going to sort this one out? Marshall has got to retrieve it and put it back on the track. Well done. I was going to say, that could have been a little bit of an issue if it was put down on one part of the track and giving one driver an advantage. Luckily, that did not happen. And your early leader is Andy Murray. Very impressive start there, with Daniel Sieber second and Toto Ebukuro now up to 3rd spot. That's a good start from Andy, profiting from the lead and profiting from a good few corners ahead of Daniel Holmes, who was the pole sitter. Good start.
Yeah, so yeah, Andy Murray stretching out, well, an ever so slight lead at the moment at the front of the field, but that carnage on the first few, halfway around the first lap, certainly shaking the field up quite a lot.
Yeah, it has really rotated a lot. And I tell you what, Juho Leivinen is now down at the very tail of the field. I'm not even sure he's actually out there running at the moment. Something may have happened. Our commentary curse game is too strong today. I don't like it. But I tell you what, let's keep our eyes locked on this top 3, shall we?
And indeed, Juho looks like he's pulling off here at the corner in front of us in the white and blue, but maybe it's just a body getting caught up.
It was that explains it. It was Juho Leivinen's car that went flying over the barriers onto the start-finish straight. I can actually hear it rubbing. I think there was one car which I can actually hear rubbing. Maybe it's fouling, the bodywork is fouling the wheels there.
Yes.
So that is a major problem, and I think Leivinen is going to have to take this as one of his 3 lives lost for this one. He'll have to drop this one, but meanwhile, the battle for the lead, I think, is about to get very, very intense, because Toto Ebukuro, the absolute class of the field in this qualifying session yesterday, he was absolutely staggering, and is now drawing a bead on Andy Murray. Sit tight, folks. This battle is about to get very interesting.
It is indeed. So Andy with that white and orange car going through the first few corners now around the triangle shape on the right-hand side of the track from where the drivers are standing, just tapping the board as he goes through the middle. And his Japanese competitor closing in on him in the pink and black colours down the back straight now. 3 cars basically nose to tail going through that first complex together.
Yep.
Andy, Toto and Daniel representing 3 different countries.
Yep. Truly international flavour, the Reedy Racer champions here. And a little bit of contact from Murray, and that was enough for Ebukuro to steal the lead. And see, but look how close all 3 of them are. This is absolutely unbelievable. Ebukuro is trying to run away with the lead now. Murray's in second, trying to regain it, but he's also got to play defence. He's stuck in between a rock and a hard place, and the hard place right now is Daniel Siebers in third.
And we've got the car upside down in the middle in front of them. They just managed to avoid that as they go through the triangle at the right-hand side of the track.
This is phenomenal racing so far, but I'll tell you what, Murray's going to have his work cut out trying to keep with Ebukuro, as we have an incident. Siebers has dropped off from third. He had an incident there, and I think he may have lost third to Alex Laurent. But really, let's watch this top 2.
Daniel Siebers did lose third temporarily there in the fluorescent yellow car, but regains it as Alexander Laurent makes a mistake. But certainly out in front, that's where the action is. Our 2 leaders now in front of the driver's stand through that tight chicane. Out of the final hairpin now onto the back straight.
This is unbelievable precision at high speed, unbelievable reaction. This is very reminiscent of the Hagberg-Hebert battle in the first heat of the Reedy Invitational in round 1. Both drivers basically looking for the other to blink first, and both of them blinked on that lap, so it's pretty inconclusive. I think Ebukuro is probably happy that he got away with that one.
It looks like at the moment. Andy Murray dropping back ever so slightly. A couple of small corners missed there from Andy. That's all it takes. And now the lead back up to that half a straightaway once again. So about halfway through the race, there's still 3 minutes to go. For Murray trying to close in. Andy Murray, driver, not only racing here in RC Racing, but also works one of the manufacturers here in the UK, works for Schumacher Racing. So his day job is actually to design and make these cars.
So he designs and makes the race car that he then races at the weekend. So that's how well and intimately these guys know their machines. And at the moment, Murray is going to have to extract everything out of it, because Ebukuro has just looked like the Terminator this weekend. He has just looked absolutely impervious. There's just no shaking him in that bright pink and yellow car, the Japanese contestant. And he's starting to stretch out a little bit on Murray. Murray just every so often will flinch a little bit in the corners. Ebukuro doesn't. He's absolutely committed. He knows his way around. It's like playing a beat on the drums. He just knows it absolutely, clicks it off to time, and there is no disrupting his rhythm.
Absolutely. So one of the best drivers from Asia, travelling over here to race in Milton Keynes, in the heart of the United Kingdom, for the Reedy 112th Race of Champions.
Yep.
He's won so many races out there in Japan and around Asia, and now showing his speed over here. I think his first visit over to the UK, but it's not phased him one little bit, leading this race from his 4th place starting spot. This will be a fantastic result, as we talked about it, making the most of those starting spots wherever you're on the grid. From 4th up to 1st is going to be a fantastic first set of points in the bag for him.
A great start for him, and I'll tell you what, I was wondering how his start grid would affect things. I'll tell you what, if it's this the way he's going, his reverse grid slots won't matter in one little bit. He can pass and he can run away at the field. He can drive fast on his own. He can drive fast in traffic. This car is really set up. And I'll tell you what, you could be looking at one of the favourites for this tournament out here today. He deserves to be mentioned in the same breath as the biggest guns out here, your Spashits, your Hagbergs, etc. And Murray, I tell you what though, we're saying all this about Ebukuro. Murray has stuck with him for the most part. He's tried hanging on in there, but the gap is now widening. And it's worth mentioning that Daniel Siebers is hanging on in 3rd as well. Those 3 have stretched out a little bit, but Mark Stiles is trying to chase down Siebers for 3rd spot. And I tell you what, Juho Leivinen, that his race was pretty much over from the first half lap. His car's been going round, the bodywork's not fitted properly, and he's finally pulled into the pits. He's going to have to take this one as a mulligan.
He is indeed, but I think one of the key things to bear in mind is that a lot of these European drivers will race each other fairly regularly. They know their driving styles. Someone like Ekibura, they're coming over from Japan, they don't race against him that often, so when they come head to head, it's going to be very, very different. They're not going to know how to race him, which is going to maybe give him an advantage, and we're seeing he's making full use of this race. So if he can continue this pace up through the weekend, definitely a contender, as you say.
Yeah, it can work one of either way. Either you don't know the driving styles of everyone else around you. You may fear that, you may not know, or maybe that is an advantage. You don't know, therefore it doesn't matter. You just focus on your own race.
Absolutely right. So the pink, red and white car coming through those last few corners now, and crossing the timing loop at the bottom right hand corner. taking home the win here in this first round of Reedy races at the Reedy Invitational class.
A magnificent performance in the end from Toto Ebukuro. Had a lot of work to do. Remember, he was at the back behind Sieber and Murray. Profiteered, took the positions, ran away with a win. Absolutely faultless. That was a magnificent first round of performances from the Reedy Invitational class runners, and that is their first round of heats gone. And after the first round, which competitors from that lot stood out to you? In such a stacked deck of guys somehow managed to stand out from that lot, and that is really saying something.
It is indeed. It's so difficult to pick a winner. I mean, you've only had one round of racing. We've got a long time to go.
Absolutely.
So,
and we've got guys like Leivenen who will obviously take that first round as a mulligan. His race never really got going.
Absolutely. I think, you know, Alexander Hagberg drove a faultless race. He made the most best use of his pole position start there, so he's definitely a contender. We knew he would be anyway. Ollie Jeffries certainly impressed me there, making a 5th place up to 3rd.
Yep.
That, I think, is going to be a key run there for Ollie, and that sort of run could be what sets the stage for the overall victories. We're going to have to see when we get these guys who've taken the wins in this first round, what are they like in the second and third rounds when they have worse starting positions. If they can make those positions up, put them into the mix again, but otherwise it's going to be people like Ollie who've shown in that first round they can get through the field.
Yes, and I think that's what also puts Ebukuro in a very good position after this first round. Bearing in mind he started 4th on the grid, had to make those passes for the lead and had to do them in the toughest way possible. So the story is only just beginning here, folks, and you don't want to leave it for a second. If you're here in the arena, if you're watching live, if you're up on the fence and you're watching this and you want to continue watching after you've headed home, lock into our live coverage that we've got here, the exclusive live coverage here on RC Racing TV. We are streaming live to the world right now our coverage of the Reedy 112 Race of Champions presented by Reedy, Protoform Race Bodies, Zen Racing and the British Radio Car Association, the organisers of this one. It's Adam Johnson and Ollie Meggett up on the commentary for the moment, as well as the rest of the RC Racing TV team, and we are heading into the second round of the LMP2 class runners. So we've had one complete round of events complete, and that was only one of 6. We've got 5 more of this to go. We're really spoiling you. Our camera's just rolling his eyes. He's got a lot of cars to concentrate on, and he's doing a magnificent job, I have to say, of keeping our eyes on these fast little cars.
While we get this next race gridded up, I'll leave you with the track. I'll go and chat to some of the guys in the pits and find out how they found that first round of invite racing and come back and join you a little bit later on.
Excellent, thank you very much. Right then, let's crack on. The second round. Reedy 112 Race of Champions. The dash for the first corner once again. How clean is it going to be? Oh, I give that a solid 7 out of 10 on the cleanliness scale. As they bundle through looking for any sort of advantage. A lot of clacking of body shells and a few guys caught up in the spin cycle. It's inevitable. The races can go downhill very quickly as they go round for the first lap. It looks like an early lead for James Stewart, Kieran Manders and Luke Burley. Top 3 to start with. Now remember, this was a field that earlier on we didn't have timing for, so I didn't give you much live commentary of it. But it was Matt Rice who I believe won the first round of it. But right now, look at this lot. Look at this top 4 or 5 lots completely together. This is incredibly close right now. And remember, there is no ratcheting up of the intensity. There is no knockout stage and then going through to a final. Every race is basically a final. Every driver is in every single race. And there's a little bit of instant there in the middle section. The leaders clashing and battling hard together. James Stewart, Luke Burley and Kieran Manders are all locked together. And the differential is under a second separating the top 4 right now. Or at least the top 3 as they come across the line. Yeah, definitely the top 3 all separated by the finest of margins right now. Oh, and there's the leader. There he goes. That was the smallest margin I was talking about. 0 to 0 in one corner. That's how quickly things can change. It's Kieran Manders now has to hand over the lead to Luke Burley, I believe. Kellyanne Bly also in there. No, Manders is still showing as the leader for now. So you watch this battle continue. I almost have a feeling that the timing screen struggles to keep up with the speed of these little cars. The lead battle has changed now. Yes, Luke Burley is now showing in the lead ahead of Kieran Manders. This is very close. All eyes and all hands are on deck to bring you the best coverage of this event because there is so much happening. But look at this lead battle. There is nothing between them. Kellyanne Bly also in there and Eugene Galley not far back. That is a real dice. The top 4 basically all on the front straight, all at the same time. You're watching here in the arena. Watch for all those guys packing around. Kellyanne Bly now on the defensive, trying to attack for second and then defend. We've also got a lap car has suddenly gapped the leader, and is that some damage to the leader's car? I think it is. That is really unfortunate. Really unfortunate for Luke Burley. caught out by a stranded car. And I think he's now got damage to the right front on that thing. And he's dropped out of the top 4. What a shame. Hems the brakes, though, of racing. And it means that Kieran Manders has retaken the lead. And Kellyanne Bly now up to 2nd place. This is a great run. Massively on the defensive against Eugene Galley. They all come through. If you're watching on the stream, the 2nd place battle is just there. And it's one that has just ended rather messily as the battles continue. This is frenzied stuff. I tell you what, you can barely pause for breath in this race. But what this has done is given Kieran Manders just the smallest breathing room. Really not much at all. And Luke Burley is now back up to 2nd spot, despite the front end of that car, the right front of that car, all bowed up in the air. It looks like he's ripped the fenders out to try and make it go late model racing in America. But it's doing the job. It's not pretty, but it's effective. And it means he's running 2nd right now. Eugene Galley up now to 3rd. And 4th place for Matt Rice, who was one of the strongest competitors out here. Kellyanne Bly now down to 5th spot. Still be looking for a solid top 5 performance to start off round 2. Or to get through round 2, remember, it's the best 7 results out of the 10 rounds of competition this weekend that go through. So if you do need to drop 3, you've got effectively 3 mulligans you can take. And those are your choices so far. Remember, they'll evolve because people will drop different scores at different times. So you want to constantly evolving and changing, as Manders is now stretching out an advantage and has actually taken off from Luke Burley now. The battle for 2nd is mostly the one most interesting on the track. So for watching on the stream, let's just look a little bit behind this battle. Behind Manders, let's stay there. And then the car's coming shot now. That's your 2nd place battle right there. Coming through the final hairpin now. The number 4, Luke Burley, and the number 8 of Eugene Galley. It's incredibly close. All of these positions could count in the final reckoning. And with cars this close together, it is basically who blinks first, who flinches first. Oh, hold your breath. This is real tension in the arena. This is marvellous racing. Oh, it's just closed up a little bit behind lap traffic. Galley sensing an opportunity. He then runs wide. He makes the mistake. It's trading back and forth. It's like a tennis rally. Serve straight and then straight back. The rally continues back and forth. And this battle for 2nd is happening, I have to say, quite a way behind. About a 1/3 of a lap behind your leader, Kieran Manders. So Manders is taking advantage of those two scrapping to move away. More issues for Kellyanne Bly. That's a real shame after that early podium spot. Manders is now coming up behind to lap. Ooh, good work there from the lap traffic as well to let the battle for 2nd progress organically and without interference. And we're coming down into the final 45 seconds now. It looks like Manders may well have this one sealed up rather nicely, and it'll be a good start to his day to get a victory in round 2. This battle for 2nd could not be any closer, and Galley is starting to take more and more desperate swings to try and get that 2nd spot. He's looking for the big Hail Mary. He's looking for the big shot to try and take 2nd. Is there one there? Burley, who did lead briefly, had an instant bow the left front of the car right up in the air. But the bodywork appears to have settled down now. And it certainly has affected the performance, but another mistake. And that is what Galley was looking for. Oh, what a heartbreak at the end of the session. It's all gone to pot for poor old Burley. What a shame. And that has also elevated Matt Rice up into 3rd. Rice, who did not get the best of starts, will be happy with ultimately a podium finish in the end. And what was a crazy race in the end there. Not so crazy in the end for Kieran Manders. He comes home to take a very solid victory in the 2nd round of the LMP2 class. Their 2nd heat of 6 for the day, plus 4 more tomorrow. Eugene Galley, after a race-long battle, he was up there in the lead battle the whole way and is rewarded with a solid 2nd place, a very good performance. Matt Rice makes his way up to 3rd. Peter Craig, in 4th. And Luke Burley down in 5th in the end after a very hectic race for both him and Kellyanne Bly. Finished 6th. 7th for Stefan Fiorini. I'm expecting some more pace out of that thing right now. It looks very strong in qualifying. I think the best is still very much yet to come for that driver out here today. Out here in the Reedy 1/12 Race of Champions. This is your LMP2 class. This was the top 30 who qualified through and got through into the top 30 bracket of the open class. These are you guys who applied and were accepted to join in today's action, who are getting the best possible opportunity to showcase their talents in front of some of the world's leading RC racing talent. As the 2nd of 3 LMP2 groups head out onto the track now. So remember the order for this one is going to be shuffled. The winner of the first heat earlier is now going to start from the rear. One position will be reversed at a time. So for this second round, it'll be the pole sitter that goes to the back. Next up, it'll be the top 2, and then 3, and then 4, and vice versa. By the time we get round to round 10, it'll be back to normal again. So it basically means that even if you do qualify pole, it means you have to start basically in every single position on the grid. And if you can still prove consistent excellence through all that, then you are worthy of Reedy World Champion status. So the 6th grid bay vacant for the moment, or the 5th I should say. You can see by the markers on the track. You can see them on the shot, on the stream. Here we go, 5-second countdown. Hold your breath. And away they go. The charge into the first corner begins again. As usual, a couple caught out in the spin cycle. In the mess, it's always inevitable. Trying to bundle that many adrenaline pumping race drivers down into that corner. Never going to end well for a few. And as the carnage continues behind, the early leaders are Chris Ashton, Ollie Payne and Elliot Cummings. A good run so far for those guys. The lead battle is hard working. Races can easily be won and lost in these early stages. And there's your top 3 locked completely together. Numbers 2, 3 and 4. 1, 2 and 3 right now. So those are your top 3 on the grid, because of course the pole sitter Mark Payne would have started shotgun on the grid. Now where is he right now? He's been able to work his way up to 8th overall out of 10. He'll be looking to try and join this field soon. Almost like, hey guys, wait for me. Keep that party warm for me. I'm going to come and join you guys as soon as I can. For now, these guys are not interested in any of that. Chris Ashton leads in the blue and white car. Ahead, the pink car of Ollie Payne. And those two are just starting to gap Elliot Cummings just a little bit. Not a huge amount though, not a huge amount. This spread, they're starting to spread a little bit. This is still minute differences in terms of RC racing. It's about the 4th behind them is very intense as well. Between Andrew North and Tim Wood. Meanwhile, this is your lead battle. Chris Ashton, Ollie Payne and Elliot Cummings. Ashton and Payne working through the final hairpins onto the front straight again. That turn into the first corner. Oh, and a bit of contact between the two leaders. Payne trying to profit on a little mistake from Ashton. They converged on the racing line. Racing incident, I think. No harm, no foul, and the battle continues. Payne clips the inside wall and is now under pressure from Elliot Cummings. That's how quickly things can change. You can go from battling for the lead to desperately defending his spot. And Chris Ashton will be grateful for a little bit of respite for the pressure. But really, these race drivers never stop feeling pressure from the time that the green flag drops to the time the checkered flag drops. For them, it is all about getting your work clothes on. It doesn't matter what position they're in. They are at 100% full adrenaline pumping. As Ollie Meggitt was saying, in RC racing, you don't really have the chance or the choice to slow down or conserve anything, because if you do, that just means you slack off and the chance of mistakes is even harder. So in RC racing, you basically have to go 100% all the time, which is music to the ears of many race fans who don't like the fact that a lot of times in Formula 1 it's all about conservation, tyre conserving, fuel saving, blah, whatever. None of that here. These are 6-minute sprints. 110% is the very minimum expected. No quarter asked or given. Let's do it and let's bring the noise. So, Chris Ashton continues to lead. He has a 1.7 second lead over Ollie Payne as they come through the centre of the track, but Ashton now having to deal with a lot of lap traffic. That's a big gaggle he's come up on, and it was inevitable that he was going to get caught up, and the lead has changed hands. It was almost inevitable. I should be a mind reader. Actually, no, I think anyone could have guessed that was going to happen. Ollie Payne comes through to the lead. It was no one's fault, really. Just with that much traffic in the way, it was always going to happen. And it means Tim Wood is now in second, and your leader is Ollie Payne, who is coming through into the middle section of the track now, behind the white and yellow car. So he's now dealing with lap traffic of his own. On the stream, you've just picked him up. There it is, centre of his shot. Dealing with the same second of the two cars in that shot there. And he is now dealing with the same lap traffic that cost Chris Ashton so badly. He's now down to 4th. Real shame, because that was a strong run going, but these things can happen at any time. They do not discriminate. So Ollie Payne leads now from Elliot Cummings in the number 4, and Tim Wood in the number 9, third now. And Payne has a solid 0.8 of a second lead over Elliot Cummings. I say solid, that's basically nothing. And in fact, you'll see in the straightaway, if you see Ollie Payne's car, the pink and white car, coming through the middle section of the track now. Cummings' car is the purple, blue and white car just behind as well. And the car just behind them is the orange number 9 car of Tim Wood, who's joining this battle very quickly. So just behind the leaders, you see those two battling for second. The top three are converging yet again. This is so close. You see the lead battle there on the stream. If you're watching live on RC Racing TV, you see the top three basically all in shot there. Payne versus Cummings versus Wood. Chris Ashton is still there in fourth, the former leader. When he looks to have faded a little bit, he's going to find that time hard to make up with 90 seconds to go in this race. Very, very difficult. Payne is trying to keep to his rhythm, and so far he's doing it, but he's catching that gaggle of traffic that cost Chris Ashton so dearly. And Tim Wood is in fact taking second now. Now this could be very interesting because I think Tim Wood is the fastest car on the track right now. Let's just consult the timing screens. Overall, yes, he is. He is the fastest car on the track right now. It's Tim Wood. And with Payne now dealing with lap traffic, stand by your beds. We could be in for a grandstand finish to this heat. With lap traffic also coming into play as well. Payne looking for the smoothest way through those lap traffic. The race director will be assisting where he can, providing the metaphorical blue flags. So far, no harm, no foul. That's good. We don't want lap traffic to decide this race. We want it to be a head-to-head straight showdown, but Wood is closing in on Payne. This is going to be so close. 45 seconds to go. It's Payne versus Wood for the victory in this heat. One more lap car to deal with. Shouldn't get in the way, but Wood is really closing. Oh, contact. That was always inevitable. But I think no harm, no foul in the end. I think it was almost inconclusive. They both recovered at almost the same time. So, no advantage either way. Ooh. But look who's also closed back in for third. Elliot Cummings is there as well. This is magnificent racing. This is great stuff. Payne, Wood and Cummings all almost under a blanket. Payne and Wood still there. Coming into the final 10 seconds. Wood's got to make the move for the win. It's got to be now. But is Payne going to give him any? Certainly not. That's always firmly shot. And it's up to Wood to burst it open. Somehow. I just don't think it's going to happen for Wood. I think Payne is just going to hold on. That was a mightily good race. Great, great race. What a fantastic race that was. Awesome stuff. Well done, Ollie Payne. He had to work very hard for the victory in that one. And at various times, Chris Ashton and Elliot Cummings were in contention for the win as well. Whew, goodness me, that was edge of your seat stuff. But in the end, Ollie Payne takes the victory in that LMP2 Open A class race. Their second round of heats. That'll be a great result for Ollie Payne to take away from that one. Tim Wood second in the end. They went at it hard for the victory. They had that instant with a few laps to go, but in the end it was inconclusive. Both cars recovered pretty equally, so it was no harm, no foul. And Wood had to settle for second. Third place for Chris Ashton, the leader early on. Didn't quite finish the job. But third place, still a very positive performance. He'll take it. A very solid one. Fourth spot for Elliot Cummings, the man who was pretty much in every podium spot at one point in that race. Andrew North, fifth, completes the top five. It's the next lineup of cars heading out and getting ready.
Hello.
Hi, James.
I've been very quiet for a while now, so I thought I'd come and say hello.
Not really let you get a word in edgeways, have we?
No, not a chance with you and Ollie on the microphone. I think you worked quite well together. The first time that you've commentated together, you bounced off each other. It was like...
commentary tennis.
Yes, it's like commentary tennis. I can't think of any other acronym to describe it. Anyway, just a quick note to say, after race 15, which is the next race you will see on your screens, we're going to take a short break so we can all pop for a natural break, go and refresh ourselves and make sure we are fresh for the rest of the afternoon. It'll just be a short 20-minute break, and we'll put the information on the screen as to when we are back. We are RC Racing TV. Thank you to Reedy Race Champions to invite us along to cover this event here live from the Centre MK shopping centre in Milton Keynes. Thank you, of course, to Reedy, Protoform and Zen Racing, and of course BRCA, the British Remote Control Car Association, the people who are governing this race. If you haven't already, head over to www.facebook.com/RC Racing TV. We have a new Facebook page. We've had the group now for a couple of years, but we are moving to a page which we're going to use for kind of advertising, keeping you informed of all the races that we're covering throughout the year. So if you haven't already been a like to the page, make sure you head over there, or you could possibly heaven forbid, miss out on some of the action. So, I'll leave you with Adam for the last part of race 15. See you soon.
The Open A heats concluding here. This will be the final one of those three. And they've taken off in exciting style already. Simon Hadley is your early leader ahead of Patrick Bandera and Naoya Kitagawa. And again, the leaders pretty much locked together. There is very little separation between the two. The racing has been incredibly close so far. The tiniest mistake separating the drivers at the moment. There's really nothing to play between the two of them. This is high-stakes poker at a scale 700 miles an hour. I'm not joking. That's how fast these cars are in scale. It's the lead battle is already going off. Hadley and Kitagawa side by side for pretty much every corner. That was almost two side by side, multiple contacts there. As Kitagawa gets through to the lead, those two came to blows a few times. I wonder if that'll be a racing incident or not. Patrick Bandera through, Matthew Lax now up to third. So there's your top three. Simon Hadley down to fourth. Lewis Parker, one of the youngest contestants out here this weekend, one of the youngest drivers, is in fifth as well. A solid top five for the chap who I can see over there has his own special box to stand up to see over the driver's rostrum, which I think is magnificent. It doesn't stop any kind of age. It doesn't matter what age you are. If you're good enough, you deserve a place here, and you will have your chance to prove yourself against the finest in the world. As Naoya Kitagawa continues to lead. He is the white car now on the front straight, and the car behind him, the white and green car, is Patrick Bandera. So Matthew Lax is in third and not too far behind. I say that just he claps a wall over there. That's not going to help, but Bandera is within some striking distance of Kitagawa. Not hugely close, but he's close enough to profit. Kitagawa makes some sort of mistake. Not as much, but I think, Matthew Lax is also joining the fun. So goodness me, we have some high-stepping action from the marshals, jumping and hurtling over the walls and the cars as they try and recover stricken objects and cars in the middle of the track. It's amazing how they turn into Olympian-grade athletes when they're running around out there, and you've got RC cars chipping away at your heels. But Kitagawa continues to trundle on unabated. He's gapping Bandera just a little bit. Bandera in the white and green car on the front straight. Kitagawa in the centre of your shot if you're watching online at RC Racing TV. Through the complex down at the bottom here. This is very smooth stuff, I have to say. Very professional, very solid. This is the mark of a man who got that lead early and has taken advantage and is not letting his foot off the proverbial throttle. Proverbially and literally, I should say. Kitagawa is there, and in fact, I wonder if that battle for second is picking up now between Bandera and Matthew Lax, or whether that car just behind him is in fact a lap car. I'll have to have a look for you. Let's see. I think no, that's the lap car of Stephen Rowley behind Patrick Bandera. So it's Bandera pretty much on his own in second, trying to keep the chase up on Kitagawa. Got a little bit of lap traffic to deal with, and does so. Finest of margins, but done very well. It's all up for the responsibility of the lead driver to get through safely, but also for the lap car to give them racing room and not hold them up, not affect the victory or the battle for the win. We don't want those decided by outside factors. Kitagawa continues to lead, and this is a very solid drive. This is exactly what you want in RC racing circles. You've got that early lead, you've got confidence to be able to settle into your rhythm, and you know that you can back down and maybe time your move to get through lap traffic if needs be, because there is not someone breathing down your neck. He's got the best part of a couple of corners on Bandera, which really isn't that much in RC racing circles, but it's just enough of a cushion. Bandera is not quite close enough to be putting real pressure on right now, as lap traffic sorting themselves out as well. So Kitagawa heading through the middle section of the track now. There is three distinct sectors to this track as they come round. Kitagawa coming onto the front straight now, down the front straight incredibly quickly, into turns 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, then into the middle sector, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, third sector, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. There's a lap. That is how close it is. Blink, literally, and you will miss it. Especially at the pace Kitagawa is going, which is supremely quick. He is starting to gap Bandera now rather nice. He's kept that gap to a solid 2 seconds or more. Matthew Lack still in third. It's all been very solid so far. This is exactly what Kitagawa needs to do. And this will round out the second round of LMP2 heat racing. 2 rounds down. Some of these guys will have started very well, and some of them will have already felt like they have 2 mulligans used up. Remember, it's the best 7 scores from the weekend out of 10 heats of racing. So for some of these guys, 2 down, some of them will be feeling like 2 mulligans down already. Some of them will be feeling like 2 victories in the bag already, and 2 of them to cement right in the solid scorecard column. As Kitagawa is definitely going to put this one down in the win column, I'd say. This is a very good performance for him. Patrick Bandera is just losing the 10th of a second on every lap. It's really not much, but it's just accumulating steadily. We're into the final 30 seconds now. Kitagawa can afford to, doesn't even have to pass this lap car. Probably will. Has the chance to make the move when needed and does so very nicely there. Good racecraft from the lead driver and the lap driver to make it through just fine. As Kitagawa will come home to take a really, really good victory in this race. Very solid. There's the final klaxon. And Kitagawa takes home to take victory. Well done, that man. That was a really good drive. Patrick Bandera second. Stayed pretty much with Kitagawa for most of the race. Did not quite have the pace, but he'll be very happy with second. Matthew Lax third for most of that run and will help take that very nicely. Darren Lee fourth then, and Darren Newton in fifth, ahead of Simon Hadley, Neil Diver, Stephen Rowley, Lewis Parker and Torsten Muller, who I don't even think make the start. So that is the conclusion of the morning session for our commentary for RC Racing TV, our exclusive live coverage of the Reedy 112th Race of Champions, our coverage presented by Reedy, Protoform Race Bodies, Zen Racing and the British Radio Car Association. We're going to take a brief pause, enjoy the F1 cars heading out onto track now with their very distinctive liveries and realistic bodies. We're going to take a quick break. Do not go anywhere, head away. If you're watching online, grab a cup of tea, grab a snack. You're going to need it because the action is going to come back, and before too long we're going to have the All-Star Reedy Invitational class back out on track, and after the intensity of the first round you won't want to miss a single second of the action we've got coming up.
On the line please, guys.
Here's something we've not been able to say for a while. We've got a Red Bull on pole.
Remember guys, this is a
Even
demonstration
longer, we've got
race.
Toyota on second.
F1 drivers, look at me. This way. This is a demonstration, guys. You're not balls out. It's not that type of thing. We want to promote clean, nice RC model car racing.
Race 16, F1, round 2, will start in 30 seconds.
McLaren 6th. Force India 7th. Team Dayglow.
Attention
Is that on the
drivers.
striker, Mr. Spencer? That Mercedes should be in the pit lane. Lift it off, Mark. Okay then guys, about 3/4 throttle is acceptable and we'll have nice overtaking. That's it, steady it up a bit boys. A little bit slower at the front. Leave plenty of room. If a car throws it up the inside, make sure you leave plenty of room. So I reckon there's going to be an overtake for the lead at the next corner. Look at that. That's it, guys. Let's back it all up a bit, boys. Let's back it up a bit. Let the pack catch. Let the pack catch a bit. Okay, I reckon the Red Bull can go back for the lead again. Oh, steady on there, striker. Okay, let's slow it up a bit, Mr. Red Bull. Slow it up a bit. Bunch all the pack back up again. Let's get everybody together.
So we're a third of the way through this Formula One demonstration race. These are as near as we can get. This is near as scale-wise in model car racing as you can get to the real thing. Obviously, the drivers fashion their cars, their paint schemes, etc., to replicate actual Formula One. Some are historical, some are current. We don't know whether it's their favourite car or a favourite driver. How they style them. Slick tyres, same as full-size Formula One.
Race order after 3 minutes. 7, 10, 4, 1, 9, 2, 15, 6, 3, 5. Leader on lap 10.
Orange car, slow it up a bit. Slow it right up, orange car.
Message for the drivers in the pits, we're about 25 minutes behind schedule.
Where's the mic? Where's the standing microphone? On the stream. Don't give me one that goes on the stream. It's too late now. They've only got 2 minutes left. But the next time. Like that. It's muted over there, so I can't test it. So I'll come over when the next F1 and GT controls are on, and I'll come and do a bit when the GT controls are on in the next race. Yeah. Not now. No, but what you need to do with these is if you say it looks like such and such, you're going to make a move on such and such, that will happen. They will do it. So if you control it from commentary, they'll do what you ask them to do. I'm exactly the same with the control.
3 finished. 2 finished. 7 finished. 4 finished. 5 finished. 1 finished. 15 finished. 10 finished. 6 finished. 9 finished.
Okay, we should have the eager beavers of race 17 coming onto the track. Place the cars down. Leave it. Whoa, 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 whoa. Let's let the F1s get round first. Sorry about that, guys. And leave them stationary before the loop. Thank you for the demonstration.
F1 guys out to Marshall, please.
Okay, beware, there are traffic enforcement officers on the track. Drive slowly to the grid slots. Pole position is car 2. Get there as quick as you can, please. F1 marshals.
You've got to make it happen.
F1 marshals, come on, boys. Thank you very much. And the marshals on the straight are allowed to help me.
Send Mr. Lander for a coffee. Yes, that time, more so. A lot better that time. Yeah, yeah. Go for a coffee, Steve. I've got this. Yeah, yeah.
Race 17, Open
Okay,
B,
then, gentlemen,
round
I'm
2,
your race
will
referee.
start in 30 seconds.
Please keep it nice and clean.
Go a bit snappier, please. Come on.
Come on, guys, get on the line.
Attention drivers.
Did you have a go? Would you prep the GT12 for Jim? Okay. We should have had one. Okay. Car number 5. First warning. Watch these, Mark. White, blue, blue, green, white. Watch those. Okay. The race order is 24879. Keep it clean, white car. Marshall in the middle. Okay, white car, give that place back. Thank you. Mark, I need you to come and look on the computer. I need you to tell me where the leader is and who they're coming up with next.
Orange and white one going down the street.
Okay, is he lapping the pink car? Yeah. Okay, pink and white car, that is the race leader behind you. Please be aware. Is the pink and white car lapping the...
9 and 10.
Marshall at the end of the straight. Okay, we should have a new leader. 8792 is the race order. Find me car 8 on the track, Mark. Okay, wait there, green car.
Race order after 3 minutes. 8, 7, 9, 4, 3, 2, 10, 5, 1, 6. Leader on lap 13.
And where are they on the track?
These two here.
8 and 7, that is for position, and that is for the lead.
So for the public, what you're watching is a race, all the races today. Normally we qualify with these cars and have finals, but what happens is that we mix all the races up every heat, so they're all racing against newcomers. We move the grid around so they all get an equal shot at starting from the front and starting from the back.
What car number is that one?
And the end of a ridiculous number of races, I think it's 120 or so, we add up the scores by where they finished.
That's the race leader behind you.
So what we're doing here is mixing the experts and the beginners. So there's a mix of ability out on the track, so they have to keep the wits around them to make sure that courtesy, sportsmanship, etc. is displayed at all times.
Okay, blue car, that is the leader. Thank you very much. And second place. White car 4, you have the lead in 2 cars behind you. Thank you, 4. And again, please 4 at the next corner. Thank you, 4. Pink and white car 10.
Okay, polite notice for a black Hyundai.
Thank you, 10.
Registration
And again with the next
PJ07ZXE. You haven't enough money on the car. You need to go out and put some extra money. The bloke that issues the tickets is stood next to your car having a break for 10 minutes. So whoever this black Hyundai is, PJ07ZXE, you have 10 minutes before a ticket goes on the windscreen. That very nice chap yesterday didn't give me a ticket because I didn't put enough on because I misread it. He's a very nice man, but he's going to be really impatient in 10 minutes. Anybody? Black Hyundai.
Okay, Mark, that's second place behind you. Thank you, Mark.
PJ07ZXE.
Yellow and white car 5. That is the leader behind
3
you.
finished, 6 finished.
Okay, share warning. Invest in NCP, they're about to get £80 richer.
5 finished, 8 finished. 7 finished. 2 finished.
Okay, next heat, we'll wait for these guys to finish here. Down on the ground before the loop. Wait for instructions.
Okay, yeah, please. Okay.
Media crew should be turning me off now so that the
Guys,
public can't
let's get
hear
on to
me.
Marshall as quick as we can. Let's try and gain that time back.
Okie dokie. That's why I want her behind me on the loop. If she's bending over in front of me, if she started putting the cars down here, it'd be too distracting. Track enforcement officers are out. Marshals from the last heat, please make your way. Drivers slowly to grid slots. Pole man is now 2. You can work the rest out. I'm at number 2.
No going the wrong direction, guys.
One of the marshals from the last race, probably car 10, whoever it was. Okay, marshals on the straight, you're allowed to help me.
Race 18.
Car 3, where
Open
are
B,
you?
Round 2. Will start in 30 seconds.
Okay then, guys, I am your race referee for this race. Please behave yourselves. I do like the sin bin. It's my favourite place.
Attention drivers.
Can I have a helper up here to referee in bay, please? James Stewart is doing nothing. More to keep an eye on the computer afterwards. Keep it clean, guys. Keep it clean. Keep it clean, guys. Come on. Okay, 10, you are the first to be lapped. If you let the first 2 cars through, thank you. And again, 10. Thank you very much. Okay, you need to go. Come on, guys. Yellow and blue car, you need to wait. Wait. Go. 967 is the order.
Hello, welcome back to RC Racing TV. We are now refreshed after that short break.
So
Thank you for sticking with us.
out there now. So we're looking for race 19.
So,
going through scrutineering.
We are currently
Should
on
least be on the way. There's only a few minutes left.
race 18. So once the race 18 is finished, we have 2 more in the Open B class. We then have a GT12 race and back into the 10th scales. We are RC Racing TV. We are live, bringing you the coverage of the Reedy 1/12th Race of Champions from the Centre MK Shopping Centre in Milton Keynes in that there United Kingdom. Our home turf, you might say. We're here thank you to Reedy, Protoform, Zen Racing, and of course in association with BRCA, the British Remote Control Car Association. If you are watching us on the stream and you so happen to live near to Milton Keynes, why not pop along? It's an open event. We're in a shopping centre. There's lots going on. We've got a I can't remember what Adam called it earlier. Drive and ride and drive. Come along and try the cars out. Lots of model shops here as well. Lots of people to have a chat about. So if you're not already an RC racer and you want to come down, see what it's all about, speak to some of the people in the know, some of the professionals, some of the model shop owners, come down, have a chat. They would be more than welcome to speak to you. We have, I sound like a broken record, but I'm going to do it anyway. We have a new Facebook page for RC Racing. The reason we did this is we want to improve the way we communicate with you, and it allows us to keep you more up to date with our events and coverage of the events that we go to. So we set up a page very recently. So if you are a member of the RC Racing TV group and you've not already liked the page, then do head over there and click like, because it is that page that we will now be putting information on the events that we're going to and the URLs for the stream. Paul's very kindly gone and going to sort some of our extra cameras out, because these cars are so fast that sometimes it's very difficult to set our remote cameras up to give you a decent shot. They literally go so fast around the corners that they're in and out of shot before you know it. So Paul's going to go and fiddle with some cameras just whilst this race finishes. Adam's running past me with a strange look on his face. Like normally. You're still mute at the minute, by the way, if you haven't already worked out. I've muted the comment. I've muted the talent. So don't forget, if you're watching on YouTube, do take a look at the comments down the right-hand side, or wherever it appears on your device. And if you so wish, come and join the conversation. We've got a few people in the morning. Philip Rettig, good morning from Germany. Well, hello, Philip. Good morning from Milton Keynes. Thank you for joining us. Alan T, hello. David Austin, good luck to the crew racers. Well, I'm sure the crew racers would thank you for wishing them good luck if I knew who the crew racers were. But unfortunately, I don't. I'm sure they're here somewhere. Jan Scale Modelling is back. Good to hear it. Where did you go? Who else have we got in here? lots of people chatting in
finished.
the Facebook chat.
One finished.
It's an old tradition of ours that when we used to ask people to join our group, that when we approved their entry into the group, when we confirmed that they were not sellers of fake handbags or sunglasses or trying to spam the rest of us with unwanted information, when we allowed them into the group, we would welcome them live on air. But the only downside of having this Facebook page is we don't really see, we don't approve you in. You just like it. It doesn't require our intervention, so we don't know when you have done this. So do forgive us if we're not announcing people live on air.
I can't actually hear you until I come over to you.
Sorry, I can't do two things at once. Adam spoke to me in my other ear and it's completely thrown me. Yes, I was saying don't... Egg timer's in his eyes now. Yeah, egg timer's in the eyes. So yeah, don't... I will try and look out for you as you're liking our page and give you a shout out. So do head over there.
Yeah, not over the PA. Right, guys, there is some minor track maintenance going on. You must listen.
And there's Adam.
Hello.
How loud are you? Keep talking for a little bit.
I appear to be quite loud.
That's okay.
But that could just be me in general, to be honest. That's just how I am normally. So far, this is the rest of the LMP3 runners coming through for their second round of competition while we're having this break. Also getting some nice close-ups of track repairs on some of our cameras as well.
No, that's the preview. The audience can't see that.
Okay, sorry.
They would just see Paul with a pair of snips in his hand.
They just heard some behind-the-scenes goss. I'm trying to wave to him over the far side. The snoring bear that is. Are you trying to do a Usain Bolt?
I was trying to indicate to Paul across the track that his shot was still on the slant.
Oh, okay.
I think Paul should be able to hear us. Yes, he can, that's all right.
Is he?
This is where we do live technical announcements over the stream. Yeah, still very slanty.
It's just the moment where you're like, oh, Paul can't hear us, can he? What an arse. And then his head comes up and you're like, oh, actually.
Paul, why don't you just snip the whole thing off and try and mount it higher? And then the camera won't foul on the railing.
He's... Well, that's some sign language.
Actually, people in the very top right corner will see Paul trying to repair the camera. We'll leave them to it. So, race 19.
This will be the last of our LMP3 class runners for this round. Well, the penultimate at least. Do you need a spare pen there?
No, it's fine. It's just
it's
cold,
working.
I think.
There we go. So we'll have this and one more, actually. The LMP3 runners.
We need to find some more people to talk to.
I think we do. I think Ollie said he was going to try and get some people up here.
I think Chris is going to come over and say that we're not going out over the PA system.
You're not going out with the PA system?
No, I know.
No, I didn't think so.
We were just doing a bit of pre-PA social chit-chat, and then I'm going to switch him on in a second.
Yep.
That's fine. I was coming over to try and train you for GT12
Aha.
commentary, where you're in control.
Yes, that's the fun part of the exhibition races that are coming up, the F1 and GT12 exhibition races.
Yeah, the whole point about these are that the drivers are having fun, they love doing it, and you're going to direct them. You're going to turn up the rostrum speakers for that race only, so he will direct them. They'll do as you say.
Okay.
Yeah, and
I like the sound of
this. Really good.
Right. Okie doke. This is going to be a fun...
For the public.
This is going to be an exhibition event like no other. We've got the public in the house.
This is an RCTV first, everybody. We're going to decide what happens on the track.
This is going to be fun.
You can penalties if you want.
Oh, okay.
I'll back him up.
I am now the omnipresent director of the race. I like the sound of that. It's that GT12 race coming up very soon. Oh, yes. For one day and then I get fired.
Right, I'm going to leave you on here. I'm going to turn you on the audience and I'm going to get ready for that commentary. And I'll let Chris tell you what to do.
Yes, okay. I'm over the PA now. You can't do it off there. Mute me off again.
Cars behind you are coming round to lap you. plenty of space, please. Car 10, that is the race leader behind you.
Race order after 3 minutes. 2, 7, 3, 10, 1,
Caution
8,
at the end of the straight,
4,
guys.
6, 5, 9. Leader on lap
Purple and
13.
yellow car, that is the race leader. Thank you very much.
All green car is second place, approaching car 6.
Purple and yellow car, that is second place behind you. Thank you very much. Okay, car 5, you're right in the middle of the battle between 1, 2 and 3. A lap down. 2, 7, 3, 10, 1 is the order.
So if you haven't already been through the set.
So welcome back to our coverage of day 2 of the Reedy 112th Race of Champions. We're into the heats now, we're into the second round of heats. And very soon the Reedy Invitationals, the very top guns, the very best of the best out here this weekend will be back out on track. But before then, we've got the LMP3 class runners out there for their second round of heats. And we will also have some pretty fun exhibition races coming your way as well. We've had seen the F1 cars out there, the GT12 cars we heard Ollie Meggett explain about earlier. And they are here primarily to put on a great show for the fans and the punters out there. You see lining the back wall there, watching here in the middle of the Centre MK shopping centre. And the GT12 guys, it's going to be a lot of fun. I have a feeling that those guys in their Porsche-style bodied cars, they're going to put on a hell of a show for the fans, as well as the Formula 1 cars, before we get back to the really, really sharp end of competition with the Reedy Race Invitational guys up there. This is Adam Johnson along with the rest of the RC Racing TV team out here this weekend. These cars come flying past our commentary position. We really are on the front line of action, having to take shelter, duck down behind the desk at certain points. And we've got a little crow's nest rostrum to call from and show you these great camera pictures. It's great footage. A variety of cameras around the track. We've got everything covered. We've got every angle covered, every spot and every overtake you'll see live on RC Racing TV across the course of this weekend. We were here yesterday for the qualifying sessions that set the story up for today, and already in the early rounds of competition we've seen a lot of intrigue. We've seen a delay that is a delay to the start of proceeding that is already now being reduced and being taken down, which speaks highly of the organisers, the British Radio Car Association, and their efficiency rolling through the field, getting through the heats. And touch wood, we're also not having any more circuit issues. Yesterday we had a little bit of an issue. Just see in the bottom right of your shot there, if you're watching on the stream, just in the bottom right there, that blue line, that was where a join in the carpet came up yesterday and caused some major issues. Bottom left, in the bottom left of your screen. Did I say bottom right?
Yes.
I'm sorry. Bottom left. I was just testing the viewers, it's fine. The bottom left of your shot there, you see that little blue line. That was where the carpet, a join in the carpet seam came up and caused some pretty massive accidents, pretty spectacular. Obviously no good for racing on, so some repairs had to be carried out. So far that's holding up. The track is doing very well considering the punishment is under from the race drivers. So without further ado, I think we have one more round of LMP3 action and then on to the GT12 exhibition, the latest round of GT12 exhibition action.
So I get the nod from Mr. Winton. I see the marshals going out.
So the marshals heading out. We're having a little bit of track repair work. This track holding up very well to the punishment it's taking from the race cars out here. This is a purpose-built arena for RC racing. This is the last of the LMP3 heats, the Open B class. This will be the last of their second round of races. I'll just running you through the results of the others so far as they move on, as they continue. In the last race we just saw, David Sedgwick takes the victory over Mark Goodchild, Simon Cleather, Kenneth Rogers and Uwe Sieber. So a good battle between those guys. We saw those guys out on track earlier, myself and Ollie Meggett calling the shots. And they put on a great show. This track does not take some punishment out there. They may be little cars, but they do got some phenomenal speeds. And the amount of beatings they inflict on the barriers around the track. No wonder running repairs are needed at the best of times. So, race director now guiding the cars out onto the track. Very strict on this. Very strict on this procedure. Can't let any car accidentally go round for a sneaky practice lap. That's just not very sporting at all, old chap. Just not in the etiquette. So they weave out onto the track. There's not really much time to warm up anything. There's not really much time to practice, get any lines in. You just head straight to the grid and straight in. It's like a splash of cold water to the face starting one of these races. Especially in the first heats earlier, where the sun was low in the sky, arcing through, blinding most of us looking up towards the far end of the track where the BRCA gazebo is located, as well as the arrive and drive section. Now the sun's high enough that it's not really providing much of a visual distraction. Here we go. Everyone's in their grid slot. Yeah, just about. A little bit of housekeeping. Yeah, just about. Going around rearranging. Thumbs up. The race director, we're ready to go. Let's do this. On the starter's orders. You ready? And away. Immediately into the first corner. Cars coming together. It's almost inevitable at this point. Who can survive those first few corners? Normally those that do are the ones that go on to at least have a great chance of winning the race outright. And those who have survived the early onslaught include Jamie Patton, Ross Giles and Liam Hammond. A good start from those three. Now Ross Giles, remember, was one of the strongest cars earlier. He's the car second in line. Your leader is the white and yellow car of Jamie Patton. You'll see him in the centre of his shot on the live stream on RC Racing TV. And if you're in the arena, he's coming through the final few hairpins now, onto the front straight now. Just behind them is Ross Giles in the red and white car, the faux Marlboro coloured car. And then in third is Liam Hammond. Already, lap traffic proving a factor. This is how quick some of these guys are, and the differentials in class in some of these fields between the top guys and the other runners making up the field, making up the order. So it is a confident start from Jamie Patton, who's put 2.4 seconds on Russ Giles already. This is a very solid start. Giles, though, will be very pleased because earlier he was leading and things went downhill very quickly for him in that race. So looking to bank a solid top three finish and get a good result on the board. That'll be his goal for this race. And Liam Hammond up in third. Remember, a reminder on the heat format. They will go through 10 rounds of racing, 10 heats, where they will start in different positions on the grid every time. They will be awarded points for each position, 1 point per position. So first will get 1 point, 2 will get second, etc. And your best 7 results out of 10 by the end of the weekend, by 5:30 tomorrow, will decide where you finish in the Reedy 1/12 Race of Champions 2016. As Jamie Patton continues to truck on, this is a good performance so far, but Russ Giles has closed back in a little bit. Nope, sorry, that's a different colour car. Two very similar cars. Similar coloured orange and white car. He's clearing the traffic at a great rate. In fact, he has put 4.7 seconds on Russ Giles now. This is great stuff from Jamie Patton in the white and yellow machine. Vague hint of blue on it. Some really stylish, really beautiful looking machines. Some of these things look like they are designed as works of art, like the BMW art cars in full scale racing. They are fast and functional at the same time. They look great and they go like the clappers. And Jamie Patton right now, it's a solid run so far. Navigating cars caught up in instance. You have to really be able to cope with anything out there. Patton, event referees, just making sure that the lap traffic doesn't prove too much of a factor. Trying to give them heads up warning. It's difficult to do where things move so quickly as they do. The reaction times needed are in the femto seconds. Far better reaction times than the likes of you or me, I have to say. But Jamie Patton, this is a very solid run. Russ Giles is second. Rob Warren now to third, ahead of Liam Hammond. So a good run. In fact, Hammond and Warren are trading that third spot back and forth. They're scrapping away hard. But the man we are concentrating on is Jamie Patton. He's coming through the final hairpin now. Up the main straight at a high tilt, at high speed. Halfway through in this heat battle. This will be the last race of the LMP3 round 2. And remember, combined points will start to stack up after this one. And it will change in different directions because, of course, people start taking their mulligans and choosing different heats they want to take as their mulligan. There are 3 mulligans they can take out of the 10 total. But the way Patton is going, this is definitely going to go in the, yep, I'm keeping that one column. No way he's going to want to drop this one. Ooh, just as I say that, though. But I think, well, I can't see the red and white machine of Russ Giles anywhere near. So I think he is very, very safe in that lead position. 5.8 seconds on Giles still. So in spite of that instant there, no worries at all about this win. He's going to be just fine, I think. Coming round, he's very cool, very composed. The body language of that car just looks superb, doesn't it? It just looks great. Very nice and smooth, nice and comfortable. It doesn't look like the thing's pushing too hard. It doesn't look like it's too much effort to drive. It's got a car stopped on track. Has tried re-firing. Is it still going? Yes it is, just about. And I think actually that was the 10 of Rob Warren. That's a real shame. He was battling for a podium spot. And I think he stopped there for a second on track and then stalled again, maybe waiting for some of the lead lap cars to come through to not interfere with their race too much. Good racecraft there if that was the case. But Jamie Patton, I'll tell you what, this has been a class of his own here in this race. He has laid an absolute beatdown on this field, 7.7 seconds up the road from Russ Giles, who still had a much better performance than his first round race earlier, which will have to go down as one of his mulligans, I have a feeling. This is much better from Giles, much more solid. But ultimately, Patton has just been too strong. Has been able to make up that, not make up that advantage, but capitalise on starting pole for the second round. Remember, the pole sitter for the first round of races goes to the back, start for the back for the second round, and then second place will start from the back. So Patton will start on the shotgun on the grid for round 3 later. It'll be interesting to see if he can keep up this kind of performance whilst having to come through the field. Generally, it's been very hard to do so, especially with the spin cycle at the first few corners, where everyone converges together in a bundle. And it's pretty much luck as to, you sort of cross your fingers and hope for the best. But Patton has been able to lead this one, almost lights the flag. Coming through to the final few seconds, no contact with the wall, doesn't matter. There's your final klaxon. And Patton is going to come across the line to complete a really, really nice victory. It's been really, really good. Very impressive, very smooth. Really good to watch. That is a demonstration in how to wheel an RC car and how to close out the victory from pole. Took the start. And so, your final results then. Your final result then is Jamie Patton with an all-conquering victory there over Russ Giles in second, Liam Hammond is third, Ingo Aretz fourth, and Richard Norris fifth ahead of Paul Wailau, Robin Streeter, Oliver Hellman, Rob Warren down in ninth in the end after those problems, and Craig Fisher is in the 10th spot. So, that's the end of the LMP3 round 2 competition. And now, for something a little bit different. We have some interesting exhibitions. We have a guest race director in the house. And now for something a little bit different, folks. We're going out live on RC Racing TV and of course over the PA here in the system. And this GT12, this is effectively the Porsche Carrera Cup you're watching now. RC style. This is an exhibition class, an exhibition for the fans out in the arena. This is pure show and flair. This is going to be fun. Here we go. Porsche Super Cup time, folks. RC style. The best way to do it. Lining up on the grid. Never seen a grid position with boots being used to kick cars into position. That's a new one for Porsche Super Cup competition. That's not generally how the marshals do it in Monaco, so I'm told.
Do you want me to grab a microphone?
Can do, yeah. So then here we go. Porsche Super Cup action RC style. The GT12 class Countdown to green. And 5 lights. And away we go. The bundle into the first corner commences. Surprisingly clean, I have to say. Relatively well behaved, just. And the battle for the lead picks up almost immediately. There's 5 cars in that lead pack.
Yes.
2 blue and white cars. Is that teammates? And into team rivalry already? Surely not. We've had enough of that with Hamilton and Rosberg last year. The last 2 years even. They're all chasing down the leaders, and the lead changers swapping back and forth. And lime green car, 3rd in line.
I think this is a Dremel 1-2. We have 2 Dremel cars out, 1 and 2 here.
Team Dremel doing very well, I have to say. And have they let their teammates race each other? Is their team orders in play? I hope not, because I think it'll make the race a lot more interesting.
I'm under the impression that their team boss, Mark Christopher, is quite selfish.
So he'll be looking for the 1-2, but he's not going to get it with contact like that. That was a mischievous move from the lime green car in 4th spot. Some worthy of a drive-through, what do you think?
I think we'll give the green car could definitely have a drive-through for that.
Yeah, I think so.
Green 2nd place car, you are required to do a drive-through. Referee, could you please instruct?
And he is fulfilling his drive-through now. There we go, that's doing exactly what he's done. Well done.
All the Dremel cars are close together here.
Here we go. It's Hamilton and Rosberg all over again. This is going to be fun. But they've let through the metaphorical Sebastian Vettel in the pack, which is the turquoise car, into the lead. Team Dremel, you've got to get it together and get that lead back if you can. Team Moss will not be happy with that, and he does so. Lovely pass, but here comes the lead battle again. They're swapping him back and forth. It's like musical chairs. Who's going to be leading when the music stops?
Who knows? Could be anyone at this point.
It could be any one of those cars out there, literally. Any of them.
At 1 minute 40 in, it's all to play for. It is all to play for. There's a lapping car here. Let's hope it does not get in the way.
No, let's hope not. It's been like Will Stevens. Move aside. You're good. There you go.
Will Stevens.
We're all fine. Stroke Roberto, Mary, whatever.
Okay, let's pick on the pink car halfway through the field. That is actually a female driver.
Oh, really?
Yeah, a pink car with a female driver, I do believe.
Not seen that before.
That's Kaz James.
Oh, excellent.
She's a regular racer within the GT12 fraternity.
Oh, that's awesome. The Susie Wolf of the GT12 world.
I think we've cursed her.
Commentary curses, they happen. No one believes me when I say a commentary jinx happens, but they do, and you've seen it right here. Meanwhile, let's get back to the battle for the lead, shall we? Because Team Dremel are desperate to reassert their dominance, and with that pile-up behind them, I think they have their 1st and 3rd right now. Is that lime green car? Is that the guy who took the drive-through penalty? That is a storming drive.
That was a storming drive.
That is Gordon Shedden-esque, coming back up through the field like that.
We should seek clarity from the referee. Is the number 7 car in 2nd place, referee?
Well, if he is, he isn't anymore.
Oh, cursed again. Cursed again.
He was, for the previous moment. Now Team Dremel are free to battle among themselves.
Oh, that was dirty.
They took a missile by Silver Bullet.
That was dirty.
Number 9 Porsche snuck up into 2nd place, the slightly McLaren-coloured car. Is this the highest up Fernando Alonso has been in about a year?
These Dremel cars, this is just they're drilling along. They're drilling along.
I was going to go through their soaring through the field.
Soaring through the field, that's a good one.
They're polishing this one up. Sorry, I'm going to stop now. This is terrible. But we're coming through on about 3 minutes through the race. It's about half distance. This race is 9 minutes, in which case it's the 3rd distance. Look at this from Team Dremel. They're gapping the field. I wonder what the team orders are.
I think that car needs to be checked for boost.
Oh, I think so, yeah. I think there needs to be technical investigations after the race. It might be running some nitrous in the back of that car.
I think so. I think so. Yeah. What was that, referee? A virtual safety car.
Debris on the racetrack?
There's debris on the racetrack. Marshall. There's debris on the track. Let's get all these cars bunched up.
Race leaders, please go 1/3 pace. 1/3 pace, please.
Back it down, Come on.
It's down here, guys. Be careful, be careful.
Debris on the track down here. What's going on?
Back it all up. No overtaking, guys.
On.
No overtaking at all. Slow it down.
We need to get a pace car out there. One of the marshals start running around being the pace car. Just jogging along in front.
Let's hope it's not Formula 1 style. They don't need to be unlapping themselves.
No.
I wonder how these Dremel cars are going to fare with this rolling start.
Well, they're sizing each other up. They're sizing each other up.
Or was it that Tom Cruise said, rubbing is racing?
Yes, absolutely.
I think on the straight they'll be they'll be releasing him again on the straight this time round.
Yep, I think they're going to cut him loose.
This number 10 car needs to get onto the back of the field.
Maybe he's being the pace car.
Let's get them. I think they're going this time on the straight,
Here we go.
guys.
We're going to cut them loose.
Steady on, steady on. I think they've gone. Yes, they've bolted. Look at
Green
that.
flag. Where we go. Oh, contact to the first corner. That was always inevitable. He went for the dive bomb. Did not work.
The dive bomb.
It's him again. It's the lime green number 7. He's a lunatic. I love him.
He's mental.
He's going for the big moves. It's Jason Plato out here in Porsche form. But Team Dremel have been split once again. They are disunited. And the grey Porsche in second place in the number 9 car. A vaguely McLaren looking colour scheme on that car. Can anyone defeat the undefeatable Team Dremels and blunt their advantage?
I think the number 9 car is a bit of a local legend. That guy is Tom Hampo, they call him. I wonder if he's got cheat mode turned on today.
He's got the top secret horsepower upgrades coming in. He's used his engine tokens rather nicely, I think. But this battle for the win is going to get very interesting very quickly.
If only there was 5% boost, he could just fly. Oh, he's done it!
There you go! There's the moment. Oh, my
dear,
goodness
this is
me.
the last lap, guys. This is the last lap. Can the number 9 car?
No pressure. You've only got 3 corners to make it. 2, 1. I think Team Dremel are going to hold on. I think they're going to just about do it. Ooh. Using all of the track and some that doesn't even exist. It's about as close as you need. Oh, so close. This has been what a great race.
These, by the way, are exactly the same cars as what they've got over in the arrive and drive.
Yeah, so folks, if you want to give RC Racing yourself a go and you've liked what you've seen with these cars, over there in the arrive and drive section, far end of the track, they've done it. They are there, right there.
Oh, we've just been past something very interesting.
And another interesting announcement for you. You members of the public out there watching this, you've just seen that, you've enjoyed it. If you've enjoyed what you've seen, you like those cars, you like the look of them, you can win an RC Schumacher GT12 complete starter kit. So one of the cars you've just seen, you can win one of them. Available at the BRSCA stand down there, where you can also arrive and drive and compete in one of those cars. So if you've loved what you've just seen out there, and I don't see why you wouldn't have, because that was great fun. Enter in, you've got a chance to win one of those cars.
That is just excellent.
Yeah, it's fantastic, wasn't it? Well, that was great fun. That was great stuff. And thank you very much to the guest official up here as well, helping to control proceedings. If you're watching online on the stream, that's something a little bit different for you guys.
I'll be back again when the F1s are up.
That is for the GT12 and the F1 exhibition races up here. Something a bit different from the crowd and for the fans out here. We're in a public arena. And some great fun. I have to say, that was really awesome. But it gets serious, very, very serious. Once again, if you thought that GT12 race was exciting, well, this track doesn't need tissue paper debris cautions to make these races exciting, because this is the cream of the crop. These are the very top drivers out here this weekend, the Reedy Invitationals. The guys going for the Reedy 1/12 Race of Champions glory. And this is the first of the 3 heats of theirs. So those out on track, it was Ian Devonshire and Malcolm Massey were the 2 Team Dremel drivers. Hamilton and Rosberg of GT12. So, here we go. Now this is your group with Alexander Hagberg in the squad. Now, bearing in mind, I checked the results from the first heat. Daniel Sieber, his name had been chalked off the results. I saw in the pits a DQ for a technical infringement. That's going to have to be one of his mulligans.
What car you got as a car 9 on the GT12? What name have you got for car 9 on GT12?
No idea. And away we go. Oh my goodness! What a way to start that event. Car piling almost into the grandstands there. It was a chaotic start there, but a quick recovery from the marshals. And already, in the middle of all of that, I think Mr. Alex Hagberg is trying to profit in the middle of it all. And leading away from that one is Marcus Mobers. Now, the orders have been scrambled since the first one, based on seeding, and then they'll be mixed up again. So Marcus Mobers, who went in the 3rd of the Reedy Invitational heats earlier, has now been put into this one. And the number 8 car that had so many problems at the start was Marcus Askell, who went flying off into the fence at the end of the main straight. It's huge stuff. And Marcus Mobers then takes the early lead ahead of Juho Leivinen. Now, these two had problematic runs in that final heat. Leivinen barely made it out there. He got damaged from a first lap accident and could not really recover. So, he's now looking for the recovery. But look who's up into 3rd spot already. In the green and white car, it's Alex Hagberg. And this is a fearsome trio of competitors. The German Markus Mobers, the Finnish driver Juho Leivinen, and the Swede Alex Hagberg, with Alex Laurent in fourth for the French, and Tim Altman, the German, in fifth. Chris Kurzweil in sixth for the Brits. A truly international flavour to the Reedy 112 Race of Champions, and we are seeing that right here. If you're watching on the live stream on RC Racing TV, it's Mobers out in front, but for how much longer? Because Juho Leivinen's right there, and guess what? Alex Hagberg's right there as well. This can literally change in an instant. Don't blink, you will miss a pass for the lead. Trust me on this one. Or a pass for second, which came together, come to blows there between Hagberg and Leivinen. And I think Hagberg's got going again. He hasn't lost a position, but he's lost crucial time to the top two. It's always going to happen on a relatively narrow track for these cars. They probably need more space, ideally, to make the passes, but that's what makes it such a challenging and entertaining track. Mobers and Leivinen still nose to tail, and Hagberg is catching back in straight away. He's probably the top two. If there was any thoughts between the top two that they ditched Hagberg and it was all down to just them two, get those thoughts out of your mind right now, because they are going to be under immense pressure once again from Hagberg. Alex Laurent has been dropped in fourth just a little bit, struggling to keep up a little bit with those guys. But right now the battle is between Mobers, Leivinen and Hagberg for the win, and a big wreck for Hagberg in the final few corners. That will have not helped his challenge at all. So it is back down to a two-car battle for the lead again. Mobers and Leivinen. When does Hagberg catch back in again? Can't be too long. I don't think he's lost too much time. We are coming up on halfway through this first heat, and Leivinen finally makes the pass for the lead in the white and blue car, coming through the third sector of the track now. And Leivinen then, we have a new leader. Juho Leivinen has taken the lead of this heat. And a little contact. Both Leivinen and Mobers are European champions in their disciplines. Really, really strong runners. Two of the most recognised guys out here. Leivinen, an electric modified electric touring car European champion, and Mobers, an electric spec and Pro 10 European champion. Both of these guys with trophies, and the trophies filling up their respective cabinets. But this is one they badly want to add to their collection, the Reedy 112 Race of Champions trophy. One that money cannot buy. It is all about prestige and all about honour. So Mobers and Leivinen battling away. I'm just keeping one eye on the third spot car, which is still Alex Hagberg. He's 2.29 seconds down, and he is running almost equivalent lap times to the top two. So watch out for that white and green car in third, coming onto the main straight now. If you're watching on the stream, you'll just see him in the background a little bit. We've had a car pull off to the side in the pits as well. I think that's the number 7 of Daniel Holmes. Lead change back. Mobers back into the lead in the blink of an eye. An absolute flash of colour. Leivinen back up the inside. This is literally turning into a high-speed game of musical chairs. Who is going to be leading when the clock stops? No idea at this point in time. It could even be Alexander Hagberg, who's pulling back in once again. Top three, all locked together. This is marvellous RC racing. This is great stuff. Leivinen looking. He's literally sticking the nose out anywhere. It's all attempts to distract Mobers. Even if he isn't actually going for the move, he's trying to just disrupt Mobers just the tiniest amount. Put the visual distraction there and try and throw him off his rhythm. But there's not much disrupting Mobers right now. These guys are the very top RC racing drivers of their discipline. They are factory drivers hired by the top teams and the top manufacturers in the sport. Oh, but a little slide from Leivinen has now put him in the hands of Hagberg again. Leivinen really is caught in a rock and a hard place right now. The rock being Mobers and the hard place being Hagberg. That is some sandwich to be caught in the middle of, and it's a very warm one right now. It's a very toasty one. Leivinen trying to make the gap back though on Mobers, and Mobers is going to have a little bit of traffic to deal with of his own. You're watching on the stream, you're watching the white and blue car of Leivinen being chased by Hagberg. They all make it round that lap car. Very well done from race control there. Good job. And Hagberg now getting desperate for the positions. Remember, he won the earlier heat ahead of Hebert. Oh goodness, and that was a big shunt for Leivinen. Leivinen's fallen out second place. Pressure finally cracked. That's how quick things can change in this business. Trust me. When I said blinking you'll miss something, I'm not kidding you. I'm really not kidding you. I'm not just saying that for dramatic effect. And look at this. Alex Hagberg, the man who had a couple of incidents in the mid part of this race, looked to have dropped away from the battle for third, let alone the victory, is now suddenly in contention for the victory once more. But has Markus Mobers got enough of a gap on him? Mobers has had to deal with everything bar the kitchen sink being thrown at him in this race. And if he manages to take this victory, it'll more than make up for his slightly disappointing performance this morning in the first round. This is fast and furious action. Mobers is there. Hagberg's closing back in, you know. But I think Mobers keeps this clean. Hagberg's going to just run out of time. He's had so many such an up and down roller coaster of a race. But I think Mobers is going to survive all comers just and take the victory. Coming across the line, there you go. Mobers will take the victory ahead of Alexander Hagberg, just, and I say just, 0.3 of a second. Round of applause from the fans here in the arena. No surprise at all. That was a brilliant, brilliant race. Marcus Mobers comes through for the victory. Alex Hagberg second. Juho Leivinen, despite that crash late on, he was disappointed. He'll have felt he could have had a shot at victory, but he still rescues third place ahead of Alex Laurent in fourth, and Chris Kurzweil comes up to take fifth for the Brits, and Tim Altman in sixth, Marcus Askell seventh, and Daniel Holmes in eighth. And I think Holmes' race ended far too early. I think he was the car that was actually having technical issues down in the pit road. So the stacked deck already showing its hand. Such a huge amount of talent in that field. And Hagberg, Mobers, Leivinen, Kurzweil, all European champions, all. As well as Daniel Sieber, who will be coming up soon. Remember Sieber, I saw on the race results down in the pit road, that in the pit area, that Siebers had been DQ'd from the first round of heats due to a technical infringement. So that'll inevitably be one of his mulligans that he has to take. Remember, these guys can have up to 3. It'll be their best 7 that count at the end of tomorrow afternoon's action. And now I see the very distinctive colours of the number 7 car, pink and yellow car of Mr. Toto Ebukuro, who was incredibly quick in today's first round of heats. Almost in a world of his own out there. And he will be lining up in the penultimate grid slot for this one. Watch out for that pink and yellow car right at the back of the grid. You're watching on the stream or you're watching in the arena, watch out for that car. Keep your eyes on it. It'll be hard to keep up with it just with your eyes. It's that quick. But also, I think I see the distinctive silver car of David Spaship maybe in this heat as well. Starters order underway. Hold your breath. Here we go. Down and away. Navigating the first few corners relatively smoothly. Hold your breath. See if we can sort this one out. I think we do, with surprisingly little casualties. That's very, very well behaved. Don't expect that to be the norm, folks. That really is the exception that proves the rule for those first corners. And I'm almost proved right by the fact they have it on the second lap instead. So your early order then is Andy Murray takes the early lead from Mark Stiles, and Toto Ebukuro, the man I told you to watch out for, third already. Watch out for the pink and yellow car as he comes up through the field. It's Andy Murray with the early lead. The number 2 car, the white and orange car, and then the white and red car just behind him is Mark Stiles. Those two locked together on the track. They'll have to be conscious of the fact that Toto Ebukuro will be coming up behind them very quickly and will take advantage if they start scrapping and whacking into each other. They've got to be very careful with how they deal with this one. Stiles and Murray, both factory drivers. Murray employed by his team. He designs and builds the race cars that he then goes to race at a weekend. The RC Racing ethos really is win on Sunday, sell on Monday. Old school racing values. What you race on the track has to be what you then end up selling out on the shelves on Monday morning. So what you guys in the venue here, in the arena, in the shopping centre, what you guys can go and buy off the shelf is what these guys are running out here today. That's the real ethos of RC Racing. Murray continues to lead then. The top 3 still under a blanket. They're going to have a little bit of lap traffic to deal with Mick Farrell's car. They have some traffic to deal with. And Murray's got a little bit of time over Stiles. Not a huge amount. But Stiles now I think is going to have to start worrying a little bit about Ebukuro in third. They all get round the lap car nice and smoothly. Well done. We don't want lap traffic deciding potentially the fate of the Reedy Race of Champions trophy. Murray is doing a great job, you know, holding on to this lead, and he did have pace for Ebukuro earlier. He was very strong in the earlier event, hanging on to the coattails of Ebukuro. He held the lead for a long time in that race and then lost it, but was still relatively in touching distance with Ebukuro. And here comes Mark Stiles coming back into the picture. He was very strong in qualifying. He didn't really get a chance to fire a first shot earlier and look for that first performance. And I think Ebukuro just had an instant down here because I think he's dropped off the back of the top 3. Yes, he has. So that leads to a 2-car battle between Murray and Stiles for the win in this heat. This is round 2 of 10. We will have 6 of those rounds today, 4 tomorrow. So if you happen to be back here tomorrow, if you're here in the centre, lining the fences. If you happen to be back here tomorrow, lock in. Otherwise, lock into our coverage on RC Racing TV as we have a lead change. Little mistake from Murray at the end of the pit straight, the end of the main straight, has elevated Mark Stiles to the lead. Is this the chance that Stiles needs to get a precious first W on the board, get a first win? And I think with the ways being so jumbled up and the cars being so jumbled, trying to get a sweep of 7 wins that would guarantee a victory is just not going to happen. The field is that competitive and the competition that fierce that it is all about taking the results, the best result possible when you can, and being that clinical. It's about almost not just having the wins when everything is working, it's when you have a bad race and still manage to win or get a top 3 finish. That'll be the ones that decide your race of champions. Champion out here as Stiles makes a little mistake. Murray's back on his rear tail. Back on his rear end. This is so close. This is really, really tight out here. Murray looking, sniffing around on the back end of Stiles. And I'll tell you what, you might want to cue the Jaws music because Toto Ebukuro is closing in on 3rd. He's closing back up in 3rd. And this is very, very close right now. Really close battle for the win. Stiles, Murray, and in fact Murray is more than likely dropping into the path of Ebukuro, who is trying to get, well, he won his heat earlier, so that's 1 win on the board. If he can get a second here or better, that'll be absolutely priceless. 2 wins down already for Ebukuro. That'll be major, that'll be huge. The Japanese star in the pink and yellow car, and the top 3 basically have not separated throughout this race. Stiles is still there and is starting to eke out the gap just a tiny bit. Just a little bit. We are right now, if you're watching on the stream, we are right now watching the battle for second between Murray and Ebukuro. And Ebukuro's right there. You've almost got to, you can't be too close behind the car in front. It'll start to disrupt your airflow. There goes Ebukuro. Ice cold. What a great move for the position there. And Ebukuro's up to second. Now, we have a good 70 seconds or so left of this heat. Is there time for Ebukuro to close the gap to Stiles? There's about a second, 1.2 seconds between the lead car of Stiles and the second place Ebukuro, and Stiles is going to have some lap traffic to deal with, although that car gets out of the way very, very well. That was the 3 car of Kai Altman. Well done there. Do not want lap traffic affecting the result of this race if possible, and he also gets out of the way of Ebukuro nicely, so good job there. So Stiles now has 45 seconds to close out this win, and I'll tell you what, Ebukuro is closing and Murray's just had a crash in 3rd. Is that going to cost him his 3rd position? I'm not sure. But here we go. Here's the top 2 together, coming through onto the front straight again. Right now, Stiles versus Ebukuro. Britain versus Japan. This is so close. This is going to come down to the wire. 25 seconds. This must feel like the longest 60 seconds of Stiles' career right now. Hanging in. Ebukuro, I think, has got car speed. Has he got time to make the move? I think he's going to have at least 1 shot. And he's going to take it. You just know he is. Can he make it stick though? Is he going to be close enough at the end of the straight? Not quite. Hold your breath, folks. This is going to go down to the wire. There's your final klaxon. Coming to the finish. And I think Mark Stiles is going to hold on. I think he's just going to hold on. In an enthralling conclusion. What a fabulous race that was. Mark Stiles takes the victory. Fabulous, fabulous race. What a great drive. Toto Ebukuro had to overcome adversity in that race, come up to second and nearly steal the win at the last. Andy Murray had to hold on for 3rd in the end, your early leader. Kai Altman 4th, Chris Hillier 5th, Adam Catchpole 6th, and then Mick Farrell in 7th spot. And as I was saying, if you're in the arena right now, if you're in the shopping centre, you're watching the action, and you want to follow this once you head home, or you want to follow it tomorrow in the conclusion of this event, you find us on YouTube at RC Racing TV, our exclusive live coverage. Also find us on Facebook, www.facebook.com/RC Racing TV. And the Facebook page there's also a Facebook group where you can join and meet quite a lot of the drivers and competitors out here today, as well as us pleasant people, the broadcasters. We don't bite, mostly. So we'll have our final heat of the Reedy Invitational class, the very top class of the Reedy 1/12 Race of Champions. They're heading out onto the grid now. We've had 2 absolute thrilling races. No need for a script at all. I tell you what, most of these races that happen, you could pitch the script for them to Jerry Brockheimer as a full-scale race, as a sequel to Days of Thunder. He'd laugh you out the room and say you're having me on. He'd just never believe it. No race would ever turn out like that. But guess what? It does. That's the magnificent thing about motor racing, and especially RC racing. Now, I spy in this grid some of the very biggest guns out here this weekend. Daniel Sieber, I think, might be lining up for this one. But the big guys to go for will be Kevin Hebert, the Canadian driver we heard so much about before, Molly Meggett, and also David Spashit, the man whose list of achievements runs longer than most people's arms and continues. And they are under starters' orders now. Watch out for David Spashit, third on the grid in the silver machine. And Kevin Hebert, penultimate slot on the grid. Cross your fingers and hold your breath. Away they go. Watch out for Spashit as he comes into the first corners. Third in line there. Bright yellow car out in the lead. Spashit being challenged for position there for third. Cars being battered around all over the place, and I think Spashit got caught up in all of that. Your leader at the end of the first lap. A very, very quick start for Daniel Sieber. A good start for Sieber, the man who was disqualified from the first round for a technical infringement. And Ollie Jeffries, another man we heard so much about earlier from Ollie Meggett. Jeffries had a great run earlier, and Meggett picked him as one to watch due to his passing prowess, and we've just seen it there as he makes a clean as a whistle move on Daniel Sieber to get through into the lead. Vesa Yili is up in the third right now, being challenged by Scott Booth. But the two guys at the back end of the field, Kevin Hebert in the white, orange and green car, and David Spashit in the silver car. Those are your ones to watch. I have them pegged to come up through the field. Spashit won his heat earlier, remember. And will continue to apply the pressure. He had a bit of a messy start, but he's looking to come back through the field, get his rhythm back together. Meanwhile, our two leaders, you're watching on the stream right now, well, they were the two leaders. Sieber makes a little mistake, loses vital ground to Ollie Jeffries. That's not what he needed. But Jeffries right now is giving the home crowd a lot to cheer about. A brilliant performance after Mark Stiles won the last heat. We just saw Ollie Jeffries is now out in front, ahead of Daniel Sieber from Germany, and Vesa Yili from Finland in third. David Spashit now up to fourth place. I told you not to discount this guy, didn't I? And Kevin Hebert in fifth as well, the Canadian driver. So an incredibly stacked deck of talent in here. I just have a sad feeling that as much as Spashit and Hebert's driving is incredible right now and they're coming up through the field, I think they've just got too much to do. With Jeffries now out in a 2.8 second lead over Daniel Sieber. Jeffries is the white and yellow car coming through the first sector of the track now, right into that middle complex now. And he's driving a faultless race. Now remember earlier, Ollie Meggett correctly pointed out that he had to start shotgun on the field in his first heat and rose up to claim third. Now not only was he quick over one lap and quick in clean air, he was also quick when having to pass other cars. And that lead change proved it right there. He's now closing out this heat very, very nicely. He's got a good third of a lap advantage over Daniel Sieber, who will, granted, be looking just for a good result really to make up for that DQ earlier. He has to register a good result on the board and will be wanting to. And so this, hopefully, even if he can't get back to Ollie Jeffries, which it doesn't look like, that gap is staying about identical right now. Even if he doesn't make it back there, that second place will do him just fine. Thank you very much. Third place, meanwhile, is Vesa Yili from Finland. Where is he? He's in the sort of flame-looking car, the yellow, orange and black car. It's number 3. And he has a handy advantage over David Spashit and Kevin Hebert. Two of the real contenders for this heat, but they've just not been able to move forward by the time they got through the early struggles and the early battles, as Hebert has a massive shunt over at the back end of the track. Recovers fairly quickly, but that's vital time lost. But Spashit is trying his best, but he just can't get back up through the field. Sometimes it's very easy. If you get a bad start and you're stuck down in the field anyway, if you start shotgun on the field and you get a bad starting lap, that can almost be it all over. You're almost already mostly of a lap down and you're out of it really. So Spashit will have to get what he can get out of this one. He's going to try and hunt down Vesa Yili for third. I think that's too tall an ask, even for a man with the calibre and incredible racing resume of David Spashit, deserving to be mentioned up there with the likes of Michael Salvin and some of the real greats of RC racing history. For right now, it's Ollie Jeffries hoping to carve his own place in RC racing history, and he leads very comfortably. He's got a 2.9 second lead over Daniel Sieber. I have to say, Sieber, you've got to give him credit. Sieber has maintained that gap really well. They've matched each other for lap times and done very, very well. Their pace is right there. There's nothing wrong with it at all. But the only issue is with that mistake, it's put them too far apart. If they're lapping identically and the gap's 2.9 seconds, then that's still 2.9 seconds between them. And Jeffries at this point, the gap has gone down a little bit to 2.37 now, but that's still over 2 seconds. So Jeffries just has to make sure he can navigate the lap traffic. In fact, that's Veseyili. He's moving past the third place car. So nice job there from the lap traffic to not impede Jeffries in any way. Good stuff. As Jeffries continues on his way, Sieber is still about 2 seconds back. In third place, Veseyili now down a lap. So that is the incredible pace that Jeffries and Sieber have been setting so far. It's been a phenomenal pace, out of this world. Really great stuff. And Sieber now looking to put a lap on Veseyili. He's now getting it down to 1.7 seconds. So this is a little bit better for Sieber. He's been able to gain back in. I think, to be honest, the gap's fluctuating as they move through lap traffic, really. That's the big issue for both of them. It kind of matches out when both of them are trying to deal with a lap car. The event referees here doing a really good job of warning and informing lap traffic and when there's leaders behind them, making sure they can get out of the way safely and not impede the leaders' progress. Ideally, you don't want to see races decided by a mistake or something from a lap car, something that was not the fault of the drivers out in front. And I'll tell you what, Sieber, this will be pretty good from him. This will be close in the end. He's made it down to under 2 seconds again, so his laps have been very good. It's just he gave himself too much of a mountain to climb. He's 1.5 seconds back and just not going to have enough time, I think, to get back to Jeffries, who has driven a really solid race. Earlier on, he started right at the back of the field and was able to come through to take third. This time he started right up front, had to make one pass for the lead, took it, and has closed it out very, very nicely. Sieber is not a million miles back, but if Jeffries keeps it together, in fact, there is the final buzzer. That's the klaxon for the end of the heat, and Jeffries concludes in style. That was a top dollar, terrific drive from Jeffries. Not quite the thrill of the last two, and Jeffries did exactly what he needed to do. A really, really good drive. Daniel Sieber will log a second place. That'll be much needed. That'll be a shot in the arm for that team after the heartbreak of the DQ earlier. And then third place in the end for Veseyili. Good performance there. Managed to hold off David Spashit in the end, who could only manage fourth. Kevin Hebert fifth. They'll be disappointed with that. That may well end up being one of their mulligan results if they can hopefully get better ones later on down the road. Matthew White and Scott Booth round out the 7-car field there. So in a little while I'll hopefully get a full update on the points for you after round 2 of heats. Because right now, there's no time for rest out here today. The action keeps coming thick and fast. We are immediately coming out for the start of round 3 of heats. This will be your LMP2 Open class, Open A class. So these are your guys who submitted to join in and were accepted and have had the honour of joining in today. And we'll look to make an impression up against these high-profile factory drivers, European and world champions in the field. Now, remember, in the RC Racing TV, our live coverage presented on RC Racing TV. A hello to the online stream and viewers here. If you're watching online, hello to you all. I'm sure James will have a moment in a bit to have a look through your comments out there on the stream. If you are out in the arena, if you're out in the venue, you're looking on the fence and you're enjoying what you see, and you want to keep watching after you've gone home, or you want to watch the conclusion tomorrow, lock in on YouTube at RC Racing TV and on the Facebook page, facebook.com/RC Racing TV. So the 30-second board is up. This is the start, third round of action. And here are the Reedy 112 Race of Champions. Our coverage on RC Racing TV presented by Reedy, Protoform, Zen Racing and the British Radio Car Association. Final checks being made on the grid. Here we go, starters orders. Hold your breath, wait for it. And away they go, flying into the first corner once again. Contact almost inevitable. It's a myriad of mess of cars flying everywhere, almost straight into the marshal stands down there. Again, a little bit too close to the action for their liking as they pile through the first lap. It looks like Patrick Bandera has shot out to an early lead. That's good stuff. And there's multiple cars stranded in the middle of the track there. Good work for the marshals having to try and retrieve those cars stranded everywhere. Good work in difficult circumstances, but in the middle of all that action, Patrick Bandera has been able to jump out to a great lead over young Lewis Parker, who has jumped into second spot in the orange and black machine. There in the middle, he's under a lot of pressure there from the number 7 car of Simon Hadley, and Simon Roubaix in fourth in the number 5 car. And that battle for third is kicking off behind them. If you're watching on the stream, you'll see this battle for third right there. And that bright orange flash you'll see just in front of them is Lewis Parker in the orange and black car. Up the road from these guys and getting away fast is Patrick Bandera. He'll be happy to let these guys skirmish away. But what a great run for this for Parker. The youngster using a fruit box to stand up on the driver's rostrum. It's not stopping him at all. If he manages to get a podium in this one, he'll tear the house down. This is great stuff. But he's under a lot of pressure from Simon Roubaix. Looking for any advantage there. This is going to be the defensive drive of Parker's life. Roubaix takes a big swing at him. The final few corners, swerving left and right, and they're queuing up to take him on. And that was almost inevitable. Unfortunately, contacting the end for Parker. He's been knocked down some positions. It was a valiant drive. Some great battling. And unfortunately, that is the nature of racing when you've got that many combustible elements and more happening down at the first corner. It's all going off. This is all happening, I have to say, a long way behind Patrick Bandera, who is just coming through the first few corners now and into the centre part of the track. There he is in the centre there, the green and white car. In the middle of your shot there, if you're watching online. And coming down the front straight now, if you're watching in the arena. Bandera now has a 5.2 second lead over James Stewart in second. And 5.2 seconds over a lap that takes about 14 seconds is just over a third of a lap. And that is a healthy advantage to have. That second car behind them is the white and purple car. That is the number 9 of David Gale, who is lapped multiple times already and is just making it to the finish now. Meanwhile, Parker unfortunately has fallen to 6th. He'll still be looking to try and get his way back up the order. He's still in that battle, you know. And there is a big battle for third, a big clash going on. And the action comes thick and fast here in RC racing. There is no time to slow down at all. No margin for error whatsoever. A little bit more contact in the back of the field. All right, in the battle for third spot. I want to see if we can find the number 1 car of Peter Craig, who is the current third position car. He's the white and green car coming through the final corners now and up onto the main straight. And he is in the middle of an absolute ding-dong battle for third spot. He's got, actually now it's Simon Roubaix in the number 5. Oh, Craig Peter is now showing second. Simon Roubaix is third. Andrew North 4th. James Stewart 5th. Lewis Parker 6th. So, this is now your battle for second that you're seeing on the screen on the online stream. And in the arena, these are the cars coming through the final hairpins. Bandera has now stretched that lead out to almost 6 seconds. So Bandera's got this one made if he can close it out. But Peter Craig and Simon Roubaix are getting closer and closer together. This is the battle for second. Every position is going to count. You need every good result you can get. You need to maximise every single chance you've got for points, or lack of them in this case, because obviously you get 1 point for winning, 2 for second, 3 for third, and it's all about having the least number of points by the end of the event, not the most. So Craig will want the least points possible out of this one. I know that sounds like a contradiction, but this is the way the Reedy Race of Champions works. It's a very good format. It rewards consistency and rewards a string of great results that Craig is hoping to do. But Roubaix is near. He's not that far behind now in the yellow and white car. Roubaix all over the back of him, the French driver. Now, where do you make the pass? On a track like this, you have to try and either hope for a mistake from the lead driver, or if you want to make it happen yourself, you have to set it up almost corners in advance. Coming together, it's almost like a one of those mousetrap games where you construct it for multiple corners and then make the move, and you have to make it full-blooded, full commitment, and make it stick. Just like full-scale racing, just like any form of motor racing, RC racing is as technical and as much about bravery, skill, and amazing patience and control under pressure as anywhere else. Bandera still leading, by the way, very comfortable, 5.5 seconds out in front. He is still very, very comfortable, and he looks very good, but Roubaix did not. And I think that has decided the battle for second now. Roubaix's had a big shunt in the final sector, which has let Peter Craig move away with it. I think they shook off the rest of the field there, so Andrew North has moved up into third now, but I think he's quite a long way away. It's a big shunt for Simon Hadley at the end of the straight. And where's Patrick Bandera? Bandera's at the end of the main straight now, coming into the first few corners. The white and green car, the number 3, he's coming through to the middle section now. There he is. Right in the middle of his shot now. Coming through the hairpins. And onto the main straight. And this has been a picture-perfect performance from Bandera. What a great, great drive. He's been absolutely unflappable. Earlier on, he was trying his best to get a win out of that one earlier. Against, I think it was Ollie Payne he was up against, but he couldn't quite get it done. This time, he's had clear track to himself. He jumped out in an early lead at the start of the first lap and has not been heeded since. And I'll tell you what, props to Lewis Parker, man running second earlier, and he had that incident that dropped him down to 6th. He has recovered to 4th and may even have a chance to steal 3rd at the last. No, he'll have to settle for 4th. But that's a good recovery from Parker in the orange and black car. But it's Patrick Bandera who takes a confident victory. That was very assured, very nice, very smooth. Had a Peter Craig in 2nd who held out that great assault from Simon Roubaix. Andrew North 3rd, Lewis Parker 4th, and Roubaix rounds out the top 5 in what was another enthralling event out here in the LMP2 class, the Reedy 112th Race of Champions. Now the emphasis, of course, for today is running the event at maximum efficiency, because earlier on we had a power outage in the pits that put the event 30 minutes down on the schedule. So far the marshals have been working very effectively and very quickly to get this race fully back on schedule, get it back going, and so far they've done a hell of a job to get this thing moving smoothly. The race directors and event referees, a magnificent job by the team, the British Radio Car Association. Remember, this race directors reminding it that car 3 is the one starting on the grid here. Remember, they're reversing the grid slowly as they go through. Car 1 started the first heat on pole, then car 2, then car 3, and each one is knocked to the back as they go. So it'll eventually reverse the whole field as the weekend goes on. But a great job from the organisers, the British Radio Car Association. Remember, if you want to win yourself a Schumacher radio-controlled GT12 starter kit, those cars that you saw in that entertaining Porsche Super Cup race earlier, visit them on their stand in the Arrive and Drive section. Go down there, get yourself a visit. They are the perfect entry-level RC race cars. If you want to be where these guys are now in a few years' time, get yourself one of those. So then, we're lining up for the second of the Open A-Class heats in round 3. Ollie Payne should be rolling off on the pole here. Kitagawa, Matt Rice, Tim Wood, Chris Ashton, Elliot Cummings. There's a lot of strength in this field. A lot of talent. An incredibly hotly contested field. Here we go, we're under starters orders. And away we go once again into the first corner. And again, the typical mess through there. There's cars being carried and crashed around everywhere. It's a bit like the first corner of the British Touring Car Championship if it was held at Arena Essex. Some banger racing stuff down there, but it's almost inevitable with the way these cars have to converge on the racing corners. And I'll tell you what, that was a great start for Kellyanne Bly, who's taking the early lead. And a little bit of a clash there between her and Naoya Kitagawa. And who's that now let through for the lead? This really is the race that nobody wants to lead right now. I think that's Elliot Cummings who's jumped up into the lead. Yes, it is. In the the purple, blue and white car, as cars go spiralling across the track into different bits of the track. That's a new route around the racetrack I've never seen before. Oh, my goodness me. Cummings under immediate pressure from Darren Newton, who is not a name we've seen so far at the top end of the sheets, and he's aiming to rectify that. He's determined to do so. Aaron Morley now up to 3rd as well. So the leaders, as you watch, the purple, blue and white car in the 3rd sector now was the leader. Now isn't. Big crash and a big mistake there for Cummings. Crashing down to earth there. And a drive through for car 5. That's Elliot Cummings. So his race has gone from bad to worse very, very quickly. And that's a real shame. So now the leader is being shown as Stefan Fiorini, which is the number 9 car. Now, who on earth? Where is that? This is the race that no one wants to win. We've had about 5. Everyone's led, I think, already. This is ridiculous stuff. So we're looking for the number 9 car now. Elliot Cummings has plunged to 9th place. That is an absolute nightmare. And Fiorini is the bright orange car on the front straight now, and Darren Lee's right there. We've got another lead battle. The participants in the lead battle are changing almost race by race, and a big shunt between the 2 leaders. They converged on the field, but that was good racecraft from Darren Lee, remember? He crashed and went over the track there. and could easily have continued on and actually gained an advantage, but he slowed down, let Fiorini take the position back. That's good, fair racing out there, and that's what we want from the 1/12th Reedy Race of Champions. The spirit of competition is intense, but the camaraderie is the best you'll see in all of motorsport. And is that the battle for third as well behind Darren Newton and Kitagawa also in there as well. So the top four now converging. Goodness me, guys, you've got to give me a chance to breathe, because at the moment you're not giving me a single second of breathing space. I can't even blink at the moment. I'm going to have to jam my eyes open to capture in all this action. Fiorini continues. Now, he was very quick in qualifying yesterday. He looked very strong in this category. But at the moment, Darren Lee does as well. A little bit more contact. Now who's leading this race? I think it's Darren Newton in the white and orange car has jumped through to the lead. And I think Lee is scored as second place now. Fiorini down to third. No, Lee fourth, sorry. Kitagawa now to second place, which is where he was in the early going. He had that battle with Kellyanne Bly, who has moved back up to fifth spot. And the battles come thick and fast still. Who wants to win this race? Do any of you do? You just keep seeming to give up the lead, and the battles come thick and fast here. It's Darren Newton versus Kitagawa. They are coming through the first sector now into the central sector. Newton versus Kitagawa. Oh, stand by your beds. This is going to be incredibly close. Millimetre precision at the moment. One mistake, and the lead is going to change hands yet again. Lost count of the amount of lead change we've already had. Kitagawa, where do you take that? Where do you take the pass? There it is. He went for the Hail Mary. It didn't work. And at the moment, any sort of battle for the lead, any sort of position attempt for the lead, if it doesn't work, you'll likely lose positions. That's how high stakes this game of poker is. It's an incredibly fast-paced one as well. I wonder if this game is causing you to perspire. Darren Lee now back up to second. Looking for the lead now on Newton. Oh, good pass for Lee, a little bit of contact, but I think Kitagawa was pounced on both of them. This is remarkable stuff. This really is a game of musical chairs. Who on earth is going to be leading this race when the music stops? Right now, it's Kitagawa back to the front, and the battle for second is the one that's on Newton and Lee. That was the battle for the lead a moment ago, and it's gone messy. Is that Kellyanne Bly back into second place? I think it is. The leader early doors got caught out in that massive contact earlier, is now back up to second spot. What a comeback. This is brilliant. There's about 5 or 6 cars that could still win this race. Stefan Fiorini is still in there as well for a play as well, and Chris Ashton, who performed so well in that heat earlier, is also in there. But suddenly, Naoya Kitagawa has jumped out to a good lead here. He's got 1.4 seconds on Kellyanne Bly, who's running his second, not far behind the distinctive pink and white car. You'll see it right there. There's a car turned turtle in the middle of the track, the middle sector. And I think I hear, oh, you can hear that buzzing. I don't know if it's picking up on our stream, but you can hear it in the arena. A loud buzzing sound coming from, I think, the number 1 car, Chris Ashton. That tells me that the bodywork has come loose and is now fouling the wheels. And that's what you can hear. But Kitagawa is your leader. And Kellyanne Bly, I think he's gaining a little bit on Kitagawa. Is there one final twist in this race? Surely not. This has been a remarkable race. You see there, if you're watching the online viewers, you'll see the pink and white car in the background there is Kellyanne Bly. And you'll see it in the arena. The distinctive pink and white car is trailing the white car of Naoya Kitagawa. Stefan Fiorini has problems in the infield. In the middle sector, Aaron Morley is now back up to fourth as well. The phrase, where did he come from, basically just sums up this race in general. But Bly is gaining. She's got 30 seconds to close in a 1 second lead that Kitagawa has over second place. I think they're going to run out of time. I say that. It's been that sort of race. Anything can happen. 15 seconds to go. Kitagawa just has to hold on and keep it clean for a few more corners. Easier said than done in this heat, which has been maximum entertainment, maximum action, and maximum spectacle. Exactly what RC racing should be about. Kitagawa led early on, then didn't, and then has had to come back and haul himself up at the bootstraps to get a W on the board here, and that's exactly what he will do. Taking a great, great victory in one of the most action-packed 6 minutes of RC racing I think I've ever seen. That was remarkable stuff, and the punters and the fans here in the arena have been treated to an awesome spectacle. A great, great race. Naoya Kitagawa comes home to take the victory then, ahead of Kellyanne Bly. What a mighty comeback performance that was. Darren Lee ends up finishing third. Man was challenging for the victory at one point. Aaron Morley fourth, Darren Newton fifth, a leader at one point. Eugene Gallet sixth, Chris Ashton seventh. Stefan Fiorini, also a leader, 8th. Elliot Cummings, 9th, also a leader. Most of the field led that race at one point. Torsten Muller down in 10th spot. What just a fabulous drive. That was brilliant. whale of a time. What great fun that was. And the last heat of the Open A category is coming up very shortly. Remember, as we say, if you're in the arena, if you're watching on the fences, and you fancy continuing to watch this action, if you have to head off, or you want to lock into tomorrow's final 4 heats, then you can join us on the exclusive RC Racing TV live coverage. It's going out on YouTube. You search RC Racing TV, or you find us on Facebook. You'll find the links there. Facebook.com/RC Racing TV. That'll be where you find the page. That'll be where you find all the info for our exclusive live streaming out here today. And for those of you already watching online, thank you very much for joining us. You joined us at exactly the right time. The tension and spectacle in the arena is cranking up steadily, and the racing out here has been absolutely first class throughout the day so far. Running track reverse tells you all you need to know. How much the drivers have been pushing the limits. The track limits, literally, not so much in timing loops, but just the physical barriers. They've taken an absolute beating, and they will continue to do so until about 5:30 tomorrow, which is when we will know our overall Reedy 112th Race of Champions winner in the Reedy Invitational class and in the Open categories. This is the final round, the LMP2 Open A class, round 3 of heats. Starting countdown. Hold your breath and watch the lights. Eyes towards the first corner. And away they go. Into the first corner. Filtering through. The usual skirmishes kick off. But I'd give that about a 7 out of 10 for cleanliness, I think. That's rather well behaved. Maybe they realise, like in the second race, maybe they realise we need a little bit of a breather. As I say that, it's starting to go off back in the field. But your leaders, early doors, are Luke Burley, Stephen Rowley and Tim Wood. There's your top 3. Burley in the lime greenish white car, the greeny yellow car, and the barrier is actually coming apart down here in the corner, down by the penalty box. And the bottom left hand corner there, you'll see it on the camera there, it's come completely away. The barrier is actually broken down there. So, and I wonder what they're going to do here. I think the marshals are just trying to piece it together for the duration of this race, get it through. Luke Burley leads. It's not going to stop him. Tim Wood is second in the bright orange car. And third spot is held now by Matt Rice, who has been one of the strongest in this category throughout the weekend so far. He'll be looking to get up there and challenge for the wins, as this track is literally falling apart at the seams, trying to contain all the action in here. It's not uncommon at all. It's not unusual. Oh, a little bit of a mistake there for Luke Burley. Has sacrificed the lead to Tim Wood. And that's how quickly that's how quickly things can change at the head of the order. And meanwhile, let's watch out for Matt Rice. He's in the white and green car. Coming around, if you're watching on the online stream, he'll just be in the sort of edge of his shot. In fact, he's just had a little bit of a shunt down here in the bottom corner, just as we tried to pick him up on the stream. He's the white and green car in the middle of that pack. He was third, lost it to Rowley, and I think he's now back to third, having made the pass. And meanwhile, your leaders up front is Tim Wood in the orange car, coming through the third sector now, through the final hairpins now. The number 6 car, or number 5, sorry. There he is, down the front straight. And Luke Burley's not far behind, just a second back, if that. A very tight margin, and a second, maybe a lot in full-scale racing. But here, it's not really much at all. Given that a lap is 14 seconds, it's not a huge amount at all. And in fact, in my eyes, deceived me. We had a lead change? I think we have. In the blink of an eye. We'll have to see on the time. Or is it 2 very similarly coloured cars? I think it's 2 very similarly coloured cars. Yes, it is. They like to do that, throw me off with their liveries. I think I'm seeing double. Sometimes I am. Tim Wood continues to lead and navigates past the lap traffic very nicely, very smoothly. Ollie Payne is now showing in third spot. A man who did very well in the early heats, in the early rounds, and he's looking to keep that momentum going. If you can finish top 3 in pretty much all of your heat rounds, that is about as much as you can ask for, and that'll put you in contention for a victory here in the Reedy 112th Race of Champions. Wood continues to lead, 1.2 seconds up on Luke Burley. Remember, this is the LMP2 class, the Open A category. This will be the last heat of their third round, and after this we'll have another one of our Formula 1 exhibition races, which are always great fun. You F1 enthusiasts out here pick your side, pick your favourite team. It's likely they'll be represented on the grid there, and it's always very good fun. We had a great laugh with the GT12 exhibition races that have happened already out here today. But for now, we've got the very real and very serious prospect. Tim Wood taking the victory in this one. He's maintaining a steady 1.1, 1.2 second lead over Luke Burley, which is just enough to give the tiniest smidge of a comfort zone. It's not as much as he'd want, ideally, but it's just enough to mean that if he's coming up behind lap traffic, he doesn't immediately have to think about people bearing down on him from behind. Anyone competing, come behind. Ollie Payne, he's up to third ahead of Matt Rice. And Rice is falling in fourth now. Kieran Manders is in the top 5 as well. And Wood continues to lead. He's got under 2 minutes now to go. And he is in fact stretching that gap over Luke Burley. Up to 1.6 seconds now. It might even be even more as they come across the lines this time. Those control lines you see on the track, they are timing loops. And that barrier down at the bottom end of the track here is taking an absolute battering. If you're watching on the online stream, I'll show you where it is. It's in the bottom, or the far side of the track if you're watching on the fence here. There it is, sticking out there. It's not quite joined in. It's not quite joined up properly. But Wood is continuing on, and his march is unfettered. In fact, he's, if anything, gapping out Luke Burley even more. I wonder, is Ollie Payne now trying to join the battle for second place? Let's have a quick look through. We'll continue to watch Luke Wood on the stream, on the live stream at RC Racing TV. No, it's lap traffic just behind Burley. The gaps between the top 3 are fairly solid right now, coming into the final 45 seconds of the event. It's been a great, very entertaining series of races, but this one was a good one. Seized early, the opportunity seized early by Tim Wood, and has been able to gap out. This has been remarkable pace. If anything, he's got faster and faster and faster as the race has gone on, and sometimes as that pressure lifts off, as the gap first to second goes up and up, it's just a snowball effect. More and more confidence flows, that pressure eases off, and you have more and more room to go for it and go very, very hard. Luke Burley still second though, and Ollie Payne is closing in potentially for third, so we could have a battle for second on our hands, potentially. Tim Wood is there. Yes, let's have a look at the battle for second then, which is coming through the final hairpins and has just kicked off there. Contact, but Payne lets him back through. That's good racecraft. Good from Ollie Payne. He could easily have tried to take advantage, but he knew he'd probably get a penalty for avoidable contact. Good stuff from Payne. He'll have to settle for third. He'll be a little bit disappointed just there. We saw the battle for the second place at the end climax in spectacular fashion. Burley will hold on second ahead of Ollie Payne. That was all happening quite a distance behind Tim Wood, who will take the victory. And I think we're going to have a little bit of a pause to repair the track, which has taken an absolute battering, which gives our own James Parry a chance to give us some social media shout-outs.
No, it wasn't that. It was to inform you as well that Formula 1 class is next.
Yeah, I was aware.
Are you aware that you'll be instructing them again?
Yes.
Oh, you already know.
I'm well aware.
My apologies for my disappearance. I was involved in a shoplifting ring. Yeah, I'd just like to say I wasn't the shoplifter involved, but I was, yeah. It's amazing what happens when you pop to the toilet.
Is it just, what?
Come on.
Do you really want to explain this on the public forum?
For legal reasons, I probably can't say,
yes.
Yeah, I just caught someone shoplifting.
How do I turn this on?
We've got our... So then, we're live on RC Racing TV, and once again, something a little bit different for you. Some F1 exhibition action as James Parry tucks into some snacks. She's kindly got some for all of us. But for now, whilst the track has been repaired, is that a Sauber I see out there? Nice. I have a friend of mine who is the biggest Marcus Ericsson fan going. I'd be very pleased if I tell her about the presence of that car out here. But these exhibition races, featuring a guest referee alongside me, these are always a lot of fun because, you know, it's kind of like The Sims. You can play God a little bit. But,
I'm actually chairman of the GT section, which these race under.
Ah.
So all these boys here have got to behave themselves because I'm watching.
So you're their boss anyway. So we have got tools on the track, and they're also using some pretty high-tech tools as well. But I'm sorry. I better stick to the day job, shouldn't I? My stand-up comedian career has not gone well so far. Right.
Dave Waters.
Formula 1 cars are on the track. And live on RC Racing TV. F1 live on RC Racing TV. That's not something I thought I'd say. But this is going to be good fun. We have so for this grid we have Felipe Nasr lining up on pole. Is that another Team Dremel car? Are they just looking to lock out this class?
There is another Team Dremel car
lining up on the pole. What is this? Team Dremel are going to lock out on this.
I believe that is Mark Christopher again.
Mark Christopher again?
He's very famous on Facebook, Mark Christopher is.
Is he?
That's him down there.
I see. There he is, the social media hero. He'll be looking for another victory. So what is this? We've got, well, Mark, Felipe Nasr, Nelson Piquet Jr., Elio De Angelis. This is some Formula 1 grid. Felipe Massa.
The Lotus there is driven by Stephen Lander, our main event referee.
Stephen Lander, main event referee. He has a chance to get behind the wheel now himself. And the tables get turned. And behind him is Nico Hulkenberg. Well, the Force India anyway, my favourite driver. Wouldn't it be nice if he won for once?
Definitely. I'm a proper Force India fan myself.
Oh really? Good.
Yes.
We all feel my pain then.
So we've also got a Red Bull.
Yes, we have.
And what's that one? Is that an old Renault there?
That's an old Renault from the 2000.
Then what have we got at the back? A Williams, a Toro Rosso, and a McLaren, is that?
Or a Mercedes, maybe.
Excellent stuff.
Lewis Hamilton starting shotgun on the field. Here we go. Run away. Max Verstappen's involved in an accident already at the start of the field.
Was that Maldonado at the back?
No, it might have been Nelson Piquet Jr. Maybe he was under orders to do that.
Who knows? Okay.
Felipe Nasr has already been passed at the front. Oh my goodness, contact.
Dear me.
Team Dremel going for a second race win in as many classes. De Angelis is in all sorts of trouble in the Classic Lotus. Fun fact, actually, there is a Masters, a historic Formula 1 championship that goes around the world. I commentated on it once, and it was great fun. There was a Classic Lotus just like that one.
That Sauber there, that definitely is back in the pack up. He definitely looks like
it's a
he's
Sauber.
got some kind of engine problems going on.
Oh, goodness me.
He's properly backing them up. That's a Dremel car again.
Defending hard from Fernando Alonso and Mark Christopher. I never thought I'd say that in the same sentence. And Ayrton Senna. Senna, Alonso, Massa, Webber, Christopher. What a roll call of drivers that is, driving talent. And it is now. That is Team Dremel leading, I think.
That is no.
Oh, that's one of the cars being lapped. Felipe Nasr, you're doing a very good job out there, I have to say. Are you being chased down by Elio De Senna? Or is that? Which one is that? There's so many good drivers in the old Lotus, it's hard to tell which one that is. Could be any one of them.
I would like to think that's Senna.
Yes, I think so. The way it's going, I think that is definitely Senna. We'll see how he makes the pass for the lead. If it's high on the style and bravery counter, then it definitely is Senna.
Now, you may know this. Was that Lotus from the Turbo era?
I think it was, you know.
Blown diffusers. It was
yes, there you go. There's the pass.
Fantastic.
That was very Senna-esque. That was great stuff. Yes, I believe. Oh, goodness me. Spectacular shot from Nasr as well. But yeah, I think that was I want to say that's a 98T. It's either a 98T or a 91. Either way, they're all JPS Lotuses. They're all good by me. We have the battle on at the front though.
There was a Red Bull just made a move there into second.
Daniel Ricciardo moving up through the field at a high rate of knots. Oof. Going for the move there.
Oh, the Dremel boys back again. They just get everywhere, these Dremels do.
Oh, Ricciardo at the inside, he'll take the lead. Dremel back through as well. Oh, contact at the final corner. Ricciardo and Christopher going at it. These are sentences I never thought I'd say.
These cars, I have to say, these are way more difficult to drive than what these top guys are driving today.
Oh, really?
The rubber tyres generate so little grip.
There is basically nothing there.
There is nothing. This is like ice skating for these guys.
Yeah, it's basically the opposite of real Formula 1, where they have almost too much grip to race close together. These cars don't have enough grip.
Race Control actually banned tyre warmers for this event for health and safety reasons.
After the whole tyre gate at Monza last year, probably for the best. Ricciardo, oh, goodness me.
That Dremel car is definitely going to have a stop go for that.
Oh, I think so. Come on. The FIA will not take kindly to that.
If he doesn't take his stop go this time, he's going to be in a world of trouble.
Oh, yeah.
A world of trouble. So what have we got out front now? We've got a Red Bull out front.
We've got Daniel Ricciardo leading.
Followed by a Williams.
Williams, yes. That's Valtteri Bottas out in second place. Third for...
Is that Alonso in that Renault?
Alonso in that Renault, yeah, why not? It's got to be better than his current McLaren.
Well, I fancy Alonso for this.
Yeah, I think so. Alonso's got the skill. He's challenging Bottas.
He's definitely got skill for this.
Yeah, I think so. And Ricciardo's been having a drive-through penalty. What is this? That's not fair. He can't help being Australian. That's no reason for a drive-through on. Oh my goodness! Big shunt at the end of the main straight.
So we now got a Toro Rosso about to be lapped. Let's hope he does not get in the way of this epic battle up front.
Yeah, Valtteri Bottas through to the lead, and Max Verstappen nearly causing all sorts of carnage in the middle of that.
Senna's coming back at Alonso there.
He is,
Senna
yes.
is definitely coming back at Alonso.
Where did he come from?
He's come from nowhere.
This is marvellous stuff.
An absolute god, that guy is.
Well, Ayrton Senna combined with one of the greatest Formula 1 teams ever in Lotus, John Player Special, equals awesome.
There's definitely a back marker now. It has really bunched the pack up.
Yes, and actually I think Bottas' teammate is trying to bunch the field up. He's actually doing his teammate no favours.
Oh.
That was a big crash. I think that's ended the Lotus' chances.
The Lotus does not stand a chance anymore.
No.
But we now have Bottas, followed by Daniel Ricciardo.
Yes, we do.
Fernando Alonso.
He's still there.
Who we got in that Toro Rosso?
Max Verstappen. He's being lapped. Nico Hulkenberg's up to 4th. He might finally get a podium.
He might just get a podium.
Which for a frustrated Hulkenberg fan like me is just brilliant.
He's one of those guys that just hasn't had a break.
Oh, absolutely. Oh, Ricciardo through. Bit of wheel banging there.
Come on, I've got money on Alonso.
Oh!
I've got money on Alonso. Come on, Alonso.
Goodness me. Well, he might have played himself right into contention there. Bottas still leads the thing somehow. But Alonso's right there. One of the greats of the modern era. He's had a miserable season with McLaren Honda. He's back in his old Renault.
Ricciardo's got a chance. He has a chance here.
How does Ricciardo still have a chance? He had a drive-through penalty. He's had 3 crashes. This is like Jenson Button, Canada 2011.
You're forgetting this is low grip conditions, and the Red Bull worked exceptionally well in low grip conditions.
As is that Renault right now. Alonso's through for the lead.
Alonso,
he stepped on the lead change, man. Alonso's through to the lead. He's got Ricciardo hunting down. I mean, Ricciardo's already beaten Sebastian Vettel one-on-one as a teammate. Alonso is not going to phase him at all. Ricciardo right at the inside. Alonso's lost 2 positions in 2 corners now, and he's got one back.
First to 3rd place.
Crashing in front of him.
Dear.
Goodness me, this is so much action.
So we're now Ricciardo, Bottas, Alonso and Senna. I never thought I'd ever say that.
No, me neither. Senna's back up there. Predictably, Hulkenberg's fallen back. That's what comes with the territory of being a Force India fan, to be honest.
So I do have money on Senna if he can stay off the barriers.
Yes, which has been an issue.
Senna is right near the back now. Senna has got the whole field to do.
Pretty much,
the whole field.
Almost everyone's pass. But if there's anyone who can do it, it is probably Senna. Let's be honest with
Senna.
you. Ricciardo still leads.
See, those Dremel cars, mincemeat for a blown diffuser Lotus.
Yes, absolutely. Ricciardo.
No, we need to call it. This is the last lap.
It is last lap.
So we
Ricciardo's right there on Alonso. Bottas is coming back. Remember, he led a large section of this race.
Alonso again. Look at that.
Alonso versus Bottas.
Bottas again.
It's a great battle. Alonso's had to back down. Is Bottas going to have one lunge at Ricciardo?
Bottas, Alonso.
Nelson Piquet Jr.
Nelson Piquet Jr. for 4. Where did he come from?
This is the best F1 race ever. This is remarkable. It's amazing what happens when you don't have Mercedes in the field, isn't it?
Yes. Now, if the crowd want to hang around,
yes,
I reckon I can talk a couple of these guys into taking cars out around the crowd and show them.
Yes, I think so. So you guys want to see that? When you guys want to see these F1 cars up close, let them know. They will be taking them out around the stands for you guys to see close up these great F1 machines. They are really great fun, as you've just seen. So have a look at them. And also there's the arrive and drive section over there for the BRCA stand. And you've got your chance to win an RC Schumacher GT12 starter kit. See you over there for details.
That's amazing. That's amazing. That is over £150 worth of stuff.
Well, there you go. You heard it here first, folks. Thank you very much for joining us up here.
See you again for the GT12
yes,
stuff.
This is great fun. This is absolutely brilliant. This is like the coffee break challenges on Gran Turismo. Wonderful stuff. So, let's get back to brass tacks, shall we? Those of you watching online at RC Racing TV, I hope you enjoyed these little interludes. They're here for the crowd in the arena, and they are great fun, I have to say. Really great entertainment value. So let's get back on with the action, shall we? As the next lineup of cars heading out on field. Field heading out now. Now this will be the first of the Open B class runners.
That's a brilliant idea, everyone, guys. Bringing the car out, show the public. Thank you.
As I say, if you're in the arena, if you're in the public, watching on the fences, if you want to see some of these cars up close, the F1 drivers will be exhibiting their cars for you. Great little bits of kit. But meanwhile, it's time to get back to brass tack. Serious business. LMP3 racing in the category. Starters orders. Here we go. And we're away. Great drive into the first corner. Oof! It was me, that was nearly clean, and then it really wasn't. Cars scattering everywhere. Goodness me. It's like a police raid. Cars scattering all over the place. Meanwhile, the man who has risen through all that and had a very smooth start, I have to say, is Robin Streeter. Very good start. The yellow and orange car down here coming through the final corners, but he is being hounded quickly by Vincent Formosa. Who's really staying close to him at the moment in that grey, red and green car. Very distinctive colours. Those two in the first sector now. Trying to hang together, trying to stay close. You can stay within a second. That'll be what Formosa's trying to do. If you can stay within a second, you are pretty much solidly still in contention. And that's where they are right now. They are very close together. They're locked together. Oh goodness, the lead change. Just one mistake was enough. Robin Streeter just snagged on a barrier in those hairpins, and that's given the lead over to Vincent Formosa. I think Streeter is still second. Now, I think he is, but he's now 1.9 seconds down. He'll be gutted in that. He'll be very disappointed. But Vincent Formosa continues to lead them, having taken it after a mistake by Streeter. Formosa's grey, green and red car. Pretty distinctive looking. It's not the brightest out here, but it is a distinctive design on it. And I can also see in sixth spot the number 10 car of James Kahn. I don't think that's the man of Dragon's Den fame. If it is, it'll be multi-talented. He probably should open an industry in RC racing. But Vincent Formosa continues on. Mark Barford now up to second. Now that's interesting. Barford in the number 2. The red and white car. In fact, that battle for second is going off somewhat. They're at the end of the main straight now. There they are in the middle of his shot there. If you're watching online, Barford in the red and white car. Streeter in the yellow and orange car. Daniel Bancroft is now into the middle of those guys. Bancroft in the all-white machine. This is quickly developing to an all-out scrap for second place. That's not too far behind Vincent Formosa. Suddenly, this could be becoming a real scrap for the lead again. Has Formosa made a mistake somewhere around the track? That's what I'm going to have to guess at. Because suddenly the top three have closed up really, really tight again. Just 0.3 of a second, first to second. And 0.7 first to third. Oh! And there's a battle for second going off. That'll give Formosa just the briefest of chances to close away. A bit of mistake from the second place car. Bancroft through to second now. Does he have anything for Formosa? Barford down to, I think, third now. I don't think he lost third Streeter as well. Here's that battle for the lead. It's Formosa versus Bancroft. This is incredibly close. Do not take your eyes off this battle for a second. Oh! Overcorrected, did Bancroft. He overcorrected trying to stay off of Formosa. Too clean for his own good almost. Oh! But a little tussle with lap traffic, and that's given Bancroft the lead. Bancroft in the all-white car has slipped through to the lead ahead of Formosa. Formosa, can he get back something out of this? He's made a mistake down at the bottom end. I think they may have given this to Bancroft for now with 2 minutes 14 to go. The other cars in that pack are lapped cars, so they're not an issue. But it's all falling apart for Formosa. That's a real shame. That car was running so well, and in fact Formosa now can be under pressure for second because Robin Streeter is back up behind him, and they're in the middle sector right now. Oh, and another mistake for Formosa. Again wedged under the walls. This is heartbreaking for him. He had such a good race going, and it's just plummeted down the toilet. Formosa now will be down to, I think, third now. But Bancroft continues to lead. Bancroft is in the middle sector right now. The white car coming under our commentary position now. Through the final hairpins and up onto the front straight. There he is. There's your leader. And wow, considering how close this race was just a couple of minutes ago, he now has an 8-second lead over Robin Streeter in second. That shows you how brutal the battle was for second in the end, and how attritional it was. But by the time it is largely concluded, it has now seen the leader streak out into a 9-second lead. That's ridiculous. He closed up on Formosa, pounced on the mistake, and has not looked back. That is how you do it out here. This is great RC racing, really good racecraft, and that shows you all you need to know. He's now put a lap on Formosa, having already passed him for the win, or for the lead rather. What a shame. It's all gone rather Pete Tong for Formosa in this one. But it's Daniel Bancroft with the lead here. And it doesn't look like, well, he's now 11.8 seconds up on Robin Streeter. In fact, the way he's going, he's going to end up lapping the field. This is going to be all-crushing dominance that not even Mercedes AMG F1 could contemplate. Look at this. Battle for second, he's lapped second place. There you go. Daniel Bancroft is going to win this one by a lap over the field. That is phenomenal stuff. In a 6-minute race, that is unheard of. What a great performance from Daniel Bancroft. Shows you just how attritional the rest of the race is. Shows you how attritional the rest of the race has been. That Formosa's back up to third spot. And I think it's just retaken second beneath us with a mistake for Streeter. So there still might be a pretty decent heat for Formosa. As we're into round 4 now, I believe. And that's the end of the heat. It'll be a dominant victory for Daniel Bancroft in the white number 8 car. Great drive. Winning by over a lap over the field. A phenomenal job. Vincent Formosa comes back to take second in the end. That's a good comeback drive. That looked very unlikely considering how badly his race went downhill in the middle part of the race. Third in the end for Robin Streeter, who led segments of that race early on. Mark Barford fourth. Lee Ellis fifth. Oliver Hellman sixth. James Kahn, Haley Baker, Simon Cleaver, and Russ Giles rounding out the field. I don't think Giles made the start because I think Giles' car was damaged early on. Because Giles' car is normally a lot stronger than that in terms of pace. So I think it was an issue for him in the end. It's a real shame. So we now have the second of what will be 4 races for the P3 class runners. We'll have those 4 races, and then we'll have another one of our exhibition races with our guest race director up here in the booth in the Crow's Nest. It's always great fun, both for the viewers in the arena and for our viewers at home online on RC Racing TV. Our exclusive live coverage, my commentary going out both in the arena and over on RC Racing TV. Our coverage provided by Reedy Race Engines, Protoform Race Bodies, Zen Racing, the aggregation of marginal gains, and the British Radio Car Association, of which are running some great schemes out here in terms of getting you some arrive and drive schemes, giving you the chance to win a complete Schumacher GT12 starter kit for radio control car racing. The GT12 cars you'll see coming up are the ones that you can win here if you are in the arena for this event, if you are trackside for this event. And they're a great bunch of guys. They're organising this event today, and we thank them for inviting us along for today's event, and we hope you are enjoying our coverage both out in the arena and at home on RC Racing TV of the Reedy 112th Race of Champions, the second day of racing, the first day of heat action. 6 rounds today, of which we are into round 4 now, and 4 rounds to conclude tomorrow. So countdown begins again into the second heat, second race of round 4 for the LMP class runners. It's going to be very, very close. Under starters orders, here we go. Race itself. Away they go. Some great starts for some cars back in the field, but it's all come to naught as once again the first corner is absolute anarchy down there. Really, it's whoever can survive out front there. There's cars actually flipping over the racetrack and going in front of the leaders. Absolute chaos. Start this race. Marshall's dashing all over the place. It's Lee Palmer who's come through all that to take the early lead. In the number 4 car, the white number 4 car, it's coming through. Where is Lee Palmer, in fact? Where's the lead changed? This is going to take a while to sort, I think. Lee Palmer, just trying to see what car it is. He's on the main straight now. There he is. You're watching on the stream. He's in the centre of your screen. There he is, right in the middle there. Uwe Sieber was second, is now third to Paul Wailau. Paul Wailau in the orange and white car. It's just behind him there. See your top 2 in shot on the stream. Oh, Wailau. Oh, we've got a stopped car in the middle of the chicane, in the middle. Nightmare. Marshall trying to retrieve it. And I think we have had a lead change as well in amongst all that? It is very hard to tell. Lee Palmer, I think, still leads. Yes, he does. That was some lap traffic he was dealing with. But I tell you what, Matthias Hentricht is your second place runner now in the number 8. Paul Wailau now down to third in the number 2. So your number 8 car is, I believe, the bright green machine. Yes, the bright green machine coming through the middle there, the lean, mean green machine. And he's gaining on Lee Palmer, you know. He's shredding that lead gap. This is going to be very interesting. Some impromptu track repairs being carried out there in the middle of the race. This is incredibly frenetic stuff for the marshals out there. And Palmer continues to lead. I think he's managed to stop the rot and prevent that gap being closed further by Hentricht. And it was a half spin for Hentricht. Gavin Rice now up to third in the number 1 car, which is, I think, the other white machine. Another white machine, yes. So Lee Palmer, I think Hentricht has car speed on Palmer, you know, because he's able to close back in, but it's whether he can get the deal done. We're coming up on halfway in this race. They're 6-minute races, remember. It's whether Hentricht can string these laps together and get the job done, because I think over 1 lap he is faster. But it's just when he's starting to close in that trouble strikes. Some sort of issue happens. It's an issue of nerves. It's an issue of pressure. Very interesting to find out. Very interesting to figure out. So, bit of contact there. It's Hentricht. And quite funny sometimes how some of the marshals, they'll run out to retrieve a car and then it'll recover itself and drive away by the time they get there, leave them stranded in the middle of the track, which I can't help but think is a bit rude. But I tell you what, again, gap has leaked out. 3.31 seconds now. Palmer to Hentricht. Hentricht seems to have car speed, but again, just can't string it together. Can't string those laps together, but Hentricht does have a little gap over Gavin Rice in third. Who has in himself a good advantage over Mark Goodchild in fourth. Paul Wailau, who was up to second early on, down in fifth, and Uwe Sieber, who was as far up as second, is now seventh. So this is an incredibly varied result and running order so far. But one thing that is not varying at all is Lee Palmer. He's flying away with this one. This is a marvellous drive so far, a very, very solid drive. And it'll be a crucial W that he can chalk up. But guess what? Again, Matthias Hentricht is closing in. This is very, very intriguing stuff. And very interesting to see if that lead battle can be resolved. Whether this will go somewhere. And whether anything will come of this. Because whenever Hentricht looks to be gaining in on Lee Palmer, something appears to happen. A mistake seems to be made. Something seems to happen, and then it goes away again. Is there a way of keeping this gap going? I'm not sure. Lee Palmer continues to lead on then. Palmer ahead of Hentricht still. Hentricht certainly has the faster lap going. There's Gavin Rice still in third, very solid. Fourth spot for Mark Goodchild and Paul Wailau fifth. Hentricht is gaining again, you know, on Lee Palmer. And I think he may have gained a lot there. I think he has. He's now gained the lead out of it. Now the luck swung the other way. Hasn't happened that much for him in this race. I think Matthias Hentricht, he has taken the lead now. This could be a great heat victory for Hentricht, the German driver. Can Palmer get it back? He's got a few minutes, 35 seconds rather, to go to get it back. I'm not sure if he'll be able to. He'll try his best, but I'm just not sure it's doable. Hentricht continues to lead in the green car, coming through the first sector now. Maybe into the middle sector now, and he was faster on lap speed than Palmer. He's maintaining a 1.2 second gap over him. Palmer's trying to come back, but I think actually he was under pressure for second. But Hentricht will, I think, close out the victory. As the collections are finished now, there it is. and a great result in the end. Good run for Hand-Tracked. His perseverance was rewarded with a great victory in the end. He had to do it the hard way multiple times in that race, coming from behind multiple different times, and in the end he achieved a really, really good victory. Very impressive job in the end. Good stuff, and that'll be a crucial win for him on the rundown. And I think we have some words with Mr. Parry.
You would have if I turned my microphone up. Hello! That always helps. Who's tapping a microphone?
Me.
Is that you? Do you want to be off?
Yes.
There you go. You can be off for a bit. Okay, so if you're watching us on YouTube, thank you for joining us. We are RC Racing TV. We are live from Centre MK in Milton Keynes. It is a shopping centre. We are outside. We're in between John Lewis and Tiger. Or as Adam would say, we're in between a rock and a hard place. The rock being John Lewis and the hard place being Tiger. Had to do it, sorry. Anyway, hang on.
The display's gone in standby up there.
Has it? Or is it just not outputting?
Oh
no, it's outputting. Anyway, okay, so like I say, we are RC Racing TV. Thank you for joining us. We're here bringing you the coverage from the Reedy 112th Race of Champions, and we're on day 2 of 3. We've been streaming since 9 o'clock this morning, and we are streaming all the way through to 8 p.m. tonight. I don't think we'll be any later than 8. There was a delay earlier, but I know that they're looking to make up that time in between races. So we are here. Thank you to for the sponsors: Reedy Power, Protoform, and Zen Racing, and of course, all this is in association with the BRCA. If you are in the area, feel free to pop down. It's a public event. We're in, like I say, we're in a shopping centre. There are 9 or 10 gazebos scattered around. So someone's just stood next to me shouting for some reason. A marshal is shouting randomly. Adam stood in the way. Thank you very much. Yeah, so we've got plenty of gazebos around BRCA. We've got some model shop outlets. We've got some organisations. Come down. It's quite a crowd down here as well. We've got people watching from the side of the track, and we've also got people cheekily watching from having a cheeky cafe latte and a cinnamon bun up in John Lewis. I quite fancy that, having my lunch up there and just being able to, then I can still listen to you if there's a problem. Yeah, we should have set up the studio up there. I think John Lewis will let us sit in there for 11 hours. I'm not quite sure, but nevertheless, anyway, if you're watching on YouTube, don't forget we've got the chat on the right hand side of the stream. If you wish to, hang on a second. If you wish to join in with the chat, then yep, head over there. There's a few of us in there. Felix Rigby, Dan Aykroyd's Crystal Skull Vodka. Now that reminds me, I'm sure I've seen that YouTube name in a previous stream. I'm not sure. Who is Dan Aykroyd's Crystal Skull Vodka? I have actually tried Crystal Skull Vodka. I bought Matt McCallum, a fellow RC TVer, some Crystal Skull Vodka because it's very, very nice indeed. But who is the person behind the name on YouTube of Dan Aykroyd's Crystal Skull Vodka? I doubt it's Dan Aykroyd. Who we got in here? Leading Edge, Felix Rigby. Got a few people chatting in here at the moment. Jan Scale Modelling, are you still around? Ben Ray, Luke Bowen, Cabronstio, I can't pronounce that. Alan, hi Alan. Anyway, head over there. There's lots of people chatting. We have a new, I sound like a broken record, but I don't care. We have a new Facebook page. We're keeping the group for community chat and community communication, but we have started a new Facebook page which we are going to be using for listing or detailing the details. That doesn't work. Detailing the details of future events that we do. So there we'll be posting dates, times, streams, any pictures from the event, etc., etc. Now, Adam was pressing random buttons on our sound deck behind us. It's not our sound deck, it's a very fancy sound deck provided by the gentleman who's doing the PA here. It's very, very good. What did you want to do?
Go back live in a minute.
You want to go back live?
Whilst you fix the TV up.
Okay. So I put you on there. You want to be on audience, pits, not on the rostrum. What did you press then? You've confused me.
Just press those.
Ah, but you're on the wrong channel. So what have you pressed? You don't want to, yes, they can be in pits, but they're not on anyway. Sorry to do technical whilst I'm online. Very wrong, not very professional at all, but hey ho. Right, I shall pass you back to the capable hands of Adam Johnson.
Yes, we're back in on RC Racing TV. Live coverage here at the Reedy 112th Race of Champions. Heat 3 of 4 for the Open B-class runners. These guys in this heat, they've kicked off in spectacular fashion, as to be expected. And so far, John Zottel, who has already been very strong so far out here today, and Mark Passingham, a heat winner earlier, Jamie Patton, Liam Hammond, Damien Giddings, a lot of strong guys in this one. It's John Zottel leading. Zottel in the number 4 car, the white and blue car. And he's being tailed right now. Well, he actually has a 4.6 second lead over Liam Hammond in the number 9 car. Although a little bit of contact there in the middle sector would not have helped his cause. But Zottel, this looks to me like another one of those races where the leader has been able to jump out and get them early gains. I sound like I'm someone who goes to the gym. Has been able to get those early gains and has been able to cement his lead early, although Liam Hammond is not a million miles away and he has taken a second or two out of him in the last lap or so. Gap down to 3.1 where it was 4.5 not long ago. Now it's 2.84. Stand by your beds, folks. We're about halfway through this heat. But the heat is about to get turned up, if you'll forgive the pun.
Sorry, Adam, did you just say stand by your beds?
Yes, I did.
What? Why? Why?
It's a turn of phrase.
Stand by your beds.
Have you never watched snooker?
Yes, I love snooker. Stand by your beds.
Have you never heard the commentary? They say the phrase "stand by your beds" when in commentary.
No. So I do this. It's not just you. I do this with all commentators. I'll pick up on the smallest thing and then try and pick on it for a little while, drag it out live on the stream.
Anyway,
I've just got
John
visions
Zottel
of
is
people
leading
watching us in bed and then being that excited. Why would they need to get out of bed if they were excited?
I tell you what, if they're in the UK and they're still in bed at 5 to 2, well, it is a Saturday afternoon, I guess. So
I don't know. We might have a lot of students watching.
If you're a student having a lazy Saturday afternoon, I didn't literally mean stand by your beds. It's a turn of phrase. If you've watched snooker, you'll understand. But anyway, John Zottel, the lead gap is still fluctuating. Had gone back out to 3.1 seconds. Now it's back to 2.8. So that keeps moving back and forth. Remember, it's the 9 car that we're looking out for. And if you're watching on the stream, John Zottel is the white and blue car in the middle of the screen. That's the car you're watching. That's your main leader. Liam Hammond is the man to watch as well in the number 9, because he, I think, has the slightly faster car right now, but he just doesn't have too much work to do. If you're in the arena, it's the white, red and grey car that's in the first sector right now. There's his second place car. So not the pink car immediately behind Zottel. The next one along is his second place runner. Zottel right now trying to clock consistent laps, but Hammond is, I have to say, taking time out of him lap by lap. 2.08 now. It's getting closer. This is very tense. But with 30 seconds to go, I think Zottel is going to do just about enough to take the victory here. I don't see Hammond getting 2 seconds back on him in one go, especially as Zottel has actually expanded the gap out again and has put in a very solid job of keeping that gap consistent and managing it. There is potential that maybe he was keeping it a 2 second cushion and then more speed to burn. It's down to 1.7 seconds now, but mistakes aside, I don't think Zottel is going to be, he's certainly not going to have time to lose this one, blow this one away, and John Zottel does claim the victory. A very solid run, very solid drive in round 4 of the Open B class for the Reedy 112 Race of Champions. A very, very strong run. Good stuff. Zottel wins in the end by 1.24 seconds over Liam Hammond. Pretty good stuff, pretty solid stuff. Exactly the kind of performance they were looking for. So, a good drive from Zottel. And now then, the next lineup will be heading out soon. Now, remember, this is going to be heat, I'm going to say 3 or 4 of the Open B class runners. So, remember, once these guys have been out for their run, they will give way to our GT12 class runners in our exhibition races, which have been great fun so far, with myself and the guest race director leading proceedings in the arena, which is fabulous. So if you're watching in the arena, definitely stick around for that. And if you're watching at home on the RC Racing TV online stream, all the better. You can enjoy all the fun as it happens there, as we do a little bit of sim-style race control as this field rolls out onto the track rather. Marshall's taking their positions. It's the LMP3 Open B class runners. They're gearing up and getting ready. Race director being very strict on grid positioning. I don't think I've ever seen someone be able to manhandle cars that easily into grid positions before. That's one advantage for RC Racing. There is no sneakily putting the nose over the front of the grid spot. We get ready then. The Open B class runners. This is race 31 of the day. Race 32 rather. Getting ready to go underway. It's the starting klaxons. Hold your breath and let's get ready. And we're down and away. It's a solid start from the top three, pretty much. But again, cars skittering like bowling pins in the background, like 9 pins flying everywhere. The standard compression into the first few corners, not paying dividends at all. Some more instance as they come through. And at the end of a scrappy first lap, it's Boyd Trataki who's taken the early lead over Gary Dyson. Dyson in the bright orange car, the number 8, trailing Trataki in the white and yellow machine. They are both in sector 1 right now. Now into the middle sector. A bit of wall contact from Trataki. There was a car right in the way in the middle of the track there, stranded for a second. Both leaders were able to negotiate through. Dyson now looking for the inside line. Oh, he went for a big move, a big dive bomb at the first corner. Was not able to do it. And is able to stay in touching distance just about. Maybe that was an early swing for the fence. And he manages to make it through now as Trateki got caught a little bit behind the lap car. They're swapping positions back and forth by the corner now. This is great stuff. What a battle. Trataki and Dyson swinging back and forth. Dyson just impeded a little bit there by a lap car who didn't quite know where to go. Where Trataki went through, he then accidentally got in the way of Dyson. Couldn't be helped really. And I hope that doesn't spell the end of what was a magnificent little battle that broke out there. More lap traffic up ahead. But goodness me, this has been an awesome opening start of this race. First minute or so of this race. Trataki and Dyson has closed back in. It was 1.2 seconds a lap ago. It's now 0.8. So I think Dyson has a little bit of car speed on Trataki, your leader. And they definitely are closing up again. Dyson is so aggressive. He goes for the big moves. He goes for the Hail Marys. He goes for the big plays and the dive bombs. Slide move down through the final corner. Almost like a karting move that was. Not sure if it was the fastest way round. Ooh, he's playing it very fast and loose, especially with lap traffic. But it is working to the point that he is gaining back in on Trataki. Boyd Trataki, German driver. And the lead battle is closing up again. Watch out, guys. This is going to be fun. Blink and you will miss a lead pass, a lead change. And I'm not joking. You saw the proof of that already. They've got lap traffic to deal with. I hope they don't get in the way too much. I hope they don't impede too much. In the exhibition races, that'll be an expression for them to actually impede. The lead battle continues. Trataki and Dyson, they are still so close together. Really, really tense. Unbelievable stuff. And both of them managed to navigate the lap traffic very well, very smoothly, just about. But there was a lead battle there and they contact again. Now, what's the penalty there? Was there a penalty there? The tension. Is there a penalty for car 3? Has that? Trataki is being ordered to give that position to Dyson. Dyson took the position fair. And in the end, an incident for Trataki anyway. I don't know if he was trying to give the position back or he just wrecked out himself. And in the end, the natural order of justice prevailed. Dyson had to take the lead, then contact caused Trataki to take it back. So the referee ordered the position to be returned. And in the end, through hook or by crook, that was the way they run now. So Dyson has now taken the lead. Dyson in the bright orange car coming through the hairpins now at the end of the lap, right beneath our position, onto the main straight. And into the first few corners now. And he has now got a 2.4 second lead over Trataki. So, oh goodness me, well he did. And then suddenly the battle's closed up again. And I think Dyson's got a little bit of left front. And I think he's just got a little bit of left front damage. Giles Hodgkinson, meanwhile, has just lost third to Matt Baker. This is a crazy race. There are battles wherever you look. And Trataki is back in the lead. I bet he's wondering how on earth that happened. Having already lost it and then regained it and then lost it after some instants and then regaining it again. This is crazy. What a race this is so far. Dyson has a big shunt in the middle sector. Has that now cost him second? Hard to tell. I don't know if David Sedgwick was close enough, who is now in third out of nowhere. He's come up in front of Matt Baker and Giles Hodgkinson. This is an absolutely crazy race. The positions are changing literally lap after lap. Trataki, Dyson and Sedgwick then. Dyson is now 4.8 seconds down the road from Trataki. And I wonder, 4.8 seconds now, surely that is too much for Dyson to do now. He'll have too much work to do to come back from this. A couple of unfortunate incidents, and I think also I noticed that Dyson's left front, as he gets into more instances of lap traffic, Dyson's left front is a little bit flared out. I think he's got damage on that car. That car is not steering the way he'd want it to. So I think that's also affected handling as well. But Trataki is still swinging for the fences, bouncing off the walls. Bouncing off the walls there. Trataki is really driving a real hell for leather race. And it has overall worked out just about in his favour. High risk, high reward, I think. As Dyson is now 8.6 seconds behind. And is actually now bringing on potential pressure from David Sedgwick in third spot. But that says a lot, doesn't it? It's about how quickly this race can change. In a matter of seconds, a matter of laps, it went from an incredibly tense battle between Trataki and Dyson to now it's almost 2/3 of a lap between the two of them. But a sensational way to close out round 4, the LMP3 battle, the Open B class battle. What a great race that was. Very entertaining, never a dull moment. And it's in the end Boyd Trataki who takes the victory ahead of Gary Dyson in second spot. David Sedgwick will come home third. A good run there, and he nearly could have had second at the end there had he had a little bit more time. Andrew Hicklin fourth then, and fifth for Giles Hodgkinson. That's the end of the Open B runners for now. The next guys you'll see out in their prototypes will be the Reedy Invitational Race of Champions guys, the top guns out here today. But first, a little intermission. Time for some fun. Time for the GT12 class runners out here. We've got our special guest referee up here. I feel like we're at WrestleMania, these guest referees out here.
It's getting that way.
It is, yes. We've got our special guest referee up in here. Joining us.
Am I there now? Excellent.
Yes, there we go.
Excellent. So it's the Porsche Cup. This is the Porsche Cup. They've all got Porsche body shells on. This is a special thing. The body shell's actually made for this gig.
Yes, they are. They are custom built cars. We spoke with Ollie Meggett earlier about these cars. They are actually, all entertainment value aside, they are great cars to start out in competitive RC racing because there are national tournaments for these cars. They're also very affordable. They're forgiving to drive as well. They're good to handle. And remember, there is the competition. If you want to win yourself one of these cars, a complete pack for it, visit the BRCA stand down at the far end of the track. You see it there, distinctive markings, and get yourself one of these if you can. Okay, so looking down the list of drivers here, we've got Mark Christopher in one of the Dremel cars. We've heard a lot about him today. A real dark horse, that man. He's very selfish. We've got Lee Stokes in the second Dremel car. In the pink car, Kaz James. The purple car, Dan Howes. The turquoise car, Rebecca Hubber. Now, Rebecca Hubber, she's a junior. I didn't pick up on that first time round. Excellent.
Green car, we've got Aid Middleton. Silver car, Tony Wade. That guy is known as Jimmy Quickfingers.
So that's the number 9 car, the car we were talking about earlier.
Yes, that is Jimmy Quickfingers, the number 9 car. We then got Pete White in the bronze car, the grey car, Matt Gammons, blue car, Stevie Finney, gold car, Paul Lau, orange car, we have Jim Spencer. Jim Spencer in the orange car, and in the dark grey car, oh, I see what they've done here.
What?
The boys have put the 2 girls up front.
Aha!
The boys have put the 2 girls. So for the audience that are watching, the 2 cars that are down at the front, the turquoise car and the green car, they are both females.
Is this a little bit of the battle of the sexes?
I think it is.
Yeah.
The boys are quite mean, especially that Mark Christopher guy. You should read some of the stuff he writes on Facebook.
Oh, he's a bit of a bully. I've heard about him. Well, here we go. This is going to be anything but boring, folks. Stand by your beds, metaphorically speaking. Away we go. That was actually a sloppy start from the Team Dremel guys. They've disrupted themselves.
Clean start from the girls, though. Look at the girls go.
Yes, that was good organisation.
Outstanding. Okay, the turquoise car again.
They'll basically be teammates because, hey, they'll at least want to beat the boys. Let's be honest.
I would say so. Ooh.
And they're not afraid to mix it. Get physical with the boys as well.
There's a bit of elbows out there from Kaz with one of those Dremel cars. Okay,
hey, they're Dremel cars.
We have the junior female, Rebecca Hubber, out with a commanding lead here. This is a proper amount of lead she's pulled out. Remember, all these cars run exactly the same equipment.
Yes, they do. It's a one-make series.
Same speed of controller.
Yep.
Same motor in them, the whole lot.
This is marvellous. Great lead early on, but who's that bright green car closing in rather menacingly from behind? Is that Aid Middleton? I see closing in second spot.
Aid Middleton, yes, Aid Middleton in the second spot. I'm just trying to pick up on the Jim Spencer car. He's a fresh in this time. Never driven a GT12 car before.
Before this race?
Before this race. He told us he was going to show them how it was done.
Oh, really?
So I think that the orange car just behind Kaz James going down the straight now is Jim Spencer.
I think so.
He's made himself into 5th place.
Big dive bomb there as well.
That was a big dive.
And meanwhile, our junior driver, junior female, running very well. This is a very clean race.
Very well out front.
But is that the dark grey car of Matt Gammons closing in? That was the car we thought was the McLaren colour. That's the number 5 car. It's the all black machine, black and white, and it is rather like the All Blacks now in rugby. Closing in ominously into the lead. Where is the best place to pass? That's a good one. If you're prepared to get your elbows out, they're swapping corners back and forth. Is there something on the track down there at the far end?
There's debris on the track, guys. There's debris on the track.
Is that a water bottle?
Yeah, we're going to need to put out the virtual safety car. 2 races in a row.
Well, I've heard stories in full-scale racing of guys throwing their drinks bottles out the car trying to get a safety car.
This Marshall here, that one. Mini Dyson. Marshall Mini Dyson, would you please remove that Coke bottle off the track for us? Off you go, Mini Dyson.
Well, she's got the running shoes on.
She's got the running shoes on. There's debris on the track down there, please, Mini. Oh, no, a Team Serpent driver's removed it. No, he's put it back.
Oh,
he's crazy.
Team tactics.
Okay then, Mini Dyson, let's get that Coke bottle off the track, please. It's down there. You can go down the track, there's a virtual safety car out. Hop and skip along.
Not that they've slowed in any way.
Well, where's it gone?
This is the
just
fastest
crazy.
virtual safety car I've ever seen.
I think the referee.
Has Dyson just made that debris vanish? He didn't have to run. Is he nodding?
I thought it would be fun to make a run. Baywatch style.
Well, in the end, she just
across here.
Well, in the end, she decided witchcraft was the better way.
Okay, back to the racing.
Yes.
So, out front it is the Aqua car out.
Dave Treacy in the number 6, showing as the leader.
It is the Aqua car that's out front. The referee has just informed me. So, ignoring what's on the timing screens, we have the Aqua car there.
Yes. There we go. Aqua car is out there. Is that our junior driver still?
Is that our junior driver, referee, still in first place? Has she just lost second to the Dremel driver there, referee?
Oh, I suspect foul play in there. Must have been. It's Team Dremel. Got to expect that.
So we got Dremel out front here, referee. Okay. Is that Team Dremel car, that Mark Christopher?
I'm seeking clarification.
White wing.
Yes, it must be. White wing.
White wing. That is Mark Christopher. That man is a bully.
He is.
I'm really starting to dislike him. Referee, give Mark Christopher a penalty. I don't like him.
I think the crowd should start booing him.
2 seconds stop go penalty, please, Team Dremel.
See what I did there? Look at that.
You enjoy this power, don't you?
Yes, this is amazing. Okay, so we now have nearly a full straights length lead from Rebecca Hubber. We have the black car of, no, the Dremel's come out in second place. Oh, referee.
Come on.
Referee.
Was that really 2 seconds? Well, they've messed themselves up with that.
No, I think Rebecca's damaged the car. I think the car is damaged.
Oh, that would be a real shame.
That is a real shame if that car is damaged.
It's weaving.
She's having to pull off.
Weaving horribly all over the place.
That's dreadful. We cannot have a Dremel 1-2. I'm not going to tolerate it again.
Seriously. Hang on, who's the grey car in third now?
The grey car is in third. But I think that there is a chance, right? Lee Stokes is the second Dremel car. I think that Lee Stokes,
shenanigans?
I think he could take Mark Christopher out here.
He's taken himself out.
Wow.
But I think you speculating the chance for Team Dremel shenanigans.
Yes. Well, we have the black car now. Very close on second place.
Number 5.
Very close.
He's joining in the action as well. He wants.
Is that the all black car? That would be Tom Hampo.
That was a really Richie McCaw style tackle there. I know that.
That was a bit rough. That was.
Good contact there, but let's get Team. Oh, that was very wrong. Oh, Team Dremel coming together again. We expected that to be a fly on the wall in that team meeting after this race.
Yes, definitely.
The best time, but meanwhile, that number 5 car is still in there.
Yes. Ooh. That is Tom. Tom Hampo. He's a regular. This guy has won some of our bigger events. So in the GT12 world, he is a little bit of a megastar, if you will.
So he's a bit of a celebrity out here.
So
and he's showing that speed because he's passed both the Team Dremel cars.
We have a car that's dead on the straight.
Hang on, did he just slow down to try and wipe out the Dremel cars?
I think he did. I think that yellow car is just
trying to run interference. Run a linebacker move on them.
So we have an excellent win then for the black car.
Yes, we do.
Hampo. Followed by 2 and 3, the 2 Dremel cars.
Well, they didn't win at least.
At least they didn't win.
Which you clearly didn't want to happen. Not again.
It's just Mark Christopher. I've got nothing against Dremel. They make perfectly good accessories.
Yeah.
But that Mark Christopher, he's just one of those people. You know?
Has he cut you off before?
I don't like racing against him. He's incredibly dirty when it comes to racing.
So, the hot story up here, the hot gossip, beef between race control and the marshals.
So what the crowd need to know is the cars that are over in the arrive and drive, which is just to the left-hand side of the track, have exactly the same cars on it, which are free to have a go of, that are down on this track.
Yep, so if you want to have a go in the cars that you have just seen, and you've seen how fun they are, yourself down there, you've also got a chance to win one as well, and they are a great way to start in RC racing. What a great start, but meanwhile, as we get ready for the Reedy Invitational class,
I should probably go now.
Yes, you have work to do. Thank you very much for joining us once again.
No problem. I'll see you again in probably an hour's time.
A little while for the F1 race, I'd assume, when the F1 cars are back out on track.
Yeah, the F1's back out next, I think.
Excellent. Well, for now, as we get back out, the Reedy Invitational class is back out on track for their 4th round of action. This is where it gets very serious.
My name's Darren anyway.
Yes. And we just had a quick look down on the track there, by the way, as the GT12 cars were vacating the grid. And we were just looking down at the problem corner that we had issues with last night for qualifying. We're just checking the track surface down there. It looks to be holding for now. And it better had, because this is the very serious end of competition. This is the Reedy Invitational class for the 1/12th Race of Champions. This will be the biggest trophy and the biggest class that they'll be competing for out here. This is going to be very serious stuff. Some minor level track repairs going on. And the grid's coming together. So let's get ready. Let's prepare ourselves for action. Let's prepare ourselves to watch some of the finest RC racing drivers the world has seen and the world will continue to see. Lining up in grid order, remember, a little shuttle or shuffle.
Here, set lunch. And that period there's about 30 minutes. If you afford a bit more time, I'll talk through it. And then
Here we go then, on the starts orders. And away they go. The run into the first corner. Always very tricky, and they've kept it very, very clean. Well done to those guys, but how long is that piece going to last? I doubt it with the calibre of driver we've got out here. So it's Daniel Sieber and Ollie Jeffries who lead in the early going. Those two were very strong in their earlier heat rounds. So Sieber continues to lead, bouncing back, remember, from that DQ in the first heat. And he's come back very strong. But look who's in town now, look who's on the prowl. It's Alexander Hagberg, probably the form driver coming into this tournament. The Swedish driver, a current European champion and multiple European champion in multiple different electric RC racing disciplines, and a world champion, remember. This is a guy with a huge amount of pedigree. He has the current form, he has the current track record coming in. And can he finish the job? This would mean a huge amount to him for the Swede relocated to Luton here in the UK. Not that far away in the grand scheme of things from Milton Keynes. But it did not start for Daniel Holmes, that's a real shame. But meanwhile, this is the lead battle and it couldn't be closer. Daniel Sieber of Germany is under all sorts of pressure. Hagberg is building the pressure to boiling point. It's like watching a kettle boil at high speed. This is great to watch. Sieber and Hagberg. And you could feel something strange is happening. In fact, the crowd is almost silent here in the arena. On the edge of their... If they had seats, they'd be on the edge of them. Even those in the pits and other competitors are standing on tenthooks watching the action here between Sieber and Hagberg, two of the finest exponents of their craft out here right now. Hagberg, the form man, and one of the real favourites for this tournament. If you're a betting man, and I don't advise you try and bet on the outcome of this tournament because of the calibre and level of competition in it, you would have to put good money on Hagberg, and he's proving it right there. He profits from a little bit of interference from lap traffic. It wasn't a huge amount, but it was enough. It was all Hagberg needed, and it may well be all she wrote. He's now trying to escape from Daniel Sieber, and it looks like he's going to be able to. Ollie Jeffries has not been able to keep up with the top two as much, but Andy Murray has faded in fourth a little bit. Matthew White runs fifth ahead of Kai Altman and Chris Hillier. That's your lineup here right now. But it is Alex Hagberg looking to take, I believe, a second heat victory it will be. And that will put him in a great spot and get as many heat victories as possible. That'll put you in the best possible position. And I tell you what, in the blink of an eye, that lead gap has gone from nothing to 1.13 seconds. Hagberg is putting a hurting on this field in the way only he could. This is extraordinary stuff. He had to come through from the lower orders of the grid, remember, where the grid was reshuffled. But it just does not matter for him. Supreme speed, runners-up position earlier, and a heat victory. Now he's looking to march on to another one. But having said all of that, let's not write the history books just yet for this one, because Daniel Sieber is coming back. He is now back to under a second. That last lap it was 0.6 seconds the gap. This time through it was a huge crash for them in front. Massive shunt just in front of the leaders for a lap car there. The gap as it stands was 0.7 seconds between first and second. That lap it was 0.78. These two are lapping to within the hundredths of the second right now. That's how close they are in terms of lap speed. Nothing to choose between the two of them. Gap now 0.5. It's fluctuating lap by lap. A little bit here, a little bit there. Hagberg will have an advantage one lap. Sieber will get it back the next. It is so close right now, and it's in that sort of stage where the smallest mistake or moment of misfortune could decide this race. That's how close it is. Hagberg in the white and green car in the first sector right now, coming through into the middle sector, and the yellow car of Daniel Sieber just behind. It's Sweden versus Germany in this first of the Reedy Invitational class heats for this round. This is supremely close stuff. It does not get any closer than this, folks. As they continue on, I think Hagberg is starting to get his rhythm back. The gap is pushing up towards a second again. But Sieber is still there, and Sieber is still in that position where the smallest mistake means, from Hagberg, means that he could still pounce. The problem is, we're talking about Alex Hagberg here, a man who doesn't make mistakes. And if they do, they're about as rare as blue moons. So, about as rare as solar eclipses are major race-costing mistakes from Alex Hagberg. Sieber is hoping for one of them right now. But even if it doesn't come around, and it probably isn't likely to come, this will still be a good result for Sieber. Again, on the comeback trail after that DQ from the first round of heats. He needs all the good results he can get. He's already likely used up one of his mulligans. One of the 3 scores you're allowed to drop after the end of competition. It's your best 7 out of the 10 rounds of competition. So Sieber's already used up one of those, you think. He'll be hoping that he doesn't have to use up his other 2. And he'll keep going, he'll keep trucking on. And the gap is again closing. I'll tell you what, Sieber looks closer than he has been all race. We've got 30 seconds to go. And it fluctuates back and forth. It was 4/10 that lap. It's now 4/10 again. Basically half a second. This is so close. Sieber getting closer than ever. He's aware that the clock's ticking down. Hold on to your hats, folks. We're in for a grandstand finale. Hagberg under all of the pressure from Sieber. Sieber looking for a move. He's going to have to go for the big move. Does he risk it? Does he risk costing himself a second place? It would be a great result. I don't think he's going to have time to. I think he was going to try, but I don't think it is going to matter. It's not going to matter in the end. Round of applause from the competitors and the fans in the arena. Well deserved. That was a brilliant, brilliant race between the two of them. Alexander Hagberg, he looked impervious early on, but Daniel Sieber came back in great style late on there to really press him all the way. Just 0.2 of a second between the two of them. That is about, that's a yawning chasm compared to like the time it takes to switch a light on. What a fantastic race there, befitting of the stature and the nature of this competition. A great, great drive from Hagberg, next to him a second heat victory, but it was not for lack of trying from Daniel Sieber. Awesome, awesome stuff. And so, race 2 of 3. Race 2 of 3 coming up.
BRCA down at the ride and drive track. Got an SDI down there. Got battery on the camera. Got radio mics.
To the line, not a racing pace.
Take it off and then whack the SDI.
I don't mean line, I mean.
So the next group of cars running out. So the latest group out there now. This will be second of the 3 groups in the Reedy Invitational class. Top end of competition. And these guys will roll out. Remember, the timing screen will update as soon as it they head across the start line to start the race. But there is one distinctive car you should notice in the back there, rolling up for his starting slot. He's starting shotgun on the grid for this one. It is David Spashit. But that's a really strong field. I think that's Marcus Mobus' car I can see in there. And Toto Epikuro on the pole, starting command, getting ready. It's interesting how even the other drivers around here turn into fans when you have these top caliber of driver out there. These are some of the best in their field. And the tension is rising as you get ready to start another heat. The Reedy 112th Race of Champions 2016. And away they go. Epikuro, ooh, he went uber defensive into the first corner, and I think it just about paid off. But is that Marcus Mobus who's moved up into second spot? Very nicely in the early going. And is that David Spashit into third? I think it is. The silver bullet is already making ground. Epikuro leads as they come through, and it is Marcus Mobus up into second. The dangerous German driver with a great record, a great resume. Epikuro with a huge amount of success out in Japan and the Asian tournaments. Marcus Mobus with 3 European championships to his name. The first one going back to 2001. This is a man who has been consistently at the top of his game in RC racing for nearly 15 years and counting now. Mobus then second. David Spashit has moved up to third. The man, as I keep stressing, who has maybe run out of room on my notebook trying to take notes for it. And keep an eye on Mark Stiles, the number 5 car down in 5th spot. He was a heat winner earlier, and he'll be looking to move forward. So right now it's Epikuro and Mobus setting a ferocious pace. Japanese driver and the German driver, 1 and 2. And I think Spashit has actually lost some positions. Yes, he has. Chris Kurzweil is now up to third. 4th for Stiles, 5th for Spashit. But we keep our eyes on the stream, on the lead battle between Epikuro and Mobus. Epikuro has been in absolutely awesome form so far. On raw pace alone, he is up there along with Hagberg and anyone else you want to put in there as favourites for this tournament. Spashit's record, you'd have to say, is second to none. Hagberg's current form puts him as a favourite, but in terms of raw pace and racecraft, I think Toto Epikuro is really working himself into huge contention here. And the fact that he is managing to keep the great skill of Marcus Mobus, another man with recent success on his side, a 2013 and 2014 Electric Spec 112th European champion in the effort European tournaments. The fact he's able to keep him at bay is saying quite something, although it's not the hugest gap in the world. It is only about 0.7 of a second, and that gap is not budging. It is a very close gap at the moment. In fact, the gap's come down a little bit slightly. So once again, just like in the last few heats, we have a breakout of two drivers very much convincingly moving away from the rest of the field, but also battling among themselves. And meanwhile, David Spashett has regained third, but it's all happening a long way behind these guys, a good half a lap behind these two leaders. But Spashett will be happy with another solid third, but he's going to have to fend off Mark Stiles for it. Those two are going to have their own inter-British battle for that. Meanwhile, Epikuro and Mobers continue this duel. Epikuro in the pink and yellow number 3 car on the front straight now, and just behind him is the yellow and orange number 6 car of Mobers. That gap is not budging, and in fact it's getting closer if anything, and they're going to have to deal with lap traffic here, which could fall in either of their favours. Depends how the lap traffic is and where they catch them on the track, because it's all well and good lap cars trying to get out of their way, but sometimes they have no option. And he can still hold them up. The referee talking, trying to make sure the lap cars get out of the way. That's a good job there. Very well done from Scott Booth. The lead battle was not interfered with too much. We've still got 2 more to clear though. It's whether they can focus, whether they hear it, and as I say, whether they catch them at the right angle. Sometimes you'll get lap cars that try and move out of the way with the best of intentions. They actually just get in the way more because the leaders are trying to second guess what they're going to do. So, car coming down into the first corner. Well done. I think that's Chris Vesa Yili who just moved out of their way. So those 3 lap cars, we reset. We go again. 2 minutes 10 to go. And Toto Epikuro continues to lead Marcus Mobers. And still the gap has not gone anywhere. It's been consistently at between 2 and 4/10 of a second for about the entire race. You could not get these two closer together. Dirty air is marginal at best. There may be some effect, but not a huge amount. This is all about pressure. This is all about executing under the highest pressure. He got a good run out of the final corner that time. That enabled him a little bit of a gap, but still only 3/10 at the line. Basically nothing, to be honest with you. 4/10 now, but Mobers comes back again. Epikuro just gets that good run out of the final corner. That's pivotal. I think that's what's helping him gap Mobers just a little bit, because Mobers is good, particularly through these technical sections. He's very strong, particularly through the third sector. Really, really good. But Epikuro has a great drive off the final corner. I think Mobers' car is handling just a little bit better, but Epikuro's car is getting great drive out of the corners, especially on the long straight, and that is pivotal, because Mobers is right there. Mobers is very close. He's actually closer than he has been the last few laps. Is the time for a move now? It's got to be. They've got a minute left. Mobers has got anything for Epikuro. It's got to be now. Can he get a move done? It's going to have to be a Hail Mary, surely, because, as I say, Mobers' car is handling great in the technical sections, but just in the runs through 1 and in the faster corners along the straights, Epikuro's car is getting a great run. Just that slight acceleration is proving key right now. There is nothing to separate these top 2. This is so intense. This is high-intensity RC racing between some of the finest exponents of their craft in world racing. Epikuro versus Mobers. Japan versus Germany. A Japanese and Asian champion versus a 3-time European champion. This is so close. Once again, Epikuro just gets a slightly better run out of the final corner, and I think that's going to be all important. Just enables him to gap him enough so that Mobers comes back in these sections but can't get close enough to make the move. It must be so frustrating, especially at the end of this straight, which is quite a good passing opportunity. Mobers can't get quite close enough. He's got to be gnashing his teeth up on the driver's stand right now. This is so intense. This is knife-edge stuff. Really, really close. There's your klaxon. That's the finish. And I think Epikuro is just about going to hold on. Yes, he is. A well-deserved round of applause from the drivers down here watching. They know when they've seen a great RC race. Absolutely excellent stuff. The tension was on a knife edge throughout that one. That was absolute thriller-minute stuff. And we've got one more heat for these top guys for the Reedy Invitational class. We'll get an update soon on where they're standing in the overall positions after what will be, I think, 3 rounds of action completed. It's easy to lose count. We've got 6 rounds out here today. We'll be concluding round 3 here with a few cars who are really looking to step back up after disappointing second rounds. I see Juho Leivenen's car there, who had a disappointing first round and was much stronger in the second. A lot of these guys looking to build momentum. And the big challenge will be keeping that momentum overnight if they get it going. And in that last race, behind all that action, it was in the end Mark Stiles who took 3rd place. How crucial could that be? Another good run, the man we've heard from already on this broadcast. And he was able to beat out David Spashit. That is no laughing matter at all. If you're able to put one over David Spashit, you're doing something very, very right. And Mark Stiles has been a little bit underappreciated so far, keeping his head down. But I think he's due a pretty good finish here. If he can step up his pace a little bit, get the good starts, and get in race-winning positions early on, I think he's a real dark horse here. Meanwhile, the last grid is lining up. And I spy Juho Leivinen. In fact, if you're watching on the cameras, you'll see Mark Stiles walking past down right now. He's just marshalling, or he's about to be marshalling this race, having competed in the last one. True race driver grit for you there. Still seem frustrated despite finishing 3rd. There you go. No, nothing's ever quite perfect. It's a bit like that Fry and Laurie skit where Hugh Laurie plays a Grand Prix racing driver and Stephen Fry plays the post-race reporter, asking him how great the race win was, and he just keeps complaining that there were problems with the car. And you wonder, are you ever happy with it? No, because race drivers are perfectionists. Anyway, let's get on with this final heat then. This will finish round 3 of the Reedy 112th Race of Champions 2016. On the starter's orders, watch out for Juho Leivinen, 4th on the grid. Blue and white car. They're away into the first corner. Leivinen trying to make some early moves, and he has. Look at that. It's landed on a plate for him. They all collided in front of him, and the waves parted like the Red Sea in front of him. And Leivinen has swarmed through to the lead. That could be a pivotal moment. So Leivinen with the early lead on the start. This is a 2-time European champion in the electric modified and electric touring car divisions. Leivinen takes the early lead. Askell is up to 2nd, Marcus Askell. But another man to watch out for is the all-star Canadian Kevin Hebert, who's actually, in fact, has something happened to Leivinen. Sorry, the timing screen had not updated there. It briefly showed Askell as leading. I thought something had happened to Leivinen again. Leivinen is still leading. Leivinen leads over Marcus Askell, who is under a lot of pressure from Kevin Hebert. The battle for 2nd is happening right now in the 1st sector with the orange and white car of Askell, and Kevin Hebert in the white, orange and green car for 3rd. Canadian looking, he didn't get the result he wanted in the last heat. We'll look to rectify that. Oh, what a move. That was great precision. That is how you make a knife-edge pass in RC racing, and I believe they actually got that pass so well that it disrupted Askell's rhythm. Tim Altman has actually taken 3rd spot. But we return to the battle up front with Juho Leivinen. Whilst that battle for 2nd has been going on, Leivinen now has a 2.6 second lead over Kevin Hebert. Now this will be an interesting one to watch. Can Hebert now close that gap over Leivinen? Both of these guys champions and used to great success in their territories and disciplines. Hebert, an all-star in the Canadian and US circuit of RC racing, where the stakes are incredibly high over there. And Leivinen, a 2-time European champion in the last 15 years, a man who has scaled the summit of electric RC racing. Leivinen, now has Hebert dropped back? I think he has a little bit. He just can't seem to get the same pace going. Hebert, 3.1 seconds back. May not sound like much, but in a lap where they are averaging 12-second laps, it's about a quarter of a lap behind. So it's a much bigger gap than you'd think. 3rd place for Marcus Askell, as Leivinen is lapping so quick right now. I think Tim Altman has fallen to 6th place. Unfortunate run for him. He was up near the podium spots early on. As Leivinen slices past, clean as a whistle. That's exactly what he needs to do. Hebert will be looking to put the pressure on, but a 2nd place would be good. And meanwhile, down in 3rd, Alex Laurent has moved up there, the Frenchman. So it's a truly international flavour to the top 3 right now. The Finlander Juho Leivinen, the Canadian Kevin Hebert, and the Frenchman Alex Laurent, with the Brit Marcus Askell in 4th spot. Had a Mick Farrell, Tim Altman, and Adam Catchpole. Leivinen continues. He leads at halfway, and really he's got enough of a cushion over Kevin Hebert to be able to just relax the pressure just a tiny bit, just relax the intensity a little bit, and keep it going rather nicely. If he has to deal with lap traffic or take a lap or two to deal with some lap traffic, he's got time, and he's got time on his side. Kevin Hebert's closing the gap a little bit. It's down to 2.8 seconds. That's still a long way back in RC racing terms, where races can be decided in the hundredths and thousandths of seconds. So it's incredibly close. But Leivinen is looking very solid here. He bounced back his first race. He had a monumental accident on the first lap, and it disrupted the chassis, damaged it, cannot continue. So he'll take that one as a mulligan, but since then he's bounced back very effectively. He's just getting caught in a little bit of lap traffic here. Ooh. Where do you make your move? I mean, he does have time to wait for the referee to instruct guys in front to make the allowance to let them through, which he does, and then he gets involved in a spectacular wreck, leaves him on his lid. But Leivinen continues on, although that gap is now 1.8 seconds, so a second has been shaved out of that gap, which is impressive for Kevin Hebert. They are both gapping Alex Laurent, very much so. But Leivinen, I think, overall has just enough race pace to keep away from Hebert. And even so, Hebert has a lot to do if he wants to try and get this win in this heat. If he does get this win, it'll be incredibly unlikely. It'll have to come from a Leivinen mistake, which doesn't look likely to happen right now. He's looking serene right now. If RC Racing can ever look serene, it's calmness personified in the eye of the storm for Juho Leivinen, who probably considers us Brits moaning about -2 degrees as the ultimate form of complaining, because for him that must be somewhat of a summer's day, isn't it? He's looking ice cool out there right now, I have to say. He's maintaining that gap to second over Hebert. Around 2 seconds or so. It's more than enough. It's a very comfortable one. Now down to 1.7. Hebert is there. He's chipping away. It's not going to be enough. They've got 45 seconds to go. Leivinen is going to have to make a monumental mistake of this if he's to throw this one in the bin, which would be an absolute travesty. He won't be able to live with himself if he does, because this has been a picture-perfect performance. He profited as they all came together at the start of the race. The cars converged together on the racing line, collided, they split apart, they divided like the Red Sea, parting in front of him. And as the waves parted, he went soaring through, and he has not looked back once. Although Hebert has closed in substantially, he's now down to under a second. Well, I think Hebert's going to run out of time, and how frustrating will it be for him? It's going to be very close, you know. It's going to be a last-minute charge through for Hebert, but it's not going to. He's going to run out of time in the end. And Juho Leivinen comes home to take a really commanding victory in the white and blue car. A strong run for him, and he takes a priceless heat victory ahead of Kevin Hebert. So it's a priceless 1-pointer for Juho Leivinen, 2 points for Kevin Hebert, 3 for Alex Laurent to finish third, 4 for Mick Farrell, and then 5 for Tim Altman. A good run.
What do you want for lunch? I'm not taking orders. What do you want?
A great performance, a great drive from all of them.
What are we going to do tonight?
Hotel. We're going to be knackered.
Yeah.
We're going to have time. Yeah.
Yeah, we same time as last time.
Was it? Oh, yeah. Just go. It's fine. Go.
Sorry.
What did he want?
Race 44 is the target.
Okay.
What we're going to do is we're going to grab 2 people. We're going to move this camera over there and do a quick interview just to break the day up a bit.
When's this?
Race 44. So.
Is that during our break?
No.
Oh,
no,
okay.
Of course not.
Oh, good.
Come on. After the break. So, I'll ask Chris. There's going to be 2 people. I'll ask them to come and speak to you. One's a Reedy rep. Okay, the second person is me, but just anything major, just have a bit of a chat to them about Chris, a bit of a chat about Reedy.
There or here?
Huh?
Over there or here?
Over there. Yeah, because that camera, you just plug in that SDI, runs on battery, and take the audio from that for the interview, we'll turn all the PA stuff on. We're just doing a lifting camera. Then I can highlight that and then get it out, and then it looks.
It's a little thing they can show off in the. It's a little thing they can show off in the post race and everything.
Yeah.
So then we now commence round 4 of the Reedy 112 Race of Champions. No room to rest out here. They run a very well-oiled machine out here. It's been quite incredible so far, and another great run. Results in action. I'm going to look for you hopefully very soon to get an overall idea of the results as they run after 3 rounds of compelling action out here. And an incredibly intense schedule of racing so far. And with them starting half an hour down, it looks like they're slowly getting back onto schedule, which is just fantastic, really, when you think about it. Considering the break or the disturbance early on put them down on the schedule, and the fact that they have been able to get it back is quite phenomenal, I have to say. We get ready to start round 4. Here we go. Brace yourselves again. Away we go then. We're good to go again. And this is Open A class running. This will be their 4th round of seeding that will start now. Featuring the likes of Tim Wood, Kellyanne Bly, Stefan Fiorini and Ollie Payne. This has been a very competitive seeding so far. And this LMP2 class has been incredibly intense so far. Tim Wood takes the early lead in the orange car. The number 4, Simon Hadley 2nd, and Ollie Payne 3rd then. 4th for Stuart James and 5th for Peter Craig, with Stefan Fiorini down in 6th place. Oof, a bit of clashing and contesting there. Tim Wood is in the bright orange car in the centre shot there on the stream. And he's running a pretty strong race to start with, I have to say. Good start to this one. 2nd place is the number 1 car of Peter Craig now, so he's jumped up. Chris Ashton now to 3rd, Ollie Payne 4th. And sadly, Kellyanne Bly is displaying as a do not start on the screens, which is a real shame. She had a strong run in the last race and kept it going very well to profit from that crazy race that we had earlier, that insane heat where pretty much everyone led at one point. It was absolutely balmy stuff. So it's Wood, Craig, Ashton, Lax and Payne running at the moment, with Wood running in the orange number 4 car. He's in the 3rd sector now. And the number 1 car, Peter Craig, is the white and green car coming onto the straight now, with the number 3 of Chris Ashton in close attendance. So that battle for 2nd could get in string very quickly, especially as Matthew Lax is also in close attendance in the white, pink and blue car. That's the number 7. So this is going to be very close. This is a very intense battle for 2nd, and this is all happening comfortably 4 seconds down behind Tim Wood. As these 4 all clashing, coming together. This could get very messy very quickly, guys. Behave yourselves if you can, but don't ask for any quarter because you're not going to get it. No quarter asked or given. Ashton, Lax, Payne, and Peter Craig has fallen to 4th there. So Craig, at the blink of an eye, has fallen to 4th. It's Chris Ashton now, up into 2nd spot in the white number 3 car, ahead of Matthew Lax in the blue and the white, pink and blue car. Very distinctive scheme there. And they are 2nd and 3rd. And Ollie Payne now up to 4th in the white. And they are very, very close. And the number 8 car of Stefan Fiorini gets out of their way nicely. Oh, with a little bit of contact there. Matthew Lax got sideways and got collected by Ollie Payne. And Lax gets back underway, but he's now down to 4th as Ollie Payne continues his march up into 3rd spot now. And he's just behind Chris Ashton. Ashton and Payne. I tell you what, the reason why I'm not mentioning Tim Wood that much is because there's no need to. He's laying a hurting on this field. He's in the middle sector and he's absolutely driving. We've got a car piggybacking down the front straight. That's a bizarre scenario, a bit of piggybacking going on. Another car just ran him off. What is going on over there? They're like rutting stags. What is happening? That was a bit of a mess on the front straight. But luckily, it was the other orange car involved. Well, I say luckily for our leader Tim Wood, it wasn't him involved. The battle for 2nd, though, continues. Chris Ashton and Ollie Payne. Ashton is under all sorts of pressure from Payne. And in the background is that, that's not Matthew Lax. That's the lap car behind them. This is the battle for 2nd, though. Coming out in the final corner now, down the main straight. Ashton and Payne. This is so intense. The battle for every position is going to count. Remember, the least points you can accumulate, a little bit of contact there, the least points you can accumulate, the better. So any points you can shave off your time by better finishing positions, it's all going to count in the end. Matthew Lax is closing back in on these guys as well. Payne continues to chase Ashton. I get the feeling he's got a slightly faster car, but he's not able to complete the job, as it were. He's not able to finish the job. Ashton, Payne's right there though. This has got to be his best chance yet to make the move. Going to the first corner, here we go. Not quite. Ashton saw what he was doing there. Ashton driving a very good defensive race so far. How long can he keep Payne behind him? It looks like Payne is quicker. And there is an art form to getting the move done here. Could wait for this lap car to come up, see if that will interfere with Ashton at all. The mine needs to contact with the barrier, has allowed Payne to sneak through in a second. Really, really wily job. He set his car up perfectly, but Ashton coming back and some contact has left Ollie Payne on his roof. And I think Ashton is going to try and give the position back, but a bit more contact. That was unintentional, I should say. Bit of a messy scenario in the end there, and that's a shame because I think that has cost both of them second. In the end, neither of them will get it because Matthew Lax has moved back through into second place, I think. And the orange car, meanwhile, of Tim Wood, this is all happening very far behind him, 8 seconds behind to be accurate. And Tim Wood is on the start-finish straight now, coming into the final 30 seconds of this race. It's been plain sailing for him. Very smooth running, smooth sailing the whole way. And I'm being desperately shushed by some of the fans down here. I'm trying to make sure my commentary curse doesn't strike that much, but hopefully it doesn't, because this has been an impervious drive, and the battle for second has been really tense, I have to say. Matthew Lax, the second place runner, and that is all happening 9 seconds down the road from Wood. There's your final klaxon, and that will conclude this race, where the battle for second was a hugely tense one in the end, but ultimately it was immaterial because it was happening very far behind. Race winner Tim Wood. Great drive from first lap to last for the bright orange car. Great drive. Very impressive that was as well. He wins by almost 10 seconds over Matthew Lax, who profited from that clash between Ollie Payne and Chris Ashton. Payne finished third in the end. Peter Craig slips into fourth ahead of Chris Ashton, who had to take the hit for causing that collision with Ollie Payne. He gave up the position. He also ended up sacrificing an extra position in the process. We knew that battle was going to go one way. It was always going to be a tight one. But good spirit of racing in the end, I think, effectively. So we'll have the next group of LMP2 class runners coming up, the Open A class division runners. And after that race concluded, we'll have the second group up. I'll tell you what, there's some serious talent in this group, you have to say. These guys have qualified up in the top 30. There are some good drivers in here, some real breakout stars of tomorrow that you could be watching be invited back in the top Reedy Invitational class in years to come. And the talent is second to none out here. It is really impressive. Now remember, if you're in the arena and you want to keep watching it, once you've head home from your shopping or you want to watch the conclusion of the event tomorrow, lock into us at RC Racing TV on YouTube, search for it. And also go to our Facebook page, facebook.com/RC Racing TV. Like that page, and you will see all of the links to our streams when they come up, and go for it. So that'll be what you need to do if you want to keep following this, which I suggest you do, because this story is only just beginning. We've got through 3 completed rounds of action, and we're only starting the 4th one now. There's 10 of these to get done. That is how intense it is so far. I'm just having a look at the class structure so far, and that's qualifying so far. Just looking at some of the results as they go. Some of these are incredibly close. The margins for error absolutely just unparalleled, and after 3 rounds I can tell you, in the top Reedy class, it's Marcus Mobers leading early on with on 2 there, and Alex Hagberg, Toto Bakuro, those are the guys you expect to be up front there. And I tell you what, there is a real atmosphere itself just to being down in the pits on the board where the results are being posted, because there are constantly drivers swarming around it to check up for their results. But let's get back to the action that is happening right out on track now. Here we go. And they're away, filtering into the first corner again. and the traditional couple of cars that do not make it successfully. One is now wedged under the barriers there in the first corner. More carnage in the middle sector. It takes a good lap or two to sort these guys out. Now some carnage in the third sector. It's all kicking off. This is bedlam as usual. And I think what that has enabled Matt Rice to do is to jump out into a handy lead early on. He's already got 2.9 seconds on the rest of the field. That's Matt Rice there in the white, green and black car coming through the first sector now. Darren Lee is in second, about 3 seconds back. Once the rest of the field have settled down into order, they'll hopefully be able to try and draw a bead on Matt Rice. But Matt Rice has been very fast in this division. He could be one of those breakout stars that, as I say, gets the chance to impress in front of factory drivers and some of the strongest drivers and teams in the sport, and could be invited back here in years to come. Who knows? As a future European champion, world champion, whatever else. Aidan Ripley did not start this heat. That's a real shame. But Torsten Muller is up in fourth right now. Now that guy really does need a strong run so far. And Matt Rice, Darren Lee and Ashley Whiffen are your top three, as Mark Payne and Kieran Manders are also in this heat as well. A real depth of talent here. And as actually, having just looked there, Torsten Muller in the number one has actually moved back up into third spot. So this is a good run so far, because Muller has had miserable run of form and luck so far. Nothing's gone his way. But he is actually now firmly in the battle for second, having moved up into third. But he's also still under pressure from Darren Lee. These cars are still rattling into each other left, right and centre. As Matt Rice makes a safe move through. And has Muller just taken second? Yes, he has. Muller has taken second. He's the bright greeny yellow car in the middle sector right now, coming through into the final hairpins. He and Darren Lee having a good ding-dong battle for second. The white car just behind. That is a close battle that we're seeing right now. And see if we can see it on the stream. The two cars are together in the final hairpins. Now onto the main straight. And that bright yellow car you see right there he is Torsten Muller. Not a car we've seen much so far today. And I'll bet he's enjoying getting a bit of TV time at last, because that means he's up front and doing well. And I'll tell you what, in the blink of an eye, something big has happened to Darren Lee. He's fallen back to fifth spot. That is very unfortunate. What was building to be a fascinating battle between those two has now rather petered out. And Ashley Whiffen is now back into the third spot, having recovered. Neil Diver is up to fourth as well. Kieran Manders up to sixth. Now the interesting thing to watch here will be the timing screens. If you're watching at home on the stream, you'll have the timing screens there. If you're in the arena, I'll tell you that the gap is at about 3.3 seconds, first to second, 3.5 actually. And the interest will be, as we're about halfway through this heat, whether Torsten Muller, who has been very, very quick in this heat, whether he has anything for Matt Rice. That's the big question. At the moment, they're running very similar lap times. Just got a little bit of a snag with the lap car. That won't help Muller at all. But it's whether Muller's got anything for Matt Rice. 3.5 seconds is a big gap to make up in RC racing. It's a huge gap, and it's actually leaking out now to 4 seconds. That's almost a third of a lap now over Matt Rice. For context, Muller is in the first sector, and Matt Rice is now in the third sector. Coming onto the front straight now in the white, green and black car, as cars are scattering right in front of Muller. Ooh, that was close. Cars scattering everywhere. Oof! And now Muller, being one of those cars, is getting scattered. There'll be a little bit of stress in there. I mean, he's got a healthy gap over Ashley Whiffen in third spot, so it's not like he needs to rush. But obviously he is trying, if possible, to catch up to Matt Rice, but I think that battle is now lost. I think there's no way through. As the car goes flying off the track on the end of the straight. Huge intensity. And Matt Rice is now in the middle sector, in the middle complex. Coming through into the final hairpins now. The white, green and black car is coming off into the main straight. Now just behind the orange car. Up into the first turns. Moved past the orange car now. Very smooth running, I have to say. This has been smooth sailing for Matt Rice so far. And I really hope this is not an incidental commentary jinx. I hope it isn't, because I'd hate to have a race of this performance end this way. Ending this way. I've just been handed the current standings after the last round of action, so I can tell you that in the Open A class so far, which is the class we are seeing the races for going into this round, Naoya Kitagawa, we haven't seen yet in this round, was your overall leader with results of 2 wins and a second. And so far, the second is one of his dropped scores. Ollie Payne and Tim Wood, who we saw in the last race, take an impervious victory. That will help his standings at all because he came into this round third. Ollie Payne, we also saw in the last round, another strong result. Kieran Manders. Now, Kieran Manders, well, that is interesting because Manders was down as low as 7th in this race early on. And Manders is 5th overall coming into this round. He needs the best result he can get. He is now 3rd. He has capitalised on the misfortunes of those in front of him. Torsten Muller still 2nd. Muller was 21st coming into this round. That tells you all you need to know. Had a 3rd, a did not start, and a 10th so far in this round. So another podium will help him start moving in the right direction. As Ashley Whiffen has had to drop down the order, which is a real shame. But very interesting how the order stacks up so far. That's the final klaxon for this race, the final heat. An impressive drive for Matt Rice, who comes into this round in 7th in the positions with 1 win, 1 third place and a 4th. That'll be a 2nd win to add, and that'll boost his overall result very nicely. And I think we're going to have one more group Open A class run. Yes, we're going to have one more of that group, and then I believe we will have another Formula 1 exhibition race, which is always very entertaining with Darren, our guest referee. So it'll be very interesting. I think our coverage on RC Racing TV will be taking a little break after that. But these results are very interesting to plough through. In the top Reedy Invitational class, with the top trophy for the Reedy Race of Champions, so far, does it surprise anyone that Alex Hagberg is your leader after 3 rounds with 3 scores of 1, 2 and 1, and the 2 is a dropped score so far. And in fact, Toto Ebukuro has the exact same result, 1, 2 and 1. And I don't know how they're doing the tiebreaker on that. I'll have to clarify that. And in fact, it's a 3-way tie because Marcus Mobers also has 2 wins and a 2nd as well. That's how close it is at the top end of town. What an unbelievably close fight that is. Ollie Jeffries is 4th on a 3rd, 1st and a 3rd. And then Juho Leivinen coming back nicely from that poor finish early on with a 6th, 3rd and a 1st. But obviously that 6th has become one of his dropped scores. Mark Stiles 6th, Daniel Sieber 7th. Coming back after that DQ in the first round with 2 solid 2nd places. Kevin Hebert, the Canadian 8th, Andy Murray 9th, and David Spashit down in 10th. Work to do there. And such a depth of talent in that top class. As we get ready for this final group of Open A LMP2 class runners to start off. In this heat, we'll probably see the likes of Kitagawa, who is the leader coming into this one with 2 wins and a 2nd. The 2nd place being a dropped score. Ollie Payne also level on that respect, with a 3rd as his dropped score. So that's probably what the tiebreaker was. So then, a couple of these guys will be hoping to get 7 wins out of 10, and if they do, they'll be in an incredibly strong position. Here we go. The starting countdown. Take a breath. And we're underway. The charge of the first corner once again. They filter through, a little bit of a skirmish at the back, but I think we're just about okay. Hold your breath. Lead change is swapping already. The foul's incredibly close. I can see Lewis Parker in there in the orange and black car. Your leader early on is, I think, Eugene Gallet in the number 5 car. It is. Ahead of Nigel Hale and Elliot Cummings, who's scrapping away in there. Now, Cummings has had some fairly miserable luck so far. 16th overall coming into this round. And watch out for the car in 6th spot, which is the number 9 car of Naoya Kitagawa, who is your leader coming into this round of races. The white number 9 car, and Cummings goes for a Burton down there. He is looking to move up. Remember, he's got an almost impervious record so far. It's Eugene Gallet, your leader, the white, yellow and blue car in the final sector coming up onto the main straight now. There he is. But in the middle of all that is Naoya Kitagawa, which is what we're focusing on the stream. We're focusing on his move up through the rankings. This is your number 1 ranked driver, but a little bit of contact there. And Lewis Parker joining in for a bit of fun, bit of song and dance. And in fact, that's Kitagawa who gets stuck over the barriers. He fell over the barriers there and lost precious time there. Patrick Bandera is also in there. Now Bandera is 4th overall coming into this round. So, incredibly nervous times here. This could see a major shake-up in the points as they come through, with Kitagawa have to come from, a bit of contact there with Cummings, coming from 9th spot, and Patrick Bandera. I don't think Bandera actually made the start, which will be a huge blow for the 4th place ranked car. Now, as we watch the progress of Kitagawa, this will be one to watch. I'll update you on how the leaders run as they go. Eugene Gallet continues to lead by 1.7 seconds over Nigel Hale. Now this will be a good run for Eugene Gallet if he can get it. He lies 13th after the 3rd round of action. So this will be a big confidence booster if he can get a heat victory out of it. It'll boost him up rather nicely going into round 5, as it will. This is round 4 for these guys. Gallet leads Nigel Hale. Simon Roubaix has actually moved into 2nd. Meanwhile, you're watching on the stream, wondering why we're not watching the lead battle. We are in fact watching Naoya Kitagawa, who's up behind Darren Newton, who came into this round 18th overall, and that does not reflect how well he's been running so far. A mistake for Kitagawa, and that could be crucial. He's turned turtle, and he's lost more time. Goodness me, I think that lead overall is slipping away here. He was in impervious form so far. I think Ollie Payne and Tim Wood, after a couple of very strong runs again, will be feeling confident of taking some time out of him, definitely taking some scores out of him here, because he could be leaking some big points. But then again, Kitagawa obviously has the ability to drop those scores, but he won't want to use that mulligan. So far, his drop score is a 2nd place. So if you're going to allocate that drop score to this one, it may not hurt him too badly. Remember, they'll still have those mulligans, but of course, you want to get as many perfect scores in the bag, so you have the luxury of choosing your worst ones and having the very strongest lineup. It's like a card deck in that respect. Kitagawa 9th then, just ahead of Patrick Bandera, who did not even start the race. So 2 massive blows for the 1st and 4th place in class coming into this round. Big runs for them. So Eugene Gallet continues to lead over Simon Roubaix. Nigel Hale 3rd, 4th for Andrew North, and Luke Burley 5th. And where is Burley coming into this round now? He was 9th coming into this round with the 2nd, 5th and 8th spot. So Burley another 5th would do him okay. Ideally he'd want more. But Kitagawa now moving up again. He's moving up to 7th. This is ominous. You can't keep a good driver down like that. He's moved past Darren Newton and Lewis Parker, who are scrapping among themselves, and there's another car that's gone flying in front of us. That might be another position for Kitagawa if he can profit. Gallet, Roubaix and Hale have stayed kind of in formation flying up front, so if you're watching on the stream, you're not missing anything up front. Don't worry, we'll let you know if anything does happen. Right now we are watching Kitagawa in the 7th spot. He'll need to step it up. He's behind Elliot Cummings, another man who really needs a good performance here. 16th so far. He's got to be able to get it back. As you say, if you've had a poor first 3 rounds, that may well be your mulligans used up. You've got to get it right from here on out. Kitagawa moving up now. We think he may actually be up to 5th spot. He is. This is turning into a really good little comeback drive from Naoya Kitagawa, who started shotgun on the field. Remember, came into this round leading overall in the points, but had some real troubles here. Got stuck. He vaulted a fence. He got stuck between 2 barriers and then had a crash which turned him onto his roof. Turned the car upside down. Both times he dropped to the very back of the field. Now he's up to 5th and chasing down Luke Burley now. I think he's going to run out of time to find Luke Burley. But meanwhile up front, Eugene Gallet continues to lead Simon Roubaix 1st and 2nd. 2.3 seconds the gap there. 2 seconds again from Roubaix to Nigel Hale in 3rd. So a British, French and Anglo-French sandwich there. Frenchman in 2nd, Brits 1st and 3rd, Luke Burley 4th. And Kitagawa up to 5th spot. Whoa, that was very close. Was that the battle for 4th there? Between Burley and Kitagawa. Oh, goodness. Disruption for Kitagawa. That was absolute heartbreak there. Deary me. Sometimes it just can't be helped. Marshall is trying to retrieve a car there. But Kitagawa, luckily didn't lose any positions there. But what it did mean is that he lost time to Luke Burley. He was already quite far behind anyway. So I don't think that would have affected the result too much. Hopefully it didn't. We hope it didn't overall. And I mean, he is gaining time back, but it's running out of time now. So I think Kitagawa will have to consolidate with a 5th spot in the end. Meanwhile, it's going to be Eugene Gallet that comes across the line to take the victory. And a crucial victory for him. He needed that. 13th coming into this round. Overall, he really badly needed a good result there. That was good stuff in the end. A solid drive, solid performance. Simon Roubaix, 2nd place. 23rd overall coming into this round. He really needed that, as did Nigel Hale in 3rd. 4th for Luke Burley, and 5th in the end for Naoki Kitagawa. And I tell you what, considering how badly that could have been for him, I think he will tolerate a 5th overall. I think he really will take that as it goes. So that is Open A class done for their 4th round. Their 4th round of racing complete. And it's now time for a little bit of exhibition fun again before we take a break on RC Racing TV. It's time for some exhibition fun. Our guest referee Darren's back, and he's just going to get wide up here. He's going to get wide up as we get ready for Formula 1 racing with a bit of a difference in that it's entertaining from first flag to last. Controversial. Actually, I say that as somewhat of a fan of Formula 1, I should say. But,
I'm here. Am I on?
You might well be on, hang on. Hit some buttons on the sounder.
Hello.
There we go, we're here. He's live, and he's here. Welcome back to the stands.
Oh, we have a pace car now.
We have a safety car.
Safety car with drift tyres.
A drifting safety car.
Oh, this is amazing.
Look at that. There's some stylish driving there. This is brilliant.
That's absolutely fantastic. That looks like my car in the last heat.
That was magnificent.
It's a bit quicker, yes.
That was magnificent. Excellent. The Sebastian Loeb lines through those corners. That's great. But you know what I see down here?
Yes, there's a Mercedes.
Lewis Hamilton has come to play. But is he waiting? I thought for a second he was taking a pit start.
Yeah, I think he's starting from the pit lane.
Do you think someone's hired them to try and take out Team Dremel? Because Team Dremel have been all dominant so far.
Yeah, I was talking to that Mark Christopher again back in the pits. Apparently he's got a Facebook campaign going over this. A Facebook campaign going. With Dremel doing so exceptionally well. Cutting through the field, drilling at it.
You've been thinking about those puns, haven't you?
I've got the same too.
Cunning, it depends what other purposes you can think of for a Dremel. Polishing, getting
cutting,
the rub of the green,
polishing,
I don't know.
Yeah, there's some.
The groan says it all, really.
Yeah, it does really. So we've got down on pole position. What have we got on pole position? That's a Dremel on pole. Race director, Mr. Hardesty. We're not having a Dremel up the front. Get that car to the back.
The hand of God.
The hand of God
has reached down. He's placing the Dremel cars.
To those people that have just come, that are seeing this for the first time, we've been having terrible issues with these Dremel guys.
Yeah. Lewis Hamilton, Nico Rosberg, eat your heart out. These two have been in a world of their own.
And I think we'll have a promotion for Ayrton Senna there in the old JPS car.
Lotus.
I think Senna can go down the promotion for Senna. Send Senna down the front.
And Max Verstappen. Well, Lewis Hamilton's starting from the penalty box down here. That's interesting. Verstappen sneaking up the grid whilst the race director's back's turned. That's nice and sneaky.
Yes,
I like
well,
that.
just start the clock, guys.
So Senna to pole.
Senna to pole.
Yep.
Last race we had Alonso, I think it was, come through.
Yes, we did.
Alonso sitting 4th. Wonder if Alonso can do it again.
Yes.
There's a class field out there.
It is high quality. And Lewis Hamilton's starting with the pit lane, remember?
Okay,
There we go.
Oh, Senna's had an accident on the first corner.
It's like Suzuka 1990 again. Goodness me. Where was Alan Prost?
And there is a Maldonado moment, if ever I've seen one. Okay, so we've got Bottas, one of those pesky Dremel cars again. I think that's meant to be a striker in the all orange.
Wow.
We've then got 2 Renault cars, so we've got Alonso and Piquet Jr.
Yep.
And then the second Dremel car. And I think the second Dremel car is that Mark Christopher guy.
He's good at slicing through the field, isn't he?
Yeah, cutting his way through.
Leaving the other competitors with a sore point. Sorry.
Yes, so.
Oh, goodness me. Some incidents with the Dremel cars. Again, they're causing trouble, trying to take out Piquet Jr.
It's just horrendous.
It is. Someone has to stop their reign of terror.
Okay, I think that Williams car out front, that definitely has got an engine problem of some sorts.
Oh, you think?
Yes, look, he's slowing. The Williams car is slowing.
And the Spiker is in the lead.
A Spiker is in the lead. Can you believe that?
Spiker is in the lead? That was never
just
said ever.
does not work.
No,
ever.
it doesn't make sense.
Closely followed by the Dremel car.
Again.
Boo. This is just there.
Yeah, we're trying to get the crowd to start booing the Dremel cars at this point.
Yes. Now, these guys seem like they're incredibly on it. So,
yes, they are.
Shall we just dish out a penalty? Who shall we stop? I have the power here. I have the power. Well, the striker, he can definitely have a stop go, and the Dremel can, and Bottas can. Right?
Bottas has already had an engine failure, let's be honest here.
Well, they're all mixed up.
Yeah, that's true. You're just enjoying having the power, aren't you?
I love having the power. Okay.
It's like that
so,
Oprah Winfrey meme.
The
You get a penalty.
all-orange
You get a
striker
penalty.
car. That all-orange striker car there, you've got a penalty. Get in the penalty box. Stay there.
Well,
right,
hey,
next
car
car.
did not take his penalty.
No, we'll let him go. We
Okay.
just won't count his lap. That's what we'll do.
Ah, sneaky. I like it.
It's dead sneaky. I reckon there's a technical infringement on that Dremel car.
Yes, I think so. Surely.
Dremel car, just come and stop under the commentary booth, please. Elliot, pick up that Dremel car. Bring it here.
Let's investigate.
Oh!
Disgraceful. What is this?
This is just horrendous.
He's fled from the officials.
Now he's causing chaos on the track.
This is just anarchy out here.
No, back into this area again, please, Dremel car. We want to inspect it.
Boys, back over here. Come on.
Come on.
We ain't having this. John Totten, the FIA, we never tolerate this.
We're going to black flag you.
Yeah.
Right, send it up. Send it up. Come on. Let's see it.
This is like Tom and Jerry up in here.
Let's see it.
Let's observe.
Okay, so this is one of these X-ray cars. Yes, he has got a cheap motor in the back of it, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, I think that's a V8.
This is a V8, not one of the V6s.
There's no hybrid system in there.
Okay, back to the race. Who have we got out front? Have we got?
I think is that Piquet Junior?
No, it's Alonso.
Yes, it must be.
So.
Yeah, it is Alonso. You're right.
It is Alonso.
And Bottas second.
And Bottas second.
Those two have been very good so
far.
Followed
by, we've been joined by a Lotus.
Surely not Maldonado.
That's never Maldonado. Oh, he's done a Maldonado! Look at that on the screen, ladies and gentlemen. You just can't buy entertainment like this. This is just fantastic. We call it. It happens. It's like
somebody update the website.
I know. Quick. Who's
has Maldonado crashed today.com?
That's it. Somebody get on that website. Hey, up with the Dremel as well. Oh dear, there's Senna in on it.
You've got the Maldonado and the Dremels together. This is just anarchy.
Okay, back to the front. We've got a move from Bottas.
Yep.
On Alonso.
Well,
I'm closely followed by. You're not going to believe it. Another one of those pesky Dremel cars.
Well, I have a proposition for you. We have a safety car.
Yes.
Should we use it?
Yes.
Yes, I think so.
Safety car.
Yes. For the.
On you go.
There we go. Debris on the track.
There you go. Debris on the track.
There you go. Reedy to be retrieved. One of the marshals. Code 60.
Okay. Who should we going to have to marshal it? Well, I get Nigel Hale. Nigel Hale, that man there, he's one of the oldest racers we've got, ladies and gentlemen. He's been doing this hundreds of years. Would you please head down somewhere over here, Mr. Hale, and pick up this debris that's down on the track?
Rumour has it that he actually started when RC
Come on, don't be shy. Let all the boys and girls know who you are, Nigel.
Rumour has it that Nigel was actually the winner of the first ever steam-powered European Championship.
Steam-powered European Championship? That is just excellent. That is just excellent.
The 1/10 internal coal combustion.
Oh, thank you very much, Nigel. That was a nice walk. Okay, well, how are these cars doing? Back to the front, behind the safety car. We've got Alonso, Bottas, the unknown striker car.
The Spiker is back. The Toyota's there.
I think the safety car is going to come in this time.
Yep.
Okay.
And there's a Dremel car fifth. How?
We've got 1 minute left.
1 minute shootout.
1 minute left.
Are you ready,
Can
folks?
Senna make it with a minute to go?
Well, if anyone can do it, it is Senna. Lewis Hamilton's up there as well, I notice. Right, cut him loose. Here we go. Alonso, Bottas. The Spiker is in there. This is remarkable stuff. Jarno Trulli in the Toyota looking for third. I missed that Toyota livery.
Is that an Arrows?
An Arrows?
That's a Toyota.
It's a Toyota, yes.
So that's Jarno Trulli.
Trulli in the Toyota, yeah. A truly sensational drive.
Oh, boom, boom. Excellent.
Boom, if you will. Sorry.
Okay, Alonso, striker. Bottas just had a move by the Jarno Trulli into third.
Yes,
so Trulli might be in for a chance here. Around the outside Alonso. Look at that. That was excellent.
That is a move and a half. Hold your breath, folks.
So, there is just now, Trulli, to take the Spiker with 10 seconds to go.
Surely not.
I reckon he can do it. I think he can do it.
Lines up the move.
Or will Alonso do it? We're coming on now to the last lap, guys. This is the last lap of the race.
This is it. Have you got anything
Get
left?
out of the way, back marker, get out of the way.
Maldonado behaving
We've got a straight battle to the line now. Jarno Trulli with the strike. Unknown striker. Who do you reckon's driving that striker?
I have no idea.
Is that the Stig in the striker?
Who knows? Well, he's driving like it at the moment.
Yes. Okay, so that was a win for the striker. Second place, Jarno Trulli. Third place, Bottas. Where was Alonso?
I think one of them Dremel guys took him out. I saw the Dremel car duck for the pit lane very
one of the
suspiciously.
Dremel guys.
Oh, yeah.
Must have been. If the people in the crowd want to hang around a little bit longer, I will send one of these guys around with a car.
Oh, that'd be perfect.
And they can take a look at it. Do you think we should send the Dremel car around?
Now, no one wants to see that.
Which one should we send round?
Lotus, I think.
The Lotus?
Or the Mercedes.
Okay, we'll send the Mercedes.
I'm pretty sure we'll have some Hamilton fans out.
Would the driver of the Mercedes F1 car please come to the RCTV stand, please? What we'd like you to do is, would you take your card and show it to the crowd? Don't worry about it.
So guys in the crowd, you'll be getting to see one of these race cars up close. If you want to see what makes one of these great F1 cars, these mini RC beasts for you, I'll have a show for you in the stands. And that was brilliant fun.
So Jarno, truly.
I know.
Came from nowhere.
Straight out of nowhere.
I don't even recall seeing him in the other races.
Just came out of nowhere and qualified. Like Maldonado, really.
Maldonado. Somebody update that website.
Yes, we need to update the website quickly. Thank you very much for joining us up here once again.
I'll be back later
for the
Porsche Cup.
Yes, for the GT12 race. But for now, we're going to have a short break here on RC Racing TV. Our coverage will take a brief pause for a second just to give me a chance to rest my vocal cords. There's been a lot to talk about today, and there's a lot more still to come. Our coverage presented by Reedy, Protoform, Zen Racing, and the British Radio Car Association. We'll see you in 30.
Okay, race control. Could do more marshals, please, from the F1 boys, if you could. Someone down in this corner. I'm looking for 2 or 3 more marshals. Two or 3 more people in the F1 crew. Could you come out? Looking for volunteer marshals.
Okay, it's 457819. That needs to return where it left the track, Marshall. Over here. You need to put it back on the track where it left.
So 41 safely on the way. Looking for 42 through scrutineering. So race 42.
Okay, we're a minute and a half in. Car number 5 currently leading. Let's try and pick him out for you. That's the blue, red and white car, just through the central flip-flop. That is your race leader. So car number 9, the car currently tailing you is the race leader. He hasn't caught you yet though. Okay, car number 1, Lee Ellis. I've been told I need to give you a stop-go penalty for jumping the track at the start of the race. This has come from timing and scoring, so next time round, Lee, if you can pull in for a stop-go. yellow car, you've got the leader behind you now. So I think that's number 8, is it, on the main straight? Well done, pink and yellow car. Good driving.
Race order after 3 minutes. 5, 7, 4, 3, 10, 8, 1,
Okay, that was
6,
unfortunate.
9,
Car 5.
2,
Not a lot we
leader
could
on
do
lap
there.
13.
So change of lead. Car 7 now leads. So number 8, you have the race leader right behind you. Thank you, 8. Car 10, just be aware the car behind you is in second place at the moment. He's about to lap you. Okay, battle for the lead between 7 and 4, just in the chicane now. So, lead battle on the main straight. Green car currently leads ahead of the red and white. Third position is the white, blue and red, just on the infield. So Liam Hammond, just be aware you've got the lead pair coming up to you. Okay, thank you, pink and yellow car. Okay, car 8, you have the leader behind you at the moment. Thank you, white car. Thank you, 8. Thank you again, white car. So now car number 8, you have second catching you now. So race leader currently the all green car. Second position is the red and white. .45 seconds to go. Thank you, pink and yellow. And again, and again. Okay, white car. The next car behind you is a lap up on you, so when he does catch you, you know what to do. Thank you very much.
Two finished, 9 finished, 3 finished, 6 finished, 1 finished, 10 finished, 7 finished, 8 finished, 4 finished.
Okay, win there for Matthias Herntrick. Well done, Matthias.
5 finished.
Second was Paul Lau.
Okay, all
Third
cars into the pit lane. Next race, stay behind the loop until we've had a look around. Is that car behind you for the next heat, or is it for this heat?
Okay, let's see what bunch of
Okay, drivers, bring them round to the grid, please.
One right in front of me.
Marshals to your posts.
Okay, slowly round to the line, please, drivers.
Car 4, coming up to the pole. Mark Stiles, do you want some assistance? I think it's
Race 42, Open B, round 4, will start in 30 seconds.
Oh, brilliant. We got 3 white cars. Lovely. That means you'll all have to pull over. Okay, let's have a nice tidy start, please, drivers. I am watching you closely. Okay, no deliberate contact on the start. I think a few of you just ran out of talent. So we've got Vince Formosa away in the lead, driving what could be the most hideous paint job I've ever seen in my life. So lead car is the very pale white, because there's not a lot of white on it, with red and green at the front. Second place is the all green car, currently being tailed by Jamie Patton, driving the yellow and white. Okay, blue car, just be aware, thank you.
Okay, heat 42 underway. Looking for heat 43, obviously. Race 43 to be going through scrutineering.
Okay, green and orange, keep it tidy, please. James can give it back. Okay, thank you. So race leader still the pale white car with the red and green nose. Second position is the yellow and white, a couple of corners back. Then it's the all green followed by the all orange. So closest battle on track is for third place between the green and orange cars. Needs to be tidier than that, please. Okay, 7, you've got a faster car behind you, 7. Thank you, 7. Okay, 3, you've got a faster car. Or you did have.
Race order after 3 minutes. 4, 6, 5, 10, 1, 9, 7, 8, 3, 2. Leader on lap 13.
Okay, 1 and 9 on the main straight. You are fighting for position. Current race leader is still the white car with the red and green nose. Just through the flip-flop and up to the driver's stand. So car number 2, you got the race leader behind you. Mr. Dyson, be careful. Thank you, blue car.
Yes.
So Gary and Sasha, you are fighting for position, but you have the leader approaching you. Okay, change of position there then. Clean move for Gary, so in fact it's Gavin Rice, I do apologise. So Gavin, you have the leader behind you at the moment. 3, that's faster cars, thank you 3. And 3, you've got another fast one catching you up. Okay, it's closing up for the lead now. Car 1, just be aware you are between the lead battle. So the next car behind you, 1, is the second place machine. Thank you. So it's a race for the lead between Vince and Jamie. You have 1 minute and 20 seconds remaining. James Can, you have the leaders catching you. Car number 2, you're going to have a fast guy with you in a minute. Thank you, 2. I didn't see what happened at the bottom here. I hope there was no malice involved. I do apologise, I did not see what happened. So leader behind James Can at the moment. Thank you, James.
Four finished, 1 finished, 3 finished, 2 finished, 10 finished, 9 finished, 7 finished, 6 finished, 8 finished.
Okay, just hold on a second, drivers.
Attention, drivers and marshals. Race 43, Open B.
Okay,
Round
next race.
4
It doesn't look as
will
though the track
start in
needs any
2
work.
minutes.
A few kicks here and there. As soon as you can, marshals. We got cars missing. Any cars stuck in scrutineering? Appears to be 2 cars missing. Okay, to the line. Sorry, to the grid, gentlemen. Car 4, you're on pole. I'll wait for you there. Not at race speed, whichever car that is. Slow it down. I'll punish you on the grid. Well, 4, 5 and 6, where are you? Oh, spot on 6. Let's have
Race 43.
5, no
Open
4.
B.
Okay,
Round
no 4.
4 will start in 30 seconds.
Race control has 2 cars missing.
Attention drivers.
Back of the grid, please. Thank you.
5, 8, 10, 2, 7. Minute in. Blue car can return that position, please. Car number 10, thank you.
Any spotters for the referee? I think he's up there on his own at the moment.
The lead is coming up behind you, thank you very much. And the yellow car is third position.
Steve, are you okay with this? 8 cars.
Any help, always helpful. Caution in the centre chicane. Track is clear. 8, 10, 5, 2, 7.
Race order after 3 minutes. 8, 10, 5, 2, 3, 7, 1, 9, 6. Leader on lap 13.
Okay, Damien, be aware you've got the leader with you. And second place also, Damien. Please wait that car. Thank you very much. Okay, Damien, you've got second place with you again. 8, 10, 3, 5, 2 is the order. If you wait, a marshal will be able to marshal your car. Okay, that's the race leader, the red and white car on the infield now. Car 2, if he gets to you, can you please let him through? Race order is 8, 10, 3, 5, 2. Race leader coming up behind you. It's the red and white car.
Ten finished. 9 finished. 1 finished. 3 finished. 5 finished. 7 finished. 8 finished. 2 finished.
So next race. Down behind the loop, please. Just waiting for the track to clear of the last race. And for them to get out as marshals. Oh. What's happened to the copyrighted colour scheme? Oh. Oh, we've got 8 final contenders in here. The donuts and figure eights are coming out. Drive to the grid, not at race speed, but don't hang about. I'm expecting car 4 to meet me on pole.
Race 44, Open B. Round 4 will start in 30 seconds.
Marshals on the straight, you can help me on the grid, please.
Attention drivers.
Let's get a nice clean start, please, guys. Don't want to tripping up over each other. Settle in, come on. Caution on the straight, there's a car out on the straight. Okay, track clear. Okay, 1 minute in. Order is 94812 7310-5.
Okay, for the drivers in the pits, we are currently 17 minutes behind schedule.
Orange cars in the chicane, that's the race leader with you. Thank you very much. Car 5 on the straight, that's 4th place behind you.
always give cars the chance to get out of your way if you are lapping a slower car.
Race order after 3 minutes. 9,
Okay,
4,
blue car on the
8,
infield. That's the
3,
race leader with you at the
1,
moment.
7, 10, 2,
Car number 1, that's the
5.
race leader
Leader
behind
on
you.
lap 13.
And pink car on the infield with no race numbers on. Caution on the straight, caution on the straight. Red car. Caution on the straight, please. There's still a piece of track marking in the middle of the track. Thank you very much. Track is clear. 948317. Here's a car 3. You've got the race leader, the white car coming up behind you. Thank you. Car 7, you have second place with you on the track. And car 4, that is the race leader behind you at the moment. Seconds remaining. 94813. Marshall in the centre, please. Marshall in the centre for the blue and white car. Who has now missed a lap?
Seven finished, 4 finished, 8 finished, 9 finished, 3 finished, 10 finished, 2 finished, 1 finished.
Ah, I'm on. Excellent. So, I'll leave you to it. Thank you very much. We have now, ladies and gentlemen, the GT12 Porsche Cup going on. Now, I have been standing up there, but that's rather boring, so I'm going to walk around and I'm going to pick on some people. I'm going to pick on some cars. I'm going to do some nasty stuff. How does that sound? Give some penalties? Send them off the track? Sound like a good idea? So all these cars that are going on now, these are exactly the same cars. Have you been on the Arrive and Drive up there? Up there is an Arrive and Drive, and you can drive these cars for free. How much fun does that sound?
Yeah. My mum has this little motorcycle at her and it goes really fast.
Does it?
Yes.
Excellent.
And my brother.
Well, you're very talkative, so you can help me out in a minute. How does that sound? Excellent. I'll come back to you. So, let's get all these cars lined up on the grid. As I was saying, these are GT12 cars. These are like your entry-level cars. They're not very expensive. The base kits are about £100. There's a most excellent championship for them. Are we having the pink car up front? Oh, and a pace car. I don't like this Dremel car. We'll put this one to the back. Purple one can go up there. Who else have we got? Oh, we're starting in a minute. Get on the line, guys. Come on. We'll put this one at the back, shall we? This one looks like a good one. Right, that pesky Dremel car's at the back, excellent. Right, we're going to go for a rolling start, I think, behind that safety car, aren't we? Okay then, guys, let's bunch up nicely behind the safety car and let's have a nice rolling start, guys. Nice and steady, follow the safety car around. We're going to have a rolling start instead of a grid start. Okay, so as I was saying, these cars, the chassis are about £100 and there's loads of clubs all the way around the country that you can race them at. Even you could race them at it. It's loads of fun. So, we have Kaz James up front. The pink car is driven by a girl. A girl racing, excellent. And they're off. Okay, so we've got Kaz out front, followed by the purple car. Then I think that's the Jim Spencer Special just gone down in 3rd place. All ages do this, from very young people to very old people. It doesn't matter. I don't even know what to say. Shall we talk about something else? So, which one do you think we should send into the pits? What do you think? Pick a colour. Any of these? Who looks like they're playing up? I reckon that green car. What do you think?
Black one.
The black one? The black one? Okay then, guys. So, out of the audience, it's been deemed that the black car, number 9, has got to have a stop-go penalty. That sounds like fun. So we're sending the black car off for a stop-go. Come on, black car. Get in that stop-go bay. And you can go. So, where were we? Who's out front? Is anybody watching this racing? We've got purple car, followed by the Jim Spencer Special, followed by the silver Porsche. Then we've got another silver one, a green one, an orange one. Should we send some more off? Let's pick on somebody else. So, where was we? That's it. There's just been a change for the lead. We have the Jim Spencer Special car, which is the all orange one, going down the straight now, the end of the straight. Closely followed in 2nd place by the purple car. Oh no, a mistake by the Jim Spencer car. I reckon he's good enough to make this gap back up again. So let's all watch the orange car, guys. Let's see if he can do it. Yes, that's 1. Come on then, there's got to be some more when he keeps it on the track. He's now in 4th place. Do we think the 4th place car can do it? Do you think he can do it? Yeah. Let's see. So, I think that purple car has got too much of a lead. What do you think? Should we spice it up? Should we spice it up? Let's send the purple car in for a stop-go. I like this. I've got the mic. I can tell them what to do. Okay, you can go, purple car. So that's brought it all back together again. We've got purple car, grey car, green car, black car, and the Jim Spencer Special following up the rear. Come on, Mr. Spencer. Pull your finger out. We're all rooting for your ear. That's 1. That's another. I think he can do it. I think the all orange car can win this from there. Who wants to have a quid on it? You want to have a quid? No? Right. So, Jim Spencer car is now in 3rd place. Oh no, we've got an accident here. That's just dreadful. Oh, a change for the lead there. Oh, this is getting nice and tasty up front. So we've got the 2 cars wheel to wheel at the end of the straight, following it round the horseshoe down the bottom end, heading up into the infield. Back marker in the way. Get out of the way, back marker. We have the Jim Spencer car in 3rd place now, the all orange car. This is the one we want to win, guys. We like the orange car. So, back marker in the way there. Get out of the way, silver car. You've got 1st and 2nd place behind you. Don't hold them up, silver car. Don't hold them up. Let them through, guys. Oh, there's a big mistake. Come on, Marshall. Oh, the safety car is out. The referee has called the safety car out. This is bringing the field well close together now. I think the referee needs to let the 2 back markers go so we can have this exciting battle for 1st, 2nd and 3rd between the black car and the Jim Spencer car and the purple car. Those 2 back markers need to get out of the way quick as possible. Come on, orange car, let's do it. Right, Jim Spencer car is now in 1st place. No, yes, 1st place. The all orange car has made it all the way to 1st place from nearly the back. He's passing around now, nice and clean and tidy, closely followed by 2nd and 3rd place. and 4th place because of the safety car. That back marker needs to either get out of the way or pull away from the chasing group. Jim Spencer car's coming under a lot of pressure now from the 2nd place all black car of Tom Hampstead, the local hero. He's a GT12 master. Oh no, the Jim Spencer car's made a mistake. This is terrible with just over a minute and a half to go. Can he make it back? Let's see. There he goes round. Oh, bit of a power slide there for the Jim Spencer car. Oh, and a roll at the end of the straight. Can you believe it? So, there's a back marker in the way now of 1st place. Jim Spencer car's coming forward. Nearly got took out by a back marker there. Oh, Jim Spencer made it through to the 1st place. Oh, this is just excellent. Now, can he do it? 1 minute left. 1 minute left. Do you think he can do it? I think he can do it. No! No, the Jim Spencer car's damaged. No, I've got money on it. Somebody fix the Jim Spencer car quick. I've got money on this car. Come on. Oh, this is just dreadful. Oh, was that a cheat, Mr. Spencer? That was excellent. So, now in 5th place, 6th place, can the Jim Spencer car, the all-orange car with 35 seconds to go, make it in front of your race leader, which is the black car that's just coming round now. There they go. No, he's made it. Look, what just happened? Did you just see what happened?
No.
No, me neither. Anyway, the Jim Spencer car has made it all the way back through to 1st place. No, now he's in 2nd place. That was a daring move there by the all black car of Tom Hampstead. So, finish your laps, guys. The Jim Spencer car just failed to do it. I cannot believe it. He made 3rd place. That's just terrible. 3rd place, can you believe it? So, these cars that you've just watched, guys, they're exactly the same cars as what we've got in the Arrive and Drive down there that you can race for free. Just queue up, have a go. Especially good for the little ones and the not so little ones. You could have a go on that. The have a go cars, sir, are just down here if you'd like to have a go.
I would have.
If you had a go on the have a go cars, have you set a time? Can you believe that the have a go cars are exactly the same cars as what was just on the track? That's just marvellous, isn't it? Have you had a go on the have a go cars yet? Yeah, those there. Yeah. They're really good, aren't they? And if you ask your daddy nicely, for about £100 you can buy one and go and race. How excellent is that? So that's me done down here.
Thanks very much for that. The entertaining interlude once again from the GT12 cars and the exhibition. But now it's time for the top guns. It's time for the cream of the talent out here. It's time for the invitational class for the Reedy 112 Race of Champions. To clarify what I mean by invitational class, I mean drivers that have been invited here specifically, which is the only way to get into this top class. You have to have an invite. You have to be a European, a world, maybe even a national finalist is not enough. You have to be a winner at all levels of RC racing. And even then, you get invited basically into electric radio control car racing's version of the Harlem Globetrotters, which exists right here. As you have the countdown for this race.
Thank you.
After 3 rounds of racing, it's Alexander Hagberg who has the lead over Toto Epikuro, who I can see lining up for this race. Marcus Mobers, Ollie Jeffries and Juho Leivinen. Mark Stiles, Daniel Sieber.
Can't see him.
Daniel Sieber, Kevin Hebert, Andy Murray and David Spashit are the top 10 overall. As we get ready to begin their 4th round. And they're underway. Hebert manages to hold the lead through the early corners and has jumped out to a very nice advantage. That's exactly the kind of clean start he was looking for. I see Juho Leivinen snuck up into 3rd as well. Hebert maintains a good lead over Marcus Askell. Leivinen, well, Andy Murray, sorry, he's moved up to 2nd. Toto Epikuro, this is 3rd almost already. Epikuro, one of the strongest out here, joint leading going into this one alongside Alexander Hagberg, one of the very strongest out here. So, the top 2 are Hebert and Murray, with Epikuro trying to chase down Marcus Askell. Oh, and a big crash at the front, that's Hebert. Going for an absolute Burton. Huge shunt. What has happened to Hebert amongst all that? He's dropped to third. Hopefully it hasn't damaged his race too much. I'm hoping the car has not damaged too much. What that does mean now is Toto Ebukuro in the pink and yellow car is now up into the lead, ahead of Andy Murray. When in fact, has Hebert repassed Murray there? I think he has. Yes, he has. Murray's stuck on the rails there. It's a very unfortunate moment. So this race is already kicking off. Immediately, a big shunt at the final corner for one driver. But Ebukuro is out in front and looking impervious as Hebert has another shunt in the final corners here. This is action everywhere. You can't take your eyes off any part of this race for a second. Smash It is up to second place now. Hagberg is up to third. So the two guys joint leading coming into this round are in this race. No wonder Hagberg is working Smash It over so hard. And he could not get the move done. And in fact, he and Smash It have lost the position back to Hebert. This battle for second place is so intense, it's giving Ebukuro a chance to run away. This is not what they were intending. Not at all. But it is an unintentional side effect of such a strong battle for position. Hebert second then. Looking to try and close the gap. He's got 2.83 seconds to close on Ebukuro. And given Ebukuro's pace so far this weekend, that seems very unlikely. But stranger things have happened out here. And Smash It. Oh! Contact with Herman Hagberg. Once again, I think Hagberg's going to let it Smash It back through. Has to cost both of them some positions, but the general rule out here today, and the fair racing etiquette, is that if you take one car out, the avoidable contact, you have to give that position back. You cannot gain an advantage from it. And if your opponent is disadvantaged by it, then so must you be, which is only fair. It's Toto Ebukuro still running rather nicely. He's up on 3.1 seconds now as he's lapping Vesa Yili. So nice and smooth from Ebukuro. This is exactly the kind of race he would have wanted. One where a lot of his rivals are having problems behind. But Kevin Hebert, I'll tell you what, this is a good start for him. He was 8th after 3 rounds. 2 second places and a 5th. The 5th so far being his drop score. And so far he's on for another second place finish. 3 second places. That'll do him rather nicely to be up in contention. And really a lot of these guys, it's still early enough and they still have enough rounds to do to make it back into a tournament winning position. Ebukuro continues to lead and is solid. Kevin Hebert now on 3.4 seconds back. 3.9 seconds, I should say. Andy Murray still in third. This will be a good solid run for Murray, who is 9th overall coming into the round. Juho Laban in 4th, Smash It 5th. Hagberg down in 6th place. This could be a game changer. Hagberg impervious so far, but just cannot get around Smash It. Both of them been colliding so often. They've been like Jason Plato and Matt Neal out here today. Just inseparable from each other. And inseparable from each other's bumpers. But so far the scrap has continued on their own terms pretty much. And it's not really disadvantaged anyone else around them. Vesa Yili and Marcus Askell bring up the rear of the field so far. But this is great racing so far. And Ebukuro still has a healthy lead over Hebert. Hebert's still on 3 seconds or so ahead. 4.3 seconds now. Ebukuro has the best part of a third of a lap on the other guys. And he's just making his advantage count. And knowing that Hagberg's down in 6th place, this could be somewhat of a game changer for Ebukuro. He knows how big an advantage and how big a result could be getting a win here, whilst major rivals like Hagberg and Smash It are mired back in the field. And in fact, Smash It has shaken off Hagberg and is trying to make some moves up ahead. He's trying to make the move on Andy Murray for 4th. Anything is what Smash It needs. He just needs anything right now. Anything he can get. The less points he gains, the better. The more points he loses, the better. I know that sounds like an absolute contradiction, but in the Reedy race format, that's exactly what you want. Because a win is only 1 point. But you want the least amount of points after all these rounds are complete. Hagberg, bearing in mind, it's not the end of the world for these drivers if they do have the odd bad run, because it's the best 7 out of their 10 rounds of competition. So if Hagberg needs to, he can drop this one as a mulligan. So far, his record has been impervious. 2 wins and a second. Right now, he's mired down in 6th and can't get going. Hebert is still in 2nd place, still on 4.2 seconds, and he's comfortably ahead of Juho Leivinen in 3rd. Leivinen 5th coming into this round. He'll take another third place finish. He's had a 1st, 3rd and a 6th. The 6th obviously being his drop score. So another podium for Leivinen will put him in good stead. Consistency being all important I never thought I'd see this. Epicuro is actually on the verge of lapping Alexander Hagberg. This is insane. This is just one of those things you don't expect to ever see. But Epicuro has been pretty much impervious so far. Hagberg will finish on the lead lap just. But what a bruising encounter that was for some of the very strongest guys in this field. Not a bruising one for Toto Epicuro at all. Fought through in the end. And another super strong run. The Japanese driver, really strong, really consistent, really smooth, really invincible the way he's looking, and that will surely put him in prime position after round 4, considering how his rival Alex Hagberg finished 6th in the same round just there. Surely that will have to be one of the drop scores for Hagberg. That'll be one of his mulligans gone. He can't afford many more like that, but it's how it happens sometimes in tournament play. It happens sometimes in these heats, especially if you get stuck down in the field, have some early glitches, have some early nightmares. That's how badly it can go wrong. Now, I wonder if we're going to see Marcus Mobers out on track now. I think we are. He is the man third coming into this round and joint leading, because all of the top 3 coming into this round had 2 wins and 1 second place. And all of them, of course, have dropped their second place. So they are all on 2 wins apiece as their best score so far. So with Epicuro getting a 3rd win there, that means he's on 3 wins and a second. With Hagberg getting a 6th there, that means he's on 2 wins, 1 second and a 6th. So with Mobers on the same score as these guys coming in, if he wins, he will go level with Epicuro. And that could be pivotal. That could be huge. That could be crucial here. It's going to be very, very important. And Mobers is lining up at the right end of the grid for his... as far as he's concerned, he's lining up at exactly the end of the grid he wants to be. Right at the sharp end. Not reshuffled yet in terms of qualifying order. Race director shuffling them into position. Every position is going to count. You don't want to back away from your grid slot. You're giving yourself a disadvantage. But the 30-second warning has been given. So this is the second race of 3 for this 4th round. The Reedy 112th Race of Champions Reedy class. Now this is the Reedy Invitational class. This is the All-Stars. This is your Harlem Globetrotters of RC racing. Let's get ready to rumble. The countdown will start any moment now. There it is. We're on starters' orders. You ready? Away they go. The charge of the first corner begins. And they navigate the first few corners relatively smoothly. We have one guy who missed out in the bedlam. And we have a lead change. That was Mobers slipping through. What a great move that was. What a great pass position. And Daniel Siebers is also there. They both passed Mick Farrell. Farrell was desperately trying to defend, but could not. And Mobers and Sieber. It's a German 1-2. In fact, it's a German 1-2-3 because Tim Altman's in there as well. So they go surging off into the lead. And Marcus Mobers, look at this. He knows how pivotal this could be. It's like, whoa, as a heat. As Siebers was trying to keep up with him. Was flying over the barriers here in the 3rd sector. Does not lose position, unbelievably, but he does lose pivotal time to Marcus Mobers. Time that he could ill afford to lose if he wanted to win this heat, which he probably could do with doing. With Daniel Sieber, 2 second places and a DQ so far. But then again, another second place would do him just fine. He'd need to get some wins on the board fairly soon to move him properly up the rankings. So, Siebers at the moment, or Sieber, is at the moment defending from the intentions of Alex Laurent, the Frenchman in 3rd. Meanwhile, Marcus Mobers is already 5 seconds up the road. It's a good start for him. It's exactly what he needed. Holstein and Mick Farrell has dropped to the back. That's a real shame. But he held well, and the racecraft needed to get past him in the early stages was pretty magnificent, it has to be said. For those guys to keep it clean in the early going was a really great effort. In fact, we've had a pass for second. Alex Laurent has moved into 2nd place. Laurent's car is the yellow, blue and white car coming through the 3rd sector now, just behind Mick Farrell's flying car there. So we have Marcus Mobers leading the way. Then Alex Laurent in 2nd place, the French driver. Daniel Sieber now down to 3rd place. Another podium finish won't do him too badly. He'll want to keep up his run of seconds or at least grab a win if he can, but that was always going to be unlikely after that spectacular shunt a few laps in, putting behind the 8 ball with Marcus Mobers. And Laurent will be happy to bank 2nd place here. If he doesn't need it. He was 11th after the 3rd round of action with a 3rd and 2 4th place finishes. So a 2nd would help rather nicely in that respect. Be a good boost. Siebers, meanwhile, continues trucking on. He's still in a solid third, you know. And I'll tell you what, Marcus Mobers is putting an absolute hurting on this field. This is not even fair at the moment. This is not even funny. This is so close at the moment. And on the live standings, this is, as I said, exactly what Marcus Mobers needed going into this round. Knowing that Toto Bakuro had just taken a third heat victory, Mobers needed to match him and take advantage of Hagberg's poor score in the last round. Obviously that'll become probably a dropped score, but at the same time, every win and every strong finish can be used in adjustment. Ideally, if you're a driver, you don't want to use those mulligans if you have to. And inevitably there will be the one race that doesn't go to plan, and that's where they have to come into play. You can ill afford to use them at all. I mean, you only have 3 of them at the very least, and we are 4 rounds in. We are completing our 4th round now, so there are still 6 to go. So if some of those guys have a bad finish now, that means they've only got 2 left for 6 more rounds of racing tonight and tomorrow to the conclusion of the Reedy 112th Race of Champions 2016. McFarrell is not going to make the finish of this one. That's a shame for the pole sitter. He did well in the early going, but Marcus Mobers past halfway, and this is a dominant performance from the German driver. A 3-time European electric racing champion, 2 times an electric Spec 112 champion, and electric Pro 10 champion once in 2001. So Mobers comes in here with a proven champion pedigree, just like many other drivers out here today. And this weekend in the Reedy 112th Race of Champions, when we say Race of Champions, folks, we really do mean champions. Champions one and all. And Mobers is demonstrating that right now, putting a hurting on this field. And we continue to follow Mobers on the screens. If you're watching on RC Racing TV, our online coverage, thank you for joining us on the stream. We welcome you all to the action. I hope you've enjoyed it so far. I have no idea why you wouldn't. If you're here in the arena, if you're here in the venue, if you're here trackside, and you want to continue watching this after you've gone home tonight, and you want to catch tomorrow's action, you know exactly where to look. On YouTube for RC Racing TV. That's the letters RC and then Racing TV. And then on Facebook at facebook.com/RC Racing TV. There you'll find the links to all of our exclusive live streaming. The streams today provided or supported and brought to you by Reedy, Protoform Race Bodies, Zen Racing and the British Radio Car Association, which we'll be talking to a little bit more in a little while. Meanwhile, Mobers continues on his way. This has been a dominant performance, but meanwhile in second, the battle for second has changed hand once again, because Daniel Sieber could be on for a hat-trick of second-place finishes here. He has moved back past Alex Laurent, and that could be really pivotal for those guys. Laurent, another third place for him wouldn't be the end of the world, but he could do with a second place here. But Sieber's looking to take a third second-place finish, and that will enable him to drop that DQ from earlier, and he should be okay then. But really, this is all happening a long way behind Marcus Mobers, who is absolutely just dominating this field and has dominated it from first flag to last. Pulled a brilliant move on Mick Farrell to start this race, to take the lead, held off the attack from Daniel Siebers, waited for the latter to make a mistake, and I think Siebers has actually made another mistake. And Siebers' car is being carried back to the pits. This could have huge consequences. There it is, it's being refired at the side of the track. You just saw it on the corner of the stream. And you see it at the back there. This could be a potentially huge moment. You see it there. Sieber now. Where's he going to finish up in the classification? He was a solid third, but if he still hasn't finished, that could drop him right down the order. That could be a huge moment. And Sieber's not going to get on the podium, and that's a real shame. So I've lost the spark, maybe dislodged a gear, and the car did not fire again. That is a real shame. Late drama there.
Okay, as usual, down behind Luke.
But it does mean, well, it doesn't stop Marcus Mobers taking a dominant victory in that race. A crushing performance. Alex Laurent finishes second. That's the second place he really needed to kickstart his campaign and move it up another gear. And Scott Booth, a man 20th out of 22 contestants after 3 rounds of action. That is the podium finish he so desperately needed. 3 finishes of 6th, 7th and 7th. An absolute nightmare so far for the British driver. He has finally been able to get one on the board, and he'll take that one all day long. Daniel Sieber in the end will be classified 4th. So we'll see how that impacts him as we go through. Chris Hillier comes home 5th, Tim Altman 6th, and Mick Farrell 7th after his early mechanical woes. Now, we have one more round of the Reedy Invitational runners and racers. And I think I see Mark Stiles is a distinctive machine out there. He comes in 6th in this round, and I believe this will also be the round when we see, I think, Ollie Jeffries. Yes, I think so. Now, Ollie Jeffries comes into this round 4th. Pair of third-place finishes and a win. Another win, considering what happened to Hagberg in the last few rounds, and the form of Marcus Mobers and Toto Epikuro. Jeffries could do with a real win here to stick with the competition, or can any of the other guys in this race mix it up and throw the cat among the proverbial pigeons? They're on the driver's orders. So Ollie Jeffries comes into this 4th, Mark Stiles 6th, and the rest are not out in the top 10. So those are you two to really watch here. Mark Stiles, who is lining up, I believe, on the 4th row of the grid, or it's not the car on pole. There is a vacant spot on the 2nd grid slot. The car potentially should be. So we'll check and confirm that for you, who that is. But for now, we are on the starters' orders. Let's go. Get ready. And away. Good start from Stiles, moving up to 3rd early and coming through. And I think that was Jeffries in some trouble in the first few corners. And charge through. It's Chris Kurzweil who started from the pole. Look at this from Mark Stiles, immediately flying up through the field. He actually caught the wall on the inside of the main straight and wheelied for a second there. That was some stylish moves there. Pun definitely not intended, although meant. And Kurzweil, though, in the middle of all that, leads away in the early going. Now, Chris Kurzweil, 14th coming into this round, so he win here would do absolute wonders. But the big battle that we should watch here is the battle for second, because that's between Mark Stiles and Ollie Jeffries, the two men in the top 10 in the classification so far. Jeffries 4th coming into this round, Stiles 6th. So these two, a win for either of these two in this heat could really put them up there amongst the top guys. It could jump up and scare the top guys at the top end of town. Stiles and Jeffries, look at this, two fiercely competitive, evenly matched British drivers chasing down a 3rd in Chris Kurzweil. Kurzweil, who himself has a European Championship to his name in 2010. So he has European Championship silverware, as a lot of other guys in this field do. So he has pedigree. He's not been able to show it so far this weekend. He's been a little bit underwhelming by his high standards. This could be the chance he needs to really break out, especially as Stiles and Jeffries are fighting so hard. Catchpole, Matthew White, Kai Altman and Daniel Holmes. Daniel Holmes is the car that did not start, by the way. So unfortunate for him. Didn't even get a chance to fire a shot in this one. Now Stiles trying to clear away from Ollie Jeffries a little bit. The best forward defence is attack. So rather than focusing on defending from Jeffries, maybe trying to attack Kurzweil and get a heat win. Maybe the best strategy for Stiles. Both of them colliding with the inside wall. Desperately trying to use as much of the track as they possibly can. And he's on a knife edge right now. Kurzweil, Stiles, Jeffries, they are that close. Your top 3 under a blanket. Your top 3 all on the same screen, on the stream, on the online coverage. Jeffries looking to the inside at every corner. This has got to be his best shot. He's had a good few laps. He's looking at eyeing up Stiles now. And this is allowing Kurzweil to break free a little bit. Not by much, but just enough. Stiles and Jeffries so close together. Where there is room for a move. That was great. What a pass for second place from Jeffries. Absolutely awesome. Clean as a whistle. Bodywork did not even touch there. Considering the physicality of the racing we've seen at times, that was awesome. What a move. Could not repeat it that time. And Stiles trying to poach to get second back. This is very close. But notice how as soon as Jeffries got by, they closed straight in on Kurzweil. So Kurzweil has got to be hoping that those guys battle among themselves. But right now, once Jeffries has got through Stiles, he's now going to try and take Kurzweil and run away with this one. Stiles has got to keep in touch with these two, because this could go off at any moment. The problem they've got at the moment, the problem Jeffries has got in that second position, is that you're caught between a rock and a hard place. A little bit of contact with Kurzweil there. Jeffries up into the lead. I think that might have been a racing incident, racing contact. Sometimes they just converge on the race line. I think that's all there was in there. No harm, no foul. It's inevitable when racing is that hard and that fast and that tense. So then it's Ollie Jeffries with the lead. How pivotal could this be? Mark Stiles is still there, ragging that car for everything he's worth. Stiles is one of those drivers that you really want to see. You just love to watch racing an RC car, because you leave it nothing on the table. He leaves nothing. Back in the pits, and he's through. The lead changes hands again. Stiles through to the lead now. Jeffries in second. Both of these men know just how important a heat victory here could be to kickstarting their ambitions to become the 2016 Reedy Race of Champions winner and take their place in the Hall of Fame of RC Racing royalty. And Styles is having a good few laps now. Just moving out a little bit of a gap. Interesting, maybe those laps where he was behind Kurzweil and Jeffries, maybe figured something out on them. Maybe he learned their strengths, weaknesses, and where he was strong in comparison. There's just enough of a gap there. Believe me, how close this race has been so far. 7/10 is like a yawning chasm. That gap is still barely there, and in fact, Chris Kurzweil has dropped to 4th now behind Matthew White behind this. This is all happening long behind. This is your battle for the win. Mark Styles in the white and red car in the first sector now, tailed closely by the white and yellow car of Ollie Jeffries. Both of these guys supreme at their craft. Both of these guys some of the best in their discipline and in their style of RC racing. And this is an awesome pair of drives right now. Jeffries, the ultimate attacking drive, and he's on the offensive again. A little bit of contact between the two. A little bit of contact, but not a huge amount. And they continue on. They press on. And great work there. And a great job by both of them to keep those cars together, keep those cars wrapped up. And they continue on. 45 seconds to go now. This is unbelievable. And they continue, they keep going. This is really close right now. I dare not predict how this one's going to go, because it is on that much of a knife edge. It could change at any second. Jeffries is eyeing up a move everywhere. Styles is not giving him anything to work with. Nothing at all. If you want to pass me, you're going to have to go through me or do it the hard way. Jeffries has already pulled out a worldie of a pass to take the lead once. Can he do it again? Goodness me, there's cars crashing elsewhere. It doesn't matter. This is the battle we're watching. Styles versus Jeffries. They're counting down. Oh, they're side by side down the main straight. The clash is going to sound any minute now. This is so close. Styles versus Jeffries, and Styles is just going to hang on. What a marvellous race that was. Oh, my word. Tension and hard-pounding drama. First lap to last. 3 became 2. What a great battle. Mark Styles takes the victory in that heat and will jump up to join the likes of Mobers, Ebukuro and Hagberg at the top end of town. Ollie Jeffries takes 2nd, Matthew White 3rd, Chris Kurzweil down to 4th in the end, Kai Altman 5th, Adam Catchpole 6th, and Daniel Holmes did not start. And I think I need a rest after that one. That was an awesome round of Reedy racing, and we'll be back very soon for the start of round 5 on RC Racing TV.
And we'll rotate the grid. Paul.
Someone hit someone.
Marshals out, please. Make your way to the grid. Please be aware that I am moving it because my tardy track maintenance crew haven't done it.
Okay, drivers, slowly to the grid, please.
I don't know. This is the best job I've ever had as well.
Race 49. Open
Car 5, make your way to pole, please.
We'll start in 30 seconds.
I'll be there in a jiffy. Yes, thanks. Car 7, thank you.
Okay, so slight technical mix around there, hence the radio silence, but we are back. We're just setting up for something a bit different. Bear with me just 1 second. Okay, so we are RC Racing TV. We are live covering the Reedy 1/12th Race of Champions. Thank you for joining us, and thank you to Reedy and the BRCA for inviting us along to cover this event. Thank you, of course, to the sponsors Reedy, Protoform and Zen Racing, who without them all this wouldn't be possible. Well, them and all the volunteers, the helpers. I was speaking to somebody earlier, 9 months it's taken to get this event together. And what an event it is. It's an honour to come and cover it. So if you're in the Milton Keynes area and you fancy coming to take a look, then pop down. We're in between, we're just outside John Lewis, in between John Lewis and Tiger, in the big open area in the MK shopping centre there. So feel free to come and say hi. Come and have a look at the racing for yourself. Sound like a bit of a broken record, but I'm going to say it anyway. We have a new Facebook page which is to help us communicate with you better. We've had the RCTV group for quite a while now, but we're moving towards a page. So if you are already a member of the RCTV group, then please do head over to our new page, hit like, and you can stay up to date with all of our streams and events that we'll be covering over the coming months. The next event ramps up in April, Slovakia. More details to follow. That'll be myself, Matt McCallum and Nick Damon covering that event in the Hoodie Arena. A very nice event it is too. Or venue, I should say. Let's take a look what's going on in the world of that there social media. Andy 911, Neo 16. I'm not sure who's covering that at the moment. We will have to wait and find out. I don't think it's been confirmed. When we know, you will know. I'm not sure who's covering it. Don't forget, if you're watching on YouTube, have a look down the right hand side. There is a chat window which will enable you to chat with us, to chat with your fellow RC enthusiasts and fellow viewers. Alan's still with us. Mr. Vanchuk. Darren Bodeway. RC Time. Hello to you all. Ashley Patterson. Hello, and thank you for joining us. Adam's just popped for a natural break. And then he will be back to continue the coverage.
Okay, Peter Craig, you got the leader catching you. So Mark Payne, you've got a couple of fast cars behind you. Excellent driving. Okay. Peter Craig and Ollie Payne, you've got the leader catching you. I appreciate you're fighting for position, but don't impede the leader, please. There are 35 seconds remaining. Marshall, please. Matt. It's unfortunate, Peter, that your car was camouflaged with the track markings. Okay, Simon Hadley, you got third behind you, thank you. So
8 finished, 10 finished, 6 finished,
Simon, that's a lapping car behind you, thank you.
4 finished, 1 finished, 9 finished, 5 finished, 7 finished.
Okay, put them down before the line, please. There's a little bit of track maintenance. Drivers from the last race, if you could whiz down and get it. Okay, track's looking okay. I'll fix this bit. Car 5, you're on pole. I think we should award prizes for those that can make it in the box that require.
Okay, we're just getting ready for a quick section with. We have 2 guests from Reedy and 1 from the BRCA. So we're just setting up over there, and when our guys are ready, I should get a thumbs up, hopefully, and we should be ready to go. Okay, over to you, Adam.
Thanks very much, James. Well, I have representatives here from the BRCA and from title sponsor Reedy for the Reedy Race of Champions. Chaps, introduce yourselves for the benefit of our viewers.
Craig Drescher, representative associated with Reedy.
Good to have you guys on board with the stream. Now, just talk us through, obviously, we're covering this event this weekend. It's been a magnificently entertaining event so far. Just talk us a little bit through the history of this event and the genesis of this particular one here today.
This event here today is new for us here. We've been 9 months in the planning for it, meetings upon meetings, to make sure that everything runs smoothly for the drivers and the general public themselves. The track has caused us 1 or 2 small problems with lots of barriers moving around, but we're getting there, and all the drivers are really enjoying themselves.
Okay, it's interesting you say about the track moving around. This is a real high-intensity event, but that's kind of what you expect from an all-star event, right?
Oh, definitely. And I think the drivers hate it when the track's moving, but the punters love it. They want to see some on-track action. So for them, it's great to see the crashing and the bumps and the bangs. But for the racers, they just want it to be clean and clinical and easy win for them without track markers, because it's such a rhythm class, because it's so fast and intense. It has to be perfect, super smooth, all fixed down and professionally sorted. So.
Absolutely, and that puts a lot of pressure on you guys, obviously, as organisers and that. Just talk us through the track construction and how it's come through here. It's no pile carpet, it's a custom club structure. And obviously the big thing about it, it's in the middle of a shopping centre. The general public are never closer to RC racing than they are here. Just talk us through the reasoning behind that, rather than having it in a traditional venue.
The best way to reason that is to get the public as close as we can, rather than a normal venue. We started building here late Thursday night, cleaning the site up completely of any small bits of grit stone, laying the carpet, and then on to Friday morning till lunchtime to get it all laid out, ready to start at 2 o'clock yesterday afternoon for the training, the practicing and qualifying for the drivers for the heats today.
And it was very thorough preparation, and having the general public involved, what sort of feel do you get from them, and what sort of reactions have you had from them so far as to have this sort of event right basically on their doorstep, if you will?
Well, for us, running the Reedy format means that every single race on track is a race. The normal process is qualifying and finals, which when the customers come and watch, they don't understand quite what's going on, so it's difficult for them to follow. So when you have head-to-head racing, which is the Reedy format, it's intense racing every time somebody watches from the outside, so they understand what's going on track battles, not just the staggered start qualifying. It's a little bit confusing. So for us, it's a great
on a track,
promotional platform. It's more interesting for the customers to see. It showcases the product
51 through scrutineer,
and it's also more interesting for the racers that come here to entertain themselves as well as the public, to have head-to-head racing every time. It's unique. It's a format of racing which has kind of been pioneered by the legendary Mike Reedy, which is hence the name. It's called the Reedy format. It's a Reedy Racer Champions, and it's deemed as one of the highest class forms of racing and the highest or the best, most accredited championship that you can actually go and win. It's, you know, elements of luck, elements of skill, tactician. It's all encompassing, which is brilliant.
It feels to me kind of like RC Racing's version of the Masters, if you will. Is that the kind of vibe you're going for with these sort of events?
Yes, most certainly. Luckily, the teams have sent their top drivers from all over the world, and they're entertaining the public. If you look around you, you can see them all, the young children smiling. We've got children here from 8 years of age to 80, and they're all going away with smiles. This is what the event's about, getting closer to the people, but the top drivers having a great event to race at.
It really is, I think it's achieved it immensely. It's got a great vibe to it. Now, just talk us briefly about the qualification procedure. Of course, you've got the two classes out here this weekend, the open format where people apply to be here and then qualify in, and then, of course, the invitationals, the Reedy class themselves, the All-Stars. Just talk us a little bit through the qualifying criteria, just how good do you have to be to get into that invitational class?
Well, it speaks for itself. Invitational is the world's best drivers here to showcase what they do and what they're paid to do. Some paid professionals that come here and are purely racers, professional paid racers. There's only a handful of them, but there's a lot of people that put a lot of time and effort into the hobby, into the sport, also with the BRCA and the organisation. It's difficult to see when you just see this, what actually goes into it, not just from the organisational side, but also the preparation side from the drivers. You know, it's mentally draining, it's physically not physically challenged, but it's difficult with the preparation side. You know, hours and hours of meticulous preparation. So it's the best guys, and then when they're on track, you know, there may be friends in the pits, but once they're on track, it's down to business. You know, like every form of racing that you see.
Yeah. And one thing I have noticed a lot is the camaraderie in the pits, and these are factory teams. Normally in motorsport, when you have the factory teams together, the rivalry is very bitter. They don't want to give anything away to anyone else. But the over here, the camaraderie is it feels special. It feels like a really unique event. And to be honest, to kind of conclude, if you will, that the pressure and the meticulousness, just how satisfying is it to come out with such an event like this, considering that normally, you know, with the Masters or like the Race of Champions, for example, in full-scale racing, there's a lot of pressure on to live up to the name. You know, Race of Champions, they have got to be champions. They're top guys in their craft. How much pressure does that put you guys under, and how nice is the vindication when you see the reactions of the general public and of the drivers themselves?
For us, it's great vindication. For a lot of the drivers going smiling. As I said, it's taken 9 months organising and a lot of hard work by a group of people who are a set team. As you know, the BRCA can run World Championships, EFRA Championships, but this is like the icing on the cake. We are very lot closer to the public and the drivers enjoying themselves. So for us, it's a win-win.
Absolutely. Anything to add?
No, I think it's great for the drivers to actually participate in something like this because it is different from the norm, so it feels special. And the BRCA behind it has put on such a great event, which they always do. It's very professional, and so from the outside it looks professional. From the inside, with the race organisation, it's mega organised, super professional, and the drivers actually like that. It's different because a lot of the times the racing is a little bit scatty at times. You know, they try to be professional, don't quite put on the show, and then to have it in an arena like this is special.
It can put a lot of pressure on, but it is, I mean, it's just a wonderful atmosphere. It's like no other RC event I've called or been at. And I guess that reflects very well on you guys as organisers, title sponsors, and more for putting on this event. The Reedy Race of Champions 2016 has already been very entertaining, and we still have a long way to go. Thank you very much, gents, for talking to us, and a good rest of the tournament to both of you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
The racing's rough.
Back over to me. I hope you enjoyed the interview. We'll make that available as an on-demand very shortly. I shall be working on that as soon as the guys get back over to the Crow's Nest to continue our coverage. We are on round 50. Yes, we are on round 50. I was just double checking whether we'd just finished 50 or just about to start 50. Looks like we're just about to start 50 if the scoreboard is correct. So, we are RCTV. We are live from the Centre MK Shopping Centre in Milton Keynes. We're streaming live over YouTube right the way through till approximately 8 PM tonight. I'm being waved at by a technical man. I will give that technical man the thumbs up. If you don't already, then do head over to facebook.com/RCRacingTV and like our page. We don't just ask you to do this because we want the like, we want the love. We do this so that we can keep you informed of all the RC events that we'll be covering over the summer months. After this weekend's event, we've got a bit of time off. We can relax and chill out a little bit before we head over to Slovakia for the next race, the first of our coverage of the EFRA season. So do make sure you stay tuned for that. Well, don't stay tuned until April. That'd be quite a long time to stay tuned, but you get the idea. Adam's back.
Hello.
With a microphone. Thank you, Adam.
Oi.
If you want to put your other microphone back on.
Yes.
I'm sure our viewers prefer hearing you rather than me, because I babble, and I know I babble.
Don't be too hard on yourself. Just change the batteries in now.
That's right. Adam's changing batteries. Paul will be somewhere with a camera. Walking back. There is Paul. In a moment, we'll see if I can find someone else to talk to a bit later on today. I'm going to see if Mr. Jeffries is available, because I think he will want to talk to us today rather than tomorrow. So if he's available, Ollie's always a good person to speak to. Decorated, coveted, established RC racer. Righty-ho, we have Paul's video back. Do we have Adam back? Nearly. Adam's nearly back. And now we should have Adam. Hang on, why can't I hear you? No, can't hear you. Oh, I know why. Try again.
There we go.
Hey.
Yeah, we're back. We're back on the stream. That was a very good interview. Thanks to those guys for joining us on the stream. It was very good. Very good to hear. And we'll lock back in to action here from this in the Open A class. Kellyanne Bly leading the way early on. Good start to this race for them. They had a hole on the grid for some sort of issue. So Bly started well. Shot out of a cannon. What a takeoff that was. Stephen Rowley is second and Neil Diver now third. But Bly continues to lead despite cars falling off in front, left, right and centre. And at the moment the gap over her and Stephen Rowley is 2.4 seconds. So it's a good opening minute or so for Bly. So this will be a good start. I do not have the results after 4 rounds to hand. I do know that after 3 rounds, she was 12th overall. So I think after some valiant performances in the last few rounds, starting to drag herself up the order. This is good stuff. Exactly the kind of performances she'll be wanting. And a heat win here would really put the cat among the proverbial pigeons. And that distinctive pink and white car really looks pretty cool out there, doesn't it? Pretty inspirational. And this will be open A1. And Bly continues to lead. And doing so solidly, putting a strong gap over second place, which is now James Stewart. So Bly is looking very good here, I have to say. This is very solid stuff. We've seen flashes of this kind of performance in the previous heats, but it's good to see it finally being strung together in very prolific fashion for the first time out here today. And this is looking very solid. This is a good job so far from Kellyanne. As I say, James Stewart second. Big shunt in the closing corners. Which car was that just went off? I think that was the 3rd place car of Neil Diver. Went diving for the X's. And the race order as it stands, Kellyanne Bly first, James Stewart second. And Tim Wood now up to 3rd spot. 3rd spot overall. Now Wood, of course, won in the last heat, and he is one of the major contenders in the Open A division. So he is definitely one to watch here. And Wood is alongside. Well, Wood is ahead of the likes of Matt Rice down in 5th as well. Elliot Cummings also in this one. There's a lot of talent in it. So Kellyanne Bly out in front right now, doing a very good job, I have to say. I don't overstate the credentials and the skill of what's going on here. That was a big, I think that was Wood just in front of us. Had a bit of a moment. Yes, it was from 3rd, but he did not lose position. He's all right in that respect. He has a little bit of a distance, he has a little bit of a gap. Not much, but it's just enough. As darkness falls outside the centre MK, the sun's mostly gone down. It's a complete contrast to earlier when we started the rounds, where we had we had beams of sunlight arcing in. I had someone commenting that my photos of it looked like I was in Miami. Not quite. Certainly not as warm, I don't think. But that has all changed now. The sun has come up and then gone down again. And we're under darkness. We're under the lights now in the centre MK, in the glow of the John Lewis Megastore, and with Tiger just behind us. A large advertisement for the Aladdin pantomime. I'll tell you what, you don't need Priscilla Presley or anyone else to enliven this show that we've got right in front of you. This doesn't even need a script. Oh my goodness, some barrier damage down in front of us. And just see as they come through there, you saw the dent in the wall there as Kellyanne Bly came through. Bly still leads comfortably by 2.6 seconds over Stuart James. This is very good stuff. Tim Wood now still 3rd. James Stewart, sorry, James Stewart. It's one of those double-barreled names that when it shows up on the timing screen, it's easy to get confused and read it first name second. But it is James Stewart in 3rd spot, Darren Lee 4th, and Matt Rice in 5th spot. So Wood, having had some good performances so far, very, very strong. A podium would cement that. Ideally, it wouldn't be perfect. It wouldn't be exactly what he wanted. He would want more wins, but it's another good one to add to the table. It's another one to add to the pile. And I think, oh, Bly, a little bit of an incident on the main straight though. Surely not. Surely that hasn't thrown it out of whack. Wood is now not far back. In fact, Wood is now in 2nd and right on the case for Kellyanne Bly. 45 seconds to go. And we're suddenly in for a nerve-wracking finale to this heat. Wood is right there, putting the pressure on Kellyanne Bly. Bly's had this her own way for most of it. Now Wood's right there and looking for another all-important victory to help go towards the Open A title here in the Reedy 112 Race of Champions. Having qualified into it, Wood makes the move. A little bit physical, a little bit of contact, but it was okay. Firm but fair, and Wood takes the lead. Bly looking to attack and come back. Oh, and contact with a stranded lap car. Let's put Wood back in 2nd. A late twist, late drama here. Bly back in the lead, and I think good for the victory. Wood still 2nd, desperately unlucky. Had made a great pass for the win, but was then caught as a lap car crashed in front and was stranded. And Wood was caught. That is a real shame. Not entirely how we want races to be settled, but I dare say you cannot argue that Kellyanne Bly did not deserve to win that one. She was solid first lap to last. A very good performance and a strong way to end the 4th round of Open A, LMP2 running. Very, very good stuff, and I believe...
It's F1 time.
I think it is, isn't it?
If he turns us on. James.
It's time for Formula 1 once again, which means we have our guest, caller, and official, and ref join us.
Yes. It's F1. When he's pressed the buttons. Are we there now?
That's what he's there for, mostly to press the buttons.
Yeah. So, is that working? Is that coming out? Ah, there we go. Now we're working.
Broadcasted world.
So we've got the F1 cars out next. I've had a word with that Mark Christopher.
Oh, really?
Yeah, Dremel guy. Told him he's going to start from the back again.
As I stopped him before, he's like Dick Dastardly. Got to keep your eye on him.
We've also got... What have we got? We've got 2 Williamses out this time. Got 2 Williams called the Red Bulls back out again.
Excellent.
We've got a Toro Rosso, new shape Lotus and old shape Lotus. The not the Spiker. Get the Yarno Truly down the front. Toyota. And we'll get Maldonado as well second. Get this Lotus here in second, Maldonado.
Just to make the run to the first corner even more interesting.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely. Did you update the website, by the way, the Who Crashed Maldonado?
I need to tweet them. I need to tweet them about that. He's crashing even in the off-season.
Okay, so winners so far today, we've had Alonso.
Yes.
Was it Truly in the second one?
Did the Spiker win it?
Spiker. It was a Spiker. And we've had a Dremel win as well, haven't we, today?
I can't remember if that was in the Porsche races or if in the F1 races.
Could have been the Porsche race. Who knows? Who knows? Who's out?
Massa.
Oh, we got Massa out. We got Massa in attendance today.
Yeah, excellent. Star-studded grid.
So, any moment now, I'm sure it's going to start. Oh, excellent. That's fantastic.
It's appropriate.
So off we go, heading down into the first corner. We've got Truly, followed by a... Oh, the Mercs made it through. No, the Mercs just lost 2 places. No, that's not Taurus, that's Marussia. Is that Marussia there made it up into second place? And then the 2 Williams, followed by the Mercedes. Tight move there from the Mercedes onto the Williams up into third place.
No surprise the Merc moving up quickly early.
Yeah, that was pretty quick, that was. What we got then? We've got the Force India, closely followed by the Red Bull. It's all very tight here, wheel to wheel action with these F1 cars.
Come on, Hulkenberg.
Oh, we've got the Dremel car upside down through the chicane.
Oh no, what a shame.
I know, what a shame. So, Yarno Truly seems to have pulled out quite a commanding lead here. Can the all red car, I think it's a Marussia and the Williams, closely followed by the Red Bull and the second Williams car, catch
Max Chilton in second?
Up? Is it Max Chilton in second? He's really going for it.
He is. Impressive run. I'm telling you, they're going to have to deal with it in a moment, though. It's Maldonado.
Oh, I thought he was coming. Yes. Yes, Maldonado. Now, is the safety car in action? The safety car is in action.
It's waiting.
I think...
it's just waiting for an excuse.
Yeah, I think we've got a good enough excuse. Let's send the safety car out, please.
What's the reason? We don't like Team Dremel?
Yeah, we don't like Truly being so far in front. This is just unfair.
We don't like boring racing.
Well, since when has a Toyota been that far in front of any of the other cars? I mean, really. Right then, guys, we've got the safety car out.
Into the safety car.
Pass the safety car.
Well, don't crash into it either.
Yeah, don't crash into... Oh, right, penalty for Yarno Truly.
This guy's trying to take revenge. What is this?
Oh, this is just crazy.
There's more crashing happening on the safety car.
I know, all crashing. Well, Truly's still got a stop-go to serve, so I suggest he takes that now. The safety car's coming in this lap, so it'll be interesting if Truly takes his stop-go now or after. So the safety car was coming in this lap. The safety car is coming in any moment now. The safety car's definitely going to pull over sometime in a minute. In a second, the safety car's going to come off. He's off. The safety car's off. Right, we're back to racing again.
On the way.
So it's the Williams of Bottas, followed by Max Chilton, followed by Nico Hülkenberg, followed by Daniel Ricciardo, and then Mark Christopher, the famous Formula 1 driver.
Hülkenberg, Ricciardo, Christopher.
Contact down there from Christopher onto Hülkenberg. So we've got it really tight out here at the front between the Williams and Max Chilton. I reckon Daniel Ricciardo has got a good chance in third place.
I think he has, you know.
To catch these pair up
the likeable
and
Aussie.
Make a move. There's 3 minutes to go, so it's all to play for.
Can I just say, Team Dremel taking out Nico Hülkenberg again. What is this?
Maldonado's crashed. We missed it. We missed it. Maldonado crashed again. Night
follows day. Taxis. Maldonado crashing. It happens. It's an inevitability.
So, still out at the front, we've got Bottas, followed by Max Chilton, followed by the famous racing car driver Mark Christopher in a Dremel F1 car. Jarno Trulli seems to have made some time back up again. He's back into 4th place. We've got carnage in the middle with Alonso, Ricciardo. Who else have we got there? Right.
Hülkenberg's in there.
Hülkenberg's definitely in the mix. So there's a bit of a chain forming here behind Hülkenberg. It's bunching the pack right up.
Oh, I see what you did there. Chain. Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, goodness. Oh, big wreck over there with Alonso. Chilton's taking the lead, I think.
Chilton has taken the lead.
What is this? And Mark Christopher second. The unlikeliest top 2 in Formula 1 history. I'll tell you what, we should start a rumour that Dremel are actually planning on entering Formula 1 as a factory team, with Mark Christopher as their lead driver.
Funny you mention that. We had a chat with Mark Christopher with his Dremel coloured car. Apparently Dremel actually released an F1 model in Dremel colours.
Wow.
And that's where the inspired theme comes from.
Well, there you go. Team Dremel are entering next year alongside Haas F1. You heard it here first.
Okay, so we've got Max Chilton, highly unlikely, but it is, in front. Closely followed by Mark Christopher. Then Jarno Trulli, then the Spiker car driven by the Stig. Now, I did find out that the Spiker car is driven by White Stig. So, you know, that Spiker car might stand a chance.
He's got to find some work now that Top Gear's off the air.
Yeah, definitely. So, maybe White Stig, from 4th place, could do this.
Yeah, he could. Ricciardo, I think it's too far back even for him.
He's made it through to 3rd. Made it through to 3rd. Excellent stuff here. So, we've got the Stig in a Spiker, nose to tail, as they go through, following the Truly train. Do you remember that one?
The Truly train is back.
The Truly train.
We're bringing it back.
Bringing back the Truly train. There's a back mark, which is Maldonado, just to spice it up a little bit. So with 15 seconds to go, the Stig might just do this. If it can just...
I tell you what, Ricciardo's caught up nicely. He's in there as well.
Ricciardo's in it as well.
Ricciardo and the Stig, watch out for them.
So he's come from 6th or 7th.
He has.
Finishing this lap. So on this last lap, who can do it? It could be anybody's. The Stig just did an excellent move at the end of the straight. Heading around the last corner. Yes, and the Stig has done it. The Stig has done it in a Spiker. The most realistic F1 racing you'll find.
Most believable.
Yes,
Spiker,
definitely.
what was that? Spiker, Marussia, Team Dremel.
Yes, something like that. With the world famous Mark Christopher.
Yes. I still like the idea of creating a Team Dremel rumour for this year.
Definitely. And the F1 cars always attract a crowd.
Yes, they do.
So what we should do with this crowd is, if the Arrive and Drive is still going, which I think it is.
I think it might be, yeah.
You can race cars like what we're racing today over on the Arrive and Drive track.
Yeah.
So you should head over.
And I'd highly advise you give it a go, because they're really good fun.
Right, I'm going to leave you to it.
Okie doke. Good to have you along once more.
Should be back later, possibly.
Thanks to the usual guest commentary there for the F1 races. It's so fun. Very good look, good laugh. And we're getting ready for the Open B runners to start out here.
He's the chairman of the association. Dave Waters. He's the new BRC chairman. I'm the second.
So we have cars out on track. Ready to go, rolling.
Massive. I have to spell it like water. Yeah. You can always put Darren's back.
Rolling out. And ready. This is your Open B class, remember. And this will be their, wait a minute, fifth? Fifth? I've officially lost count at this point. Is this round 4 or 5? 5, thank you. I'm having a conflab with my cameraman over here. Never very good with numbers. Words are my medium. And racing is my passion. And racing, great racing, is what we've been spoilt with all of today in the Reedy 112 Race of Champions. As we get ready for Open. Don't do that to me. Don't suddenly go, I think. What we can be certain of is this race is about to get underway. Here we go. Relatively smooth, first few corners. I think we may well get through the first 5. Yeah. We're not. I did think for a second we were going to get through the first few corners without contact, but then that was just asking too much, wasn't it? For a bunch of adrenaline pumping RC racers. This Open B field have taken off, and it's Andrew Hicklin starting out in the lead. Lee Ellis, Jamie Patton, and Robin Streeter in top 4 with Giles Hodgkinson 5th. There are cars literally flying all over the circuit. Goodness me, what is happening out there? It's absolute anarchy. And now we have the orange number 1 car of Lee Ellis leading the way. Andrew Hicklin is in second place, I think, just behind them, unless the order has changed dramatically. No, it's Jamie Patton in second place now. In that white and yellow car. Lee Ellis, the leader in the orange car. Coming through the final few corners now. Your lead battle begins. And looks like it's not over yet. This is not Lee Ellis running away and hiding and leaving the field to it. Bit of contact there with a stricken lap car. Has allowed Patton through. There was a slow car there. I'm not sure who it was. Might have been Hayley Baker and Robin Streeter. But now, Jamie Patton is really trying to give this field the goodbye look. And the way he's going, you wouldn't doubt it at all, especially. It's just beneath us. You wouldn't have seen it on the cameras here on the online stream, but just beneath us, Lee Ellis just went flying off the track into the fences on the outside. Oh, but an accident himself for Jamie Patton. Disaster, that's going to cost them valuable time. And surely now that must mean... Oh, is that Lee Ellis back into the lead? Sorry, I mistook the wrong car that flew off there. It's difficult to keep up with the action. It is Lee Ellis into the lead now, and Sasha Freytag is up into second place in the number 3 car. So that second car in line, the 2 orange cars coming through the first sector now are your top 2. And I believe Giles Hodgkinson in third is right there as well. Yes, he is. Oh, side by side is one of the tightest sections on the track. That's not a passing zone normally. Sasha Freytag has made it into one. Wheel-to-wheel stuff. Firm but fair, it was okay. But Freytag through into the lead. Lee Ellis second, then third for Giles Hodgkinson. The top 3 all together. This is so close. Freytag out in the lead then. And there is the second place battle. Lee Ellis and Giles Hodgkinson in the background there. You just saw it. You know, watching Simon Freytag on the cameras here. Sasha Freytag, I'm sorry. Freytag continues to lead. It's a very good drive. Oh, but again, stricken lap traffic becoming an issue here. A big issue there. More contact. It's not really what we want to see too much. This guy's struggling with the track. And inadvertently, all contact for second place. It's getting heated down there, but this is happening behind Freytag. And a stop and go has been called on, I want to say that was Giles Hodgkinson. I think it must have been. It was. So we'll see who comes into the penalty box this time. Might have for something else. It was in fact car 6 with the penalty. That's Hayley Baker down the order. And meanwhile, what on earth is going on with the lead? I need eyes in the back of my head to keep going on this one. I've got monitors, I've got cameras. Oh, goodness me. Marshall's down there. Even the Marshall's getting involved in this one. And there is nowhere to hide, nowhere to run for anyone out there. It's Giles Hodgkinson now in the lead of this race. Sasha Freytag is now up to second place. Third for Jamie Patton, and Lee Ellis down to fifth. Oh my goodness, it is absolute anarchy out there. Please someone give this some order. 2 minutes to go. And Hodgkinson is your leader. Hodgkinson is the yellow car coming through the final hairpin, I think. I want to say it is. And the battles are all over. The lead is basically changing every single lap. Giles Hodgkinson is, I believe, the yellow car coming through the final hairpin. Now there he is. I think so. And he has a 1.9 second lead now on Jamie Patton. Sasha Freytag has dropped to fourth, having led for a significant amount of time. Lee Ellis is in fifth, having led. This is absolute chaos out there. It's been one of those musical chairs heats. Does anyone want to win it? Who is going to be in front when the music stops? It's really hard to tell. Robin Streeter now up into second place. What on earth is going on? The order is literally shuffling lap by lap, and when laps are going by in 14 seconds or less, that's an awfully quick amount of time for positions to be changing. And a lot of times for them to be changing. Hodgkinson then, Streeter in second place. Streeter a long way back, 4.4 seconds back. Streeter now in third, actually. Sasha Freytag through to second. Goodness me, I can't keep up with this. This is amazing stuff. But this is all happening relatively far behind Hodgkinson, who is coming into the final minute, and is 4.4 seconds up on Streeter. Sorry, Freytag. So, and hearing about potential track repairs needed, either at the end of this run or a stoppage. Yes, I can just see, as we watch on the camera, it's coming round. Now, there it is. Just that bit of bodywork, not bodywork, barrier has come away from the track. A very common complaint. Woof. High stepping action from the marshals there. Very close. Even they're getting involved in this one. It's been one of those chaotic heats. A lot of action, a lot of stuff happening. We were just talking to the organisers of this event, representatives from the British Radio Car Association and Reedy, the title sponsor of this Reedy Race of Champions. Uses the Race of Champions format, of course, the Reedy format. And we were talking about just how intense the competition has been, and just how much pressure that's put on the organisers to build a high quality track that can deal with the intensity and deal with the damage and the demands, as you see there, the barrier flexing away. It's been incredibly close out here. But the final results then, in a hectic race where basically everyone led. I think even I led at one point and I wasn't even in it. Giles Hodgkinson wins then, with a solid performance over Robin Streeter, eventually in second place. Once that had all sorted out, no one wanted to be second. In the end, Streeter was. Jamie Patton third, fourth for Lee Ellis in the end, and Sasha Freytag, who led for a long part of that race, fifth in the end, ahead of Damien Giddings, Hayley Baker, Craig Fisher, Andrew Hicklin, and the did not starter, Alan Hubber. Goodness me. Take a breath, will you? I think we all have to. And I think we will have a chance to take a breath, because there is some brief track repairs going on down there. It was almost too much for the track to contain as well. It was incredibly close, incredibly fraught action. Just the kind of action we like, really. Just the kind of stuff we want. As we wait for the next guys to come out on the track. Well, the next guys are out on the track. We're waiting for them to have a fully working track to race on. And the repairs are done. They're getting used to this. They're doing it very well, I have to say.
Cars drive round to the grid sensibly. Car 5 are on pole.
Car 5 lining up on pole. Remember, that's how it shuttled through. And it's incredibly... Well, after the race we just had, no pressure, guys. No pressure, drivers, but, you know, this one can't be boring. You've got a lot to live up to. Basically, everyone led that race at one point or another. And I'll tell you what, the intensity of racing out here has been unmatched in all categories and all classes. Really has. It does not get much better than that. So then, we have the next lineup coming out on track. It will be time. Race directors.
To the roster, please, Andrew Hicklin.
And Andrew Hicklin being called out for... It doesn't look like there's a spare spot on the grid for him. Probably for marshalling, I'd imagine. I'd imagine that's what the call is for. That's why we're getting slight hold out on the track. The briefest of pauses. Here we go. Countdown is on. Let's get ready to rumble once more. 10 more of the Open B class's finest. Ready to rumble. And they charge for the first corner. Bad start from second on the grid. And there's always one stuck facing the wrong way after you come through those opening corners. We've still got an opening lap to make through, and we've got a top 4 breakaway. Almost immediately. A train, 3 blue cars involved in that, and a lot of white as well. And the top 4 then in question are Rob Warren, John Zottel, Richard Norris and Mark Goodchild. With Warren and Zottel looking to break away. Now Zottel has been very, very good form so far in the contest. He was second overall after 3 rounds. I'm not sure where he was after 4. So they come tearing through once again. Zottel now up into the lead. Head of Goodchild, Norris. What on earth happened to Rob Warren? Plunged down the field. I literally looked away from the track for a second. That was just a mistake. You don't do that. And John Zottel then leading. There's a car stopped in the middle of the front straight. That was very close. Sideways Zottel in there as well. I think he might have just lost the lead to Goodchild. Or Norris. Richard Norris. Very hard to tell. Oh, move on the inside. I don't know if that was lap traffic though. Zottel then leads. I think it was lap traffic because they're not showing as too close behind. Richard Norris is showing second. And he is in the white, red and blue car that's a little bit further back. Mark Barford now up to third. Gap first to second, just 1.39 seconds at the line. Or at least it was. Now it's 4.84 seconds. In fact, Richard Norris, 2.24 seconds there. So John Zottel looking to slowly gap this field. But there's plenty of time left in this one. We are only just under 2 minutes into this 6-minute race. So plenty still to come. Still in this race alone. Zottel's still got a lot of work to do. And a lot of traffic to deal with by the look of it. A lot of incidents. But a good bit of racecraft there to let the lap car through. Marshall's actually fixing the track down there as well in the heat of battle. Got to give them respect. Got to give them props. They are a rotating cast of drivers and crewmen and crew people who are constantly rotated in and out for each race. It's only fair. If you are entering, you are also helping this event go forward. And that is only fair. And I very much like that way of doing things. So Zottel continues to lead. Norris second. Barford third. Mark Goodchild down to fourth now. Lee Palmer fifth. Russ Giles sixth place. Seventh Rob Warren. Matt Baker in eighth. Graham Baker ninth. Gary Deering down in 10th spot. Sprinting marshals again. High skipping, high stepping. This is remarkable stuff. Ready and wait for it, wait for it, wait for it. They're all spaced out too equally. He doesn't have any time. I think he's going to have to go. Go, 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 go. Sprinting through. There we go. Probably should viewers on our online stream. That was happening off camera for you. Goodness me, it's all happening here. But I'll tell you what, it's almost like John Zottel is not in this race. He's just cruising along. 3.9 seconds up now on Richard Norris. Very, very impressive race considering the hecticness and everything going on around him. It's been a very calm race for Zottel so far. And I'm not trying to, I hope I don't jinx him in any way, but this has been a very, very composed, very good race from Zottel. He's had the measure of everyone around him. He's pulling away, now 4.25 seconds ahead. This is very good. This is what happens when you get into that zone, you get into the flow that we were talking about as being all important. This is what happens when you get it, when you get there, and you really, that traffic there just in his way, but again, just held it well. Did a good job there. That was good stuff. Norris and Barford still second and third, and they're separated by healthy gaps apiece. So, John Zottel continues on his way. And this is just commanding now. He's up to 5.3 seconds. Certainly aiming to bring us down after the carnage of the last race. Nobody wanting to win that one. Zottel wants to win this one, and he's making sure no one else can win it. This is a crushing performance and a good one for a man who's been in the top 3 in this class since racing began at 9:30 a.m. this morning. He's been right there or thereabouts, and he's looking very good for Open B class honours in the 2016 Reedy 112 Race of Champions here in the Centre MK shopping centre in the middle of a now dark and fairly chilly Milton Keynes, and it doesn't matter for us. And we've now got a situation where we have 2 very similar looking cars together. I think Zottel is the first of those 2 blue and white and blue cars. Yes, it is. First of the 2, the number 7. Second car in line, I think, is either is maybe Richard Norris, I think, actually, or no, my mistake. Richard Norris just coming through beneath us now. I think that might have been Graham Baker. He was putting a lap on. But Zottel can be confusing when you have certain different cars with a similar pattern and colour scheme on them in the same race. But Zottel, there's no mistaking him, because he's the one laying a beat down on this field. He's up 5 seconds now over Mark Barford, who's up into second over Richard Norris. Mark Goodchild fourth, Lee Palmer fifth. As they continue on, we're into the final 30 seconds now, and this is going to be a commanding win for John Zottel. From first to last, really. Some early hecticness, some early carnage, kind of paved the way for him, really. He took the early lead and has been never heeded. We've seen that quite a few times in this very short, intense 6-minute Reedy format. There's really no room for error anywhere. You have no margin for anything. You've got to get it right, and if you get your start right, very often you can get the jump on the rest of the field, and it's one that's very hard for the rest of the field to work back and recover from. And that's exactly what John Zottel did there. A great, great drive. Very good stuff. That's another win to chalk up and add to the bank. Which will be after 5 rounds. We're in round 5 now. My counting is not letting me down. So, John Zottel, the good victory over Mark Barford and Richard Norris, 3rd. 4th for Mark Goodchild, 5th for Lee Palmer. Russ Giles, Rob Warren, Matt Baker, Graham Baker, and Gary Deering round out the 10. Who took that field, who took that start. Race directors calling the next batch out onto track. The action's coming thick and fast, and obviously the intensity and the aim of this format is to give as much racing action to not only you, the fans at home watching online, or any of you watching, but for the general public here who have turned out nicely in their droves. They're lining the walls and the fences along the back there, along the start-finish straight. It's great to see so much interaction. It's great to see them having so much fun. And the kids getting involved on the arrive and drive over on the British Radio Car Association stall, their gazebo over there. You can see it in the right of your picture there on the pictures on RC Racing TV. Our coverage, powered by Reedy, Protoform Race Bodies, Zen Racing, the aggregation of marginal gains, and the British Radio Car Association themselves. You heard from their President Dave Waters recently, a little bit earlier, along with Craig Drescher from Reedy, talking of the honour and the privilege and the pressure and the satisfaction of putting on such an event as the Reedy Race of Champions here in Centre MK. It's an RC racing event like no other. It's one that's on show to the world and the general public, one that may not be exposed to RC racing as much as us lot who are in the scene, and we know what it's all about. It's in front of the general public. It's featuring some of the world's finest RC racing drivers, as well as those who are here to prove themselves and prove that they deserve to share the same space and platform as the world's finest. We're on starters orders for this heat. Race 54 of the day. Let's go. Countdown is on. Wait for it. Away they go. We're running to turn 1. We have 2 cars off at the very first turn, and a third off into the, not the grass, but the green areas, the green runoff area. And you'll lead the car as they jump away from the start. I want to say that might have been, we'll see it, what the order they are as they come filtering through. It's Daniel Bancroft who leads early. Now Bancroft was your leader after 3 rounds. I'm not sure if he was still there after 4, but certainly he is up there and is deserving to be mentioned in the discussion for LMP3 Open B Class Honours. Paul Campion is in second. David Sedgwick third. There it is, a white speck of speed is Daniel Bancroft right now. Paul Campion already 2 seconds back. Where is that battle for second right now? It's one that may well be expanding out itself. Paul Campion is a second up on David Sedgwick, but 2.47 seconds down on our leader, Daniel Bancroft. Vincent Formosa is 4th, and 5th for James Kahn, and Mark Passingham, who's done very well so far. Ingo Oretz, Matthias Heinrich, and Keith Whale. Paul Wailau, that's a disappointment. Paul Wailau has not been able to make it out for this round. Of course, sometimes maybe damage from the previous heats is having to keep them out of this one. So if they have potential scores that they can still drop, or if they can afford to sacrifice one result, then they may well do that to make sure their car is back up to full speed. But there's been a few who have suffered issues. This being such an intense format, 2 days of racing where every race counts, there really is no room for error. Sometimes in qualifying play or in tournament play, in traditional European and World Championships, you have the knockout format and many rounds of qualifying where if you don't qualify well in one, you can make it up and still get into the finals where you can transfer through. In this, there's kind of no second chances, even though you have those 3 drop scores you can use. If you're the best, if you're one of the best guys out there or on form, then you're really not going to need them in the ideal case. So, Danny Bancroft continues marching on. He's now 6.1 seconds up the road. He's putting a hurting on this field as we see marshals scattering around again. Oh, goodness me. I was unlucky. Right in the way of Bancroft there. Hard to know where to put them sometimes, especially when it's right on the corner there. Sometimes there's no way to avoid putting them on the racing line at all. Cars scattering down in front of us, in front of the crow's nest. Bancroft leading Campion now by a huge margin. He's expanding by the lap. And in fact, Vincent Formosa has moved up into the 3rd spot. But I think that's Formosa who's just put a lap down, which is quite extraordinary. Bancroft is absolutely sweeping through this field. 7.4 seconds up the road from Campion. This is a very solid drive from Bancroft. Exactly what I talked about earlier. A good start from the pole. And clearly the fastest out here and has been able to gain momentum. As there's some cars having to take to the penalty box to get away from an accident there. Bancroft comes through. Paul Campion. Ingo Oretz has actually moved into 3rd in the number 9 car. So the battle for 3rd may be closing up a little bit, but at the moment there's healthy gaps between most of the cars. Oh, goodness me. That was a big shunt for our leader. Daniel Bancroft, who has to be recovered. Where he was from, he has such a lead that it shouldn't matter too much, I don't think. I'm going to observe for you whether that next car in line, I don't think it is, because at last time check he was 9 seconds ahead of Paul Campion. So it might well be. I think that green and yellow car might be Paul Campion. It's hard to tell. The timing screens don't relay that information, or rather they say that he's probably further back than he should be. And the 8 car has just been taken away. Matthias Heinrich has just been taken away in front of us. Paul Campion now 5.8 seconds down. I don't think that is the car you can see on your screens as the next behind Daniel Bancroft. I think that's Campion is in the car. So, yeah, I think Campion is actually the pink car that you'll see flashing around, because he's still 6 seconds down the road. Ingo Oretz 3rd, Vincent Formosa 4th, and David Sedgwick complete the top 5 in this one. Mark Passingham down in 7th. He'll be frustrated with this one, of course. There are the odd mulligans if you need them. As we spoke with Mark Stiles earlier, one of the invitational class runners, one of the top guys here. If you don't have to use them, you don't really want to, because you want every race to be the best you possibly can. And for Bancroft, this is one of those best races. This is one of those perfect races. He's got about 70 seconds to go in this one. 75 seconds to go in this one. Minute and 10. And this has been a beatdown par excellence on this field. No one's been able to get even in the same postcode right now. We are in a shopping centre, but his rivals may as well be back in Bluewater down just out of London. Down south from here, 60 miles away. Campion continues to run 2nd, though. That would still be a good result for him. Ingo Oretz 3rd. A good run for Oretz as well. Oretz was not running anywhere near as well as he'd want to earlier. All throughout the day, he was down in 19th after 3 rounds. I don't know if he improved in the 4th, but this will still be a lot better for him. He'll enjoy this one a lot more. And this is very, very good stuff. Very enjoyable stuff, I have to say. When you just watch a driver in such a rhythm as Dan Bancroft is, it really is a joy to watch. It's an exhibition in how to race RC. Well, that isn't. But I think at this point in time, he's earned the right to make the odd mistake. he has nearly 10 seconds on Paul Campion. That is almost a lap. When a lap lasts 14 seconds, that is well over 3/4 of a lap. And it's been a quite dominant drive, really. There is the final klaxon. That'll signify a W for Daniel Bancroft, and a dominant one as well. Great performance. Really, really well done. So, good performance from Dan Bancroft. Coming home well ahead of Paul Campion second. Third place for Ingo Aretz. Fourth for Vincent Formosa. Fifth in the end for Dave Sedgwick. Mark Passingham came back up to sixth spot in the end. And we will have, I believe, one more race for the Open B class, the LMP3 runners. Now, if you weren't around yesterday, those are you guys who qualified, or in the bottom 40 of qualifying for the Open split. The top 30 went into the LMP2 Open A category, as you'll be seeing running before these guys. And these are Open B class, the LMP3 runners. And then after these guys, once we've had a brief GT12 based interlude once again, we'll be back with the Invitational runners, the top guys out here today in the Centre MK for the Reedy 112th Race of Champions. It is supremely close out there, and the action is unrelenting, mainly because they've been run on such a tight watch by the race directors and referees. Started half an hour down. This was always going to be a long day, going through almost 11 hours of racing. So they've run a very tight ship in that respect, and praise must go out to them, considering, as you can see, the amount of repairs they've had to do to the track. The track itself has taken a battering and has held up remarkably well. So the repairs that have had to be made, the marshalling that has been done, and the amount that has been happening. So let's just have a look there. You just see on the cameras. You will look and see the marshals repairing a bit of track down there. They're basically taping down that rumble strip area, if you will, that bit of yellow hard plastic material, I think it is, just under the barrier. Solid blocks of wood bolted down. Obviously they can't drill anything firm into the ground, of course, because this is, you know, a permanent shopping centre. I think the management would be rather annoyed if they went to that level, but this is very much a standard setup for club-based and national RC racing and indoor RC racing. This is no temporary lash together just to fit it into a shopping centre. No way. David Waters and the BRCA team have really taken a lot of time and effort into putting on the best possible show for the public out here this weekend. And the public and the organisers have been rewarded with, so far, some absolutely awe-inspiring RC driving, some great racing, and no short amount of drama as well.
Yeah, I just downloaded it, put it into Final Cut Pro, monoed the audio, removed background noise, fixed problems, chopped the start, chopped the end, and then it was good to go and re-upload it back.
So here we go then, we're on to starters' orders. Are we ready? Away they go. Down and away into the first corner. Through those first few sections. Oh my goodness. Car's barrel rolling and facing the wrong way. Standard procedure, there's always about 2 or 3 at this point. And it's who can make it through this section. Oh, contact near the end of the lap. The battle for second going off already. And I wonder if it's Boyd Twataki who has taken the lead already. The German driver, yes it is, who has taken the early lead. Now he's involved in some absolutely fierce battles. His closest rival at the moment will be Gavin Rice, who's in a battle of his own with Chris House for second place. Oof. Liam Hammond and Gary Dyson also joining in as well. Dyson has been involved in some incredible scraps out here today. Some real highlight reel stuff. Some awesome racing. So, Boyd Twataki running out in front. The car's behind that car in the line. Second place car is now Liam Hammond, I think, actually. Liam Hammond in the number 7. So let's watch out for Twataki as he comes through. Car's skidding just off in front of our crow's nest here. Yes, that is Liam Hammond's white and red number 7 car. Second in line now. Chris House third. Gary Dyson fourth. Oliver Hellman fifth. Gavin Rice falling to 7th. Uwe Sieber also in the action as well, but propping up the order right now, who want to move forward. But let's look and concentrate on Boyd Twataki, who's been involved in some absolutely ferocious battles so far today. think it was Gary Dyson who he had an almighty scrap with earlier. They banged wheels, they swapped the lead back and forth. No quarter hour still given. It was firm racing, but it was very fair racing. And in the end, Trataki prevailed just. And he'll be looking to add another W to the win column. Oh my goodness me! If you just heard a thud, ladies and gentlemen, on the stream, a car went skidding off the track, flew over the barriers, and whacked right into the bottom of our rostrum here for commentary. We are getting close to the action. When you think, when we tell you we're close to the action, we damn well mean it. As are the fans and punters who are viewing, lining the fences at the back there, enjoying the race action out here. And they have been treated to some show, and we should probably keep a close eye on Trataki up front. Oh, he has a car go off in front of him. But it's not who's in front of him that matters. Right now, it's the car behind that matters. Liam Hammond in second, who is slowly closing in a little bit. He's now within a second. There he is. If you're watching on the stream at home, Trataki's there, and the next car behind him, the sort of silvery looking car, the white and red car, is Liam Hammond, and Hammond is really closing in. I think Trataki's going to have to play tail gunner again. Not for the first time out here today. Oh my goodness! That battle was over before it even begun. Maybe the nerves were already getting to him. Maybe you just even thought about the presence of Hammond there. And Trataki hit that wall on the inside right. See as he comes through here. That was where Hammond went through. That corner on the inside, you take it too early. It bounces you out into the wall for the penalty box. And it can send you hurdling and can really cost you a lot of time. The margins, slim as they are, can be very, very punishing. Hammond is now your leader. Trataki is second. Trataki's second. Hammond just stopped up by a little bit of lap traffic there, getting messy in front of him. Kenneth Rogers up to third. Gary Dyson looking for third from him. It's in fourth. Gavin Rice fifth. Then Hammond continuing to run on. Sound like Jeremy Clarkson, don't I? Hammond. And Trataki is closing actually. It's 2.5 seconds the gap, which is quite a significant gap in terms of RC racing. But Trataki is slowly closing it. Not a huge amount, 2.3. Another few tenths taken out. This is the sort of pace that should Hammond make a mistake, Trataki will be there to pounce in the same way that Hammond did to him earlier to take the lead. Let's watch the gap this time around. 2.69. Hammond's been able to eke it back out again. It's one of those slowly catch monkey type races. More high stepping action from the marshals. Trying to avoid interfering with any of the races, any of the racers.
Stevie Wing's in the lead.
Liam Hammond.
Stevie Wing to his friends. Stevie Wing.
Stevie Wing to his friends, I'm reliably informed, is out in front. And he is holding off the charge of Boyd Trataki very nicely, I should say. And it will be another win for him. Well, a win for him on the board. And it'll be a good one to bolster his chances out here for Open B class success. Boyd Trataki still running second, still around 2 seconds back. Just can't get any closer than that. He'll be a little bit frustrated. Woo, having said that, Hammond nearly balked by a lap car that got very sideways in front of him. But Hammond is going well. He's starting to eat that gap out against second. This is a very good masterclass in how to close out a race under some pressure. Hammond had to come from behind, remember. There's another car goes shooting off underneath our rostrum. What is this? Maybe they're offended by my commentary or something. I don't know what it is. I haven't been saying nasty things about the drivers. But Hammond, I'm certainly not saying nasty things about him because he's been performing very well out there. And he's looking likely to be closing in on a heat victory here in round 5 of the Reedy 1/12th Race of Champions in the Open B class. Just got a little bit more lap traffic to deal with, but he has nearly a 3-second lead now on Boyd Trataki to deal with, or to help him along. And he's got the luxury of choice. He's also got the luxury of the clock counting down into the final 10 seconds. The metaphorical countdown theme is playing on the end of this race. And the clock counting down, 3, 2, 1. And the victory for Liam Hammond. A great performance in the end. Really, really good stuff. He caught up to Boyd Trataki, took the lead, pounced when Trataki made the smallest of mistakes, and was able to go on to take the victory in the last, and was able to hold it off and do a very, very good job ultimately with that one. And with that, we have the Open B class done for their 5th round of racing. And before we get back to the Reedy class racers, for their 5th round of fierce competition. It's time for another coffee break. It's time for another interlude. What better way to do the same? For the crowd pleasers, the GT12s are back on the circuit, as is our guest official, Darren.
It's the Porsche Cup, the Carrera Cup.
The Porsche Super Cup of RC Racing's out here.
Yes, and it was loads more exciting when there was more people here earlier on.
It helped to add that sort of Colosseum feel, didn't it?
Maybe, just maybe this time, we should just let them do it. Just race.
I like that idea.
Start to finish.
Yep. But do you think we can do that? We just can't help it normally.
Or we can just do it. We just tell them that's what we're going to do.
Are we about to cut Team Dremel loose? Quite literally.
Oh, I've just been informed there's a special guest racer. We have an all-new entry, the pink and purple one.
Ah, I see.
Now that car has been on the Arrive and Drive track.
Yes.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we have one of the cars on the track that was on the Arrive and Drive track.
I need to reprogram that first.
Race 57, GT12.
GT12 exhibition. Getting ready to roll out. We've got the 30-second warning on the track. We've got a guest racer.
Okay, let's race. Let's race. Proper penalties, proper race. Cut loose.
I love the fact that our regular referee looks absolutely stunned by the fact that we are cutting the GT12s loose.
Last race of the day, let's have a race.
Yep.
You get to call it in professional style.
Okay.
I can be your technical support.
You can be my pundit. Let's do it, shall we? Right. You might have to help me with the names of the drivers.
I think we've got Mark Christopher on pole position. Alan Layton in 2nd place.
Oh, but a poor start.
Poor start from Alan Layton.
He's been able to survive the first corner antics, the shenanigans that inevitably go on in those tight technical first few corners. Porsche Cooper Cup runners underway. What a surprise. It's Team Dremel 1-2. But if they are supposedly one of the best teams out here today in these support exhibition classes.
In these conditions, the Dremel cars are excellent. However, when you put them into a real environment, a real GT environment,
yes,
the Dremel guys are they just cut it in the middle.
They just get rubbed off.
They just get rubbed off.
Well, the 1-2 was split for a moment there by the black number 5 car, but an error down in turn 5 has cost them, and Team Dremel are now back to 1-2. Now, we are running a real race environment, then that means, are they running real team orders, or are they letting them race as well? If we are letting them race, then surely they should as well.
I think team orders or no team orders, Mark Christopher will just tell Lee what's going on, whether he likes it or not. It's that simple.
There's the number 1 driver for you.
So Dremel, they took themselves out. Excellent.
Pretty bad for a number 2 driver.
He's just been given a penalty. White Wing Dremel car has just been given a penalty. He's been ordered to give the position back to his other Dremel car, which means he loses another position on the track.
Yes, he does, because he gives back the lead, and he actually body checked his other. Oh my goodness!
Brilliant! Fantastic. We've been waiting for this action.
The gloves are off at Team Dremel.
The gloves are off at Dremel.
Oh, imagine Toto Wolff having to deal with this after the race. Hold on to your hats, this is going to be marvellous.
Well, there's the Jim Spencer car. The Jim Spencer car, the all-orange car.
Yes.
He's in contention now.
Oof! One of the Team Dremel cars, body checked over the
track.
walls.
He jumped the track then, referee.
He's hurdled the track.
I think he's got to wait a little bit longer.
Are you using my 39 pinion?
So.
Won't borrow one now.
Where were we? Who's in the lead? I've lost track. This is so exciting.
Black number 5 car.
The black number 5 car.
Leading Black Wing Team Dremel.
Getting caught by the Black Wing Team Dremel. Followed by the silver car, then the other Dremel, then the Jim Spencer Special. Okay? Oh! The Arrive and Drive car just got knocked over.
It's arrived and it is being driven hard, I can confirm.
Incredibly hard. You know, when those guys have a go with those Arrive and Drive cars over the other side, I'm not sure they realise it is the same car as these Porsche Cup cars.
No, exactly, and I think it's a testament to their build strength and quality. They've taken a whole day of school kids abusing them over there, running them into every barrier possible.
To be fair, Mr. Layton's running his into every single barrier possible on the track.
That's very true.
It is a true test of their strength.
It's a true test of stamina and endurance out here. for
Okay,
these.
back out in front, the Dremel car appears to be catching
Yes, I think
the
he is.
Porsche of, well, they're all Porsches, of course, but the silvery black Porsche.
The Porsche is catching the Porsche. And the Porsche is in third.
Yes, and the other Porsche.
Yes. And bringing up the rear is a Porsche.
It appears they're coming around to lap some of the field.
Yes, they
this
are.
could really spice it up. Now, I'm convinced that the Jim Spencer car is not going to be very happy that he's about to be lapped. He may well put himself into play here.
Well, he's been pretty polite so far. He's been okay.
They need to be polite. They need to be,
oh, my goodness!
Yes, that was excellent for the Dremel car.
Kicked out of the lead. That was unbelievable. He got drilled, literally.
That was excellent work by the Dremel car.
He got absolutely drilled into that corner, quite literally. Oh, but
we should stress to the public at this point that RC car racing is a non-contact sport.
Yeah, I was going to say, this is not your usual level of contact that you expect in these races.
But rubbing is racing.
Oh, it is. And the Dremel cars are going at it again. Dremel cars going to war again.
Fantastic.
Oh, I want to be on fly on the wall in that team meeting after the race.
Oh. And again, this is just brilliant.
This isn't RC car racing anymore. This is Robot Wars.
I think the referee may have to pull the Dremel cars off.
Yeah, I think so. What do you think?
He may let them go, though. You know, he's there. The referee's there. Official event referee is letting them put up with this kind of driving.
I think he's secretly enjoying it.
I think so too. I think he's encouraging the Dremel cars to play badly. Always giving them both the Dremel cars a stop-go together.
Both of them at the same time.
Both of them at the same time.
One of them's not taking it.
Oh dear.
A tactical move.
That was just dreadful. Will he come in for his stop-go though? Will he come in for his stop-go, or is he going to disobey the referee?
That is the question. Well, black number 5 also still leading. The silver bullet machine coming through as well.
Okay.
Second one. Here we go.
Oh no, the two Dremels are back together again on the track.
This is not going to solve.
Oh, he's going the wrong way. That was just brilliant.
What a numpty.
Fantastic.
Goodness me.
You know, you just can't buy things like that. That's just excellent
Now,
stuff.
I'm all for an early turn in for the apex, but that was too much. He turned back on himself. That was brilliant.
Absolutely fantastic.
Meanwhile, I think one of the Dremel cars had been lapped.
Dremels are in the way again with the lead car. Was that damage with the lead car there?
Yeah, I think so.
So we've got one of the actual arrive and drive cars out on the track. The pink and white and purple car is straight off the arrive and drive track.
That has been putting in a shift over there on the stand, working hard.
Driven by Alan Layton, the BRCA PRO officer.
There you go.
Who has been running the arrive and drive all day. It appears they've let him loose in this as a treat.
They've said, well, you've been on the stand all day. How about you go and have some fun as well with the rest of them?
Dremel in the leader?
That is the leader, but he's lapping one of the Dremel cars.
Oh, and he took out the leader!
Of course he would. Do you expect anything less from Team Dremel at this point?
Oh, this is just dreadful. Dreadful Dremels, that's the thing. Oh, there's a wheel missing off of, what's that?
We're going to need a Dremel to fix that, I think.
And some super glue, probably.
Duct tape fixes everything, let's be honest.
Let's have a look. Did we have some... So Lee Stokes, one of the Dremel cars, was showing as the winner of that race.
Really?
Yes, I'm not sure how that happened.
Yeah, no, me neither. I think maybe that was how they were qualified.
I think for those people that are busy watching this, if you would like a go of the pink and purple car, that will be over on the arrive and drive area. It's open to adults or children. Anybody
or
can
adults
have a
who
go.
basically are still children inside.
Even foreign people it's open to.
Fantastic.
You know, I suppose I should get back and do some racing.
Yes, I think so, considering that the Reedy class is up next. Very best of the best in this field. I'm ready to go.
Okay, I will leave you to it.
Thank you very much.
Have fun. I think that's me done for today over here.
It may well be. We will. If it is, we will see you up here tomorrow. And good luck for the rest of you racing for the day.
Very much.
Always a pleasure to have them join us for the exhibition races. Now a chance to let the driver's respective hair down a little bit and have some fun out there. And also to add to the comments about the arrive and drive section over there, where those GT12 cars will be present on the British Radio Car Association stand. You can also win one of those cars as a complete starter kit to take home with you. See about entering on the BRCA gazebo stand down there, far end of the track. But for now, it is time for the elite to come racing again. The elite to go racing again. And are we ready? The invitationals are here. Now, let's see where they are at.
Race 50 is Reedy, round
Let's
5.
see
Will start in 30 seconds.
where the results are. So the invitationals so far look like this. And these are the cars that are lining up now for action.
GT12 drivers,
Attention drivers.
And it's Alex Hagberg that will still lead going into this round. Despite that 6th place in the last round, that drop score still not enough to knock him out of the lead so far after 4 rounds. Toto Epikuro 2nd, Marcus Mobus 3rd, Mark Stiles up to 4th and Ollie Jeffries 5th. As the first of the 3 heats is ready to get underway. Brace yourselves, the elite are here and ready to rock. And they're away. It's a solid start. And Dave Spashett up front. Looking to maintain this lead. Oh, goodness me. It's all gone horribly wrong back in the field. That Alex Hagberg I've seen having to drop back again. Surely not another disappointing run for him. I think it might be. As they come round on the first lap, David Spashett is exactly where he wants to be. Hagberg is actually showing as the leader. So, there'd be an issue there with Spashett hitting the time. Oh, Hagberg hitting the timing. It's hard to tell exactly what happened there. Yes, we have just had confirmation from the referee that car 5, David Spashett, is the leader. Because Alex Hagberg crashed in such a way that he vaulted over the fence and was timed twice. So he's shown as the leader on the scores, but Spashett is the overall leader. Timing has been rectified to counter that. Alex Laurent 2nd, and Ollie Jeffries runs 3rd. Now remember, he's 3rd right now, and 4th overall on the overall timing. So this is incredibly tight. Very, very tense stuff. It does not get any closer than this. The way they're running, Spashett continues to lead over Alex Laurent. And Alex Laurent is right there. There is only 4 tenths between them. There's nothing in it. And remember, all of these heat wins are going to be vital. Spashett right now is down in 11th overall. 2 2nd, 3rd, 4th and a 5th. A win would do his chances wonders. But Alex Laurent is also looking for a win as well.
Can I just add something at this point?
You may.
Well, first of all, can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, I can't hear myself. Yes, I'm very quiet. Hang on. Oh, I'm not adding it very quickly, am I? How about that? Anyway, I was going to say, if you keep your eye on Hagberg, because he's under no pressure and he's actually tightened the gap already. Because when Hagberg hasn't really got a challenge on and just gets his head down,
Oh my goodness! Sorry to cut across you there, James. Bit of a battle for the lead going on. Laurent was looking for the lead, but Spashett has come out with the lead. Sorry, carry on, James.
It's fine. He's got more clear air again now. Watch Hagberg to see how to drive like a robot. He will drive absolutely perfectly now.
Yep.
And yeah, I love watching him drive because he'll be flawless now until he gets to the next car.
Yes, that'll be very interesting to watch. So, whilst on the cameras here, we watch the battle for the lead, which is currently held by Ollie Jeffries is actually your leader, and we're watching Spashett and Laurent. Ollie Jeffries is in the middle of the track now, white and yellow car, heading through the 3rd sector now. There he is. There's your leader. Another heat victory would go down very well. I'll keep you informed, by the way, of where Alex Laurent and David Spashett are. Mark Stiles in 4th. And as James Parry correctly said, Alex Hagberg already back up to 5th spot after that disaster on the opening lap where briefly he crashed, was timed in the lead, and then wasn't. He was put right to the back on the timing screens, but it does not matter. The man is a robot when he gets his head down. And Mark Stiles, there's a lot of tension there, and in fact the battle for 2nd is really starting to go off behind them because there's 3 cars under a blanket for it. The next car behind Ollie Jeffries is, yes, there it is, the yellow, orange and blue car of Alex Laurent is 2nd, David Spashett 3rd then, and 4th is Mark Stiles, not far back, and Alex Hagberg is gaining on them. He's got 2.5 minutes to close in on them, and Kai Altman is getting it out of the way of the 2nd and 3rd place runners. Good to see they're not interfering with the action as they come round. Laurent, Spashett, Stiles, all under a blanket, and Stiles has jumped up in the last round or so and is a genuine contender for the 112th Reedy Race of Champions title, one of the most illustrious trophies in all of RC racing, and all of these guys are gunning for it. Jeffries would put him further into the box seat with a victory here. Alex Laurent is 2nd, just ahead of David Spashett in 3rd, who had a poor run of form in the last few rounds. Not as strong as he wanted to, but he's still out there and he's still giving it guns. And Mark Stiles is right there, and somebody had best cue the Jaws music, because guess who's closing in on these 4 behind after his first lap incident. It's Alex Hagberg, who is still leading the standings despite that 6th place in the last round. That's become one of his drop scores. He's okay, and he's still got momentum. Oh, just as I say that, a huge shunt where he hurdles about half the track. I think the commentary curse has struck again, folks. And I never mean it to. People don't believe me. But what that means is that up front, it's Jeffries and Alex Laurent, you know, has closed right in on Ollie Jeffries. We are now getting a battle for the lead as well as a battle for second and third. The top 4 are under a blanket here. Jeffries coming down the front straight now. Laurent behind him, Spashit behind him, and Styles behind all 3 of those guys. They're almost nose to tail. Styles taking a look at Spashit now for third. Every position will count. Every position will be vital. And every position is one that will be fought over with real ferocity and vigour. And no short amount of skill and determination. It's the lap traffic of the lap car of Mick Farrell, making sure he doesn't play any part in the proceedings here. That's good. That's what we want. We do not want this race decided by that. We've got 30 seconds to go. Ollie Jeffries has got 30 seconds to go to hold on for a crucial heat victory. This heat has absolutely flown by. It has been thriller-minute stuff. And Hagberg is still going at maximum speed, but he's just got too much to do now. And the big battle here is for third between Spashit and Styles. And it's now the battle for second, because Alex Laurent has dropped behind both of them out of nowhere. So Spashit and Styles going at it for second place. This happening just about a second behind Jeffries. Laurent now attacking Styles for third. What does Styles do? Does he stick or twist? Any position will be a good one to take. But I think Jeffries is just going to do enough to take victory. He's going to hang on there in a hotly contested race. A magnificent finish to a great, great race. Jeffries will take the heat victory. Well earned in a breathless race. David Spashit second then. Mark Styles hangs on for another crucial podium position. Alex Laurent was in second until late. That was a real shame for him, but he'll take a 4th place. 5th for Alex Hagberg. That's another below par result for him. He won't want many more of those. He's already had to drop his 6th place finish in the last round as a mulligan. He won't want many more of those. But if he gets most of his bad luck out the way now, then he should just about be okay. So that's the first of 3 rounds of action. And to give you the full rundown coming into this round of where the drivers are at, Alex Hagberg came into this round leading with a win, a second, a win, and a 6th place. Now, a lot of those guys have taken 2 mulligans already. Now, Alexander Hagberg, they're settling 2 or 3 of them. So, Alex Hagberg, Tota Ebukuro, Marcus Mobers, Mark Styles and Ollie Jeffries coming into that round. We are top 5. Juho Leivinen, Daniel Sieber, Kevin Hebert, Alex Laurent and Andy Murray. We are top 10 going in, and now that's subject to change, of course, with the results of the last heat. Jeffries taking the win there. That will help bump him up and keep him really in the top 5 contention. Mark Styles in 4th, a strong run there. And Alex Hagberg, another non-podium finish will hurt proceedings there. You can just see on the stream, on the camera, our own James Parry in the bottom right there. See him move like a sort of bear hunting for, you know, raw fish. Hunting for the right angles. Okay, he's a tech-minded bear. But field lining up. Let's get ready for the next round. In fact, we only have 4 cars on the grid for this one. No, there we go. We have 2 being held. Is that Ollie Jeffries holding up the field? I mean, that's a bit of a blatant sabotage attempt, isn't it? Just grabbing cars randomly off the grid. That's not cricket. But obviously a lot of these guys who are marshals now will have been involved in the last race.
Ollie Jeffries was literally holding up the field.
He literally was. He literally was holding up the field there. Right. Let's get ready, shall we? And away they go. Another run into the first corner. Hebert is tailing Marcus Mobers as they go through the first few corners. Vessi Yili I see in there as well. Daniel Sieber as well. A lot of your top contenders up in there. This is going to be another thriller-minute race, as most of them have been out here. Marcus Mobers takes the early lead. Now Mobers is right up there in the top lead contention. But remember, he has a slightly better record than Hagberg at this point, with 3 victories and a 2nd place. An almost perfect record so far for Mobers. But at this point, the perfect run for anyone has pretty much gone. If you can manage 7 out of 10 heat wins, then you're pretty much there or thereabouts, and it will come down to tiebreakers elsewhere if anyone wants to beat you. Mobers just half a second ahead of Kevin Hebert, the Canadian All-Star, and another German in 3rd, Daniel Sieber. who's come back nicely from that disqualification in the first round of heats earlier today. In the 4 that have followed, well, the 3 that have followed, he has been very strong. He'll be looking to keep that form going. Oh, that bounce and impact with the barriers won't help. Let's follow our leaders again. Marcus Mobers in the yellow and orange car through the middle sector now. And coming through beneath us and through the final hairpins, Kevin Hebert is in very close attention. We've had a did not start for Daniel Holmes. That's a real shame. Only 6 cars took the start of this one. Chris Hillier and Adam Catchpole bringing up the rear at the moment behind Vesa Yili in 4th. But your top 3 are Mobers, Hebert and Sieber. Sieber now dropping away just a little bit from these top 2. But Mobers is putting another hurting on this field. This has been consistently like no other. He has been leading a charmed life so far, but sometimes you really have to make your own luck in RC racing, especially in those chaotic runs down to the first corner. Being able to slip through those is about 75% of the battle, and then the rest of it is about keeping your nose down, keeping your head down and your nose clean, and getting the job done. And that's what Mobers has been so good at so far today. So on points alone, Hagberg is still there, but obviously he has that 5th and that 6th place now in the last 2 rounds. Mobers' his record so far, he's almost impervious. Win, 2nd, and at the moment he's leading, looking for win number 4 of 5 so far in the heats. He has been incredibly strong as the man who has previously been a 3-time European champion, a 2-time 1/12 electric spec EFRA European champion, and a 1-time electric Pro 10 European champion. A man with real pedigree in this scale of racing and real pedigree in this type of car. He knows these things inside out. There is sometimes a transfer of skill and a transfer across classes, but for electric spec and electric modified in the 1/12 division, these are the exact cars they run. So for Marcus Mobers, this couldn't be more home territory, and it's showing as he's pulling out more and more of a gap over Kevin Hebert, the Canadian and start of the Canadian and US circuit of RC racing and the various American tours. Coming over to the UK, will not be fussed by a little bit of -2 cold. Probably laughed at the frost that accumulated on his car this morning, and has got down to the event and has got down to business and has done a very solid job so far. But right now, he doesn't have much of an answer for Mobers' outright speed, which at the moment is absolutely unparalleled. In fact, if anything, Hebert is coming under pressure from Siebers for 2nd place. They're coming through the final hairpins now and up onto the main straight, into the first few corners and through in the first sector. There they are on your screens if you're watching on the RC Racing TV stream. There's Hebert and Sieber battling for 2nd. This is the big battle on the track right now. Hebert in the white, orange and green car, Siebers in the all yellow car. This is all happening about 4 seconds behind Marcus Mobers. Sieber looking for a German 1-2, and it'll be a morale booster for his own campaign. Hebert looking for another solid run to a 2nd place finish. And right now they couldn't be closer. Hebert 8th after the 4 rounds, Sieber 7th. So they couldn't be closer out on track and in the overall point standings. Oh, a little bit of a mistake for a Sieber there. That's a shame. But he might be able to get that speed back and might be able to get that gap closed down again. It is awfully close. Vesa Yili is about a lap behind these guys in 4th, so really it's the top 3. And Marcus Mobers has broken away pretty much. Mobers a good 2.6 seconds up the road. But the real battle again, Siebers is back out and right behind Hebert again. Hebert thought he had some respite. No, he didn't. Not anymore, but a bit of contact there. And Daniel Sieber has been asked to give that position back. It's probably fair enough. That is the penalty for avoidable contact. Position sacrificed. And in fact, both of them, I think, have just been lapped by Marcus Mobers. That says a lot. Mobers is in a commanding position, but that was fair enough. Siebers there went in a bit too aggressive. The door closed. Hebert closed the door. They came together. Hebert was massively disadvantaged there, so Sieber had to give the position back. And we go again. See if Sieber can make the move this time without as much contact. Very difficult to do on such a narrow track with the racing line so narrow as it is. And the track so technical. Cars moving this way and that, bobbing and weaving left and right. It can be hard to try and set the momentum going for a pass. One of the best ones is down here in the hard braking zone into turn 1, but even then, with the change of direction, more contact again. I wonder if he'll be asked to hand that one again. Yes, yet again. Yet again, Sieber being asked to hand the position back. The tension is huge with 30 seconds to go. And I wonder if Sieber is actually giving the position back or not. It doesn't look like he is as much. I think he's trying to do so in a way that doesn't impede his own progress as much. 15 seconds to go. Sieber being asked to return the position by the ref. He does so on sufferance, I think. And I think Hebert is going to do enough to hold the position just in what has been a frenzied battle. Hebert, meanwhile, this is all happening quite some distance behind Marcus Mobers, who's going to take a confident victory. Another confident victory. 4 wins out of 5 so far in the competition. Great run so far from Mobers. Kevin Hebert hangs on for second just about in a brutal battle with Daniel Sieber. 2 incidents there. 2 times Sieber got the lead, got the second place, and then had to return it due to contact. There is a fine line. Generally, if there's contact for both cars, can keep going. It's okay. It's a racing incident, but those two just a little bit too aggressive. The pressure telling. Vesa Yili takes a good 4th place. Adam Catchpole 5th. Chris Hillier 6th. And Daniel Holmes did not finish. So we'll move on to the 3rd and final of these races for the Reedy Invitational class. For the Reedy 1/12 Race of Champions, we're on day 2 of 3 here. Round 5 of 6 scheduled for today. And our coverage presented to you on RC Racing TV by Reedy, Engine's Protoform Race Bodies, Zen Racing, and the British Radio Car Association, of which, if you are here today, you are here trackside, their gazebo is there. They are offering arrive and drive sessions. Excuse me, for those of you who want to give RC Racing a go in this environment. And they're also giving you a chance to win a full Schumacher RC GT12 starter kit, like the ones we've seen running in those exhibition races so far. Now, interestingly, in this race, I see a certain Juho Leivinen lining up in this race. And Grid is lining up, and I also see one Toto Ebukuro. This man has been almost bulletproof out here today, as we do have a little bit of time for some track repairs. The track really has taken an absolute battering through 5 races, 5 rounds of racing and counting. Even more still to come. We've got 1 more round to get through. So, some track repairs going on down here. If you're watching on the stream, you'll see it. That's down at around turn 12. And repairs going on. And I believe my colleague James has some words to say. I thought he did anyway.
No, I do. I think when I get my microphone right, microphone level right. Don't know what's happened. It's just decided to just be at a different level. Anyway,
it's just you, I think.
It's not me. It's you. Well, I apologise for the poor quality of our stream at the moment. It's just dark, very dark, bit of potato quality. But hey ho, we're here. We are RC Racing TV. We're live from Centre MK in Milton Keynes. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for watching. Thank you for being with us and sharing what would they share? I don't know. It's got
sharing the action with us.
Sharing the action with us. Thank you. That's why you're a commentator and I am not.
Which is kicking off once again, by the way. Sorry to interrupt there.
No, I'm going to interrupt you.
Fine.
I'm going to see how long I can put you off for.
Okay. Well, meanwhile, Chris Kurzweil and Andy Murray have taken an early lead. Juho Leivinen up to 3rd, Marcus Askell 4th, Toto Ebukuro 5th in the early running. Kurzweil and Murray in the early running. And both those guys have been solid and notching good runs so far. Kurzweil, a European electric spec champion. And Murray, a very strong contender. And Juho Leivinen, though, is now closing up in 3rd. They're side by side for the lead through some of the trickiest corners on the track. Only these guys, the very best of the best, would even consider going side by side through corners. Most people think you can barely fit 1 car through on the racing line. And as they both twist and turn through, Juho Leivinen, just in the background in the white and blue car, is not far off these guys, and I think sensing a chance to close in. Toto Ebukuro, interestingly, is not really gaining on these guys. He's actually behind Matthew White in 4th. So Ebukuro, expect to see him move forward a little bit. I find it hard to believe the man that's been on such all-conquering form so far will be able to stay in such a position for long. He is joint leading going into this round and has done for most of the day. But it's Chris Kurzweil and Andy Murray leading early on, and Juho Leivinen is closing in, so very quickly this will become a battle, 3-way battle for the lead. Stand by your bets and hold on to your metaphorical hats. This is about to get very good. I'm mangling all sorts of metaphors all over the place. That's how tense the action is out here. Kurzweil, Murray and Leivinen compacted together, a little bit of impact there for Murray. has immediately put him in the crosshairs of Juho Leivinen. Leivinen looking for the pass, side by side. I think that was just about fair enough from Leivinen. A hard drive and a hard pass there for Leivinen. Good stuff. He hung it in there on the inside and on the outside of turn 3. They both contacted a little bit. It was a racing incident in the end, racing move. And Leivinen is through. And now let's see what pressure he can put on Chris Kurzweil. Out in front, who has led this race most of the way, had early pressure from Andy Murray. His car goes flip-flopping through the field there. But luckily it does not interfere with the lead battle any, which is the crucial aspect there. As Kurzweil and Leivinen still going. Leivinen is closing in a little bit in the white and blue car on the white, yellow and red car of Kurzweil. Whoa, Leivinen is getting very close now. This is fabulous stuff up front. The lead battle continues to chop and change. Murray is not far back in third, but Leivinen looking for the move. It's surely got to come anytime soon. Limited contact there. There was not room there. I even thought there was for a second. And luckily backed out before a serious incident occurred. Oh, you can cut the atmosphere with a knife right now. The tension is unbelievable, especially down here at trackside, even with the crews and the teammates of the drivers involved. Murray is also closing back in from third as these two scrap away. Oh, contact there. Contact there for Kurzweil. And it's let Murray through to the lead. Murray's pounced on both of them. I wonder what this means for... Yes, and that is a penalty for Juho Leivinen. Leivinen having to return the position that he got decided illegally off Kurzweil. And in a way, it already kind of was punished for it. It was already punished in a way for it, because he lost the lead overall to Murray, and Murray now has a pretty impressive lead as a result of all them shenanigans back there. Murray is leading, and Toto Ebukuro, out of nowhere, has passed both of them for second spot. Suddenly, this is rather incredible. So let's watch Andy Murray here, and let's see if he can keep Toto Ebukuro away from that lead. It'll be very interesting to compare their lap times as they go through here. We've got 2 minutes to go in this heat. Round 5 of the Reedy 112 Race of Champions, the Reedy Invitational class. The top guys out here. Ebukuro just took half a second out in the last lap there. And there is a 2.4 second lead. So for Murray, that's a good gap to have. If he can hang on here and take a heat victory, that'd be huge. But if Ebukuro can chase him down and take another win, that will also be huge. A mistake from Murray there. A few more tenths coming out of Ebukuro. Oh, Ebukuro is taking out of Murray's lead, and Juho Leivinen is actually going with Ebukuro as well, trying to follow him. Leivinen trying to catch in the back of Ebukuro's wake, if you will, surf in his wake, and try and drag both of them back towards the front. Leivinen's already been there. That incident with Kurzweil cost him the lead, and Kurzweil is now in fourth, by the way. His car's not been the same. Leivinen, a big shunt at the end of the main straight, and that pretty much takes him out of the lead battle now. His car will take too long to recover. And big shunt. Really unfortunate for Juho Leivinen. Now down to fifth. But here is the lead battle. We've got a minute to go. And Ebukuro has caught Andy Murray. This is going to be good. Get ready for this. Brace yourselves. The white and red car of Andy Murray versus the pink and yellow car of Toto Ebukuro. It's Britain versus Japan. And this is going to be intense. Oh, where does Ebukuro make that move, though? We've seen the fine margin of error. It's incredibly small. What Ebukuro does not want to do is send himself spiraling off into the weeds and cost himself a good position. Looking up the inside, he's got the move done. That was top quality from Toto Ebukuro. Great move into the first corner, but Murray immediately looking back on the inside, a little bit of contact there. Murray immediately realised his mistake, gave the position back, did not disadvantage both of them. That was very good tactically from Murray. He knew exactly what he was doing there. He did not disadvantage himself too much. He immediately gave the position back. Did not get a penalty for that. So Murray, a big shunt, and that'll probably put an end to his hopes. Big crash in the final sector, and what a way to end a spectacular race. A battle for the lead that lasted all the way into the dying seconds, and from as low as 6th in that race, Toto Ebukuro takes another heat victory. An extraordinary run for the pink and yellow car. A magnificent drive. Rounds of applause from the fans here in the arena. Do not blame them at all. That was top quality RC racing entertainment in action. Ebukuro with a magnificent drive up through the field. Great racecraft, a great pass for the win, and a tough battle with Andy Murray, who unfortunately, due to that late shunt, will finish fourth. Matthew White, who had a very quiet run, stuck into second at the end there with everything else going on, with all the incidents happening and all the action. He stuck into second at the end. That'll be a great result for those guys. Juho Leivinen Had a roller coaster of a race. He ends up third, Andy Murray fourth, and Chris Kurzweil, the erstwhile leader for a long time, fifth, ahead of Scott Booth and Marcus Askell. So that concludes round 5 of Reedy 1/12 Race of Champions action. We've got one more to go. How's his stamina holding up? My voice is not holding up very well. We have one more round of action, and we're bringing it to you live. You're on RC Racing TV. Our coverage presented by Reedy, Protoform Race Bodies, Zen Racing and the British Radio Car Association. And sit tight, folks. We've got one more round of action, and then the final 4 rounds tomorrow. It is so intense. It literally, the aim of this format is to make every race count, and every race just as exciting as the last one. You know what? We're barely halfway through, and I'm saying mission accomplished. Great effort there.
Bring them round to the grid.
The LMP2 class runners are out on the grid.
This time it's 6 on pole.
Rolling out. I will get the updated results for you as soon as possible for the LMP2 class runners, if I can, and let you know how things are going in their classes, which has been hotly contested. All 3 classes have been hotly contested out here. And with the LMP2 Open A class, which is what we're watching right now, are the top 30 Open attendees, who turned up today. The top 30 qualified yesterday, made it into this class. They are the best of the Open guys who submitted to be a part of the action here today. And when invited, they are the Reedy class runners. They are your all-stars. These guys were submitted and wanted to play a part in today's racing. That they did. They then qualified in the top 30 to be in this class, and now they're here going for the Open A class title. Let's get ready to start round 6. And we're down and away. Looking for a smooth run through the first few corners, and we nearly had it. Not quite, with such big grids as they have, or bigger grids than in the Reedy class, where there's normally 7 or 8 cars, or 6 to 8 cars per run. There's consistently 10 plus cars per race here. There's always going to be more cars on track and more incidents in general, especially when they converge down at the first corner. But it's Mark Payne who's got away early doors, our talented sound man up here today, who's been helping us out with sound duties today. He's hooked me up with my rather fetching Brittany mic, as I like to call it, the wireless radio mic. But he's also a damn fine driver in his own right, and he's proving it right now. Payne is out in front, ahead of Andrew North. He's under a hell of a lot of pressure from Darren Newton, who's been strong but inconsistent out here, and Matthew Lax up in there as well. 2 of those guys at the back of this train have been 2 of the very stronger guys in this class, as Andrew North looking for the lead on Payne. They collide into the first corner. North comes off the worst for it in the end, but Mark Payne still loses the lead. It's Matthew Lax through into the lead now, ahead of Darren Newton. You hear the clack, the click and clack of cars bouncing off the barriers, using every inch of the track out here, and then some more. And Matthew Lax coming up on a little bit of lap traffic here. And Matthew Lax, the white, pink and blue car. Car second in line, the white and red car is Darren Newton. And Mark Payne is third in line there in the white and green car. These fast moving flashes of light, flashes of colour are they're proving a challenge for our cameraman to keep up with. That's exactly why we've hired him. They prove a challenge for the human eye to keep up with. Oof, big impacts down here. This corner down here in the bottom left of your picture, if you're watching on the stream, it's just to the bottom left here as it comes down, as it pans down, as we are waiting for Matthew Lax to come through on the screen. He is coming through the first sector now into the middle sector. He's coming into our shot now. There he is, right in the middle, and he heads out. He goes through the hairpins up there. You see that corner down there. Lax is coming through the middle sector now, the white, pink and blue car. There he is, right in the middle. Oh, having to dive away from some lap traffic there. Nicely done though, nicely done. And that's good stuff, and he now has a 4-second lead over Mark Payne up in second place. I'll just demonstrate to you, especially if you're listening at home on the stream, you might wonder where a lot of the clicks are. That corner there, and Lax has just gone through, is one of the most common incident areas. You'll see that the wall there is scuffed heavily because a lot of guys try and turn in early for that corner. They'll hit the inside wall and ricochet out into the outside wall. Lax is coming through that corner now, and in fact has just proven my point perfectly. I didn't ask him to demonstrate for me, but hey, that's exactly what he has done. But I think fortunately it hasn't caused him to lose his lead, although Mark Payne is a lot closer than he was behind Matthew Lax. Was 4 seconds, it's now just 1 second between the top two. But Lax proving my point pretty well there, I have to say. Showing exactly what I was talking about there by the nature of that corner. You tried to turn in early, turn into the right, there it is. You just clip the inside wall and it ricochets you off into the outside wall, and quite commonly it sends you flying over it and you lose a hell of a lot of time there. Andy Murray came to grief there in the last race. And it has also seen the end of many race hopes for many drivers. I might call that it's one of those, it's like our own Wall of Champions. If you know the Wall of Champions at Montreal, at the circuit Gilles Villeneuve, the Formula One circuit out in Montreal, it's kind of like our version of the Wall of Champions. This is the Race of Champions, that is our Wall of Champions, because it claims even the very best. There are marks from all of the best drivers' cars on that bit of wall down there. We're 2 minutes in, there's another car that's just hit in. If you're listening on the stream, you'll have probably heard it. Lax coming through there now, no problems. And he's stretched his lead out again. Payne's hit some trouble, and Darren Newton is back into second, 2.16 seconds down on this. But Lax looks to have this one made, as long as he can avoid any more issues like the one he befell a few minutes ago. He's clearly had the fastest car in this race, and he has been demonstrating it. White, pink and blue car has looked very, very strong. Elliot Cummings is now up into second spot in the number 2. In a very good run from Matthew Lax, and he's putting seconds on. Mark Payne now up into second spot again. Second through fourth has been shuffling lap after lap. But one thing that has not shuffled is the lead, because Lax has been very solid up front. He has been consistent, bar that one mistake that saw him fly over through into the penalty box. Luckily that did not cost him too much. He had enough of a gap in hand, and he's been able to build that gap back up again. Mark Payne has been able to return second, and Darren Lee now up into the third spot, and Peter Craig. And Darren Newton now in fifth. Andrew North down to sixth now. Kieran Manders seventh. Elliot Cummings eighth, and Stefan Fiorini ninth. Stephen Rowley completes the 10 as Lax continues on. He's now got 4.5 seconds over Mark Payne. This has been a very strong drive from Lax. It's been one of those races where he was able to get the advantage and get into an early rhythm and settle in and become the fastest car over the time. Maybe he had the fastest car on paper. He's also been able to prove it in this race. Marvellous drive. You hear more clicks and clacks of the cars whacking the walls. It's natural in that respect. As you see Lax moving through the first sector, into the second sector, into that middle sector, now into the third section, 13, 14, 15, 16, and turn 17. Onto the main straight, 17 turns in an average 13 to 14 second lap. That is well over 1 turn per second, 1.5 turns a second. That is how technical and how fast-paced the track is and how difficult it is even for the top drivers. But I'll tell you what, Matthew Lax, bar that incident down here at the Turn of Champions, made that one look very much like child's play. And Lax comes home to take a really good victory. It's Mark Payne who comes home second. That looks to be under threat several times in that race, but he was able to conclude well, taking second. Darren Lee is third. Darren Newton is fourth. And a fifth place for Andrew North in the end, ahead of Manders, Cummings, Craig, Fiorini and Rowley. In the end, a solid drive for those guys.
Right, so keep on behind the loop. There's a main straight issue, so you can't come on the...
Sorry, take a quick drink there. And keep refreshed. So we get ready. And then just making sure the track is okay. Regular track checks now at this point. It's inevitable coming into the final round of action for the day. The track's taking a battering, particularly that Turn of Champions just below us. We've had cars flying in underneath the rostrum here, and we've been getting very close to the action. When I say we are very close to the action, I'm not joking, folks. We really could not have a better position to view the action out here today. You can see the entire track from position on the cameras here. And the cars are lining up. I think I spy the very distinctive pink and white colours of Kellyanne Bly out there again, who has done a very good job so far in the first 4 rounds of performance, or the first 5 rounds I should say. A good run from those guys. As very strong runs from all of them.
Round 6.
Tim Wood is the one to watch in this category mostly. But Kellyanne Bly has been steadily improving throughout, so she could be one to watch in this one. Hope I haven't put the jinx on early.
Attention drivers.
And the drivers lining up. I also say Banderas lining up in there, I think. Bandera, I should say. Yes, Patrick Bandera lining up in this grid as well. So plenty of talent in this MP2 Open A division. Getting ready to rumble. And away they go. The charge for the first corner commences. Some words from the referee. Keep it clean. And I'll tell you what, for the most part, relatively well behaved for the first few corners. Just single car instance really through there. That's pretty well done, I have to say. Good job from those guys. And the leader for that first lap is Ollie Payne. A good run so far. Matt Rice is up to second. Chris Ashton third. Three of the very strongest out here this weekend in this class. And Ollie Payne is going to be difficult to beat when he gets out into a lead like this. White, black and red on the car.
Okay, stop and go please for car number 3.
And there is a stop and go coming for Torsten Muller. I can only assume that was for some avoidable contact back in the field. Maybe a jump start. I think that must have been the case. Of avoidable contact, that's normally what you get the jumps, the penalties for. None of that is affecting Ollie Payne, who's out in front right now to the tune of 1.45 seconds over Matt Rice. And he's looking to put a lap on Patrick Bandera almost immediately. That'll be a significant statement of intent from Ollie Payne, who's had a very good run and a very good series of runs. There is one car I can also hear with what sounds like fouling bodywork on the wheels. I think that might be Neil Diver's car, the purple and white machine. We are currently watching on the cameras Ollie Payne, his pink, black and white machine, which is doing a remarkable job right now. Matt Rice just about a second behind. The pace is very close. Chris Ashton is not far back in third either. These are positions and these are battles that could change at any time. Yeah, there is definitely one car with fouling bodywork out there, but Payne, his car is running smoothly right now. It's about 2 minutes into this 6-minute race. And Matt Rice is just about a second down on him. Within about a second, anything can still happen. Within 2, it's a little bit trickier. But Rice is still in that second bracket. 8/10. As that gap leaked out again. Be interesting to see where it's at. Gap is now at 8/10 still. It's staying very consistent. Nigel Hale now to third place. Chris Ashton's fallen to 5th. So Kellyanne Bly is having some issues back in the field. I have a horrible feeling I put the jinx on her. I'm terribly sorry about that. Again, people don't believe me when I say there is such a thing as a commentary curse. It exists. I've seen it happen. And Ollie Payne continues on. No such jinx for him at the moment. Trying to identify which car it is that has a very strange vibrating sound right now. It's hard to tell. I'm just going to try and listen out with it. And it's definitely not the top 2. Those guys are running very smoothly right now. And in fact, the car in question that was having fouling bodywork may have been removed for a pit stop here. I think it was David Gale's car. Halfway through this race then, and Ollie Payne continuing to hold that margin over Matt Rice. This is a very, very good run. I mean, they are clearing away from Hale in third spot. Ollie Payne and Matt Rice still together. The gap has fluctuated in each sector between 8/10 of a second and a full second. There's nothing really to settle between the two of them. It's very, very close. But Payne is doing a very, very good job right now, knowing that Rice is not that far behind, to keep that gap and to keep lapping consistently. Traffic is going to test that theory even more so. And as he keeps coming around, he's going to have to deal with Torsten Muller in a minute. Any second now. And again, you just get the feeling that Payne can stretch out a little bit, but the odd lap car will interfere at certain points. Rice is not that far behind at all. It's literally, the gap has not been any smaller than 8/10 of a second, but been no bigger than 1 second for about the last 4 minutes. And we are 4 minutes in to this race. We have 2 to go in this 6-minute sprint race. Round 6 of 6 for the day. The final 4 rounds coming tomorrow. and all be broadcast live on RC Racing TV, as well as broadcast out into the arena here at the Centre MK Shopping Centre. Muller just waiting for the appropriate moment to give Ollie Payne room to get through, and that was not the way to do it, but it does not appear to have affected Payne too much, hasn't disrupted the lead too much. I think mainly because Matt Rice had to flinch to avoid hitting a big shunt from one car in the middle of the track. Hopefully the marshal will be able to have it cleared. By then it was Patrick Bandera's car that went for a huge wreck as one guy hiding in the middle of the track, desperately avoiding being run over by RC cars. It's surreal an idea that is. We've got just about a minute to go, 65 seconds left. And the gap now has leaked out to 2.16 seconds between Ollie Payne and Matt Rice. It's been a very, very tense. It is a very, very tense race so far. Very, very small margins. Patrick Bandera drives himself into the wall, trying to let the faster cars through. That's pretty extreme, but hey, did not get in the way. But in the last few laps, it just looks like Ollie Payne has been able to just get a slightly better rub of the lap traffic. Not that they've done anything intentional at all. It's just luck in terms of how to pass them and the better moves, and he has been able to eke out that margin over Matt Rice, out to 2.3 seconds now. Nigel Hale, 6 seconds back in third. Eugene Gallet now up to fourth, and Neil Diver fifth. Muller, Bly, Ashton and Bandera, the rest of the runners. David Gale had to DNF earlier, and Matt Rice just made a mistake. I don't think he'd have lost any positions out of that. I'm almost certain he wouldn't have done. He's just let the lap car of Kellyanne Bly back through. That was all that was. But surely now that's handed victory to Ollie Payne. He's now 4.2 seconds up with 10 seconds to go. He's led it from lights to flag, but it certainly doesn't tell the whole story, because that would imply it was easy for Ollie Payne. It definitely wasn't. I can assure you he was feeling the nerves out there. Matt Rice put the pressure on for the entire race there. Did not let him loosen his grip. And it was only in the final minute where Payne was able to get a gap and make that race his. And a great performance. Very, very good drive from Ollie Payne in the end there to take a heat victory in round 6 of the Reedy 112 Race of Champions Open A category. As the marshals come through. Head off back. And we are on 62 races for the day. Coming up on race 63 now. And I believe this will be the last Open A class race of the day. I've got my facts right. We may still have time to squeeze in a couple more exhibitions as well. This will be the last Open A class race of the day. It is 6:30 local UK time. Depending on where you're watching right now, that'll change throughout the day. And that'll shuffle as things continue on. And I'll tell you what, it's been a hectic day of racing. We have been on air since 9 AM this morning. We have not missed. We have brought you as much of the action as we physically can out here today. We've also brought you exclusive behind the scenes coverage, interviews with the British Radio Car Association and Reedy, the title sponsors, and guys who give their name to this format, inspired by the late Mike Reedy, a legend of RC racing in his own right, and a fitting name to give to one of the most prestigious honours anyone can win in RC racing. The latest round of cars coming out onto the track now, lining up. I just take a quick bit of sinus spray. It's been a long day for all of us out here. The RC Racing TV crew, we've been live and on air since 9 AM, and it's been a top job by all the guys here, whole team, cameras, tech, audio, the whole thing, to bring it, and commentary. Thank you, James, to bring you this event in sound and vision. And away we go then.
Ollie's commentary was great.
And very funny, James. Yes, Ollie Meggett's commentary earlier was great. It was good to have another member of the RC Racing TV team join us up here earlier. So myself, Adam Johnson, and the other guys on the team here, James and Paul, bringing you this event in sound and vision on RC Racing TV. As this race gets underway with Luke Burley leading early doors, Ashley Whiffen second, Simon Roubaix third, but Tim Wood also in there as well. Now remember, Wood has been one of the front runners in this class since the drop of the first green flag earlier today. So he's one to definitely watch. He's up to third. And running down, Simon Roubaix for second in the yellow and silver car there. This is the battle for second we've got. And Luke Burley, excuse me, is trying to stretch his advantage. Whilst those two are battling behind. Oh, bit of a drop kick there from Wood. And the referee asking him, probably correctly, to hand the position back. If contact causes the position to be changed, then it's probably a penalty to give them back. Is generally how the race referee is often. And you saw there Wood, before the referee even called the penalty, he allowed Roubaix to get back through. He said, you know what? He called it on himself. He said, you know what? That was not fair. I take it back. And Wood, abiding by the spirit of today's competition, which has been run in the best possible spirit of fair play. It's been a marvellous event out here. And as Luke Burley is starting to get away here, Roubaix is putting a great defensive effort here on Tim Wood. Wood has made the pass twice, but under illegal circumstances, will third time be lucky. This is like the battle between Hebert and Sieber earlier in the Invitational Reedy class, side by side with the technical sections. Sometimes it's very difficult when the racing line converges. You just get cars matching together. It can be very difficult. So I've just seen the number 7 car of Ashley Whiffen, which was running fourth, take a bit of a tumble. And meanwhile, while that was happening, my eyes were averted briefly for the briefest of seconds, and that was enough time for Tim Wood to make the pass on Simon Roubaix and take second place. I wasn't lying when I call this blink and you'll miss it stuff. It really is, folks. Luke Burley leads then in the lime green car. Oh my goodness me! That was a big shunt for Tim Wood. Went flying off the track. The turn of champions catches out another one. As Burley comes through, I'll demonstrate the turn I'm talking to you about. It's turn 13 down here. There it is. They come through. Just the bottom of your shot there. Nice job there. And the amount of scuff marks on that inside wall is very telling. It has claimed pretty much everyone out here. It is the turn of champions. Appropriately, it's turn 13 as well. 15, 16 and 17, and there's the end of your lap. All three sectors here. Here's the first sector here. This is what I now call the middle sector here, coming through, and this here is the third sector. All of them have their own challenges and their own opportunities. Each one is a land of opportunity or a cave of bad dreams for certain drivers. Luke Burley then is still trundling on rather nicely, but Simon Roubaix is not a million miles behind, you know. Tim Wood has dropped off in third a little bit. He's looking to protect his third spot now after that big shunt down at the turn of champions, turn 13. But I tell you what, Luke Burley, he's leading by about a second over Simon Roubaix in the yellow, purple and silver car. And there's about, I don't know, half a straightaway between the two of them. Oh, and an instant for Burley. And I think he's lost the lead there. It was just one mistake. I think Roubaix is through. Yes, he is. He's handing the lead to Roubaix. A bit more contact. I think actually Wood's through to second. That has put Tim Wood up to second. So what was the battle for second not long ago is now the battle for the lead. Roubaix made a little mistake. Let's watch here. Roubaix is the yellow, purple and silver car now on the front straight now, heading into the first turns. There you go, he's in the first sector. And you see, if you're watching at home, they're both in the same shot there. Tim Wood in second place in the orange car. There you go, they're both coming through. And they've got 2 minutes to go to decide this one. Simon Roubaix looking for a priceless heat victory to sign out on the first of 2 days of racing action. But Tim Wood's right there. The gap has closed up again. What was the battle for second not long ago is now a battle for the win. Hold your breath, folks. This is going to be nerve-wracking stuff. Wood to the inside in the first corner. Oh, but they come together. And Wood and Roubaix. Now, how do we work this one out? Roubaix has to come through, and Wood, I think, we have to give the position back. Now that's throwing the cat among the pigeons, because I have no idea who's taking the lead in the middle of all that. Roubaix's car sent spiralling off and lost time there. Wood also. Wood showing in 6th, Roubaix 4th, and Aaron Morley in the number 5 now is your leader. And which one is that? James Stewart now showing 2nd. Morley, is that blue and white car of Morley? It's very hard to tell. We now have ID cars based on site, which is never a good thing, considering how fast these cars move. It's incredibly difficult. But Morley, I have a feeling, might be the blue and white car coming through here. James Stewart not far behind, and we have a new battle for the lead now. 2 new protagonists in the final 50 seconds. Aaron Morley and James Stewart. The battle with Ashley Whiffen not far behind in 3rd in the number 7. So all of a sudden, the 3 contestants for the win have completely changed, but the battles almost remain the same. Aaron Morley leading the way, James Stewart in 2nd, and Ashley Whiffen there for 3rd. Stand by your beds, this final 30 seconds is going to be awesome. Here we go. Morley is hanging on in there from Stewart and Whiffen. Roubaix is joining in again. He's not giving up on this win either. After that massive shunt down in the first corners. 15 seconds to go now. Morley's got a few more corners to hold on, and Stewart's got a few more corners to try and take the win. Can they do it? The clock is counting down. Stewart looking for the move. Is there any room there? There really isn't. Morley's keeping that door firmly shut, and a little bit of contact there in the closing stages. I think Ashley Whiffen got into Stewart for second place. I wonder how they'll sort out that order there. We're gonna have to sort this one out somehow. I haven't got the faintest idea what happened at the end there. An appropriate end to the Open A-Class racing for the day. Absolutely epic fun. And Aaron Morley ends up with the win out of all of that. Awesome defensive driving at the end there to secure the victory, having had the lead handed to him pretty much after the instance between Roubaix and Wood. Their battle took a turn for the worse, and that meant that coming through to take the win was Morley. Simon Roubaix scored second. Third for Luke Burley. James Stewart ended up fourth. Ashley Whiffen fifth. Tim Wood down in sixth. Lewis Parker seventh. Aidan Ripley eighth. Naomi Kitagawa ninth. Now that is very interesting. I don't think he even got out to start that race. Considering Kitagawa is one of the strong contenders for this division, that's definitely going to have to be one of his mulligans. And 10th for Simon Hadley. That's the end of the Open A classes. I think we need a little bit of a breather. We need a little bit of fun.
I'm back. It's F1 time.
Yes, it's F1 time.
It's F1 time.
Good time. Good timing. There we go.
So, what are we at? Dun, 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 dun. Is that how it goes? So let's get these cars around to the grid. No, wait there, wait there. The race director has some instructions for you.
I see a Renault out here for the first time today, an older Renault.
Yes, there's been a few cars drafted in for this last run for the F1s of the day.
Because the others are broken.
Yeah, something like that. We have a pace car with lights. I mean, that's special.
That's cool.
That is cool. We also have the BRCA section chairman. It's the chairman of the whole association there, middle
chairman
of the track.
The association is here.
Leading from the top, doing track repairs, showing us how it all should be done. My dad, Dave Waters.
The man we have had on for an exclusive live interview earlier on the RC Racing TV stream. Absolute pleasure to have those guys on. Thank you very much.
Now,
time here.
Mark Christopher has gone and lined his Dremel F1 up on pole again. Again.
Really?
He's just a bit greedy.
He is, isn't he?
We've got, that's better. That's better. To the back. To the back.
You reckon you can handle these guys on your own? I'm going to have to rest my voice.
Yeah.
This is going to be fun.
Well, we'll give it a go. So we've got a Red Bull, followed by a Renault and a Ferrari. And they're off. So there goes the Red Bull. Williams and Renault caught up in the middle, causing chaos for everybody. Pulling out a bit of a lead at the front, we've got Daniel Ricciardo with the Red Bull Renault, closely followed by the red Marussia car of, oh dear, that's Max Chilton, caused a massive accident there. Okay, oh dear, it's just carnage down there on the straight, absolute carnage. So, back to the front, we've got Daniel Ricciardo that's pulled out a massively commanding lead from Valtteri Bottas, then Nelson Piquet Jr., the Stig, then we've got Lewis Hamilton in the Mercedes. I think that Bottas is actually faster than Daniel Ricciardo here. It looks like he's got a genuine chance for the lead. Oh no, there goes Piquet straight the way through. So it's Piquet, followed by Bottas, followed by the Stig, followed by Lewis Hamilton, with Daniel Ricciardo now at the back. I think that Daniel Ricciardo has got a very strong car here with that Red Bull. There's definitely a chance that he can do it from 4th place. All he's got to do is just really get the pedal to the metal. There goes one car, heading up now for Nelson Piquet Jr. in the Renault. I think he should make mincemeat of him at the end of the straight. Oh, so Nelson Piquet Jr. followed by Daniel Ricciardo. This is getting quite complicated to watch now. It's all exciting stuff. In fact, I am getting really confused. So we are Nelson Piquet Jr. from Daniel Ricciardo, followed by a Toro Rosso of Max Verstappen. Oh, and there's one left the track right at the end. He completely missed the track. Who was that? That was Daniel Ricciardo. He completely ignored track limits and left the track there. So back down at the front, we've got the two Renaults out front. Piquet Jr. followed by Alonso, followed by the infamous Mark Christopher, followed by Daniel Ricciardo. I think there's a stop-go needed there, ref. So let's catch back up with the action at the front. We've got Piquet Jr., followed by Max Chilton, followed by Valtteri Bottas, followed by the Ferrari of Sebastian Vettel, by the looks of that.
Finished. 4 finished. 2 finished. 7 finished. 5 finished. 6 finished. 10 finished.
Okay, there's a couple of F1s stuck in the pit lane. Can you retrieve them, and can we have some marshals from the F1 crew, please? I have no marshals walking out. Marshals from the F1 crew, please. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you. That's 4 of you. Still need some more. Drivers, if you'd like to carefully make your way around, I'm looking for number 6 on pole. Take care of the track marshal's tools. They're valuable.
Race 65, Open B, round 6, will start in 30 seconds.
Well, I can see 8s there. Let's have car 6, please.
Attention drivers.
Marshals on the straight, you're allowed to help me. Make sure you can see the white line so I can give penalties for jump starts. Okay, I can live with that.
And that sort of day. We're getting towards the end of it now, ladies and gentlemen. The final round of racing for today at the Reedy 112th Race of Champions. We are in to the Open B class. This will be their last round out here today. And it's Boyd Twataki who's headed out into an early lead in this particular race. James Kahn second, Liam Hammond third, John Zottel fourth, and Uwe Sieber. Your top 5, some of the strongest in this class, are out there. Another did not start for Paul Wai Lau, I should say. A disappointment, but Twataki, surely not. Once again, he's going to have to play defensive. He's going to have to play defense against Liam Hammond, who put in a great performance in the last round. Ooh, high stepping action there. Went in trouble. Whoa! Props to the marshals there, skipping and jumping across the track, avoiding disturbances from the cars. And there is a big incident over on the last corner as well. But most crucially, Boyd Twataki and Liam Hammond are still together and are very close together, I should say. Cameraman's just having a break on the stream, but I'll let you know where they are. Basically old-fashioned radio commentary. They're coming through the stream now. There we go. Coming through the picture. Coming through the final few corners. Twataki and Liam Hammond. Hammond split by about a minute or so. Not a minute, a second. If they were split by a minute, that'd be a very, very boring one-sided race. Hammond's just made a little mistake there. Twataki moving through, and is that John Zottel has now moved up into third place? Yes, it is. The white and blue number 9 car has moved into third spot. It's looking for second here. Looking for second. Can he get close enough to Hammond to make the move? They can fly down the main straight. Vincent's back in the field. Boyd Twataki has used this momentum to gain a little bit of a lead. He's leading Hammond by about a second, who is now having to turn his attention to try and defend from John Zottel, who is closing in for second place. He's closing in from third. And this could get very interesting after not too long. Oh, and that was Boyd Twataki, was it? I think that was Boyd Twataki who was caught up there in an instant, and that's changed the complexation of this race. Twataki with an instant there, and I don't think it's fired properly. He is back away. Now what? Liam Hammond scored as the leader, John Zottel second, Jamie Patton third. That was a real shame for Boyd Twataki. He's been strong so far. Hammond leading now from John Zottel in second spot, and Hammond has actually had to manage to gap Zottel just a little bit. Not by a huge amount, but just enough. Hammond is there. Bit of contact in the middle there.
You've got the leaders behind you.
And the 6 car of Boyd Twataki down in 7th place, and he's now about to be lapped. What a fall from grace there. That was a real unfortunate racing. Second place right there, John Zottel behind Boyd Twataki. Boyd Twataki must feel like he's still battling for the lead. That's kind of how he feels like there. But after that incident, he ended up losing an entire lap. And that's really unfortunate. We've got a car wedged under the barriers up in turn 2. Recovered and back on his way really quickly. And Twataki coming through them.
Remaining 8-9-4-7-3-6.
And
2-5.
it's Hammond that continues to lead over John Zottel and Jamie Patton. And Hammond has been putting on a good display in this race. It's a good solid one. Keep the pressure on Twataki. The race leader's fallen into his lap, but just like in the last round, Hammond is doing more than enough to keep it well and keep his position secure. There's carnage unfolding all around him once again. We are 4 minutes in to this 6-minute race. And it's close. Hammond is there. Hammond is leading, and Zottel is not far behind, you know. It's under a second. 0.6 of a second is all the margin there. And in RC racing, that can be all the difference. Zottel just can't get close enough to make a move on Hammond. That's the problem. He's already about a corner behind. Big shunt just behind them. Once again, the turn of champions claims yet another victim. And they're coming up to lap 3rd place. That's how fast they've been. Jamie Patton in 3rd, coming up to be lapped by Hammond and Zottel. Surely this won't cause a massive change to the outcome to the race. We hope. Oh, what a mistake for Hammond. Straight line in the middle sector corner. Surely not. He's been unflappable so far. That's how he took the victory in the last heat. But Zottel has now moved through to the lead. John Zottel, who's been one of the class acts in this LMP3 Open B class, is now through to the lead again. Hammond on the fight back. Hammond on the comeback trail. It's now Hammond who's behind. 1.85 seconds down. And it's been super close racing. Tight action the whole way. But Zottel, I think, now just has enough of a gap on Hammond. So we are 65 races down in today's schedule. An unbelievable bill of action. We've had this track rammed with action all the way through. And as much as we can spare. Hammond is now trailing badly from Zottel. He's now 1.7 seconds down with 20 seconds to go. This looks like it will be heading the way of John Zottel in the white and blue car, coming through the final corners now onto the main straight. And it's the first few turns as the stricken number 5 car is retrieved. Wait for it. Sprint, sprint, sprint. There you go. Good stuff. John Zottel is not impeded in any way. Hammond has fallen back, but will still take a good second. He'll be disappointed with this mistake to put him down second from the lead. But John Zottel will ultimately be pleased with that. He'll take a good victory in that heat in the final rounds of LMP3 competition out here for the Reedy 112 race of champions. Our live coverage going out over the PA system to the crowds in the Centre MK Arena and going out live to the world in sound and vision on RC Racing TV with coverage presented by Reedy, Protoform, Zen Racing, the British Radio Car Association. The good guys putting on this event out here today. And if you're watching trackside, you want to follow the action after you've headed home tonight, you want to keep up with tomorrow's action, if you're not here, go to the Facebook page, facebook.com/RC Racing TV. Search for the YouTube channel, RC Racing TV.
Okay, drivers from the last race out to Marshall, please.
John could lap just a little bit quicker than you then. I say John could lap just a little tiny bit quicker than you, but yeah.
So let's have a look. I think I can say drive slowly round to the grid, please. So slowly to the grid. All cars to the grid, please. Slow and safe, but don't mess about. So I'm looking for car 6 on pole.
B, round 6 will start in 30 seconds.
Nine and 10, Warrior. Come on. Thank you. I am going to move you in here. If you're happy there, I am. Race control, start the clock.
careful, guys. Wait, white car, wait. Okay, go.
So with race 66 safely underway, we're looking for race 67 to come through scrutineering, please.
Okay, car 3, be aware that the pink car behind you is the race leader. Okay, it's cars 1 and 7. You have the race leader, the blue car, behind. Although you two are racing for position, please be aware.
In front of the rostrum, there's a hairpin that is moved by 6 inches. When the marshal can safely get there, that's good dancing.
Car 10 now leads.
Thank you.
And 3. That is the pale orange car is the race leader behind you, and he has car
Well done,
5 in
marshals. Well
second
done,
place.
drivers.
Very close behind. So car 3, you've got 3rd place behind you now. Thank you very much. And 4 places approaching, also car 3. Front 3 cars all on the main straight together. Car 7.
Race order after 3 minutes. 10,
Front 3 cars
5,
are behind
9,
you.
4, 8, 6,
And the next one
2,
as well, please, 7. Thank you very
1,
much.
3, leader on lap 13.
Okay, 2 and 1, be careful. Car 2.
In the middle,
Car
please.
2.
He's stuck.
Please
Thank
take
you.
stop and
He's
go,
been
car 2.
self-marshalled.
Please drive round the lap, drive into the pit lane and come to a complete stop, car 2. Okay, car 5 leads from 10, 4 and 6. Okay, go. Okay, car 1, be aware that car 5 and 3. Car 5 is the leader. There's a red and white front. For car 1, you've got the race leader behind you right now. In second place is car 10, which is a pale orange car going out onto the straight now. So 7, he will be approaching you next and has 3rd place in tow as well. So 7 and 3. The orange car is in second place. Car 4 and 6, you are battling for position. Okay, it's a stop and go, please, for car number There's a white car in front of race control right now. I'll give you your car number. Thank you. Go. Your race leader is 5 from 10 from 9, 6, 4, 8, 7, 2, 1, 3. 5, 10, 9. Which is now 5, 9, 10, 6, 4.
Seven finished. 1 finished. 10 finished.
Go on, take care finishing. Take care
8
finishing.
finished. 3 finished. 4 finished.
Park it up
9
safely,
finished.
so please.
2 finished. 5 finished.
Once you're finished.
6 finished.
Thank you, drivers.
That was one of the roughest heats we've
That is
seen.
race over. There is track maintenance occurring. We can stay behind the loop, please.
May I just remind competitors that if you normally run in the BRCA National Series, you are expected to be running your rollover masts.
Okay, keep them tight and safe together on the grid, please. Move to the grid. Marshals from the last race.
Okay, race 67. Let me tell you, race 66 was a bit of a bloodbath. We're not happy.
Okay, drivers.
So we want a nice, clean race, please.
I'm looking for car 6 on pole. Marshals, please. Marshals, please.
I'm having to get involved too much. So keep me quiet and give me nothing to do, please.
Race 67, Open B, round 6, will start in 30 seconds.
6. Marshals on the straight are allowed to help me, because this old man's getting fed up of bending over. You're happy therefore, so am I.
Come on, tidy it up, please.
Race 67, safely underway.
Okay,
Looking for scrutineer.
race leader with you.
Race 68 should be going through scrutineering.
Race order is 63247811095. 63247. Caution in the chicane. Three and 2 are both together on the straight, and that is a position for second and third. Car in front of race control, that's the leader with you, thank you very much. And car 7, you've got the leader coming up next. Thank you, 7. And the pink car, that's the race leader with you. Thank you very much. And car number 1, that's the race leader behind you next. Six, 3, 2, 1, 7, 4. Car 1, you have the leader with you. More caution, please, when running close to the leader. Okay, car 10, that's second place, closing you in. Approaching half race distance.
Race order after 3 minutes. 6, 3, 2, 1, 4, 7, 8, 9, 10. Leader on lap 13.
Hello, good evening, and welcome back to the final part of day 2 of the Reedy 1/12th Race of Champions. I'm James Parry, you're watching RCTV. We are live at the Centre MK shopping centre in Milton Keynes in United Kingdom. Adam will be back shortly from his natural break to continue the commentation for the final stint of tonight's races. We are currently on race 67, and I can tell you that this evening our final race will be 72. So those of you who have already done the math, we have another 5 races remaining after the one you are seeing now on your screens. Don't forget, we've recently set up a Facebook screen. Oh, hang on, Paul's looking like I've just done the maths wrong. 5 full races. We're on race 67 up to 72. Yep, Paul has confirmed the math. Don't forget, we recently set up a Facebook page to help us better to communicate with you throughout the summer season, when we will continue our coverage of European Championships from around Europe. I've done that about a zillion times today. It's the same as the famous Austin Powers "Let myself introduce myself," which is one of my favourites. So do make sure that you head over to www.facebook.com/RC Racing TV and like our page, and you'll be sure not to miss another event, stream or snippet of information straight to your Facebook page seamlessly. I can see Adam out the corner of my eye getting his Britney style headset on. Looks like we are due to finish around 10 to 8 o'clock tonight roughly. Like I say, 5 more races in full left after this one, which finishes in 40 seconds, as you can see from the green timer towards the upper right hand corner of your screen. Tomorrow will be on air from 9 AM until approximately 5:30, at which point we will have a new champion of the Reedy 1/12th Race of Champions. Who will it be? My money is on Hagberg or Jeffries. Or Mobius can't do it, can he? Can he? Oh, anyone can do it. Anyone can do it. Mark Stiles can do it. I'm going to say now £5 on either. Can I go £2.50 each way on Hagberg and £2.50 each way on Jeffries? Yeah, I'm going to. I don't know what the odds are, but I'm just going to do it. I can see Adam signalling that he would like to come online. That'll be a £10. All right, £1.25 each way then. I've only got £5.
Okay, next race.
I don't even have that in all fairness because I've not been to the cash point yet.
There is track maintenance.
I've just been using the card.
Track maintenance at the end of the,
Adam's almost itching in the corner of my eye for me to turn his microphone on, but because Adam's up in the self-named crow's nest and I'm down at the self-named soundboard of awesomeness, I can just sit here and refuse to turn him on and babble for a bit longer. It's quite funny to watch a commentator at the corner of your eye, someone as enthusiastic as Adam, itching to get on the microphone, not be switched on. You can turn him on if you want to, that's fine. I think you might need to be down here at the sound deck though, but if you have another way of doing it, then go for it. Please be my guest. Adam, I'll turn you on. You can go back up to the crow's nest, it's fine. You go out, I'll turn you on. He's having a diva. Hang on. Here's Adam Johnson.
There you go.
Team Bomber Sports.
Thank you, Mr. Parry.
Bring on the noise, 2016,
etc.
Between a rock and a hard place. The rock being Paul Bateman, the hard place being the stairs, especially if you're on crutches.
Anyway, I think that's about enough that we need to hear from James Parry on the stream today. So, right, let's get back to the action, shall we? Have more track repairs underway. That should not surprise you at all. This has been a brutal event for the track, the drivers, and the crew involved. It's been punishing for them all. The track has withstood a huge amount of pain and not withstood certain others. So the field are lining up. This will be the last of the Open B LMP3.
30 seconds. Not a lot. Where's the other headset?
Drivers, move around slowly and take the stop go lane.
So, we are ready.
Yeah, please. So you're driving through the stop go lane.
Some little repairs going onto the track. Pretty normal, especially at the end of what has been a long day. We've been on air since 9 a.m. Guys have been out there racing since 9:30 this morning. They were supposed to be on the same time we were. That says a lot about the commitment of these guys to be out here today. Upwards of 11 hours of racing action. And the fact that almost all of it has been excellent, high quality stuff, says a lot about the caliber of these drivers and the Reedy race officials as well.
I'm going to try and find out at some point tomorrow how many miles of white strip the organisers have been through this weekend.
That is a good
lot,
question.
I'm being told.
A lot.
I think 2.5 miles of white strip.
2.5 miles
I reckon.
of plastic material used to cover up the track. I have a feeling that I think that's a pretty good bet actually.
It's actually square guttering that they then insert wooden blocks into at the ends to join them.
Yes, that's very true.
Very clever idea.
Anyway, the barriers suitably repaired. Ready to go racing once more. And away they go. The charge of the first corner commences once more.
Ooh.
And this car's flying already. Car up on its lid. Car's facing the wrong way. Standard procedure for the first few corners pretty much by this stage. It's almost surprising. We're almost taking bets. James is just talking about how he's not a very good betting man, but if he was to be betting, I wonder if he'd be interested in a wager on how many cars facing the wrong way on the first lap of a given race, especially in the LMP2 and 3 heats where they have 10 car fields. So there's more cars trying to pile down in there. There's cars stuck in the... There's three of them stuck.
3 cars need marshalling.
3 of them and 4 now stuck in the middle there.
Wow.
Here I am stuck in the middle with you. Absolute carnage to start this race. So let's see if we can reset more. Can people stop crashing now? We'll be able to get into this race a bit more. Matthias Hentrack then. Heinrich is your leader then in the number 6 car. Now which one is he? Which one is that car? I think it might be the white and blue one at the end of the
Who are you
strip.
looking for? Number 6?
Yes. We've got 3 eyes on the case for this one. 3 pairs of eyes, I should say.
Green.
The all
Going up
green
the straight
car.
now.
Going down the front
Boom.
straight now. That is your leader, Matthias Heinrich. Thanks for the idea on that, James. Well, he was leading, and now he's not. So now we have to try and find another leader. Oh, he's the leader again now. This is one of those races that's playing out like a game of musical chairs. The lead switching back and forth. Heinrich is second again. Cars scattering everywhere. It's leading Mark Goodchild. It's me. This is action all over the place, action aplenty. And Giles Hodgkinson and Damien Giddings, Simon Cleaver are your top 5. Well, Giddings was in the top 5. Hodgkinson 3rd, Cleaver 4th, Robin Streeter 5th. And car 3 with a Gary Dyson. That's Gary Dyson, who is about to be lapped by the leader Matthias Heintricht, who has got a 2-second lead on Mark Goodchild, who is the next car behind in that queue, and he's closing in actually. 1.4 seconds the gap is now down to. So Goodchild, as more cars are thwacking the wall for the penalty box down there. The wall of champions, the turn of champions, once again claiming victims. And ironically, it's the bit of wall down there that I was saying how scuffed it was that has now been replaced. And that's a testament to it. It's already starting to get scuffed again. Having had a fresh bit of car, there's a car flying up in the air.
Wow. Absolute
mayhem. That was airtime right there. I'm not sure which car that was. I think that might have been Gary Dyson. Matthias Heintricht coming through. And I think Mark Goodchild is not far behind him. Heintricht is at 0.3 of a second between the two of them. This is a battle for the lead that's going off right now. Giles Hodgkinson is 3rd, but a long way back. So it's between these two. If you're watching online, you'll see the bright green car in the middle of your screen. That's Heintricht, and Goodchild just behind in the white and blue car. And they're both trying to deal with more cars. There's a car that's scattered off into the safety netting in the catch fencing over at the final turn 17. As they move up through the field, I think Vincent Formosa is the next to be lapped. He thwacks the wall trying to get out of the way, just about. It's been a long day of racing, so the reflexes and reactions might not be what they were, but it's in these sort of heats where the races and the tournament overall can be won and lost, where the slimmest of margins exist, and where it's all about coming through in the most difficult of circumstances. It's easy when you're fresh and you're ready and the setup's nailed, when the car's taken a beating over 6 legs of racing, including more tomorrow, 4 more tomorrow, remember, and things have been tired, you've been on your feet for a very long time today. A lot of these competitors would have been here about 7, 8 a.m. this morning to set up and go racing. And we're now coming up towards 8 p.m. in the evening UK time, 7 UK time. The action's maybe a little bit dulled, but certainly Matthias Heintricht.
Well, we have a retirement.
We have a DNF. Who is that has not made the finish? I think that might be Damien Giddings and Gary Deering. Gary Dyson and Vincent Formosa are a lap down. Mark Goodchild has really faded in the last few laps. It's down to over 6 seconds back in second place now. Giles Hodgkinson 3rd, Mark Passingham 4th, and Simon Cleaver. And another car clouts the turn of champions. There it is. Your leader to go through there now. So many cars. I think every single car. There's another one. I think every single car here today has whacked that turn of champions wall on the inside. At least once, maybe more. I think there's a rite of passage around here. You're obviously not pushing hard enough unless you've clouted that wall at least once solidly and left a nice big scuff on it. So, Matthias Heintricht continues to lead Mark Goodchild, and he's basically averaging almost a second per lap on Goodchild, extending out his lead. It's a very smooth run. Heintricht has got into a good rhythm, lost the lead and inherited it earlier again. Positions were changing multiple times, but this is a solid drive from Heintricht. And a good, but just as I say that, he now becomes the latest victim of the turn of champions. Said literally everyone has had one clout to that wall at least once. And has Heintricht's rhythm been disrupted? The good thing he has is that he still has a 6-second advantage at least over Mark Goodchild. It's now down to 4.3 actually, but he still has such an immense advantage that it's easily good enough to still take the victory, even with that spectacular off down at the turn of champions, turn 13. He's coming through to it now. There's your turn, and that's how to take it very smoothly and very well. But I think everyone looking for that good entry into the complex of hairpins that ends the lap, I think everyone at one point today has smacked that inside wall. 8 seconds to go. Goodchild has closed into under 4 seconds, but it's not going to be enough. 3.5 seconds now. Irrelevant, and it's not going to be enough. Matthias Heintricht is going to take the victory in this heat to, I believe, close out the 6th and final round of LMP3 Open B-Class racing today. And vociferous applause from down to our right here from the teammates and fans. The German contingent very happy, one of their own representing and getting a heat victory. Good solidarity amongst those guys down in the bunkers, down on pit road. And let's see what we have coming up next. I'm interested to see I do spy some GT12s out there. Does that mean we'll have one of our guests out here? I do wonder. This has been, yep, race 68. We're going to get through 71 races out here today in 11 hours of intensity and action. This has been great, great stuff. So, the GT12 races will be out on track, and I think if our guest referee is up here, he might be able to give us some commentary. And now, I shall rest up, take a breather, because the last round of the Reedy Invitational runs for today is coming up very soon. And guys and dolls, you will not want to miss that one for the world. We've had 5 rounds of high intensity, high octane action, and we've got one more to do before these guys pack down for the night and head home. Ready to come back and do it all again for another 4 rounds to conclude the 2016 Reedy 112th Race of Champions. We bring you it all on RC Racing TV. And we bring you the final round of today on RC Racing TV. Coverage provided by Reedy, Protoform Race Bodies, Zen Racing, and the British Radio Car Association.
Attention drivers.
Drivers. Attention drivers. What? If you race clean, you can. Race clean. Race well. Warning silver Porsche. So it's black wing Dremel from white wing Dremel, with the grey and silver Porsches in hot pursuit. They're the front 4 out onto the straight together. Inside dives both silver Porsches. It's quick fingers Tony Wade straight into a back marker, loses second position. The white wing Dremel car's got a massive lead at the moment, followed by the black wing Dremel sponsored Porsche GTS. There's a pub next door, but there's loads of foodie places just a walk across the road there. Yeah, but there's TGI fries and all sorts over there. There's a Chinese buffet place, all sorts. Yeah, 2.5 minutes in. Fire the car out. Pick up the Dremel, boys. Okay, Dremel guys, line up behind the Porsche pace car, please. Nose to tail, no overtaking. This is virtual and real pace car, expertly driven by Jono.
Race order after 3 minutes, 2, 9, 1, 7, 12, 13, leader on lap 11.
And it's race on. Warning for car 9. Caution. White wing Dremel car. Return the position to black wing, please. White wing Dremel car. Return position to black wing, please. Thank you. And continue. The race is on. Black wings back up into third position. It's Jimmy Quickfingers in second. The race leader is the
Okay, drivers for race 70. Drivers for race 70. You've got about 2 minutes.
40 seconds remain. Team Dremel black wing car is coming back at Jimmy Quickfingers. The pressure's on, his knees are knocking, he's looking for an inside line, he's gone a little bit wide through the chicane here, he comes into the second chicane. Race leaders clattering the track markers. It's the silver Porsche, he's got the Dremel car in tow. Ooh, mistake there. White wings into third. Doesn't look like anybody can do anything about the grey car that's looking very rock solid and expertly driven at the front. Very smooth driving style there. Taking some nice sweeping lines. The car looks excellent. I'd like to drive that one, to be fair. 50 seconds to go. And Jimmy Quickfingers is in second place with the silver Porsche. And again, Jimmy Quickfingers is in second place with the silver Porsche. And again, Jimmy Quickfingers is in second place with the silver Porsche. New fastest lap of the race, car 4. New fastest lap of the race, car 2. And again, car 2. 7 seconds remaining, you're on your last lap. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is GT12. GT12. These cars are available as a basic kit for about £100. And you can go racing. These cars are exactly the same as what's being used over on the Arrive and Drive circuit, which you will be able to use tomorrow. If you fancy having a go with one of those cars, one of those Porsches, make your way over to the BRCA Arrive and Drive track tomorrow, where you can do so free of charge.
I had a chat with Dave Waters about the barriers.
Did you now?
Yeah, and he told me that basically because it's so cold in the mornings and of the evenings, the plastic strip they're using on the corners is just snapping. That's why they're having to replace it so much in the morning and in the evening. And do you remember the great idea of the water hose barriers in Turkey that were filled with fire hoses, filled with water, which were great until they leaked on an IC track? Lots of angry drivers. In principle, it was a great idea.
But in practice, not so much.
So I'm going to give you a warm-up lap.
So we're on the last 3 races of the day, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes.
Some might feel the need to use the phrase "bring on the noise."
Some, but some may also feel it might be in danger of overused. And some may feel that this is an epic occasion. We've gone through 5 rounds of racing up until now. We have nearly completed 6 scheduled for the day. We have 4 more to come later, and it says a lot that for this round, there are drivers and team owners and crewmen from the other teams lining up in chairs at the side of the track. This is the one that brings even the drivers and turns them into massive fans, because this is the elite. This is the top class. They're ready to roll. This is the Reedy 112th Race of Champions. The invitational class. Final round of the day. And away they go. The charge for the first turn goes relatively smoothly. Tote Ebukuro into a smooth lead early. Is that Hagberg third in line? Now there's a guy who could do it with a good finish and could not do it with one of those instants again. And a flip there. Was that Marcus Mobers at the end of the line? Yes, it was. Some big guns in this one, in fact. James Parry's 2 picks for this tournament and my own are all in this one. Tote Ebukuro is leading right now. Kevin Hebert is out in front ahead of Mick Farrell in third. Mark Stiles 4th. Daniel Sieber 5th. Alex Hagberg down to 6th. 7th for Matthew White and Marcus Mobers running shotgun on the field. Ebukuro leads early then. A quick look at how they stand after 5 rounds. Coming into this one. Coming into round 6. Where do they stack up? It's Toto Ebukuro that leads them. And this will be another solid run for him if he can maintain the lead here. Marcus Mobers 2nd and Alex Hagberg 3rd. Ahead of Ollie Jeffries and Mark Stiles. And Kevin Habert, Juho Leivenen, Daniel Sieber, David Splashett and Alex Laurent. Your top 10. So, Toto Ebukuro came into this round as your overall leader and he's leading the heat right now. Kevin Hebert 2nd, Mark Stiles up to 3rd. Alex Hagberg actually up to 3rd on the comeback trail. This man had dropped a few positions early on as Mick Farrell's getting in some scuffles back there. But Alex Hagberg, the man, the legend, the machine, and he gets on a roll. There is few more brilliant sights in RC racing. The problem is the last few heats he hasn't been able to get on the roll. A 5th and a 6th place have been rather mediocre duffs by his standards. So we wonder, is the lights go out over in John Lewis? Police have settled. And a big crash over there for Daniel Siebers. In the first few corners we see Ebukuro navigate through them. And Kevin Hebert is right there again. Hebert has been the nearly man of today's racing. He's been so close to overall heat victories, but has just not been able to close out. There's always been someone just a little bit quicker. Is this Hebert's chance now? Can he close day one of racing with a victory and really propel himself up to the top there? Or is Toto Ebukuro going to solidify his top position overnight going into tomorrow's final day? Alex Hagberg, though, is in 3rd spot and is going very strongly. Just gonna have a look on the screens over here. Yes, he is the fastest out of the leaders right now, lapping up there on the same pace as Kevin Hebert. Incredibly quick performances right now, but Hagberg has a lot of work to do. 3.3 seconds to make up on Kevin Hebert, let alone Hagberg, let alone Ebukuro, sorry. Ebukuro! And the lead balance suddenly closed up again. That was really what it needed. This is so tense right now. Unbelievably close. So we're coming up on halfway in proceedings. Oh, but a mistake for Hebert. It's exactly what he didn't want. And has that allowed Hagberg through to take the lead? No, it hasn't, not yet. Not to take the lead, sorry, to take 2nd. But Ebukuro, it's allowed him to get away to a 1.4 second lead. That could be absolutely crucial as they come round in the final few corners. It's about as close as it gets. Hebert is right there. Hagberg 3rd, closing in for 3rd, from 3rd. And Mark Stiles 4th, a little bit further back. And Stiles has actually been hounded by Marcus Mobers for 4th spot. Matthew White 6th, Daniel Sieber 7th, and Mick Farrell down in 8th spot. 2.5 minutes to go, and Ebukuro's got this one made. Unless Hebert can turn things around. In fact, we should probably drop back to the battle for 2nd because Kevin Hebert is under a lot of pressure from Alex Hagberg. There it is, right in the middle of your screen there on the stream. Hebert and Hagberg right together. They started the day this way with positions reversed, leading the first heats. Hagberg leading home Hebert. And now we come down to it. They are battling for 2nd, which could be all important. Remember, Hagberg needs to pick up his results. A 5th and a 6th in the last 2 heats were not good enough, and he knows it. And he knows that Ebukuro is in danger of running away from this if he takes another heat victory. I thought for a second that was Ebukuro crashing. It was not. And this is all happening about 1.7 seconds behind Ebukuro. You can see his car, his bright pink car in the same shot. But it's all about Hebert and Hagberg. A battle for 2nd, and it couldn't be closer. Hagberg is sensing chances left, right and centre. When does he pull the trigger? He has to make the move clean. He has to make the move effective. He doesn't want to cost himself any time. He doesn't want to crash himself out into barriers. They are side by side through there. Hagberg backs out last minute. Limited contact. Hagberg gives the position back and then makes the pass. Now, was that okay? Did he give the pass back before making that pass for the second place? I think he did. Good refereeing there and good racecraft from Hagberg. He backed off to allow the position to be, so he didn't take the position illegally, he gave it back, then took the position in the very next corner, but Hebert is looking for that position back. This battle for second is going off, and all the while it's happening a long way behind as they drop kick one of the lap cars clean out of the way. You ain't slowing us down, pal. But this is all happening quite a way behind Toto Ebukuro, who has had another flawless race. Hagberg up to second though. He'll minimise the damage in this one and he'll get back to strong performance ways. This is much better from him. He'll have wanted another heat victory going into the overnight stop, but this will be a lot better from him if he can hang on for a second place. But Hebert is right there in third, and Marcus Mobers has worked his way up to fourth ahead of Mark Stiles. An incredibly intense and incredibly competitive field where literally anyone can finish in any spot on any given race, except in the exception being Ebukuro. Look at that sliding through the corners. Hagberg's car, body, mind, reactions frayed by the end of a stressful 6 rounds of racing, and they've still got 4 more to go tomorrow. But tonight they'll be able to recharge, think about what they may have been able to do differently, if anything. And Hagberg has been able to stop the rot with a great performance here to take a second place. He should take a second place, but it is all happening a long way behind Toto Ebukuro, the Japanese driver, putting in another excellent performance. A strong drive from the pink and yellow machine that has dominated so much of today's proceedings. A really impressive drive once again from Toto Ebukuro to take out the victory, ahead of Alex Hagberg in second, Kevin Hebert third, Marcus Mobers fourth, Mark Stiles up to fifth, sixth for Daniel Sieber after some early instance, seventh for Matthew White, eighth in the end for Mick Farrell. So taking a bit of a battering there, trying to get out of the way of the lap traffic, or trying to get out of the way of the lead lap traffic, I should say. Very intense, very close, as you'd expect pretty much. And we have 2 races to go then for the day. On to race 70 of the day. Lights going out around the shopping centre. They're closing up, but there are still fans lining the fences here in the arena. There are still competitors lining trackside, and there is still racing to be done. Here we go. Second of 3 of the Reedy Invitational class races to go in round 6. And after another strong run for Toto Ebukuro, there are a lot of guys back there who understand how much work they have to do and how much they have to step up to keep Ebukuro from running away from this with this. And that's going to be the difficulty here. He was leading going into this round, and he'll surely be leading overnight with another victory. Marcus Mobers second, Alex Hagberg third, Ollie Jeffries fourth, who will be in this heat now. Watch very closely for Ollie Jeffries and how he can do here. Juho Leivinen also still to come, as well as David Spashit. So, here we go then. Starters orders, the countdown is on. And the intensity is unbowed. The unbelievable thing about this is we've been through 6 rounds. This will be the 6th round of action for these guys. First started at 9 AM this morning. They'll have been here at 8 AM and even earlier, working on their cars in the pits. They have been racing since 9 AM this morning, and still they have so much intensity and so much skill to give. And as I say, it could be these races at the end of the longest day that could settle things. It could be your performances when the tempers are the most frayed and the reactions are the most frazzled. And it seems for some drivers lining up on the grid is difficult enough at this point in time. These may be the most crucial heats of the entire Reedy 112th Race of Champions. Professor Yili on the pole. And away they go. They're down and away. I see Ollie Jeffries immediately up to 3rd spot. In the middle of that lot, avoiding the spin cycle. And the battle for the lead picks up. Professor Yili and Andy Murray getting straight into battle. And Murray is pretty much due a good result out here. He's had some great performances out here so far, but he has not been able to close them out. And he's also keenly aware of 4th place overall Ollie Jeffries closing in on both of them. And this is very quickly turned into a 3-way battle for the lead. Murray, very keen, and that was exactly what he feared. He made one mistake and has allowed Ollie Jeffries through for second while he was busy looking for the lead. That's the problem sometimes when you've got those 3-car battles for the lead. If you're second, you don't know whether to stick or twist. Sometimes it's better to go for the Hail Mary, but often if you go for that lead pass and it doesn't work, you immediately lose position. And now it's Ollie Jeffries' turn to attack Vesa Yili. And looking for it into the first turn. Good job. Very nice pass there from Jeffries. I think Vesa Yili gave him a little bit of racing room there. That was good racecraft from both of them. And Jeffries is through to the lead. And he's got to be hunting for a heat victory here to take home with him overnight to the hotel. And keep him in good spirits for tomorrow. I mean, he comes into this round 4th overall with another win for Ebukuro. And a slip-up or two for the guys in front of him, including Mobers. There's a lot of guys still in contention for this one. This is not over, not by a long chalk. And Jeffries is driving like a man who believes he's still got every chance in the world to win this tournament, and he has. And if he keeps driving like this, he has got every chance. He has dropped Vesa Yili in second by over 2 seconds now. Andy Murray a further second back in third. 4th is Alex Laurent. 5th is Marcus Askell. 6th is Chris Hillier. And 7th propping up this grid is Chris Kurzweil. He's never really got going in this final race of the day. Well into the evening now in the centre MK. 15 minutes until the close of action for the end of the day. And Ollie Jeffries is driving not only like a man who wants to get this day over with and get back to his hotel for some much needed rest, he's also driving like a man who has every confidence and every bullish belief that he can take victory in the most illustrious of tournaments in RC racing. This is RC Racing's Masters tournament. It's Race of Champions. The Reedy race format is designed to test consistency and the ability to deal with pressure in the most high intensity of formats across 10 rounds of action at all times of the day, in all circumstances, against all opponents, possibly in the field. And Jeffries has dealt with it all very capably so far, I have to say. A great drive here, and this is manifesting. He's now 5 seconds up over Vesa Yili in second, who's coming under a lot of pressure from Andy Murray. Coming through the final hairpins now. He's the battle for second. Coming through the first few corners, and now into the middle section. There it is on the screen right in front of you. That's the battle for second between Vesa Yili and Andy Murray. Murray, as I say, has been knocking on the door of a very strong performance in one of these races all day. Just has not been able to get the luck of the draw or get the chance to be able to finish it off. And these two have got to be careful because Alex Laurent is in danger of being drawn into this battle from 4th. So they've got to be careful that they're not backing each other up. Vesa Yili looks like he may be backing Murray up a little bit, but where does Murray make that pass? That's the difficulty here. Being able to make the pass cleanly and effectively. So close, reactions needed. In the femtoseconds, Murray is right there. It's just where do you pull the trigger? And if you wait too long, then sometimes the gap can extend out again. That's the problem. Do you take the chance while it's there, even if it's not quite perfect? You sometimes just have to and cross your fingers and hope for the best. Murray is still there on the back of Vesa Yili, looking there. Yili shut the door on him up the inside. Didn't have the room to complete the pass, and Alex Laurent is here now in the battle for second place. Laurent has joined in from 4th. So these three now battling for second. Yili, Murray, bit of contact there. That will almost certainly be a penalty. And that has put Laurent through to second place. Murray is back going. And he's dropping back to allow Vesa Yili back through, to allow him back to the position. But that has both cost them second place. That's the unfortunate nature of this race sometimes, in this style of racing. Sometimes you have to go for the big move when it comes up. And the problem is now that they are almost a lap down, both of them, to our leader, Ollie Jeffries, who's coming through the final corners and along the main straight now, up to in the first sectors. He'll be in the middle sector, the middle complex of the track right about now. There he is. And he has driven a magnificent race out here in the final round of action for the Reedy Invitational class here at the Reedy 112th Race of Champions today on Saturday, the first of 2 full race days. He put in an awesome series of performances. He's been battling hard with some of the finest drivers out here and has really held his own, and will go in overnight feeling like he can take on the world and win. And I tell you what, based on the performances he has done, do not discount him one little bit. Guys like him and Mark Stiles are definitely still in the hunt for this tournament, and definitely still in the hunt for victory, with mulligans still to be taken into effect, remember. And a couple of blemishes from Hagberg and Mobers in front of Jeffries. Of course, the likes of Toto Ebukuro, we're still looking for any sort of trip up from him, but Jeffries, if he keeps going like this, will be turning in similarly impervious performances. We've also got David Spashett, remember, still in there, but he's languishing down the wrong end of the top 10 from where he'd want to be. But he is far too experienced and has won far too many trophies to be discounted at this point. he'll believe he can win right up to the very last second of the last heat. Speaking of seconds to go, we've got 30 of those to go. And Ollie Jeffries is coming home to take a very, very confident victory. He took the lead early on in this race, survived the first lap, jumped to third on the first corner in the middle of the inevitable carnage, jumped up into the lead with some great passes, struck while the iron was red hot, and has sped away whilst everyone else behind them has beaten each other up, battling to a standstill for second place. Alex Laurent looks likely to take second. Vesa Yili is likely to take third, as Andy Murray has tailed him home. A shame for Murray. He was looking for a good finish out of this one. It just hasn't happened for him out here today, but he certainly had the potential to do it, and I hope we'll see some more of that tomorrow, more of that bullish spirit. But it is Ollie Jeffries with a magnificent victory, a great, great drive, and a confident performance to take victory in the penultimate race of the day. And now the final race of Saturday at the Reedy 112th Race of Champions, race number 71. And this will feature the likes of the All-Star David Spashit. And the track is looking good. It has held up remarkably well to the latest round of abuse. One car I do see in this heat is Mr. Juho Leivinen, who is definitely another man you can consider up there in contention for this tournament victory. The rapid finish driver, Juho Leivinen, has been very impressive out here so far. He is 7th coming into this round with 3 third-place finishes, 1 heat victory, and a 6th place drop-off. Spashit is 9th, and going to be a few guys coming through. We are told that a few of these guys, well, for tomorrow's racing, they will have warm-up laps for their races. Today they haven't, partially to keep everything to time, especially where they started half an hour down. I think in that way that's contributed to the intensity of the action out here for this race. We have 1, 2, 3, 6 cars lining up for this one. I think we have a few that are not going to make the start of this one. It's been a long day for a few guys, but it's been a great day for a few others. The likes of the top 5 likely going through to tomorrow: Ebukuro, Mobers, Hagberg, Jeffries and Stiles. Juho Leivinen up there as well. And this has got to be his chance to stake a final shot across the bows of the top guys. He has to see this as a magnificent opportunity. We're under starters' orders. David Spashit and Leivinen at the back of the grid. And away they go. They'll be looking to navigate the first few corners as smoothly as possible. And Spashit with a big crash there. It was not him that actually had the prang there. Someone else ramped off the front of his car. But Leivinen immediately up to second in the early goings. I think it's Kai Altman who has jumped out to the lead in the middle of all that. In the silver and blue car, it's one of the Altmans. It's Tim Altman who has taken the early lead in the number 7. The number 3 of Juho Leivinen immediately gives chase. Third is David Spashit. The 2 guys we told you to watch for in this heat. Leivinen and Spashit have found each other almost immediately. And now this battle for the lead is going to get very interesting because Leivinen, I think, has car speed on Altman. Oh, and a bit of contact there. And contact from behind from Spashit as well. Contact back. It's a little bit of a ding-dong to finish today's day 1 of racing action. Spashit now to the lead. Leivinen second. Altman third. I think they've decided that in the middle of all that carnage, it kind of sorted itself out in the end, self-policing in a way. But Spashit out into the lead. Juho Leivinen second. Tim Altman back to third. Scott Booth running fourth. Adam Catchpole fifth. Kai Altman in 6th, and Daniel Holmes sadly did not start this race. Here comes the battle for the lead. This is going to be a cracker. Both of these guys with numerous trophies in their cabinets. David Spashit, on sheer number of trophies alone, easily takes that round of top trumps. But Leivinen is the most recent of the 2 champions. His last championship was in 2010. They're both multiple European and, in Spashit's case, world champions, domestic champions. And that was a bad mistake from Leivinen. He's lost positions. That's exactly what he didn't need, and that has relieved the pressure on Spashit. And how vital could that be? I think that's let Tim Altman back into 2nd place. I have to wait for the timing screens to update. The race is happening almost too fast for them to keep up. The timing software is doing a very good job in that respect. Tim Altman is back into 2nd. Leivinen now down to 3rd. 1.7 seconds back. That's not what Leivinen needed at all. It was just the tiniest of mistakes. But Altman has now made a mistake, and Leivinen is back through to 2nd. So now the intrigue comes. We are watching Spashit on the screen here as he charges around this track. He's in a really good flow and a really good rhythm. And when Spashit gets into this sort of headspace, there's very few ways of stopping it outside of a nuclear missile. But the question is that Leivinen is now back into 2nd place, 2.3 seconds back. Has Leivinen got something for Spashit here? Both of these guys need a win to close out this first day of racing. a full racing for the Reedy 112th Race of Champions. Both of them could do with a win badly to bolster their chances. Smash It probably more so than Lebanon, due simply to mathematics and in terms of their previous records. Smash It down in 9th spot. Lebanon in 6th coming into this round. And Lebanon, the gap between 1st and 2nd is stabilised and fairly equal. They're not giving anything away to each other. Lebanon's taking a few tenths out. 2.1 seconds is the gap. But to be honest, Lebanon's going to have to work very hard to close this gap. Smash It's not going to give him anything. Lebanon is going to have to lap considerably faster. And then the bigger issue he's going to have is even if he catches Smash It, how on earth does he pass him? That's the big issue here. Scott Booth is up to 3rd place, by the way. Good run for those guys. Smash It continues on his way. It's clear track between himself and Lebanon. It's just that the track between themselves is a rather long stretch of road, but Smash It just clips the wall a few times there. A little bit of a mistake has allowed Lebanon to close within 2 seconds. 1.6 now. Smash It, Lebanon, Booth are your top 3. Smash It and Lebanon going head-to-head for the victory. Lap traffic staying nicely out of the way. There's only 6 cars in this one, but even so, lap traffic could still be a factor. But great direction from the race referees here, making sure the lap traffic does not play a factor in deciding the winner of this race. And I think Kai Altman's car has given up the ghost. That's a real shame. That stylish looking car was running well in the early stages. Tim Altman continuing to run on in 4th, thwacking the walls as it does. Down at the turn of champions, down here at turn 13. Look how close Smash It gets to the wall. That's about how close you want to be. But look at the margin for error. There isn't any. But look at this as well. Here comes Juho Lebanon, and he has suddenly chopped that gap absolutely down to nothing. He's taken an axe to that gap, and it's now down to nothing with 1 minute 40 to go. Are we going to have a grandstand finale to the first day of racing here at the Reedy Race of Champions? I think we are. If you were sitting down by now, you're onto the edge of your seat or standing up now, because this is going to be brilliant. Smash It, defending from all comers. There are a few men more experienced and more used to closing out in high-pressure scenarios and winning at the very highest level than David Smash It. But Juho Lebanon is a multiple champion as well, and that is a champion's pass to take the lead. But he immediately gives it up again with a mistake down at the first corner. It was almost like the adrenaline got to him. So we reset once more. This is incredible stuff. Smash It versus Lebanon to conclude the first day of racing for the Reedy 112th Race of Champions. Who on earth is going to get to the flag first? I haven't the faintest idea. Smash It is defending desperately. Lebanon, I think, has car speed. Where can he make the pass? He did it once. He did it the hard way. And then he immediately made a mistake with his entry into turn 1 and gave the position back again. He made the move clean, but he's right there. He's looking for any gap. There just isn't any. Smash It is making that RC car about 3 foot wider than it normally is. This is an incredible drive from both drivers on the edge of the limit. Looking for any advantage on the either. Smash It looking to not give Lebanon any hope of a pass. We're into the final 30 seconds. Lebanon's going to make this pass to the win. It has to be now. Has he missed his best chance? He might well have done. But he's still going to give it everything he got. That was a huge swing at him in the final hairpin. That was the Hail Mary that he was going for. Well, I think it's cost him too much time now. He's given absolutely everything at David Smash It. If Smash It comes home to take this victory, my word, he'll deserve every round of applause that he's going to get here. They're coming down to the final few seconds. Lebanon going for the shot. I think he's just going to run out of time. Oh, final whack off the turn of champions. What a magnificent end to the race. That is brilliant. Crowd, teams and drivers are on their feet and applauding that one. What a brilliant way to end the day's racing for the Reedy 112th Race of Champions. An awesome battle between David Smash It and Juho Lebanon. They come home 1 and 2 in the end. Tim Altman 3rd. And the margin of victory, I'll just tell you this before we head off the air, 0.09 of a second, 900th of a second between 1st and 2nd. Brilliant way to end the first day of action. Smash It wins, Lebanon 2nd, Tim Altman 3rd, Scott Booth 4th, Adam Catchwell 5th, Kai Altman and Daniel Holmes complete the field. And I don't think there's any better way to wrap up the first day of action, the first day of full racing for the Reedy 112th Race of Champions. 6 rounds done, 4 more to go tomorrow. Don't miss a second of it. We'll have it right here for you on RC Racing TV. I've been Adam Johnson along with the rest of the team, Reedy, Protoform, Zen Racing and BRCA. It's goodbye for this evening.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be closing race control very shortly. Although there will be BRCA officials floating around for a little while yet.